How could Uncle Shun be so cruel to Shin Shutong? He clearly knew how important those regular full-body checkups were to her. They were literally tied to her life. And yet he still chose to accompany Shun Zongwei to a kindergarten parent meeting. Did that mean that, in Shun Shana's heart, his new wife and new son were more important than Shin Shutong? The thought alone was heartbreaking. All right, Inger, don't cry. Look at you, crying so hard. I'm fine, really. Shin Shutong ended up comforting you, Inger, instead. Sugar, if it hurts, just cry, Inger, he said softly. Shin Shutong's lips twitched, forcing a bitter smile. Sorry, I really can't cry anymore. Honestly, I'd already prepare myself for this. But he's my biological father. It'd be a lie to say I don't feel disappointed. I'm sorry for making you worry tonight. Whoa. Seeing Shan Shutong, so sad yet still trying to comfort her, made you Inger cry even harder. Meanwhile, Fu Chuan sat anxiously in his apartment, restless. He picked up his phone several times, checking for new messages from you, Inger. Finally, ding. Fu Chuan immediately grabbed his phone. Sparkle meow meow. Perfect, perfect. That's the exact vibe I wanted. Keep burning the midnight oil, my dear artist. My gold coins are yours. /boss lady sends money. .jpg. A cheeky doujin artist. Thanks for the support, big boss. I'll do my best. They kept chatting, discussing concepts, costume details, facial expressions. Bit by bit, time slipped away until it was already 11:30 p.m. Boom. A sudden flash of lightning tore across the sky, followed by the sound of heavy rain. It's this late already, and Senior, you still hasn't texted? Fu Chuan was worried, but in this case, no news was good news. They'd probably gone home safely. Then suddenly his phone rang. Seeing Shun Shutong's name on the screen, Fu Chuan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly answered. Senior? Junior, I forgot my umbrella. I'm downstairs at the convenience store. Can you come get me? I'll be right there. Fu Chuan grabbed an umbrella and dashed downstairs. The Maijia store had already closed. Only one dim light glowed at the entrance. Shin Shutong sat crouched by the door, hugging her backpack to her chest, her face hidden in shadow. The yellow light fell across her thin frame. From Fu Chuan's angle, she looked like a lost child, abandoned by the world, hiding from the rain and cold. She was crying. The rain fell harder, the cold wind cutting through the night and soaking her clothes. Fu Chuan rushed forward, moving the umbrella over her. Senior, you're here. Junior. Shin Shutong looked up, her small face flushed red from the cold. After a night of despair, the dim light in her eyes flickered once more. A tiny spark rekindled. Senior, it's freezing out here. Let's go back to the apartment. Holding the umbrella with one hand, Fu Chuan extended the other toward her. That rain-soaked hand, wide, warm, broke through the darkness like a beam of light. It was redemption itself. Shin Shutong's gaze trembled. Then, without hesitation, she took his hand. Fu Chuan helped her to her feet, and together they walked back under the same umbrella. Senior, there's still some ginger left in the fridge. I'll make you some ginger tea to warm you up so you don't catch a cold. Before Shin Shutong could respond, Fu Chuan was already in the kitchen, busying himself. A faint smile tugged at her lips. A strange warmth began to flow through her. She took a deep breath. Her body still felt heavy and sore. But he was right. She couldn't afford to fall sick and worry the people who cared about her. She went to the bathroom, towel-dried her hair and body, changed into clean clothes, and blow-dried her hair. By the time she came out, the ginger tea was ready. Senior, drink it while it's hot. She took the cup in both hands, feeling the heat spread into her palms. Sip by sip, she drank. Is it too spicy? Just right. Junior, your cooking skills are really good. Way better than mine. She said it from the heart. I used to practice for someone who didn't deserve it. But now that I can use those skills for you, I guess all those experiences were worth it. For someone who didn't deserve it. His words hit a chord in Shun Shutong's heart. Her eyes dimmed slightly. Senior, did something happen? You don't have to tell me if it's hard, but if you want to talk, I'll listen. It took all his courage to say that. Fu Chuan didn't like prying into people's private matters. Everyone had their secrets. But he wanted to share her pain, the way she'd unknowingly brought light into his dark life. Senior, what do you listen to in those headphones? What are you thinking about when your eyes look so sad? Could you tell me? Junior, tonight I had dinner with Inger. She cried so hard until she fell asleep. I sent her home and was going to stay the night with her. But even though I was so sad, my body moved on its own and brought me here. Some feelings you Inger would never understand. And Shin Shutong didn't want her to. Inger deserved to be happy, to live surrounded by love, like a little princess basking in sunshine all her life. But the only person who could truly understand Shin Shutong's heart at this moment was Fu Chuan. After being wounded by Shan Shana's betrayal, the first person who appeared in her mind was him. So she came here. She told Fu Chuan everything that happened after they parted ways. Fu Chuan fell silent. I actually saw this coming, she said softly. There were signs. Dad's attention on me was fading, replaced by my stepmother and half-brother. I just didn't want to admit it. I thought at least he wouldn't miss something this important. As she spoke, her eyes turned red. The forced lightness in her tone only made it more heartbreaking. She cupped her hands to her lips, blowing warm air onto them, rubbing them together, and tilted her head with a fragile smile. But now, he doesn't even bother to pretend anymore. I've realized, painfully, that there's nothing left to say between us. Every conversation feels like routine. He's a superior. I'm just a subordinate reporting in. I'm his daughter by blood, but I'm barely more than a stranger. Compared to my stepmother and little brother, I'm nothing. It hurt. It hurts so much. Junior, do you know what I was thinking when I finally gave up and went back to my room? I thought how unlucky. You tried so hard to cheer me up, and with just a few words, my father shattered it all. I wanted to be strong, to prove I could live on my own, not waste your kindness, but I can't. I'm not as strong as you. He's my father, and every word from him cuts deeper than any heartbreak could. I'm left beaten, broken, and hollow. And finally, tears became poetry. In that moment, her composure collapsed. The tears she had held back for so long finally spilled over. No hysteria, no screaming, just silent, trembling tears, falling like a leaky faucet, unstoppable, drop by drop, shattering like blossoms. Chapter 81. If one day Ultraman were to come and harm you, I would assist you in vanquishing the righteous Ultraman. Fu Chuan remained silent, quietly observing Shen Shu Tang as she wept. He gently offered her a tissue, allowing her to dab at her tears. In her sorrow, Shen Shu Tang found solace in Fu Chuan's presence, who shared in her sadness. Despite having endured similar trials, Fu Chuan struggled to find words to comfort her. Who among us does not yearn for a harmonious family, filled with joy and well-being? It is not wealth that we seek, but merely health and the warmth of being together. Such a humble wish, so commonly held, has been ruthlessly trampled by fate. Both Shen Shu Tang and Fu Chuan understood the divergence in their beginnings, yet they shared a common fate as children neglected and abandoned by their families. In this moment, they could only lean on each other for warmth, finding solace in the presence of someone who comprehended their shared experiences and sorrow. A reminder that they were not truly alone. As Shen Shu Tang's emotions began to stabilize, she had already exhausted a large pack of tissues. Embarrassed, she looked at Fu Chuan and said, "I'm sorry, Junior. I lost my composure when I had resolved to set an example for you as a senior." "It's all right, Senior. Let me share a secret with you. When I was at the Fu household, I once went through 3 packs of tissues in one sitting. The next morning, I could barely see." Shen Shu Tang blinked at Fu Chuan, clearly skeptical, believing him to be jesting in an attempt to comfort her. "It's true, Senior. You know, I was once an orphan. When I was struggling to survive in the orphanage, striving with all my might to achieve good grades and change my destiny, a family suddenly appeared claiming to be my parents, having searched for me for many years. Do you know what that feeling is like? I had dreamt countless times of their faces, waking up with immense joy, and now they were truly before me, as if heaven had heard my prayers and returned my family to me. It was a miracle that seemed only possible in novels or films. It had materialized in Fu Chuan's life. The moment the DNA test results arrived, he realized he had a family. Other children from the orphanage looked on with envy. They too had harbored dreams of such reunions. The reality often led to either adoption or a life of wandering after growing up in the orphanage. But Fu Chuan was the first to be sought out by his biological family, having endured a tumultuous early life filled with suffering. The joy and happiness he felt upon returning to the Fu household and discovering he had 7 sisters and a brother washed over him entirely. In that moment, Fu Chuan was profoundly grateful to the heavens. If happiness was to be bestowed upon a person, it seemed one must first endure trials and tribulations. Enough was enough. Returning to the Fu household with such sentiments, how could Fu Chuan not be devastated by the indifference of his parents and sisters? Crying was but a mild response. Having battled severe depression multiple times, he contemplated suicide, cutting his wrists to bleed. Each time he poured his heart out, the Fu family trampled on his sincerity. Day after day, he donned a mask of a smiling clown, laughing perpetually, becoming the family's dog, devoid of thoughts, subjected to humiliation and degradation. When taken to the police station, no one cared to uncover the emotions hidden beneath the mask, which was already riddled with scars. Were it not for his rebirth and the restoration of his health, Fu Chuan would have remained ensnared in the self-imposed prison he had constructed, forever haunted by the pain of familial, platonic, and romantic love, each capable of inflicting deep wounds. Death, like the wind, was ever at his side. Upon hearing Fu Chuan's words, Shen Shu Tang murmured, "How true." They resembled Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha from Naruto. Naruto began with nothing, gradually gaining everything, while Sasuke started with the world, yet lost it all. Ultimately, in their solitude, only they could truly empathize with one another, akin to soulmates. There exists a passage about Arei and Lu Mingfei, conveying the idea that they are both little monsters destined to be slain by the righteous Ultraman. But who dictates that little monsters must be alone? Must they not have companions who help one another? Senior, I wish to be your strength. If one day the righteous Ultraman truly cannot provide us refuge, I shall assist you in slaying the righteous Ultraman. Fu Chuan was willing to become the brave little monster, pledging this vow for a lifetime to defeat the righteous Ultraman for Shun Shu Tang, who is also a lonely little monster. Such misfortune and sorrow were burdens he could endure alone. He could not change Shun Shu Tang's state, but he wished to show her that they were not merely powerless little monsters seeking warmth in each other's company. Fu Chuan was prepared to confront the entire world for Shun Shu Tang. Once the frail little monsters embraced the belief they wished to protect, they would possess the strength to overcome formidable foes. This belief was that Shun Shu Tang must attain happiness, even if it meant that Fu Chuan would not be at her side, even if they were separated by vast distances and never met again in this life. He wished for her to find peace in the passing of time, savoring the gentle spring rains, the summer sun, the autumn leaves, and the winter snows. Shun Shu Tang gazed at Fu Chuan, momentarily stunned, then smiled. This smile, however, could not contain her tears, which fell freely. Fu Chuan instinctively reached for a tissue, but Shun Shu Tang shook her head in refusal. Instead, she grasped Fu Chuan's right hand, opened his palm, and lowered her head, letting her warm tears fall, drop by drop, onto his hand. Junior, don't move. Senior needs you to listen carefully. If I don't express this, I will feel terribly, terribly pained. The girl spoke through her sobs, each word deliberate, imbued with earnestness and gratitude. Fu Chuan felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, rendered immobile. To have enjoyed Dragon Tribe, to have encountered Arei and Lu Mingfei, was truly wonderful. It was through this connection that he met Fu Chuan, understanding the immense warmth and strength his words brought her in this moment. Friend A, thank you. Truly, thank you. Please be my greatest support in this moment of fragility. Nothing could wield more power than a girl's tears. Fu Chuan could only extend his palm, bearing the weight of Shun Shu Tang's tears, warm and flooding. Listening to her heartfelt plea, Fu Chuan could only respond with a single word, resolutely promising a lifetime commitment. All right. Chapter 82. However, you no longer need me. The following day, Fu Chuan awoke and left his room, noticing some commotion in the kitchen. Approaching, he found Shun Shu Tang frying meat patties. Clad in a Hello Kitty apron, she skillfully wielded the spatula. Upon seeing Fu Chuan, she greeted him cheerfully. Good morning, Junior. Senior, you're up so early? Last night, after crying in Fu Chuan's palm, Shun Shu Tang quickly returned to her room. Fu Chuan lay in bed, holding on to her tears, and, as the ache in his heart subsided, he unknowingly drifted off to sleep. He had assumed that after such an ordeal, Shun Shu Tang would sleep late. Indeed, upon waking and unable to return to sleep, she took the opportunity to head to the supermarket downstairs to buy meat patties, intending to cook breakfast herself. Senior, let me handle it. Fu Chuan glanced at the patties, slightly burnt. He felt he could salvage them. It's fine. Senior can manage. Just wait for a delightful feast. With Shun Shu Tang's determination, Fu Chuan felt it would be impolite to insist further, so he complied and patiently awaited the meal. Eventually, she presented a burger that was barely presentable. The salad was somewhat excessive, the tomato slices were cut rather thick, the vegetables were adequately arranged, but the meat patty was charred. Shun Shutong, feeling a bit embarrassed, remarked, "It's my first attempt, and it seems I've struggled a bit." The fact that she dared to venture into the kitchen and attempt to make hamburgers without fear of the smoke was already quite impressive. Fu Chuan spoke the truth. Indeed, the presentation of Shun Shutong's hamburger left much to be desired. However, considering it was her inaugural culinary endeavor, the fact that she hadn't undercooked the patty or made it inedible was commendable. Fu Chuan's culinary skills were honed over several years of practice and should not be compared to hers. Give it a try. The appearance may be lacking, but I remain confident in the flavor, she encouraged. All right. Fu Chuan took a bite of the hamburger. Shen Shutong watched eagerly. How is it? Excellent, Fu Chuan replied, giving her a thumbs up. At the very least, the seasoning was on point, the patty was fragrant, and Fu Chuan didn't mind the abundance of salad dressing. As the sweet and tangy flavors harmonized beautifully with the savory meat, creating an explosion of happiness. Hee hee. Shen Shutong playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, took a bite, and nodded in satisfaction, just as I expected from my own craftsmanship. How do you feel today, senior? Fu Chuan asked cautiously. To say that I'm completely indifferent would be a lie, but you mentioned that if the righteous Ultraman were to harm me, you would help me vanquish him, right? Shen Shutong's voice was soft, imbued with deep trust. Fu Chuan smiled slightly, of course. Time swiftly passed to the eve of Christmas, December 26th. The student council had adorned the school with Christmas trees, placed figurines of Santa Claus, and hung colorful bells, filling the air with joyous laughter. The school's initiative was not merely to celebrate a foreign holiday, but rather to provide busy students who toiled relentlessly for their futures an opportunity to unwind and experience the festive spirit. A shift in mindset is crucial for the mental and physical health of students, as the high school years can be repressive and competitive, particularly for seniors. No matter how much one studies, if the mindset is not right at critical moments, it amounts to nothing. Balancing work and rest has always been the educational philosophy of the principal of G-City No. 1 High School. The school maintains an open attitude towards holiday celebrations, as long as students abide by the rules and do not engage in reckless behavior. They wholeheartedly support events like the upcoming New Year's Eve party. After finishing his specialized class, Fu Chuan was about to pack up and leave when the Chinese teacher unexpectedly entered the classroom. Fu Chuan, may I have a word? Upon seeing the visitor, Fu Qingqing lowered her gaze and refrained from speaking further. Fu Chuan obediently followed her outside. Fu Chuan, this is the topic for the provincial high school painting competition, along with the requirements and the methods used by past winners. I've compiled all the information about this year's judges, their backgrounds, and preferences. If you find anything lacking, just let me know, and I'll gather more for you. Fu Chuan was slightly taken aback. Teacher Ji, why are you in charge of this? Teacher Ji explained that she had other matters to attend to and had proposed that these responsibilities be handed over to Fu Chuan during a meeting. Fu Chuan, this is a rare opportunity. You should cherish it and aim for a good ranking to bring honor to both the school and your future. As she spoke, Teacher Ji's gaze flickered. Fu Chuan did not delve deeper into her intentions. Since the materials were prepared by Teacher Ji, it saved him considerable effort. If Fu Qingqing had prepared them, Fu Chuan would have preferred to toil a bit more. It seemed Fu Qingqing realized Fu Chuan was resolute in his decision and had finally chosen to forego the guilt-laden words about wanting him to come home. This was better for both Fu Chuan and Fu Qingqing. Upon returning to the classroom with the materials, Fu Qingqing called out to Fu Chuan in a voice only they could hear, "Tonight is Christmas Eve, and everyone is gathering. Mom and Dad said they want you to come home. They've prepared gifts, and both 6th sister and 7th sister are back. You're the only one missing." Fu Chuan pretended not to hear and returned to his seat, stuffing the materials into his backpack before leaving. Recalling earlier, Fu Qingqing was indeed naive, thinking Fu Chuan would turn back. If Fu Chuan were to do the same to Fu Qingqing and feign concern, she would surely admire his ability to be a sycophant more than she herself was. Fu Qingqing could only watch helplessly as Fu Chuan walked away, her fists clenched in silent frustration. He wasn't even planning to return for Christmas Eve. In the past, the family would gather around the dinner table, drinking and enjoying delicacies while awaiting the arrival of Christmas and New Year's. Fu Chuan seldom had the chance to join the harmonious circle of family, and May specifically prepared a Christmas gift for him, which made him feel as if he had received the entire world, bringing him to tears in public. Fu Qingqing wanted to say more. Fu Chuan, I prepared a gift for you this Christmas Eve. It's the electronic device you need the most. However, Fu Chuan no longer needed it, just as he no longer required the presence of Fu Qingqing as a sister. Chapter 83. Then return the painting to me. Once the students had left, Teacher Ji entered the specialized classroom, observing Fu Qingqing as she documented the students' artworks. Unable to restrain herself, she spoke, "Teacher Fu, is this truly acceptable?" "What do you mean by acceptable? Although you have delegated this task to me, the information was gathered by you, and I am merely reaping the rewards of your labor. What do you hope to gain from this?" Teacher Ji keenly sensed the discord between Fu Zichen and Fu Chuan. Both bore the surname Fu. Could they possibly be related? Fu Chuan had filled out orphan on his school application. If Fu Zichen were indeed related, why not acknowledge it openly? It was quite puzzling. "Teacher Ji, please, could you refrain from inquiring about this matter and not mention it to anyone else?" Fu King implored, her gaze earnest. No one could resist the pleading look of a beautiful woman, and Teacher Ji could only sigh. "Teacher Fu, evading the issue will not resolve it. I am unaware of the details and do not wish to meddle further. You must handle it as you see fit." "Thank you, Teacher Ji." Fu Zichen could only respond with a bittersweet smile. Fu Zichen did not wish to evade the matter. Rather, she sought to atone for her shortcomings as an older sister in her own way. Yet Fu Chuan did not require her efforts, and she found herself without a chance to amend things. She was left to play the role of a jester, hiding in the shadows, careful to conceal her kindness towards others. The bitterness sown in the past had now become the fruit Fu Zichen must bear. Who could she blame? As Fu Chuan was about to leave the campus, two familiar figures unexpectedly approached, blocking him in a secluded alleyway at the school gate. Fu Chuan, dressed in a white down jacket, with hands tucked into pockets, exuding an air of noble aloofness, her golden hair framed her face, accentuated by smoky eye makeup. She held a half-burned cigarette between her fingers, exhaling wisps of smoke. It was Fu Xinru, the sixth daughter of the Fu family. Both Fu Xinru and Fu Shanhua, the seventh daughter, had been studying abroad. Fu Xinru was pursuing music, while Fu Shanhua was studying performing arts. Fu Xinru would complete her studies and return home next year, while Fu Shanhua would remain abroad for an additional year. In this era, there had been little interaction between Fu Xinru, Fu Shanhua, and Fu Chuan. Since Fu Chuan was brought back to the Fu family, they had remained overseas, only returning during the New Year festivities. In their previous lives, Fu Xinru and Fu Shanhua returned to their homeland, feigning kindness towards Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan, believing that these two sisters were different from the others, was filled with delight. However, Fu Xinru had a penchant for smoking. Whenever she felt displeased, she would extinguish her cigarette on Fu Chuan to vent her frustrations. Fu Shanhua had a fascination with cold-blooded creatures, frequently coaxing Fu Chuan into her pet room to assist her with her experiments, claiming that only with Fu Chuan's cooperation would she acknowledge him as her brother. How laughable it is! Each member of the Fu family is utterly despicable. Yet, it is Fu Chuan, their closest kin, who yearns for the bond of blood that eludes him. What others are born with, Fu Chuan would risk his life to obtain. But he receives not even a glance in return. The past is gone. It is all past. The devoted Fu Chuan of his previous life has perished. The person standing before you now is Fu Chuan of the Nugula clan. Fu Chuan, dear brother, tonight is Christmas Eve. I implore you to return to the Fu family and join us for dinner. Mother and father genuinely miss you. Fu Zichen clutched the strap of his backpack. Standing beside Fu Xinru, his somewhat feminine appearance, coupled with his sickly pale skin, rendered Fu Zichen a picture of pitiful innocence, still the familiar Fu Zichen, displaying Oscar-worthy acting skills. Why are you beseeching Fu Chuan so? Upon returning to the Fu residence yesterday, Fu Zichen was taken aback to learn that Fu Chuan had moved out. That devoted younger brother actually had the audacity to leave. This was fortuitous. It spared them his presence, which had always been a source of annoyance. The Fu family had no need for Fu Chuan. Fu Zichen had persistently implored Fu Xinru to retain Fu Chuan at school. It was only out of consideration for Fu Zichen that Fu Xinru had come. Otherwise, she would have cared little whether Fu Chuan lived or died. With Fu Xinru personally involved, this devoted brother ought to reveal his true colors and obediently return to the Fu family, right? I already have an appointment. Fu Chuan spoke coolly, dismissing Fu Xinru and Fu Zichen as he prepared to leave. Fu Xinru's eyes widened in disbelief. Tonight is a family gathering, a day for the Fu family to come together, and you dare tell me you have an appointment? Have you lost your mind, Fu Chuan? After all, you have never regarded me as a member of the Fu family. Why put on such a familiar facade? I have left the Fu family, Fu Xinru. Isn't that what you wished for? Fu Chuan countered, his words ringing with truth. Fu Xinru had completed her task. Fu Chuan would not return, and in the end, any blame from their parents would fall squarely on Fu Chuan's shoulders, leaving Fu Xinru untouched. To expect Fu Chuan to mend his relationship with Shun Shutong and have Fu Xinru plead for his return, that was a fool's dream, despite Fu Chuan's apparent indifference. The fact that he was willing to forsake the family dinner in favor of other matters vexed Fu Xinru greatly. This devoted brother was clearly only worthy of being a mere pet of the Fu family, his every action dictated by the family's interests. Fu Chuan had no right to refuse. As long as he desired the Fu family's inheritance, he remained a part of it. Fu Chuan, is your reluctance to return to the Fu family due to my presence? I am aware of my standing as the adopted son of the Fu family, while you are the true heir, the biological son of mother and father. As long as you can return, I can distance myself entirely, and you will no longer be troubled by me. Fu Zichen spoke in a feeble and pitiful manner, reminiscent of a small dog being chased from its home on a stormy night, which deeply pained Fu Xinru. Zichen, what nonsense are you spouting? How could you possibly be a bother in the Fu family? The only one causing trouble is Fu Chuan. Sixth sister, please do not say such things. Enough with the theatrics. Do you not feel any shame? Fu Chuan interrupted coldly, dismissing the sibling drama unfolding between Fu Zichen and Fu Xinru. He had grown weary of this charade in his past life, and in this life, he had no desire to witness it again. Zichen, do you long for me to return home for this dinner? Very well. Previously, Fu Linger had me taken to the police station and confiscated the landscape in spring painting. You are aware that I study art and have yet to thoroughly examine that piece. If you return the painting to me, I shall join you for dinner tonight. What say you? As anticipated, Fu Chuan's words caused Fu Zichen's expression to shift dramatically. The value of that painting had skyrocketed after its original creator's death. Would Fu Zichen part with something of such immense worth? What, then, was the significance of his rebirth? Absolutely not. He could never comply. Feeling utterly wronged, Fu Zichen lowered his head, on the verge of tears, which only served to intensify Fu Xinru's concern. Instinctively, she reached for the still-burning cigarette in her hand, intending to scorch Fu Chuan's hand. In the past, whenever Fu Xinru felt displeased within the Fu family, she would use cigarettes to burn Fu Chuan. The scars on his hands were testament to her past actions. This time, she thought Fu Chuan would not evade her. However, to her surprise, he deftly evaded her attempt and seized her wrist. The cigarette she held slipped from her grasp, instead burning her own hand. A sudden, piercing pain surged through her senses, prompting Fu Xinru to cry out involuntarily. Chapter 84. Because Fu Chuan is my biological brother. What say you, Fu Xinru? Is the sensation of being burned by a cigarette something only you, a masochist, would relish? Fu Chuan mercilessly released Fu Xinru's wrist. Fu Chuan, Fu Xinru was about to hurl a threatening remark, intending to report Fu Chuan to the police, just as Fu Linger had done, to have him imprisoned. Fu Chuan, with one hand in his pocket, spoke coldly. No need to worry, continue shouting. The louder, the better. It would be splendid if my true identity were exposed. I would relish seeing how your precious Zichen brother manages at G City No. 1 High School after that, having dealt with the Fu family for so many years. Fu Chuan was well aware of their vulnerabilities. The mere mention of Zichen, whom Fu Xinru cherished, rendered her timid. Clenching her fists, she refrained from raising her voice, instead attempting to strike Fu Chuan across the face. What are you all doing here? Before Fu Chuan could react, Shun Shudong's voice rang out. Upon seeing Shun Shutong, who was holding a novel and had removed her headphones, her beautiful eyes ablaze with anger, Fu Zichen inwardly lamented his bad luck. He hastily interjected. We were merely asking Fu Chuan for directions. Is she really Shun Shutong? Fu Xinru told. Recalling how both Fu Zhengqiao and Fu Linger had a curry favor with Shun Shutong, groveling at her feet to secure a collaboration with the Shen group. Fu Xinru dared not speak further. If the collaboration were jeopardized due to her, her father would surely berate her. She shot a furious glare at Fu Chuan. I will settle this with you next time. Zichen, let us go. Yes. Fu Zichen and Fu Xinru believed they could leave so simply. Wait. Slap. Before Fu Xinru could comprehend, a sharp, resounding slap echoed across her face. Sixth sister. Fu Zichen exclaimed in shock. Fu Xinru's pupils trembled violently as she felt the fiery sting on her face. Trembling, she spoke, Fu Chuan, how dare you hit me? Fu Xinru, this is your final warning. Do not appear before me again. I have severed all ties with the Fu family. If this escalates, the collaboration with the Shun group will crumble, and my true identity will be revealed, making it impossible for your precious Zichen brother to remain at G-City No. 1 high school. You will be the one held responsible. Fu Chuan pulled out a tissue to wipe the hand that had just struck Fu Xinru, his expression one of utter revulsion, as if he had come into contact with a fatal bacterium. Fu Xinru's rage boiled over, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. This was truly a reversal. How dare Fu Chuan, the devoted younger brother, threaten Fu Xinru? The last remnants of reason compelled Fu Xinru to refrain from retaliating, leaving her only able to issue a dire warning. If you do not return tonight, I will ensure your humiliation, Fu Chuan. In Fu Xinru's eyes, Fu Chuan was merely playing hard to get. The act had been taken too far. She would never forgive Fu Chuan for his humiliation. Never. Fu Chuan's face bore no expression, and he even felt inclined to laugh. Did he truly think himself the prized possession of the Fu family? Who would cherish him? Fu Xinru was forcibly taken away by Fu Zichen, not wishing to create a scene before Shen Shutong. After Fu Xinru departed with Fu Zichen, Shen Shutong hastened to Fu Chuan's side, inquiring, Fu Chuan, are you all right? Fu Chuan exhaled a sigh of relief, stating, a slap was actually quite liberating. Shen Shutong gazed at Fu Chuan with a hint of envy, marveling at his newfound freedom from the shackles of his family. Able to pursue his desires without yielding to oppression. Could she ever live as freely as Fu Chuan? Senior, what troubles you? Fu Chuan, sensing Shen Shutong's unease, asked anxiously. Fu Chuan, regardless of the decisions I make, you will always stand by my side, won't you? Of course. With Fu Chuan's reassuring response, Shen Shutong felt a sense of relief. I merely envy you. To be honest, I was quite taken aback when you slapped her. I hope you can share a bit of your pride and courage with me. Shen Shutong confessed sincerely. Senior, extend your hand. Oh, as Shen Shutong reached out, Fu Chuan's palms struck her hands back, his warmth enveloping her, dispelling the chill of December. Senior, I will give you all my pride and courage. Witnessing Fu Chuan's bright and earnest smile, akin to a comic hero, Shen Shutong's gaze softened, overflowing with emotion. Little Junior, you are becoming ever more remarkable, a beacon of light that has redeemed my life. What shall I do with you? Upon Fu Qingqing's return to the Fu residence, the steward stepped forward to take her coat, cheerfully exclaiming, Fifth Miss, please freshen up. The master and others are already awaiting your presence. Very well. Fu Qingqing took a deep breath and proceeded to the dining hall. Although Fu Zhengqiao was indifferent to Christmas, he welcomed the idea of the family gathering for a meal to strengthen their bonds. Many familial rifts stemmed not from external forces, but from within. And Fu Zhengqiao excelled in maintaining these relationships. The table was laden with a sumptuous feast. The entire family gathered together, leaving only one seat for Fu Qingqing. Seeing this, Fu Qingqing's heart stirred with subtle ripples. Qingqing, come sit down, Jumei beckoned. Fu Qingqing obediently took her place beside Jumei, who then asked, Qingqing, is Fu Chuan still unwilling to return? The mention of Fu Chuan cast a shadow over the previously lively table. Fu Xinru, recalling the humiliation of having Fu Chuan burn her with a cigarette and then receiving a slap in return, dug her nails into her palm, desperately trying to suppress her anger through pain. Such a disgraceful incident was not something Fu Xinru wished to discuss, nor did she want Fu Zichen to disclose it, merely stating that she had suffered an accidental injury. Mother, there is no place for Fu Chuan here. Do you truly welcome him back into the Fu family? Yu Mei, who had nearly caused Fu Chuan's demise in the past, feigned a maternal demeanor as she brought up Fu Chuan again. Noticing there was no extra chair for him at the table, Fu Qingqing could no longer contain her inner fury. Qingqing, What nonsense are you speaking? Of course. I welcome Fu Chuan back into the family. I even prepared a Christmas Eve gift for him. The lack of a seat must be a miscalculation by the steward. Moving an extra chair is hardly a concern. Why are you so sensitive? Zhu Mei's declaration was bold and unyielding, unaware of what Fu Chuan had revealed to Fu Zichen. Nonetheless, Zhu Mei was more eager than anyone for Fu Chuan to return, as his presence was pivotal to the family's fortune. If Fu Chuan were to witness this scene, it would surely wound him deeply. Accumulated details can indeed dismantle a person's entire being. Often, it is not a sudden decision to leave, but rather the overwhelming sense of despair that turns life to ash, leaving one trapped in a cage from which escape is the only path to revival. Fifth sister, what is troubling you? Today is supposed to be a joyous occasion. Isn't Fu Chuan's absence a blessing? Fu Shanhua regarded Fu King with confusion. Recalling how Fu Zichen had previously despised Fu Chuan's sycophantic behavior. After only half a year abroad with her sixth sister, Fu Zichen seemed to have transformed, now bringing up Fu Chuan at such a festive dinner. Because Fu Chuan is my brother, and I feel guilty and pain for him, it is undeserved. Fu Zichen finally voiced her long-held sentiments. Chapter 85. The rain falls all night. My love overflows like the rain. Fu Zichen had finally spoken. This sentiment had lingered within her for far too long, ever since the day she recognized Fu Chuan's talents, and since the day he refused to forgive her, dismissing her entirely. It was only in retrospect that Fu Zichen realized what she had lost. There was no opportunity for recompense or reconciliation. Fifth sister Yu. Fu Linger began, breaking the silence. I'm sorry, eldest sister, you're absolutely right. My current state of suffering, sadness, and self-torment is well-deserved. I've tried to let go, to forget, to disregard Fu Chuan, but I simply cannot. I truly cannot. Fu Zichen offered a self-deprecating smile to Fu Linger. The one who should apologize is me, fifth sister. Just as Fu Zichen was about to feign vulnerability, Fu Zichen interrupted him, stating, Zichen, in my heart, you are as important as Fu Chuan. If you still consider me your sister, please refrain from saying that it is because of you that Fu Chuan left. I have truly grown weary of hearing it. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck Fu Zichen, for he had never before been interrupted in such a manner. What shocked him further was Fu Zichen's claim of weariness. Did Fu Chuan truly hold a higher place in her heart than he did? This was unfathomable. Shouldn't Fu Zichen despise Fu Chuan all the more for his disdainful treatment of her? Fifth sister, have you lost your mind? The other sisters looked at Fu Zichen in disbelief, astonished that she would defend Fu Chuan against Zichen. Had Fu Zichen forgotten that Zichen was her brother, who had grown up alongside them and required their utmost care? Zichen is right. Fu Chuan is a part of the Fu family, my own son, and he must return for our family dinner. I will personally call him. Fu Zhengqiao declared with resolve, despite his skepticism toward Zhu Mei's manipulations. Fu Zhengqiao had always been wary, believing that as long as the family's fortune was protected, Fu Chuan's safety was paramount. If Fu Chuan truly returned, it would be a cause for celebration. If not, it would be of little consequence. What mattered most was that Fu Chuan had formed a strong bond with Xin Shutong, which rendered him invaluable to the family. With Fu Zhengqiao's words, the others dared not voice dissent. He retrieved his phone, intending to call Fu Chuan. However, as he scrolled through his contacts, he furrowed his brow. Who among you has Fu Chuan's number? Fu Zichen nearly burst into laughter. This was the despair Fu Chuan had experienced within their family. Although she had always been aware of the situation, she had never considered doing anything for Fu Chuan. In fact, many of Fu Chuan's feelings of despair and hurt were inflicted upon him by Fu Zichen herself. There was no possibility of Fu Chuan forgiving them. It was simply impossible. Fu Linger provided Fu Zhengqiao with Fu Chuan's phone number, hesitating momentarily. Fu Chuan had blocked the family's contacts. Yet the fact that Fu Zhengqiao did not even know his son's number proved he had never attempted to call him before. Surely, Fu Chuan would not have blocked Fu Zhengqiao's number, would he? As it turned out, Fu Zhengqiao attempted to call several times, only to be met with silence. His expression growing increasingly grim. Why is Fu Chuan not answering his phone? Fu Linger bound by her contract with Fu Chuan, had to cover for him, saying it was likely a signal issue. However, deep down, she knew that Fu Chuan had indeed blocked Fu Zicheng's number. This meal was nothing short of tasteless. The sensation of happiness and joy has dissipated. All of this is attributed to Fu Chuan. In the past, they could ruthlessly harm, disregard, and tease Fu Chuan because Fu Zichen was utterly indifferent. They could overlook Zhu Mei's attitude for the sake of Fu Zichen, but lacked the courage to confront Fu Zichen directly. Now, with the head of the family, Fu Zichen, placing immense importance on Fu Chuan, the latter's position within the Fu household has become precarious. Fu Xinru and others seethe with resentment, yet feel utterly powerless. After finishing their meal, Fu Zichen immediately concocted an excuse to retreat to his room, clearly feeling remorseful and heartbroken over the earlier incident, not even claiming his Christmas gift. Fifth sister, you were too much just now. Knowing Zichen's health condition, did you really have to bring up Fu Chuan? Fu Yiqing could not help but reproach Fu Qingqing. Fu Qingqing remained silent. She sought no understanding from her other sisters, as they were all executioners in the torment of Fu Chuan. No one was more noble than the other. Fu Qingqing only knew that the feelings she had just experienced were ones she would carry for a lifetime if left unexpressed. As for the criticism she would face, she would bear it all. Suddenly rushing upstairs to deliver a Christmas gift to Fu Zichen and comfort him, Zhu Mei anxiously shouted, "Oh no, Zichen has fainted in his room." What? The entire Fu household erupted into chaos. Fu Chuan, clad in a black down jacket, strolled down the street. The thoroughfare buzzed with a continuous stream of people, permeated by the festive spirit of Christmas. Fu Chuan chose not to contemplate the severity of cultural invasion by foreign holidays. Such matters were beyond the concern of a mere child. He simply wished to absorb the warmth of happiness and joy amidst the crowd. This Christmas, Fu Chuan spent alone, relishing an unparalleled sense of freedom, far superior to being a sycophant of the Fu family, lost in self-identity. Snowflakes drifted from the sky, and Fu Chuan extended his hand to catch them, eliciting exclamations of delight from those around him. Snowfall was a rarity in G-City, prompting many to pull out their phones to capture the moment. A good omen for a bountiful year ahead. Fu Chuan recalled a classical poem he had just reviewed today, a smile gracing his lips. The rain falls all night, my love overflows like the rain. His phone rang. Upon seeing a call from Shun Shutong, he pressed the answer button. Senior Shun, what's the matter? Silly Junior, look ahead. Fu Chuan instinctively glanced forward, his breath catching as he spotted Shun Shutong in a white down jacket, waving at him. Upon meeting Fu Chuan's gaze, she quickened her pace towards him, parting the throng with unwavering determination. The gentle smile of the girl, a visage of exquisite beauty, accompanied by snowflakes that occasionally danced upon her hair and cheeks, left a deep imprint on Fu Chuan's memory. He mused that this scene was likely one he would never forget. Chapter 86, Friend A. It is truly wonderful to have you by my side. Senior, what brings you here? That question should be directed at you. I stepped out for a stroll and, without realizing it, wandered near the school, fortuitously running into you. Such is fate, indeed. How has your evening been, Senior? Fu Chuan inquired cautiously. It was rather uneventful. Yet I found pride and courage through my junior. I refused to suffer for those things any longer. Despite her words, a trace of sorrow lingered on Shun Shudong's face. Unlike Fu Chuan, who had undergone the crucible of despair and rebirth, Shun Shudong had experienced possession before slowly losing it. Though she had not lost everything, she teetered on the edge of an abyss. The currently content Shun family only reluctantly required Shun Shutong's presence to complete their final puzzle piece. Shun Shan's focus had shifted predominantly towards Shun Zongwei. Jiangli displayed a modicum of kindness towards Shun Shutong, yet this kindness was tinged with distance. They shared no blood ties, and Jiangli, merely a stepmother, could not be faulted for directing her energy toward her biological son. The extent of Jiang Li's genuine concern for Shun Shutong was already the extent of duty expected of a stepmother. What pained Shun Shutong the most was the indifference of her biological father, the one who had given her life and showered her with love. He had ultimately placed the expectations of being sensible, obedient, and capable upon her, willfully ignoring the sacrifices Shun Shutong had made to remain in the Shun family and make Shun Shana proud. If being a disobedient child were the only way to garner Shun Shanha's attention, Shun Shutong would rather not be exceptional. Ultimately, Shun Shanha failed to comprehend Shun Shudong's present feelings. Perhaps he had devoted himself to Shun's own way, unwilling to spend time understanding Shun Shutong. Fortunately, with Fu Chuan and Yu Inger by her side, Shun Shutong realized that she was not truly alone in this world. It is indeed wonderful to encounter everyone. Fu Chuan recognized that this issue was, in essence, Shun Shudong's internal struggle, one that even he could not fully set aside. He simply chose to relinquish desire and no longer play the sycophant, seizing the precious opportunity of rebirth to live for himself. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Senior, I finished reading the chapter you updated today. The mention of it piqued Shun Shudong's interest. How was it? What were your impressions?" Handsome boys and beautiful girls ambled down the street, chatting and laughing, as snowflakes fell upon them. Fu Chuan, ever thoughtful, brushed the snow off Shun Shudong's down jacket hood, prompting her to express her gratitude. In this seemingly simple action, something began to take root in the hearts of the youthful couple, blossoming into warmth. Senior. The male protagonist is the contracted fox spirit companion by the female protagonist's side, right? Yes, the female lead, born with white hair and blood-red eyes, was regarded as a monster by her family, who cast her into a demon lair. In that lair, 7 powerful figures discovered and raised her, and with the aid of her indomitable golden finger, she sought revenge. The male lead was betrayed by a loved one in the supreme realm, his soul shattered and falling into the demon lair, where he transformed into his original form, ultimately saving each other with the female lead. The word redemption possesses a certain enchantment. Every character must bear memorable traits and endure tumultuous fates, betrayal, and despair. The light of redemption shines brightly when characters are well developed, allowing readers to empathize and immerse themselves in the perspectives of the male and female leads, genuinely feeling the sweetness of salvation. Life requires a measure of hope. Without even that, existence is akin to being a mere shell of a person. Shun Shutong, buoyed by the presence of Yu Inger and Fu Chuan, began to sense the power of redemption, infusing her writing with relatability that captivated readers. Certain experiences must be lived to convey that feeling. As she gazed at the tall, gentle youth before her, the light from the shop entrance illuminated Fu Chuan's brow, and Shun Shutong felt her heart racing with an increasing heat, unable to suppress a slight blush on her cheeks. Fu Chuan, caught by the intensity of her gaze, instinctively touched his face. "Senior, is there something on my face?" "Yes." "Lower your head. I'll help you remove it." "All right." Fu Chuan slightly inclined his head. Shun Shutong extended both hands, gently patting his cheeks before playfully rubbing them. She opened her lips to utter a soft, rapid phrase. "Friend A, it is truly wonderful to have you by my side." Fu Chuan, taken aback by the sudden face rub, was momentarily bewildered by what Shun Shutong had just said, instinctively exclaiming, "Senior, what did you say?" "A secret." Observing Shun Shudong's triumphant expression after her playful mischief, Fu Chuan could not help but chuckle foolishly, scratching the back of his head. "So, Senior, you're quite the rascal. A senior must tease her junior. Otherwise, what is the point of being a senior? Don't you agree?" "Of course I do." If the heavens truly had divine beings bestowing miracles upon the world, Fu Chuan silently prayed that his relationship with Shun Shutong could endure for a lifetime, and he would be content. "On this windy day, I once tried to hold your hand, but alas, the rain gradually fell." Shun Shudong's phone rang. "Hello, Inger. Where are you?" "All right, we're on our way now." Fu Chuan curiously inquired, "Senior, where are we headed? Are we going to sell Inger and have her assist in counting the money? Shall we go together?" Ahem, indeed. Such a delectable scene of gossip was not to be missed by Fu Chuan. Upon arriving at the bustling heart of G City, he and Shun Shutang took the elevator to the 46th floor of the financial center. Fu Chuan clicked his tongue. He was well aware of this financial center, for it housed G City's most renowned hotel, a veritable hotspot for social media influencers. The prices were astronomical, with even the most basic rooms starting at over 3,000 yuan per night, and during peak seasons, Reservations were a must. The 46th floor was precisely where the Four Seasons Hotel resided. As Fu Chuan and Fu Tang stepped into the hotel, it had already been transformed into a venue for a Christmas Eve event, imbued with the festive spirit of the approaching holiday. Each holiday serves as a catalyst for consumerism, and the Four Seasons Hotel, of course, would not miss such a lucrative opportunity. Fu Tang took out her phone to message, "Inger, we have arrived. Where are you? Come to area B window." Okay. Once Fu Tang and Fu Chuan reached area B, familiar melodies filled the air. "You are so beautiful. Oh, baby. You are truly magnificent." Inger, with her ash-gray hair parted down the middle, donned overalls and held a basketball, leaping forth to perform an electrifying dance that seemed etched into her very DNA, reciting, "Peaks produce hypocritical supporters, dusk witnesses true believers, oh baby." It must be said that Inger was indeed a devoted fan of the idol. Her performance was flawless in terms of movements, rhythm, and visual appeal. The synchronization was impeccable, evoking tears from even the most ardent fans, who would cry out in admiration, "How could you be so wonderful, my idol?" As Inger concluded her performance, Fu Chuan couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, "Senior you are incredible." "Huh, Junior?" Immersed in the euphoria of her idol's performance, Inger was taken aback upon hearing Fu Chuan's voice, her entire demeanor freezing at the sight of him. A sound reminiscent of something shattering echoed in her mind. She realized that her elevated image as a senior in Fu Chuan's eyes had been utterly obliterated. With a startled gasp, she covered her face and bolted away, leaving her phone to play the catchy tune in her wake. Fu Chuan, bewildered, pondered, "Did I do something wrong?" Fu Tang couldn't suppress her laughter. When Inger finally composed herself and returned, Fu Chuan immediately rose. "I'm sorry, Senior What? No, Junior, it's my fault. I thought only Tang was coming. My illustrious image as a senior has completely crumbled." Inger felt tears welling up in Fu Chuan's eyes. She had surely become a comedic figure, her authority as a senior reduced to nothing, utterly mortifying. She dashed into Fu Tang's embrace, lamenting, "Bad Tang. Why didn't you tell me you were bringing the junior? You just wanted to see me make a fool of myself. Watch me as I unleash my wrath." Fu Chuan quickly averted his gaze. The scene was far too alluring and vivid to behold. "I kept messaging about us, thinking you understood, only to find you performing. You are so beautiful. Ha ha ha." Fu Tang couldn't help but chuckle. "Laugh. You still dare to laugh. If not to bring joy to someone, would I have cosplayed as my idol? You heartless woman. All right, it's all my fault. I beg you Inger, don't be angry." Fu Tang, feeling guilty, had no choice but to accept the barrage of complaints from Inger. Once Inger had vented her frustrations, she took a deep breath and approached Fu Chuan. "Junior, you must forget everything you just witnessed." Fu Chuan solemnly assured, "Rest assured, Senior I will suffer amnesia on the spot. This matter shall remain a secret. Kneel down. I shall extract your memory first." Inger feigned seriousness, prompting a smirk from Fu Chuan. "Senior if you continue like this, I might just find myself in a predicament." "All right, Inger, don't frighten Fu Chuan anymore." "Humph. Tang, I see you care for the junior, clearly forgetting your best friend." Fu Tang, understanding Inger's temperament, knew that having such an embarrassing moment witnessed by Fu Chuan had shattered her dignity as a senior. Inger was likely still in a state of shock, her mind unable to process her thoughts coherently. So Fu Tang could only comfort her, hoping to alleviate her acute embarrassment. Once Inger had calmed down, Fu Chuan joined Fu Tang and Inger for their Christmas Eve feast. As Fu Chuan sliced into his steak, he could faintly hear Inger across the table whispering her dark thoughts, urging him to forget. Fu Chuan instinctively shrank his neck, contemplating seeing Senior so delightful, lively, and cheerful. Who would have imagined such a fearsome side existed? Oh dear. Senior how about I perform? You are so beautiful as well. We can call it even. Fu Chuan tentatively proposed a solution. Inger pondered for a moment and found the idea acceptable. That's doable, but can you dance? The essence of cosplaying as our idol lies in the spirit of being a true believer. The dance itself is secondary. What matters is the heart filled with admiration for our idol. To be honest, I am a die-hard fan. Her reasoning was so sound that Fu Chuan found himself speechless. I have the perfect costume for you. I'm a devoted fan, and I've brought everything for today's performance. You're in for a treat. Huh? You have it all? Fu Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Shen Shu Tang explained, the Four Seasons Hotel belongs to Inger's family. Fu Chuan fell silent, realizing that the realm of the affluent was one forever beyond his reach. As Fu Chuan and Yu Inger, both ardent fans, conspired. They truly presented a feast of you are so beautiful. Shen Shu Tang laughed so hard she nearly shed tears. Yu Inger playfully draped her arm around Fu Chuan's shoulders, casting a flirtatious glance at Shen Shu Tang. So, Tang, did our performance delight you? Of course, I'm thrilled. Thank you both. Satisfied with Shen Shu Tang's joy, Yu Inger beamed, waving her hand like a fan. Phew, after all that dancing, I'm famished. Let's eat. Tang, you must feed me for my efforts. Shen Shu Tang personally cut the steak, feeding Yu Inger bite after bite, leaving her utterly content. Just as Fu Chuan was about to savor the last piece, it was suddenly snatched away by another fork. Startled, he turned to find Yu Inger grinning mischievously at him. Tang, the junior worked hard to make you happy. Shouldn't you reward him? A cough nearly choked Fu Chuan as he stammered. Shen Shu Tang rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with interest. Oh, Junior, do you wish for a reward from me? Maintain composure. One must remain composed. Fu Chuan took a deep breath and declared with utmost seriousness, please elaborate on the reward. Senior, open your mouth up. Watching Fu Chuan relish his meal, Shen Shu Tang felt a surge of satisfaction and couldn't resist continuing to feed him salad. Yu Inger watched in disbelief, nearly rolling her eyes to the heavens, feeling utterly unnecessary. Oh my goodness, Tang, I allowed you to feed him once? Must it be so many times? Do you realize how much a third will I feel? Oh dear, what goes around comes around. I finally understand. As the clock struck midnight, heralding the arrival of Christmas, the swirling snowflakes did nothing to hinder the ascent of fireworks, bursting into the most resplendent colors. The billboards adorning the towering buildings outside have transformed into the vibrant hues of Christmas. Standing by the window, one can behold the throngs of jubilant individuals hand in hand at the intersection, celebrating the arrival of this festive season, their faces aglow with joy. It is not the holiday itself that holds significance, but rather the company one keeps during its arrival, and whether one feels happiness. Merry Christmas! Fu Chuan stands at the window, accompanied by Shen Shu Tang and Yu Inger. Junior, how does it feel to celebrate Christmas with two stunning beauties? Yu Inger inquires, here I plaus reist eagerly. So what about our Christmas gifts? She adds, unabashedly extending her hand towards Fu Chuan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Shen Shu Tang's gaze also brightens, as the two enchanting women fixate on Fu Chuan, as if the sun and moon were enveloping him, eliciting envy from all who behold the scene. Fu Chuan, feeling a tinge of bashfulness, lightly scraped his cheek with his fingertip and replied, I'm happy. Here are these two gifts for you, Senior Yu and Senior Shen. Merry Christmas. I hope you like them. With newfound courage, Fu Chuan retrieved two exquisitely crafted bracelets from his pocket. The warm sun-colored bracelet was for Yu Inger, while the crescent moon-colored one was intended for Shen Shu Tang. Yu Inger examined her gift with delight, exclaiming, oh, this bracelet looks lovely. Where did you purchase it? I made them myself. They aren't worth much. But I hope you and Senior Shen will like them. Fu Chuan replied, his voice growing softer. Aware of the times we live in, he understood that sincerity often pales in comparison to the allure of wealth, especially for two affluent and beautiful women like Yu Inger and Shen Shu Tang, who undoubtedly possess treasures of immeasurable value. I never would have guessed, Junior, you possess such skills. What do you think, Tang? Do you like it? Yu Inger had already adorned herself with the bracelet, beaming with excitement as she compared it with Shen Shu Tang's. It fits perfectly. I love it. Shen Shu Tang said, slipping the bracelet on her wrist, which fit just right. She smiled gently at Fu Chuan. Thank you, Junior. I will cherish this Christmas gift. Yu Inger hooked her arm around Shen Shu Tang's shoulder, displaying a radiant smile akin to the sun. Junior, I truly adore this gift. Love you, moi. Fu Chuan's heart, which had been in suspense, finally felt at ease. At this moment, he possessed nothing but a sincere heart. Grateful for the assistance of these two senior sisters, he knew that without Yu Ying and Shun Shutang, he could never have achieved his current life. Perhaps having had his sincerity trampled upon too many times had left him with a lingering sense of PTSD. He had momentarily feared that Yu Ying and Shun Shutang might reject his gifts. They were not just anyone. They were the sun and moon in his life. A fact he should have long known. Junior, may I make another request? Yu Ying extended a finger. Fu Chuan nodded. Please do, Senior Yu. As long as it is within my capability. Could you draw a portrait of me and Tang from this photo, using your best technique? I wanted to ask you for a while, but kept forgetting. It was a trivial matter, and Fu Chuan was exceptionally confident in his artistic skills. Okay. Yu Ying promptly sent Fu Chuan the best photo of the two friends. Having received so many gifts, as a senior, I cannot fall behind. Wait here. I shall fetch your Christmas gifts. With that, Yu Ying dashed away, leaving Shen Shutang and Fu Chuan alone together. Shen Shutang gently caressed the crescent moon-colored bracelet, her gaze deepening with warmth, reminiscent of the serene moonlight illuminating the myriad rivers. Fu Chuan watched Shen Shutang's profile, illuminated by the soft light, her focused demeanor causing his heart to skip a beat. How he wished time could freeze at that moment, allowing him to silently admire the captivating face of his senior. Junior, this is for you, Shen Shutang suddenly spoke, startling Fu Chuan, who hastily redirected his gaze. Shen Shutang produced a delicate flat box from her pocket. Merry Christmas, she exclaimed, her smile blooming like a flower, sweetening Fu Chuan's heart. Upon opening the box, Fu Chuan discovered a meticulously crafted men's watch. Junior, I noticed your wrist was bare. A striking young man like you should wear some adornments. After much thought, I concluded that a watch would suit you best. Do you like it? Shen Shutang asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice, fearing she might misjudge Fu Chuan's taste. She had always prided herself on her perceptive eye, yet this time, anxiety crept in. For this was the first gift she had ever prepared for the most significant junior in her life, hoping that Fu Chuan would appreciate it sincerely, marking a good beginning. Fu Chuan tightly grasped the gift in his hands, looking at Shen Shutang with emotion. I love it. Senior, this is the best Christmas gift I have ever received. Hearing this, Shen Shutang felt relieved, smiling softly. Junior, it seems we both had the same idea for our Christmas gifts. I made this by hand. You made this by hand? Fu Chuan exclaimed in surprise, followed by excitement. The difference between a purchased gift and a handmade one is profound. The Shen family's roots lie in the watch industry established by my grandfather. My father and mother built upon that foundation, elevating the business to new heights, eventually leading to the creation of the Shen Group. It cannot be said that Shen Shan he solely relies on the Fong family. Rather, they mutually uplift one another. Without Shen Shan he, the Fong family would not have achieved their current stature. Every year, the Shen Group shares dividends with the Fong family. Shen Shan he is a nostalgic person, and his public reputation is impeccable. My grandfather taught me how to make watches during my childhood. Boys are typically energetic, so I chose a red silicone strap paired with a black 46mm watch and a simple white dial inside. I thought it would suit you perfectly, Junior. Shen Shutang elaborated on her design choices for the watch, her words flowing freely. Fu Chuan felt a lump in his throat, inhaling deeply, tilting his head to prevent the tears from falling. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Shen Shutang softly inquired, Junior, are you all right? Senior, this is the first time I have received a meticulously prepared gift tailored to my preferences. The only gifts Fu Chuan had received from his family were from Jumei and Fu Zichen. Fu Zichen's gifts were often mischievous, while Jumei's were always toys he had no interest in. Yet, he cherished them as tokens of love, feeling his mother's presence in the world. Even if his family did not favor him, they remained his blood relatives, bound by unbreakable ties. As long as Fu Chuan persevered, he believed that one day he could touch their hearts. Thus, the Christmas gifts Fu Chuan had carefully prepared for his family could be discarded in front of him. Belittled as trash, and mocked for being unworthy of their esteemed status. Fu Chuan had once thought his mother, Ju Mei, would be different, until one day he witnessed her tossing a bracelet he had gifted her out the window. It dawned on him that Ju Mei was just like the others, dismissing his handmade gifts as cheap and unworthy of their stature. Watching his sincere feelings being trampled upon, Fu Chuan had never forgotten the pain of those moments, enduring each year in hope that he would eventually move his family. Instead, he was met with the harsh reality of rejection. This was the first time someone had joyfully accepted a Christmas gift from Fu Chuan, praising it wholeheartedly. This was the first time someone had crafted a Christmas gift for Fu Chuan with thoughtful consideration of his character and needs, tailored specifically for him. The essence of gift-giving lies in mutual recognition and a shared journey, rather than in the one-sided devotion of a simp whose offerings are met with ridicule and disdain. It is not merely a matter of time, revealing one's true character, but rather a reality wherein those favored feel a sense of invulnerability. True happiness is found only among those who love each other reciprocally. In Chapter 89, Fu Chuan remains unable to shed his inherent nature as a simp. Shen Shutang looks at Fu Chuan with a heart full of compassion. The Fu family, despite their continued existence, cruelly mistreats their own flesh and blood. His biological father and brother, Shen Shutang, empathizes deeply, having also been a peripheral figure in her own family, enduring loneliness. Fu Chuan's relatives are alive, yet treat him worse than if they were deceased. The mother who loved Shen Shutang most has passed away, while her father has begun to neglect her in favor of a new love, leaving her to nurse the gaping wounds of her heart in solitude, with no remedy in sight. Senior, I truly feel that being alive is such a blessing. Only in living can I meet you, receive the gifts made by your own hands, and feel the warmth of my beating heart. Fu Chuan expresses his heartfelt gratitude, wiping away the tears that threatened to spill from his eyes. Shen Shutang's gaze wavers. Fool, these words should have come from me. Meeting you, Junior, is my lifetime's fortune. Otherwise, I would not know how to step out of the shadows cast by my family, facing life with courage and pride, instead of being ensnared in a cycle of self-doubt. In comparison to Fu Chuan's life, Shen Shutang's experiences may seem trivial, yet as Fu Chuan mentioned, who is to say that what troubles her is mere sentimentality? Each individual's path of growth is unique, and when faced with sorrowful events, one must learn to say no. Otherwise, the only one to suffer will be oneself. Suddenly, Shen Shutang snatches the watch from Fu Chuan's hand, shaking it in front of him. Junior, extend your hand. Fu Chuan obediently complies. Shen Shutang carefully fastens the watch on his wrist, then holds his hand up to the light, admiring it. It looks splendid, truly befitting of me. Fu Chuan responds in agreement. Senior, your taste is indeed impeccable. Just then, a teasing voice interjects. Oh, I just stepped away for a moment to grab a gift, and you two have already intertwined hands? Such a sweet relationship. Yu Ing-er, dressed as a Christmas Santa, playfully touches her faux white beard. With her striking figure, the red Christmas attire makes her appear less like Santa and more like a Christmas maiden, easily mistaken for an online sensation. You Senior, don't misunderstand. I'm merely gifting the Junior. Look, isn't it beautiful? Fu Chuan attempts to explain, but Shen Shutang interrupts, boldly displaying Fu Chuan's hand before Yu Ing-er. Yu Ing-er smiles knowingly. Of course, Tang's handmade watch is bound to be exquisite. But what about my Christmas gift? You were looking for a genuine cosplay outfit of Gojo Satoru, weren't you? I found it. Upon hearing this, Yu Ing-er's eyes brighten. Oh, who knows me better than you? Tang, I am quite pleased with this Christmas gift. Ying-er, didn't you mention wanting to cosplay as a version of Gojo Satoru? When will that happen? Later. Fu Chuan thinks about the rumors surrounding Yu Ing-er, her sunny disposition, strong capabilities, and love for cosplay and internet trends. It seems the reality matches the reputation perfectly, as she effortlessly navigates the references of the characters. Meanwhile, at a private hospital in G-City, Fu Zhengqiao and others stand anxiously outside a patient's room. Zhu Mei asks nervously, Darling, is Zichen going to be all right? Fu Zhengqiao remains silent, his expression darkening. Why did the crisis have to arise on Christmas Eve? Although he needs Fu Zichen to maintain the reputation of the Fu group, the repeated emergencies have begun to wear on his patience. Fu Ling Er sits in the hallway when she suddenly receives a photo on her phone. Upon seeing it, her eyes flash with a hint of discomfort. The image shows Fu Chuan, Yu Ing Er, and Shen Shutang celebrating Christmas, laughing by the glass window of the Four Seasons Hotel. So, Fu Chuan's business was merely accompanying Yu Ing Er and Shen Shutang. For reasons unknown, Fu Ling Er feels a deep unease. The thought of Fu Chuan deliberately ignoring her messages and not returning for the family reunion on Christmas Eve stings her. Does Fu Chuan truly value other women more than his own blood relatives? Clearly, returning to the Fu family would secure an inheritance and elevate his status. No matter how much she despises Yu Ing Er and Shen Shutang, they cannot offer Fu Chuan a fraction of what he stands to gain from his family. If one must be a simp, it would be far better to be a simp for his own family. Hey, isn't that Fu Chuan? Fu Shan Hu, seated beside Fu Ling Er, notices the photo on her phone. The moment she speaks, all eyes turn to Fu Ling Er. The name Fu Chuan, once loathed by the Fu family, has now morphed into an inexplicable rule within the family. Fu Zhengchao frowns slightly. Where's Fu Chuan? Dad, see for yourself. Fu Ling Er hands her phone to Fu Zhengchao. As he takes it, his expression shifts from suspicion to astonishment. Isn't that Shen Shutang and Yu Ing Er? One is an heiress of the Shen group, and the other the Yu group. Both are on my list of potential collaborators. Only through a powerful alliance can the group achieve greater heights. Thankfully, the Fu group's recent partnership with the Yu group has not been compromised. Otherwise, given the connection between the Shen and Yu families, no other group would dare to pursue this collaboration. The fact that Fu Chuan has established a relationship with these two heiresses causes Fu Zhengchao to smile in delight. Truly, my beloved son. This statement elicits mixed emotions from Fu Ling Er and the others, a blend of surprise, annoyance, and perhaps envy. Fu Zhengchao's relentless pursuit of benefit is laid bare at this moment. Previously, Fu Chuan was invisible to him. Now, with connections to Shen Shutang and Yu Ing Er, he is suddenly his beloved son. The contrast is striking. Zhu Mei beams. Darling, I told you Fu Chuan is the fortune of our family. You didn't believe me, but now you see. Of course, I believe you. You possess remarkable foresight. As they praise Fu Chuan, the situation regarding Fu Zichen in the hospital room is forgotten entirely. Big sister, how did Fu Chuan manage to do this? Fu Yuqing whispers, her tone laced with jealousy, observing Fu Zhengchao and Zhu Mei's reactions. It is evident that Fu Chuan's status in the family has eclipsed that of Fu Yuqing, making her feel like the most useless daughter. Who knows? Fu Ling Er begins, but is interrupted by Fu Xianru. Now he is no longer devoted to us, and is instead lavishing attention on other women. Fu Chuan truly cannot escape his nature as a simp. It's embarrassing to even claim him as a member of the Fu family. Surely, it must be Fu Chuan exhausting every ounce of his charm to curry favor with them. Fu Xinru, cease your chatter. Fu Zhengchao's sharp rebuke silenced Fu Xinru, who pouted in indignation, her lips quivering with words unspoken. Fu Zhengchao's icy retort followed. If you possess the capability to forge a good rapport with Yu Ing Er and Shen Shutang, I shall concede that you are correct. Until then, remain silent. You have yet to accomplish anything, so refrain from uttering another word about Fu Chuan. Father, in light of Fu Zhengchao's remarks, Fu Xinru could only lower her head, her fists clenched in silent frustration. Unlike Fu Chuan, who ingratiated himself with women to secure his future, Fu Xinru was determined to carve her own path through sheer competence. Linger, come with me. Zhu Mei was momentarily taken aback by Fu Zhengchao's words. Darling, are you truly leaving now that Zichen is in this state? With so many people here, do we really need to stay by his side until dawn? Fu Zhengchao, displaying impatience, responded curtly. Observing the scene, Fu Linger felt at a loss for words and obediently rose to follow. At present, Fu Chuan's ability to cultivate relationships with Shen Shutang and Yu Ing Er rendered him of utmost value, a feat unattainable even by Fu Linger and Fu Zhengchao. If Fu Chuan were willing to mediate, the likelihood of the Fu group securing a partnership with the Shen group would significantly increase. And collaboration with the U group could also be on the horizon. After Fu Zhengchao's departure, Fu Xinru spoke resentfully. Father is rather superficial, isn't he? Merely because Fu Chuan flatters two women, he disregards Zichen's illness. After all, Zichen is suffering from a terminal condition. It is indeed unfathomable, wouldn't you agree? Fourth sister. Fu Shanhua chimed in, while fifth sister Fu Qingqing had completely aligned herself with Fu Chuan's side, leaving them with little hope, especially since they could hardly expect fourth sister, who had always worked in the branch office, to be swayed by Fu Chuan's influence. You all should speak less. From a corporate perspective, Fu Chuan's current value is on par with that of the eldest sister. If you speak ill of Fu Chuan before father, brace yourselves for reprimand. Do not claim fourth sister did not warn you. Fu Kaiwei, inherently a fence-sitter, would support Fu Chuan if her sisters did, and oppose him if they did not, remaining entirely neutral. For Fu Kaiwei, the pursuit of more influential allies was her true interest, akin to an unserious artist whose patron, Fu Kaiwei, had yet to receive a response to her Christmas greeting, leaving her feeling uncomfortable, as if neglected in a romantic relationship. Fourth sister is right. Given father's current attitude, you should temper your tempers. Fu Xinling suppressed her inexplicable feelings. After Fu Chuan moved out of the Fu household, she had anticipated feeling joy, as the disruptive force within the family had seemingly departed. However, to her surprise, she found herself less elated than expected, especially today. Witnessing Fu Qingqing confront the family for Fu Chuan's sake made Fu Xinling feel a twinge of envy for Fu Qingqing's courage. She must be out of her mind. Suddenly, Fu Yiqing stood up and walked toward the exit. Third sister, where are you going? Feeling vexed, I need to step outside for some fresh air. Fu Yiqing quickened her pace, muttering under her breath. In the past, when Fu Chuan had been the family's pillar, Fu Yiqing felt secure. Now that Fu Chuan had ascended to become Fu Zhengchao's prized possession, Fu Yiqing's status within the family felt precariously unstable. Would the role of the family's scapegoat now fall to her? Such a fate was intolerable. When Fu Zichen awoke, the nurse hurriedly went to inform Zhu Mei and the others. Zichen, are you all right? Fu Zichen, pale and weak, noticed fewer familiar faces surrounding his hospital bed. And with confusion, he inquired, where are mother, father, and my sisters? They are busy with matters, but we are here, so there's nothing to worry about. Zhu Mei could not openly state that Fu Zhengchao and the others had rushed away for Fu Chuan's affairs, so she offered this consolation instead. Busy with matters. A jolt of unease coursed through Fu Zichen. After all, he had been hospitalized and faced death's door. In the past, his family had always encircled him without fail. Yet now, the absence of several members raised the troubling thought that perhaps Fu Chuan was beginning to eclipse Fu Zichen's significance. Fu Zichen racked his brain, unable to fathom how circumstances had shifted so drastically. Previously, when Fu Chuan had been subservient to the family, they had scorned him. Yet now, Fu Chuan's cold departure had drawn their concern. Had Shen Shudong truly wielded such devastating influence over him? Noticing Fu Zichen's despondent demeanor, Fu Xinru quickly consoled him. Brother Zichen, are you feeling all right? I'm fine, but I feel immense guilt. I've caused everyone to waste their time on me. Tears streamed down Fu Zichen's face like pearls strung loose, filled with remorse. Zichen, you are our brother. How can you say that your existence is a waste of time? Please don't think that way. Fu Shanhua observed Fu Zichen's distress with a heavy heart, while her resentment towards Fu Chuan deepened. If it weren't for that troublemaker Fu Chuan, Fu Zichen would not have fallen into such a state. This was all Fu Chuan's doing. Cough, cough. Mother, sixth sister, seventh sister. I have a favor to ask of you, if I may. Of course, speak freely. Time flew by, and soon it was the evening of December 31st. The snow had ceased. The biting cold could not quell the enthusiasm of the students from G-City No. 1 high school as they prepared for the New Year's Eve gala. Particularly, the announcement of the performance lineup featuring the aloof school beauty Shen Shudong and Fu Chuan had sent ripples of excitement throughout the school, resulting in a frenzy for tickets. Aside from the first few rows reserved for school officials and benefactors, the auditorium's vastness could accommodate only a limited number of invitations. Each class was allotted merely 10. Some students were destined to loiter outside the auditorium, peering in. Previously, one could afford to overlook it and watch the live stream. However, with Shun Shutong and Fu Chuan's collaboration igniting such fervor, tickets were being snatched up at an alarming rate, with some even willing to pay exorbitant sums for an invitation. In the front rows sat Fu Zhengqiao, Fu Linger, Fu Zichen, Qin Haoren, Qin Jian, Yu Bai, and Yu Inger. Typically, Fu Zhengqiao would not attend such events personally, but he made an exception for Fu Chuan and Shin Shutong. Qin Jian had come at Fu Zichen's behest, unwilling to miss any opportunity to cultivate a relationship with him. Fu Zichen and Qin Jian sat together, with Qin Jian remaining aloof while Fu Zichen desperately sought to ingratiate himself, resembling a familiar sycophant in everyday life. Director Yu, it's been a while. Director Fu, hello. Yu Bai and Fu Zhengqiao exchanged pleasantries, while Yu Inger, having returned to her alma mater, appeared sullen. Shen Shanhe was also one of the notable benefactors of G City No. 1 High School. It was disheartening that he, as Shen Shutong's biological father, would not be present to witness her debut performance. Considering the emotional strain Shen Shutong endured at home, it was no wonder Yu Inger felt troubled. She hoped this wouldn't affect Shen Shutong's performance. At long last, Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong were about to take the stage. Shen Shutong had come to terms with the fact that her father, Shen Shanhe, would not attend due to work commitments. Taking a deep breath, she resolved that tonight's performance was not for her father, but for herself, for her juniors, and for her future. Dressed in a tailored suit for the performance, Fu Chuan, with his hair styled immaculately, exuded an aura of confidence. He turned to Shen Shutong, who was adorned in a white gown that accentuated her graceful figure. Her long hair cascading down, adorned with pearl earrings, her cheeks flushed with a soft hue, and gently whispered, "Senior, are you nervous?" "Not at all. Rather, it is you, Junior. Who should be? I heard that Director Fu and the others are here." Fu Chuan smiled faintly. "They cannot affect me in the slightest. My mind is solely focused on creating the best performance with you, Senior, to ensure this beautiful evening is not squandered." "What a coincidence. I feel the same way. Tonight is solely for our performance, nothing else. You look quite dashing today, Junior. You are equally stunning, the most beautiful girl I have ever laid eyes upon." Fu Chuan's compliment came from the heart. With her careful grooming and delicate makeup, Shen Shutong radiated an ethereal beauty, undeniably the focal point of the evening. "The darling of the spotlight. Your words are exceedingly sweet. I shall graciously accept this compliment." The host has already announced the names of Fu Chuan and Shen Shutang. Let us leave behind a grand spectacle of fireworks, marking a resounding conclusion to our high school years. Let us go together, Junior. Fu Chuan, the epitome of a gentleman, takes Shen Shutang's hand as they ascend the stage. In an instant, the entire auditorium erupts with fervor, passionately cheering for the duo. The spotlight dances upon the meticulously adorned Fu Chuan and Shen Shutang. Such a perfect match. They embody a celestial beauty that is utterly enchanting, evoking an exhilarating fervor among spectators. Yet, amidst the jubilation, two individuals, Qin Jian and Fu Zichen, were expressions that could only be described as wretched, akin to having tasted something profoundly unpleasant. Qin Jian's thoughts are consumed by her multiple pursuits of Fu Chuan, only to be dismissed like a mere plaything, while she cannot shake off the incessant presence of Fu Zichen, the ever-adoring suitor. Witnessing Fu Chuan and Shen Shutang on stage, hand in hand, radiating such compatibility, is enough to make her blood boil. It starkly highlights her own inadequacies. Fu Zichen, on the other hand, is tormented by the realization that Fu Chuan possesses the charm that eluded him in his previous life, having exhausted all efforts to win Shen Shutang's affection. As the Fu family increasingly favors Fu Chuan, even neglecting Fu Zichen during his episodes, he feels the weight of expectations upon him. Only by winning Qin Jian's heart and seizing control of the Qin group can he hope to prove his superiority over Fu Chuan. As Fu Chuan and Shen Shutang take their positions, exchanging knowing nods, they begin to perform. They present Jay Chou's song Sunny Day, a perfect anthem for the tender years of youth. The little yellow flower of the story has been drifting since the year of my birth. The childhood swings sways with memories, lingering until now. Riso so si do si la. So la si la so. With his guitar in hand, the tall and handsome Fu Chuan sings, while Shen Shu Tang harmonizes flawlessly beside him, captivating countless young hearts in the audience, rendering them breathless. Their eyes riveted to the stage in awe. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time, but gradually, the rain distanced us. It was a struggle to love you for another day, yet in the end, it seems you still said goodbye. As the song concludes, Fu Chuan and Shen Shu Tang deliver their best performance, treating the audience as mere air, their hearts and eyes solely focused on one another, manifesting the stage's magic in its most exquisite form. Unbeknownst to them, sweat soaks their bodies. They are exhilarated, nervous, yet overwhelmingly joyful, unable to find words to describe the experience. This feels so wonderful, Shen Shu Tang inadvertently exclaims, her voice amplified through the microphone, filling the auditorium. Realizing her slip, her cheeks flush crimson as she covers her mouth. The crowd gasps in delight, discovering that the aloof campus beauty possesses such an endearing side. Sen Su Tang, I declare my love for you. I know I'm unworthy, but I must shout it out. A chubby boy suddenly rises, exerting all his might to break the auditorium silence. Soon after, a cascade of boys muster their courage to confess their affections for Shen Shu Tang. You blockhead, get away. Shen Shu Tang is mine. Shen, look at me. I'm your little darling. Fu Chuan and Shen Shu Tang are a heavenly pair. You goblins better scram. Don't obstruct my ship. Please, Shen Shu Tang, don't be too rigid with your gender. You cannot miss the beauty of Yuri. Amidst the commotion, Shen Shu Tang cannot help but laugh, her joy evident. Tang Tang. Below the stage, Yu Ing Air breathes a sigh of relief upon witnessing Shen Shu Tang's happiness. She had feared that Shen Shan He's absence might dampen Shen Shu Tang's spirits. But it appears that she has gracefully emerged from her sorrow, embracing the stage. One must acknowledge that Fu Chuan is the key to this transformation. Without him, Shen Shu Tang would not shine as she does now. As they step forward for a bow, the audience erupts into enthusiastic applause. Shen Shu Tang waves toward Yu Ing Air, her heart racing with excitement. Junior, we did it. Fu Chuan gazes at Shen Shu Tang's exquisite profile. Indeed, we succeeded. This is the most splendid stage. Suddenly, the cacophony around Shen Shu Tang diminishes to a whisper. Instinctively, she looks at Fu Chuan, noticing his lips move, but unable to hear his words. A wave of intense fear washes over her, making it difficult to breathe. The carbon dioxide in her lungs surges, causing her breaths to quicken and become shallow. Fu Chuan senses her distress and urgently inquires, Senior, are you all right? Senior. Shen Shu Tang can only stare at Fu Chuan, straining to hear his words. No, I cannot falter now. This splendid stage, this marvelous night, how could it be destroyed by my demise? This is meant to be a cherished memory for a lifetime. Shen Shu Tang desperately attempts to regain control of her breath, to calm herself and restore normalcy. Yet her mind goes blank. The last image she sees is Fu Chuan's concerned and astonished face. As her head tilts, she collapses on the stage, clutching her chest, gasping for air. A collective gasp reverberates through the auditorium. Chapter 92, Hyperventilation. The school nurse rushes onto the stage to assess Shen Shu Tang. This is a case of hyperventilation. We must get her to the infirmary immediately. Shen, please slow your breathing and follow me. Amidst the chaos, Fu Chuan accompanies the nurse as they escort Shen Shu Tang to the infirmary. Thankfully, after a swift injection from the nurse, Shen Shu Tang quickly regains her composure, her breathing stabilizing, and she drifts into a peaceful slumber. Junior. Yu Ing Air is the first to burst in, anxiously gazing at Shen Shu Tang. Is Tang Tang all right? Fu Chuan reassures her. The doctor says it's hyperventilation. She is fine now after the injection. Hyperventilation? Yu Ing Air is momentarily taken aback. The nurse inquires, do you know if Shen has experienced this condition before? No. This is the first time I've heard Tang Tang could hyperventilate. Doctor, is this condition serious? Hyperventilation typically occurs during extreme emotional states, despair, sadness, joy, though the specific causes are unclear. It leads to respiratory alkalosis, which can be dangerous when occurring alone. Fortunately, someone was present this time. It just needs to be managed. Hyperventilation is rare, but thankfully, it poses minimal risk and is simple to treat. After hearing the doctor's explanation, a shadow of persistent worry casts over Yuing air as she sits beside Shen Shutang, who is sedated and asleep, holding her hand with a heavy heart. The nurse pats Fu Chuan on the shoulder. Let the patient rest well. Fu Chuan silently nods, following the nurse out of the infirmary, repeatedly confirming, "Doctor, please honestly assure me that Senior Shun is all right." The nurse hesitates for a moment before responding. To say she is completely fine would be an exaggeration. Hyperventilation can lead to a nosebleed and occasionally results in numbness in the limbs. However, Shun has consistently undergone thorough checkups, and the reports are favorable. There shouldn't be any major issues, just a few minor ailments. Girls' bodies are delicate, perhaps due to their inherent nature. Currently, 90 of identified diseases are related to genetics, which remains a formidable challenge in medicine. We can only utilize existing medical knowledge for treatment. Shen Shutang's situation likely stems from a congenital condition that must be approached gradually and cautiously. Senior. The concern for Shen Shutang's well-being loomed over Fu Chuan like a shadow cast upon his heart. It seemed that the senior had mentioned her mother's demise due to amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. No, he must not dwell on such thoughts, Fu Chuan admonished himself. His senior would assuredly emerge unscathed. She underwent regular comprehensive checkups, and nothing amiss had been detected. One must have faith in modern medicine. At that moment, the school administration hurried over to inquire about Shen Shutang's condition. As the heiress of the Shun Corporation and a celebrated author, Shen Shutang was the pride of the school. Her misfortune sent ripples of alarm throughout the institution, and the New Year's Eve gala barely managed to conclude. Had it not been for the school nurse insisting that Shen Shutang needed rest, the leaders would have rushed in to offer their condolences. Yubai and others, including Fu Zhengqiao, also arrived hastily. Upon spotting Fu Zhengqiao and Fu Linger, Fu Chuan averted his gaze, opting to discreetly withdraw. The intentions of Sima Zhao were evident to all. Their presence here was a quintessential attempt to curry favor with Shen Shutang in hopes of securing a collaboration with the Shen Corporation. Fu Zhengqiao lowered his voice. "Linger, go find Fu Chuan." "But father, Fu Chuan is ignoring me now. I cannot, with Shen Shutang's predicament, mister." Shen would undoubtedly come rushing over upon learning of the situation. "I will strive to establish a rapport with Mr. Shen here." Securing Fu Chuan's assistance is essential to fully clinch the collaboration with the Shen Corporation. He must charm Shen Shutang to put Mr. Shen's mind at ease. Linger, in business, even at our current standing, numerous insurmountable challenges remain. What matters is seizing opportunities, not standing idly by as they vanish before our eyes. You are my pride and joy, my eldest daughter. The future of the Fu Corporation relies on you. You will not disappoint me, will you? Fu Zhengqiao articulated his long-held beliefs instilled in Fu Linger since childhood. Fu Linger felt an immense weight of pressure but dared not defy Fu Zhengqiao. In the past, she had exerted herself tirelessly for his approval, and her efforts had borne fruit. However, this time, she felt entirely unprepared and had no choice but to muster her courage and chase after Fu Chuan. "Fu Chuan, wait!" Fu Linger called out, chasing after him. Seeing the distance between them widen, Fu Chuan finally halted, regarding her with icy indifference. "What is it?" Fu Linger beat her lip lightly. "Fu Chuan, you know why I'm here." "Be quiet, Fu Linger. I made my stance quite clear the last time I helped you with your massage. I know everything, but father refuses to give up and insists I come to you." "Fu Chuan, your position in the Fu family is entirely different now. Return to us, and you will undoubtedly be the apple of father's eye. You will have everything you desire." Fu Linger found herself exhausted by the ordeal, no longer wishing to plead for Fu Chuan's assistance in persuading Shen Shutang. It felt too stifling and wearisome. Previously, no matter how much Fu Chuan had endeavored to appease the Fu family, he received naught but apathy and mistreatment, even being sent to the police station by them. The affection and familial bond he yearned for paled in comparison to his connection with Shen Shutang. How utterly laughable. Fu Chuan, I know you harbor much resentment. You are aware of the Fu family's circumstances. All it takes is a nod from you, and your standing will be on par with mine. Fu Linger endeavored to persuade Fu Chuan to return to the Fu family. Fu Chuan suddenly interjected, on par with you. Fu Ling, what about your precious younger brother Zichen? Seeing me favored in the Fu family, he would have no place, and should his illness worsen, wouldn't he blame me? Zichen will understand. He is currently preoccupied with pursuing Qin Jian and will not be overly concerned. Fu Linger's words lacked conviction. Yet she felt compelled to disregard her brother's feelings in her desperation to coax Fu Chuan back. Was it truly the migraine that prompted her to seek Fu Chuan's influence with the Shun Corporation? Or was there a deeper desire within her for Fu Chuan's return? Fu Linger found herself perplexed. Regardless, she needed Fu Chuan's presence. For reasons of both logic and emotion. Fu Linger, you are indeed hypocritical. When Fu Zichen shattered my picture frame, I merely lost my composure for a moment, and you promptly reported me to the police, acting so high and mighty. But now, seeing my utility, you disregard Zichen's illness? Recalling past grievances, Fu Linger felt as if her heart were being sliced open. She stammered, Fu Chuan, I'm sorry for how I acted back then. Are you apologizing now because you can save me, or because I represent a benefit to the Fu family? Both. Then your apology carries no sincerity. If not, perhaps you should kneel. Fu Linger stared at Fu Chuan in disbelief. Seeing his expression devoid of jest, she felt a deep sense of betrayal. She had never knelt before anyone, not even her own parents. How could Fu Chuan demand such a thing? Fu Chuan, repeat that. I did not hear you clearly. Clinging to her last flicker of hope, Fu Linger spoke, wishing it had merely been a figment of her imagination. Surely, Fu Chuan still held some semblance of sibling affection for her. He had gone to great lengths to win her favor in the past. He could not possibly force her to kneel. The truth shattered her illusions. If you kneel, I might consider returning to the Fu family. Fu Chuan's unyielding words obliterated Fu Linger's hopes. The raw truth lay bare before her. She trembled in fury. Fu Chuan, you are despicable. Kneeling was something you enjoyed doing in the past. How can you impose that upon me? Didn't Fu Zhengchao teach you that this is how one begs? Since you are unwilling to kneel, there is nothing left to discuss. Fu Chuan turned away without a hint of nostalgia. Kneel. Fu Linger could no longer contain her frustration, her heart swelling with profound grievance and sorrow. Meanwhile, Shun Shanha received news of Shun Shutong's sudden collapse during the New Year's gala and rushed to G City High School. Tang Tang. Upon seeing Shun Shutong awake in her hospital bed, Shun Shanha approached with concern. Are you all right? Yu Ying hast du decide? Feeling distressed for Shun Shutong. Yet, as an outsider, she found it inappropriate to voice her thoughts and averted her gaze to avoid further aggravation. I'm fine, Shun Shutong replied, her tone remarkably calm. Having just awakened, she absorbed the account of events from Yu Ying. A wave of profound defeat welled within her. The evening had been so splendid, yet it had ultimately been marred by her own missteps, leaving her feeling deeply apologetic toward her junior, Fu Chuan. Everything is fine, everything is fine. Just as Shun Shanha let out a sigh of relief, his phone rang. Dad, why aren't you back yet? I want you to stay with me while I sleep. Zonwei, be a good boy and go to sleep with your mother first. I still have some matters to attend to. No, I want Dad to accompany me to sleep. Otherwise I won't sleep at all. The sound of Shun Zonwei's tantrum echoed from the other end of the line. Shun Shanha could only offer comforting words to his younger son. Shun Shutong spoke calmly. Dad, you should go back now. Can you manage on your own? Of course I can. I'm not a child anymore. You should go back and take care of your brother. A sense of coldness and detachment radiated from Shun Shutong, making Shun Shanha feel as though she had changed from the girl she once was. He recalled how on Christmas Eve, after dinner, Shun Shutong had run out of the house without asking for gifts, leaving without a word. The sound of Shun Zonwei's wailing interrupted Shun Shanha's thoughts. Concerned for his younger son, Shun Shanha stood up and said, Please take care of Tang Tang. I will head back for a while. Yu Inger could hardly believe what she was hearing. Uncle Shun, are you sure? Tang Tang just lost consciousness. You know her health condition. Even so, you still want to go back? Shun Shanha was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by Yu Ing'er's accusations. It dawned on him that his decision was indeed unfair to Shen Shutong. In his eagerness to comfort his son, he had mindlessly agreed to Shun Shudong's suggestion without considering the implications. "Go back, Dad," Shun Shutong insisted, shaking her head at Yu Ing'er to signal her to remain silent. Yu Ing'er was almost furious enough to spit blood and could only storm out of the infirmary to prevent herself from succumbing to anger. "Tang Tang, Ing'er is right. I should stay with you." "Go back," Shun Shutong said coldly, fixing her gaze on Shun Shanha. The look struck a deep chord of fear within him, as if an insurmountable chasm had formed between them. His biological daughter seemed to be slipping away from him. "Tang Tang, I'm so tired of this." Shin Shutong finally found the opportunity to express her feelings. It was genuine exhaustion, not just physical but emotional as well. She found solace in avoiding confrontation. Her thoughts drifted to the moments when Shun Shanha uttered the words she despised most, when he failed to attend her school's New Year's Eve party, and when he opted to accompany Shun Zhongwei for his comprehensive medical checkup instead of being there for her. An overwhelming accumulation of such details led Shin Shutong to a sudden realization. She was no longer Shin Shanha's most cherished daughter. Shun Shanha was aware of how significant these moments were for Shun Shutong. He would often cite his busy work schedule as a reason for his absence, urging her to understand. Yet whenever Shin Zhongwei threw a tantrum, he would relent, abandoning everything to be with him. All the excuses of youth and ignorance were mere facades. The most daunting aspect of life is comparison. It is an endless cycle that obscures the path to living authentically. Thus, Shin Shutong resolved to cease her internal struggles and to relinquish her expectations. Like Fu Chuan, she sought to adopt a carefree attitude, believing that by not caring, she would shield herself from further hurt. Shun Shanha was at a loss as he exited the infirmary. Yu Ing'er shot a furious glare at him before speaking a few words with Yu Bai, who nodded in response. "Ing'er, take good care of Tang Tang." "I will, Dad." Yu Ing'er refrained from looking at Shun Shanha and walked straight into the infirmary, closing the door behind her. "Old Yu, I think I may have made a grave mistake. I hurt Tang Tang." In the presence of his closest friend, Shun Shanha finally managed to articulate his remorse. Yu Bai let out a heavy sigh. "Old Shun, I understand that you come from a blended family with complex circumstances, and you have a younger son who needs your attention, as well as a large company that demands your leadership. I know you're exhausted. It requires immense energy. However, do not forget that no matter how capable and mature Tang Tang is, she is still a 17-year-old girl, still in high school. She is not 20 or 30. She has no mother and only you left. At her age, she needs a father's love, care, and protection. Treating her differently is truly hurtful." Chapter 94. Shun Shutong will fulfill her promise to friend A. "But old Yu, how can I ignore Zhongwei? He is still so young, so unruly and unaware, needing more of my attention. Old Shun, I am not asking you to neglect Zhongwei entirely or to shower only Tang Tang with affection. Zhongwei still has his biological mother. No matter how good Zhongli is, she is still Tang Tang's stepmother, and her love for her own son will always surpass her affection for Tang Tang. Tang Tang has only you left in the Shun family. Only you left." Those 5 words struck Shin Shanha's mind like a hammer. He fell into silence, reflecting on how, in recent years, he had indeed overlooked many of Shun Shudong's feelings in favor of Shun Zhongwei. Shun Shanha had believed it impossible to balance both responsibilities and thought Shin Shutong would understand. Had it not been for Yu Ing'er pointing it out, he would have unconsciously continued to favor Shin Zhongwei, leaving the newly awakened Shin Shutong abandoned in the school's infirmary. As a father, Shun Shanha had been woefully inadequate, inflicting significant emotional pain. He felt a deep sense of regret for his actions towards Shun Shutong. "I'm sorry, Tang Tang. Mr. Shun." The voice of Fu Zhengchao suddenly interrupted Shun Shanha's thoughts. Director Fu. As the chairman of the Fu group, Shun Shanha had encountered Fu Zhengchao on numerous occasions. They exchanged friendly handshakes, and Fu Zhengchao seized the opportunity to forge a closer relationship. It is truly unfortunate that such an incident occurred at the New Year's Eve party. "Thank you for your concern, Director Fu." Although Shun Shanha may not have been the best father, as the chairman of a publicly listed group. He was well aware of Fu Zicheng's intentions and engaged in small talk without much enthusiasm. Yubai shook his head and turned to leave, fully aware that Fu Zicheng sought to secure a crucial partnership with Shen Shanhe. Fu Zicheng was indeed qualified and capable, yet given Shen Shudong's current state, Shen Shanhe likely lacked the inclination to indulge in Fu Zicheng's overtures. As expected, just as Fu Zicheng was about to broach the subject, Shen Shanhe interjected. "Director Fu, I apologize, but I want to spend time with my daughter. We can discuss any matters another time." Without waiting for Fu Zicheng's response, Shen Shanhe stepped into the infirmary next door. Fu Zicheng's smile faltered, and a shadow flickered across his eyes. Shen Shanhe was undoubtedly aware of the Fu group's keen interest in collaborating with the Shen group, and, as the chosen one, Shen Shanhe stood in stark contrast to Fu Zicheng, who was merely a backup option. It seemed that Shen Shudong held immense importance to Shen Shanhe, recording Fu Chuan's existence. Fu Zicheng smirked, realizing that this son, whom he had never expected much from, could prove invaluable at this moment. He hastily pulled out his phone to call Fu Ling. Once the call connected, he immediately inquired, "Linger, is Fu Chuan there?" Upon hearing the name Fu Chuan, Fu Linger felt a headache coming on. She had no choice but to deal with her biological father. "Dad, Fu Chuan has left." "Left? How could you let him just walk away?" "I had no choice, Dad. Fu Chuan has made up his mind to leave the Fu family. After all we did to hurt him, he is resolute and will not turn back. Perhaps it would be best if you personally spoke to him." Fu Zicheng's expression darkened. Asking him to find Fu Chuan was tantamount to demanding that the head of the family bow to his own son. While he was willing to give Fu Chuan a way out and guarantee him an inheritance, it felt like a significant concession. Yet, the thought of this being an opportunity for the Fu group to reverse decades of setbacks weighed heavily on him. "I will consider it." Inside the infirmary, Tang. Just now Uncle Shen was truly excessive. Simply because Shen Zongwei was crying and throwing a tantrum, he decided to abandon you, who was already unwell, to return home. "I never anticipated that my father would take such a strong stance against Uncle Shen for his despicable behavior." Yu Inger was on the verge of suffocation from holding back her feelings and, upon receiving Shen Shutong's consent, vehemently defended her. "It's all right, Inger. I've grown accustomed to it. If my heart does not belong to you, what is the point of forcibly keeping someone? It would merely render us as lifeless shells, becoming burdens to one another." Observing Shen Shutong's calm demeanor, Yu Inger embraced her and spoke tenderly. Tang, if you're feeling unwell, please express it. Speaking about it can alleviate the burden. I fear that if you keep it all inside, it will suffocate you. The discomfort had long since passed. My heart is now as cold as ashes towards him. Without expectations, one cannot suffer from disappointment, a lesson taught to me by my junior. In comparison, my junior's life is far more tragic. Yet he remains so optimistic and strives to face the world. The pride and courage I inherited from him have shaped the person I am today. Inger, with you by my side, I do not feel alone. Ironically, Shen Shudong found herself offering comfort to Yu Inger, stating that yearning for someone's change of heart is the most foolish endeavor. Even if Shen Shanhe were to change temporarily, he would gradually revert to his former self. In Shen Shanhe's heart, Shen Zongwei's position far surpasses that of Shen Shutong. The moment Shen Zongwei cries or throws a fit, Shen Shanhe's heart softens, rushing to his side and completely disregarding his daughter, Shen Shutong. To avoid harm, it is best not to expect or reach out. It is not about retreating into a shell to evade pain, but rather about seeing through everything. My junior once promised to protect Shen Shutong. If the righteous Ultraman comes to vanquish the little monster, he would annihilate the righteous Ultraman. By the way, Inger, where's my junior? Did I ruin the New Year's Eve party after I fainted? Yu Inger recounted the events that transpired after Shen Shutong's collapse. Suddenly, an idea struck Shen Shutong, prompting her to hastily retrieve her phone from the drawer nearby. Fu Chuan had sent a green bubble to Shen Shutong 10 minutes prior. "Senior, are you all right?" Shen Shutong responded, "I am well. A lot has happened just now." "Where are you?" Fu Chuan replied, "The Fu family has arrived. I didn't want to disturb your rest, so I left. I'm currently at the auditorium." Apologetically, Shun Shutong replied, I'm sorry, Junior. I ruined such a perfect evening. I truly cried. Fu Chuan reassured her. Senior, as long as you are well, it is a sunny day. If you are not well, nothing is perfect and nothing matters. The student council members were quite commendable. Despite such a significant incident, they still endeavored to conclude the New Year's Eve party. I represented you in watching the final ceremony. We can chat leisurely when you have time. A wave of emotion washed over Shun Shutong, her heart aching with gratitude. Such beautiful words resonated deeply within her. There was no time for regret. Sadness enveloped her. Suddenly, she felt a surge of energy and rose from the bed. Ying attempted to dissuade her. Tang. Where are you going? The doctor said you need a rest. It's all right, Inga. I am heading to the auditorium. What? Shin Shutong turned her head and smiled at the dazed Inga, her eyes sparkling brightly. The past cannot be altered. We can only seize the present and face the future. The beautiful evening can still be salvaged. I do not wish to miss it. We made a promise to create a perfect New Year's Eve party. Shin Shutong refused to be like Kaoru Miyazono, who goes back on her word. She is Shun Shutong. Shun Shutong will fulfill her promise to her friend. Chapter 95, Bad End. Meeting Shun Shutong's determined gaze. Yu Inger realized she could not dissuade her impassioned friend and resignedly said, I truly concede to you. What else can I do? I can only accompany you in your quest. I knew you cared for me the most. Shin Shutong playfully remarked, resting her head against Yu Inger's chest. Now I feel invigorated. Yu Inger squeezed Shin Shutong's chest playfully. Let me be clear. If I sense anything amiss with your health, I will whisk you away immediately. All right. Shin Shutong smiled faintly, her eyes shimmering with light. Inger, having you by my side is truly wonderful. Fool, did you just realize that? You and T know what to do without me around. And please don't say things that sound like farewells. I can't bear it. I will be fine. With all of you in my life, how could I possibly fall into harm? Yu Inger felt a swell of emotion, almost on the verge of tears. She yearned for Shun Shutong to be healthy and happy. They were destined to be lifelong friends. Shin Shutong reached out to wipe away Yu Inger's tears, saying, Let us go. Yu Inger could hardly articulate her feelings and merely nodded vigorously, managing to utter a vague to ensure Shun Shutong could rest peacefully. The school authorities had already departed. Shinshana was just next door in the infirmary, the door slightly ajar. Unbeknownst to them, he was still there as they walked hand in hand to the school auditorium. Fu Chuan was assisting the student council members in tidying up the auditorium. Fu Chuan, let us handle these tasks. You must be tired. It's fine. I have nothing else to do. Fu Chuan, is Shun Shutong all right? She has awakened. The doctor said she is fine, so you need not worry. While Fu Chuan moved tables and chairs, he explained to the concerned juniors. As Fu Chuan hurried back to the auditorium to continue with the New Year's Eve party, he pulled out his phone to finalize the remaining video recordings. The juniors were quite remarkable. Despite Shin Shutong's fainting incident, they managed to maintain control and bring the New Year's Eve party to a successful conclusion, delivering a satisfactory outcome. That was what mattered. Otherwise, Fu Chuan feared that Shun Shutong would feel guilty for having ruined the event with her sudden collapse. Fu Chuan hesitated to send the recorded video to Shun Shutong, thinking it best to wait until she had sufficiently recovered. Suddenly, the door to the auditorium swung open, and Yu Inger and Shun Shutong stepped inside. Senior Shun, Senior Yu. The crowd gasped, hardly believing their eyes. Hello, juniors. Long time no see. Yu Inger, once the student council president, greeted everyone warmly, despite many new faces among the familiar ones. Senior Shun, are you feeling better? Yes, Senior Shun. We were all so worried when you fainted. I'm so sorry. Shin Shutong suddenly bowed deeply to everyone. This gesture left the crowd utterly astonished. I truly apologize for ruining such a rare and wonderful opportunity tonight. Shin Shutong sincerely expressed her regret. Senior, please don't say that. No one wishes to be unwell. Indeed, Senior Shun, it was not your fault at all. And please don't underestimate us. We worked diligently to perfect the New Year's Eve party, delivering a commendable performance. Yes, we are your juniors and members of the student council. Handling any unexpected incidents is our responsibility. Seeing the earnest support from her juniors only deepened Shin Shutong's sense of guilt. Everyone speaks the truth. The New Year's Eve party concluded splendidly tonight. I recorded the video. If you don't believe me, I can share it with you. At that moment, Fu Chuan stepped forward, producing his phone to share the video with Shen Shutong and Yu Inger. Watching the video that captured the party's finale, Shen Shutong bit her lip in delight. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Yu Inger's lips curled into a slight smile. Not bad. Everyone is capable of handling their responsibilities. Entrusting the student council to you was indeed the wisest decision. Senior Yu, I am the greatest contributor. Praise me quickly, the junior urged, seeking a pat on the head for encouragement. Woo-woo. When I entered G City No. 1 high school, you had already left the student council, and I couldn't speak to you. Finally, I have the opportunity to ask for your autograph. Yu Inger graciously fulfilled the requests of her juniors, offering head pats, group photos, and signatures. Amidst the crowd, only Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong exchanged glances. Their eyes sparkled like rippling waves, radiant with brilliance. Fu Chuan broke the silence. Senior, are you truly all right? Apologies, Junior, for causing you concern. I assure you, I am perfectly fine now. Shen Shutong flexed her muscles, demonstrating her full recovery. However, she lamented the absence of a perfect conclusion to this splendid evening. Why did her body always betray her at critical moments? She offered Fu Chuan an apologetic smile, her gaze tinged with guilt and sadness. Had it not been for the support of her juniors, Shen Shutong would have been at a loss for how to take responsibility for today's mishap, fearing the disappointment of those who had invested so much effort in preparation. The pressure was overwhelming, and no mere assurance about her health could alleviate it. Shen Shutong abhorred using such excuses to evade responsibility. Understanding Shen Shutong's character, Fu Chuan knew she would not easily let go of this incident. He glanced around, seeking a solution. May I have everyone's attention for a moment? As Fu Chuan spoke, all eyes turned towards him, including Shin Shutong's. I would like to propose that we perform one of the grand finale pieces we decided on during rehearsals to conclude this evening's festivities. It's nearly midnight, and we still have a chance. Could I trouble everyone to cheer for us? Please. Fu Chuan bowed deeply, earnestly requesting their support. Leave it to us. Wow, we get to see Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong perform together again. It's simply dreamy. If I am dreaming, please let me never wake up. The performance of our divine senior and the campus beauty is never tiresome. One performance is far from sufficient. Junior, Shen Shutong stared at Fu Chuan in astonishment. Fu Chuan smiled gently. Senior, don't say you can't do it. Don't underestimate me. This time, there will be no mishaps. Shen Shutong understood Fu Chuan's intention to rectify the evening's conclusion. Otherwise, this incident would forever remain a thorn in her heart, a lingering regret. Therefore, she mustered all her strength to display a genuinely joyful smile. This time, I will surely smile for you all. This time, it will not be a bad ending. Chapter 96. Like a rainbow, one only realizes its beauty upon encounter. Senior Yu, would you kindly take on the role of conductor for us? As the former president of the student council, Yu Inger possessed exemplary leadership skills, making this task a mere trifle. After receiving everyone's approval, she rolled up her sleeves, brimming with enthusiasm. All right, I shall once again take on the role of student council president. Which group is A and which is B? Step forward. With everyone invigorated, the stage was swiftly prepared. Shen Shutong and Fu Chuan, dressed casually, appeared as a perfect couple, as if they had stepped out of a youthful campus romance novel. Height differences, matching looks, and their gaze locking perfectly. The audience below erupted in cheers for the duo. Shen Shutong took a deep breath, calming her racing heart, and whispered to Fu Chuan, Junior, are you nervous? Fu Chuan nodded. With you by my side, I'm not anxious. This was a sincere truth, not mere words. Let us make a bet. The performance must surpass Sunny Day in perfection, or else I would feel guilty for all the hard work everyone has put in for me. And I cannot let you down, Fu Chuan. You have given me such immense courage in this wonderful evening. After I stumbled today, you still believed in me and helped create new miracles. I will do my utmost to honor our promise. As the accompaniment began, they performed Jay Chou's Simple Love for Everyone. For reasons unknown, I became quite proactive. When one falls in love, everything becomes worthwhile. I want to loudly declare my reluctance to part from you. Fu Chuan strummed the guitar, watching as the audience raised their phones, flashing lights in response, while he sang with deep emotion. I wish to traverse mountains, cross seas, weather seasons, and even face life and death together. Simple love is enough to warm a lifetime. This simple little love song was filled with the tender innocence of youthful romance. Shen Shutong admired Fu Chuan's profile, supporting him musically. Devoid of technicality, it was pure emotion, rendering the essence of simple love beautifully. I wish to hold your hand and never let go. Can love be simple without harm? You lean on my shoulder, sleeping on my chest. Such a life, I love you, you love me. Simple love, simple love. As the song concluded, cheers erupted. Woohoo! Amazing performance. Fu Chuan, Shen Shutang. Thank you, Mom, for giving me life. Living is truly wonderful. Long live. The first and last New Year's Eve gala came to a close amidst the melodies of simple love. Fu Chuan gallantly took Shen Shutang's hand, bowing to the audience in a splendid finale. As the clock struck midnight, the true New Year arrived. Happy New Year! Fireworks exploded in the sky, bursting forth in a breathtaking display. The New Year, a celebration for the people of the nation, had finally begun. Stepping out of the grand hall, the sky was alight with fireworks, seemingly applauding Shen Shutong and Fu Chuan's performance. The students of G City No. 1 high school gazed skyward, awestruck by the vibrant colors and patterns of the fireworks, emitting gasps of wonder. The romantic essence of youth overflowed at that moment. Filled with happiness and excitement, Fu Chuan softly inquired, "Senior, how would you rate our final performance?" Shen Shutong stood on her tiptoes, leaning close to Fu Chuan's ear, whispering, "If the score for the script is 100, then our final performance is 10,000. In Shen Shutong's heart, this rendition of Simple Love was flawless. Despite the significant mishap earlier, everything circled back, thanks to the support of everyone, fulfilling Shen Shutong's lingering regret. Indeed, breaking free from the confines of information isolation and bravely taking the first step was truly remarkable. Shen Shutong felt the sincerity and assistance of those around her. She was never alone, surrounded by many who admired her and were willing to lend a helping hand. All of this was the pride and courage that Fu Chuan had instilled in Shen Shutong. Without him, she would never have reached this point. Remaining ensnared in the chaos of her original family, plagued by guilt towards her mother, leading to social anxiety, unwilling to engage with new experiences, and imprisoning her true self, believing life and death were inconsequential, forever trapped in shadows. Thus, reflecting on all of this, Shen Shutong could not help but exclaim, "Meeting you, Junior, is truly wonderful." This was a sentiment Shen Shutong had expressed countless times. Each time Fu Chuan rescued, enlightened, or moved Shen Shutang, she sincerely believed that their encounter was undoubtedly a miracle bestowed upon her by the heavens. It was only through meeting Fu Chuan that the present Shen Shutang came to fruition, granting her the opportunity to blend into the crowd and experience joy and excitement alongside others. She could now savor the myriad beauties life had to offer and cultivate a desire to persevere, rather than adopt an indifferent attitude towards life and death. These were thoughts Shen Shutang had never dared to entertain before. Even Ewing Air could not achieve this, but Fu Chuan had accomplished it. His hands, like beams of light from the depths of the ocean, pulled Shen Shutang from the abyss of darkness, allowing her to surface and breathe in the fresh air, revealing a world of breathtaking vistas she had never seen before. Fu Chuan and Shen Shutang, both bearing the weight of similar fates, were not mere monsters licking each other's wounds. Instead, they symbolized mutual redemption, akin to radiant Ultramen. This was not the tale of Gonyuan Karu and Arima Kusei, nor of Hui Ri and Lu Mingfei, but rather a story belonging to Fu Chuan and Shen Shutang. When Fu Chuan heard Shen Shutang's gratitude amidst the resounding bursts of fireworks, he couldn't help but recall a famous saying, "Senior, do you think fireworks look better from below or from the side?" In an instant, Shen Shutang had her answer and shouted into Fu Chuan's ear. It doesn't matter from which angle you view them. What truly matters is having everyone by your side while watching the fireworks. With her eyes sparkling, Shen Shutang followed the ascending fireworks, shining brilliantly and displaying the most radiant smile. The blush on the young girl's cheeks spoke volumes at that moment. Shen Shutang was gazing at the fireworks, while Fu Chuan was captivated by Shen Shutang. The bright moon adorns your window, and you embellish the dreams of others. How fortunate it was to encounter such a senior. Fu Chuan whispered softly. If meeting someone were a matter of destiny, then Fu Chuan's rebirth, distancing himself from the Fu family, was intended solely for the purpose of meeting Shen Shutang. This was an opportunity that had eluded him in his past life, now serving as Fu Chuan's salvation in this life, a lingering rainbow that could not be dismissed. Where there's a person like a rainbow, one only realizes their existence upon meeting them. Ewing Air observed the figures of Fu Chuan and Shen Shutang standing side by side, her worries finally alleviated. While the future might hold moments of solitude, it was enough that Shen Shutang was happy and joyful. Fu Chuan could achieve what Ewing Air could not. She was unable to fully rescue Shen Shutang. Although Ewing Air came from a blissful family, she could feel sorrow for Shen Shutang's plight. Yet she could never truly understand her feelings, whereas Fu Chuan could, and that was sufficient. Chapter 97. May Fu Chuan, my junior, always remain by my side. Shen Shan, he was roused by the sounds of the fireworks. While keeping watch over Shen Shutang, he had unknowingly fallen asleep. Upon noticing a slew of missed calls from Shen Zhongwei on his phone, Shen Shan, he pinched the bridge of his nose and decided to call Jiang Li to inquire about Shen Zhongwei's situation. Jiang Li was equally distressed. Zhongwei has finally fallen asleep after causing a ruckus all night. That child is truly spoiled. Honey, you focus on your work. There's no need to rush. It's not that Tang Tang ran into trouble. Shen Shan, he informed Jiang Li of the events at school, and she gasped in surprise. Tang Tang was injured? Honey, should I go and see her? You stay with Zhongwei. I'll take care of Tang Tang. All right. You and Tang Tang both take care of yourselves. After hanging up, Shen Shan, he intended to visit the infirmary to check on Shen Shutang and switch shifts with Ewing Air. However, upon arriving at the infirmary, he found both Shen Shutang and Ewing Air absent. Where could they have gone? Shen Shan, he worriedly took out his phone to call both Shen Shutang and Ewing Air, but neither answered. Tang Tang has just awakened. Where could she possibly go? Shen Shan, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and without waiting, he set out to search for them. The fireworks display had just concluded. It was quite late. Ewing Air directed everyone to tidy up the venue and lock the grand auditorium, exchanging farewells with one another. Ewing Air stretched and yawned. I'm so tired. It's already past 1 a.m. I hope staying up late doesn't give me acne. Are you all heading back? Fu Chuan nodded. Yes, it's about time to go. Senior Shun, Senior, where are you headed? Of course, we're going home, silly Junior. Do you really want us two beautiful ladies to return to the dormitory and keep you company while you sleep? Yu Ying teased Fu Chuan, making him blush and hastily wave his hands. I didn't mean that. Ying Air, can I have a moment alone with the junior? All right. I know you're infatuated. I'll graciously exit. I don't want to be a third wheel. I'll wait for you in the infirmary. Thank you. After Ying Air left, Shen Shutang smiled at Fu Chuan. Junior, shall we go to the playground and take some steps together? We can. But are you sure you're feeling all right? Don't worry. After everything that happened tonight, I'm wide awake. The moonlight is just right, and I have so much to share with you. All right. Shen Shutang and Fu Chuan arrived at the playground, walking round and round. The weather was rarely pleasant, neither too hot nor too cold. Perhaps the noise of the fireworks had dispersed the clouds, revealing a bright moon illuminating the vast expanse. Fu Chuan maintained a steady pace alongside Shen Shutang, both of them silent, intuitively preserving the lovely ambience. When they reached the phoenix flower tree, Shen Shutang paused, brushing back her wind-tousled hair, her chin slightly raised. Junior, do you know what I'm thinking about right now? I'm reflecting on my initial intentions. Before Fu Chuan could respond, Shen Shutang continued. When I first came to G City No. 1 High School, it was to walk the same paths as my mother and father did. Ying Air didn't actually want to enroll here. She came to accompany me. As I walked through this school, I've always been chasing after the footsteps of those before me, seeking to mend regrets. Aside from this phoenix flower tree, I have no other significant memories. Shen Shu Tang turned, placing one hand over her heart, her eyes like exquisite paintings. Thank you, Junior, for gifting me this beautiful night. I will forever cherish everything that has transpired in this school, including the countless aids from juniors and the unwavering support of Fu Chuan, who stood by my side during the gala. Her grateful gaze and smiling face stirred something within Fu Chuan. He felt as though the enchanting girl before him, like a painting come to life, was about to take flight and vanish from his sight. Finally, I can proudly declare that this school is my alma mater, filled with countless memories, so many, so joyful, so warm, that recalling them warms my heart. If it weren't for you, Junior, I couldn't have achieved this alone. Oh dear, I feel my thoughts are getting tangled. In any case, I am grateful for your presence in my life, Fu Chuan. Shen Shu Tang expressed her feelings, feeling a bit embarrassed. Noticing Fu Chuan's lack of response, she pouted. Junior, it's not very gentlemanly to let a girl say so much without any reaction. I just feel honored. Fu Chuan finally snapped back to reality, his tone tinged with uncertainty, as if he were a believer guided by the divine. It is I who has become the one to create memories for you, senior. Shen Shu Tang was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Haha, so even the genius junior can feel insecure. Senior, I'm serious. Please don't laugh. Fu Chuan scratched the back of his head, feeling flustered by Shen Shu Tang's teasing. Not only G City No. 1 High School, but we shall also embark on our journey together at Xingmon Art Academy. There remains a vast expanse of time ahead. Junior, I look forward to your guidance. This is not an inquiry, but a statement of certainty. Forgive Shen Shutong for her capricious decisiveness in unilaterally intertwining Fu Chuan's destiny with her own. It is only with Fu Chuan that Shen Shutong can truly perceive the brilliance of the future that lies ahead, sustained by his unwavering strength. Oh, celestial beings amidst the starlit sky, if you could hear the heartfelt wishes of mere mortals at this moment, I wish for Fu Chuan to remain by my side eternally. Reflecting on the countless moments yet to come, where Fu Chuan could accompany Shen Shutong, she mourned the past that he could not partake in, yet resolutely believed he would remain steadfast in the present and future. Fu Chuan nodded earnestly. Indeed, as the moonlight cascaded down, the gaze exchange between Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong was as gentle as the flowing waters. Tang Tang. Suddenly, the voice of Shen Shanhe interrupted. Both Shen Shutong and Fu Chuan paused, turning toward the source of the sound, only to see Shen Shanhe hastening toward them, breathless as he approached Shen Shutong. Tang Tang, why aren't you resting properly in the infirmary? Dad, what brings you here? Shen Shutong exclaimed in surprise, assuming Shen Shanhe had returned home to be with Shen Zongwei. I never left. The wind here is strong. Be cautious of your health. You should return at once. And this is... Hello, Uncle Shen, I am Fu Chuan. Shenjie S. Jr., Fu Chuan greeted politely. Fu Chuan, is it? Are you not aware of Tang Tang's health condition? How could you bring her here to face the wind? You are truly thoughtless. Chapter 98. With a stepmother comes a stepfather. After searching for Shen Shutong for so long, Shen Shanhe could not contain his frustration, directing it toward Fu Chuan. Logically, as the chairman of a publicly listed conglomerate with a fortune in the billions, Shen Shanhe should have been able to control his temper. However, if Fu Chuan were an ordinary-looking student, it might have been more palatable. The crux of the matter was Fu Chuan's striking handsomeness. A youth so captivating would naturally draw Shen Shanhe's attention, for who could resist the allure of beauty? Yet, in the context of his own daughter, it was a different matter entirely. No matter how handsome, it felt as though he were a ravenous wolf eyeing the precious cabbage he had painstakingly nurtured, harboring ulterior motives for Shen Shutong. Any man who desired Shen Shutong was a despicable boor. None were worthy of Shen Shanhe's treasured daughter. The overbearing aura of his position was palpable. A mere reprimand from him bore immense psychological weight. Fu Chuan was taken aback by this unexpected outburst. Shen Shutong's expression shifted dramatically. Dad, you must not wrong Fu Chuan. It was I who requested Inger to bring me out. It was my idea to have Fu Chuan accompany me on the playground. Tang Tang, You are a patient. How could he disregard your health? And with the weather being so cold, you've just received an injection and haven't tea recuperated yet. What business do you have on the playground? Dad, have you forgotten where we are? Shin Shutong asked, clinging to the last shred of hope. Shin Shana paused, replying, isn't this the playground of G City? No. One high school. What else could it be? Let us not get into it. You need to rest, so return at once. Dad, do you truly not remember this tree? That is the phoenix flower tree where you and Mom declared your love. Following Shun Shudong's pointed direction, Shun Shanha gazed at the withered phoenix flower tree, and long-buried memories stirred once more. It turned out that after such a long absence, Shun Shanha had indeed forgotten this tree still existed. The last flicker of hope in Shun Shudong's eyes was utterly extinguished. The beloved one has departed. Does having a new wife and son truly mean Shun Shanha has forgotten the vows made with his former partner in the very place where they forged their bond? I'm sorry, Junior, I must take my leave. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance today. I shall cherish it for a lifetime. Senior, Fu Chuan still harbored concerns. It's all right. I will contact you through the green bubbles. I am not the person I once was. I will not forget the pride and courage you have instilled in me. Shin Shutong offered a reassuring smile to Fu Chuan. He could only nod, watching helplessly as she departed. Coming to his senses, Shun Shana hurried after Shin Shutong. Tang Tang, wait for me. Shin Shutong did not look back or wait. Proceeding directly to the infirmary. Yu Inger was engrossed in her phone as she awaited Shun Shutong's return. Before she could speak, Shun Shanha entered the infirmary. Tang Tang, why are you ignoring me when I called? Dad, why don't you go back to accompany my brother? Shin Shutong replied, her tone laced with impatience. The beauty of the evening was marred by Shun Shanha's interruption. Tang Tang, please don't be upset. But didn't he mean it? Didn't he mean it? If you uncle and Inger hadn't he mentioned it, would you have stayed? You've even forgotten the phoenix flower tree where you and Mom declared your love. I feel like a joke, having followed you all this way. I attended G City No. 1 high school for 4 years for this tree, for the beginning of your relationship. Yet you have completely forgotten. Shin Shutong's candid words left Shun Shanha feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, Yu Inger was present. Yu Inger hadn't expected Shin Shanha to be at the school. Sensing the tension, she realized this was a family matter and knew she should not linger. Quietly excusing herself, just as Yu Inger left the infirmary, Shun Shanha, somewhat disgruntled, remarked, Tang Tang, you know how busy I am with work? I've turned down countless obligations just to stay here and care for you. What is it that displeases you? Can't you show a little understanding? Indeed, I understand you are busy, which is why I have refrained from disturbing you with excessive demands, fearing you'd become angry or resentful. I strive to be a good child, to earn your acknowledgement, to make you proud of me. But what about my brother? He cries for you, unable to sleep, and you are eager to abandon me, the one just waking from illness, to rush home. If my brother's parent-teacher meeting were to conflict with your business, would you not prioritize attending that before heading to the company? In your heart, my brother is the son above all, while I am merely the daughter to be compared against your affairs. Shin Shutong was astonished that she could express such sentiments so calmly before Shin Shanha. It was, after all, her first time. Perhaps accumulated disappointment had indeed rendered one numb, stripping away all emotions. Did Fu Chuan feel the same when he left the Fu family? A barrage of realizations left Shun Shanha speechless. He could not deny that while he might prioritize business over attending Shin Shudong's New Year's performance, he could never do the same for Shun Zongwei's parent-teacher meeting. The instinctive desire to return home to accompany Shun Zongwei had indeed wounded Shun Shutong's heart. Tang Tang, you know that Zongwei is not like you. He is still so young and naive. You have always been such a good child, never causing your father concern. You have always been my pride. If Zongwei had even half of your qualities, I would be content, but he cannot. He is a boy, still young, and it is natural for him to be a bit mischievous. Must you hold that against a child? Shin Shanha could only resort to these well-worn phrases to suppress Shun Shutong's grievances, attempting to mask the negligence he had shown her over the years. Thus, I have chosen to relinquish my hold on you and allow you to return, refraining from meddling in my affairs. I shall not hold any grievances against my younger brother. He is indeed still a child, innocent and unaware. He is not at fault. If being a troublesome child could garner you more attention, then I would have never strived for excellence from the very beginning. Regrettably, there are no ifs in life. I shall not ruin my existence for your affection, nor shall I bury my feelings in silence for your sake. The true mistake lies in Shen Shutong's lingering hope that Shan Shanhe could revert to his former self. Shen Shutong has overthought this matter. As others have said, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. This truth has finally dawned upon Shan Shutong. She is a living, breathing individual, yearning for the love and warmth of her parents, a desire that transcends age. It is an intrinsic human emotion. With her mother deceased and her father favoring her half-brother over her, what more can Shen Shutong do? She must learn to confront reality and accept it, living with the pride and freedom akin to Fu Chuan. Shen Shanhe perceives an edge in Shen Shutong's words, inevitably revealing his disappointment. Tang Tang, you have changed. You used to ask for so little and would never put your father in such a predicament. Chapter 99. Has your conscience truly been devoured by a dog? I have not changed. I have merely concealed my thoughts for far too long. Father, I am grateful for your nurturing presence, and I understand your predicament. From now on, you need not concern yourself with my affairs. Take care of my brother instead. Each person embarks on their own journey in life, and Shen Shutong must learn to abandon the past, living out her own magnificence. Yet, there is one lesson Shen Shutong will never grasp. The memories of Feng Dai, who spoke of her past happiness with Shan Shanhe, will forever linger in her mind. She has followed in their footsteps, tracing her parents' love to this point. However, this love cannot endure as Feng Dai once envisioned. The two who once made promises have ultimately drifted apart. One lives, the other has passed. The most lethal betrayal is not the white moonlight, but rather the memory of a white moonlight long extinguished. How can one compare a long-deceased person to a living one? Very well, I shall no longer concern myself with you. Do as you please. Shen Shanhe was genuinely enraged and turned away from the infirmary. Yu Yingye, who had been outside, overheard everything. Observing Shan Shanhe's furious departure, she hesitated for a long moment before entering the infirmary, cautiously addressing Shen Shutong. Tang Tang, are you all right? I am fine, truly. What I desire will never be granted to me by him. It is better to accept everything sooner rather than later. Watching him force himself to suppress his worry for my brother while pretending not to care about me is a torment in itself. The more nonchalant Shen Shutong appeared, the more pain pierced Yu Yingye's heart. Unable to find the right words of comfort, she could only remain by Shan Shutong's side, holding her close and offering the last warmth she could provide. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days went by. On January 5th, in preparation for the provincial high school painting competition on the 15th, Fu Chuan opted to take a leave of absence, allowing himself 10 days to properly adjust. The director readily approved Fu Chuan's request, promising a special vehicle to transport him to the competition venue and accommodate him in a hotel the day before the event. All he needed to do was present his best self for this competition, for his future, and for the honor of G City No. 1 High School. Fu Chuan graciously accepted the school's generous provisions. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. During a specialized class, Teacher G approached Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan, here are the materials you requested. I have gathered everything for you. Teacher G handed the documents to Fu Chuan, who raised an eyebrow in surprise. So soon? Thank you. Teacher G. Fu Chuan was genuinely impressed by the swiftness of Teacher G's actions. No trouble at all. I have high hopes for you. Make sure to perform well and aim for a top ranking. I will, Teacher G. As Fu Chuan conversed with Teacher G, Fu Qingqing, seated at the podium, appeared noticeably unwell. Class monitor Tang Qian noticed this and could not help but speak up. Teacher Fu, are you all right? I am fine. I simply haven't been resting well lately. No need to worry. Fu Qingqing's complexion was pale, her eyes shadowed. To help Fu Chuan prepare the most comprehensive materials, she had stayed up several nights in a row, all while managing her teaching duties. Now, she felt utterly depleted. Once Fu Chuan bid farewell to Teacher G and returned to the classroom, Fu Qingqing could no longer bear it and collapsed to the ground. A loud thud drew the attention of the entire class. Teacher Fu. The scene erupted into chaos. Hearing the commotion, Teacher Ji quickly returned to assist in carrying Fu Zichen to the infirmary. Initially, Fu Chuan did not wish to involve himself in Fu Zichen's predicament. But when Teacher Ji specifically requested his help, he reluctantly agreed, recognizing Teacher Ji's efforts in gathering materials. Upon arriving at the infirmary and helping Teacher Ji settle Fu Zichen, Fu Chuan remarked, "Teacher Ji, I need to return to the classroom to gather some things. Please take care of Teacher Fu here." Fu Chuan, wait a moment. Is there something else? Teacher Ji observed Fu Chuan with hesitation, contemplating whether to disclose that the materials were prepared by Fu Zichen, who had sacrificed her sleep for him. Fu Zichen had requested Teacher Ji to keep this a secret, yet now Fu Zichen's condition was a result of her dedication to Fu Chuan. Forget it, you can go. Fu Chuan keenly sensed that Teacher Ji was concealing something. More than anything, he preferred to avoid any entanglements with the Fu family, so he departed without a second thought. Fu Xinling happened to be nearby and, upon receiving the news of Fu Zichen's collapse in class, rushed to the infirmary in a panic. After learning from the doctor that Fu Zichen's fainting spell was due to insufficient rest and that she would awaken once given glucose and proper care, Fu Xinling finally let out a sigh of relief. "Doctor, Teacher Ji, thank you so much for looking after my sister. Actually, there was also Fu Chuan." Fu Chuan? Fu Xinling paused in surprise. Would he truly come to care for Fu Zichen? A wave of delight washed over her rather than disgust. Did Fu Chuan's actions signify that he still held some regard for her and her sisters? Despite his harsh words, he would not abandon them in times of need. But what am I thinking? Fu Chuan has nothing to do with the Fu family. I would prefer for him to leave. Fu Xinling abruptly shook her head, forcefully casting aside these bewildering thoughts. Teacher Ji scrutinized Fu Xinling's expression and cautiously inquired, "Miss Xinling, may I ask if there is any relationship between the Fu family and Fu Chuan?" Fu Xinling chuckled awkwardly. "With Fu Chuan? How could that be? He is merely a student of my sister." "Why do you ask, Teacher Ji?" Teacher Ji then explained Fu Zichen's recent efforts to assist Fu Chuan in secret. "I promised Teacher Fu that I wouldn't speak of it, but seeing how hard she has worked for Fu Chuan only to end up in this state, I cannot keep this credit to myself." Teacher Fu and Fu Chuan seem to have some unspoken bond. Yet Teacher Fu has been working tirelessly for him without being able to express it openly. Alas, Fu Xinling's heart ached as she observed Fu Zichen, pale and unconscious on the bed. She had no idea that Fu Zichen had been staying up late, tirelessly gathering competition materials for Fu Chuan, resorting to such a convoluted means of assistance because she knew he would never accept anything given directly. When did the once proud Fu Zichen become so subservient for someone? Like a clown? Especially for Fu Chuan, their once beloved younger brother, who had never been acknowledged and was often subjected to scorn and indifference. Heavens, has the world gone mad? Fu Xinling gritted her teeth as she gently caressed Fu Zichen's face, suppressing the urge to confront Fu Chuan about everything. This was a truth that Fu Zichen had concealed for so long, and Fu Xinling felt she had no right to intervene. "Fu Chuan, oh Fu Chuan, what virtue do you possess to deserve such unwavering support from little sister? How dare you think of abandoning the unconscious little sister to pursue your own happiness? Has your conscience truly been devoured by a dog?" Chapter 100, Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis is hereditary. Fu Chuan arrived at the hospital for Shen Shudong's comprehensive examination via a ride-hailing service. After sending a message to Yu Inger, he awaited her in the first-floor lobby. It wasn't long before he spotted Shen Shudong descending the stairs alongside Yu Inger. Yu Inger greeted him. "Junior, finished with classes?" "Yes. How did the examination results turn out?" "Senior Shen?" Fu Chuan inquired cautiously, attempting to quell his anxious heart. "Results that can be given on the spot are fine. However, some tests will take a few days for the results to be available." Upon hearing Shen Shudong's response, Fu Chuan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Yu Inger playfully tapped Fu Chuan's arm. "Silly Junior, Tang Tang is destined to be fine. You're worrying too much." Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Fu Chuan quickly nodded. "Yes, Senior definitely will be fine." A faint smile graced Shen Shudong's lips. "Thank you both for your concern today. Let me treat you to a grand meal. Of course, Tang Tang. Your new novel has skyrocketed to the top of the tomato novel gift list. And the debut day saw an explosion of requests for updates, surpassing 50,000. With all the hype on Douyin, if I don't extort you a bit, my conscience won't allow it. Shen Shutong shrugged. I'm at your mercy. Let us discuss the subsequent plot over dinner tonight. I'm stuck on a few ideas and dread the thought of leaving my readers hanging. Suddenly, Yu Inger remembered something and quietly asked, Tang Tang, are you sure you don't want to wait for Uncle Shen? Shen Shutong shook her head. He won't come. We hardly spoke after that night. Seeing the worry etched on Yu Inger's face, Shen Shutong pinched her chest reassuringly. Don't fret. I prepared myself mentally. If I keep bottling up my troubles, I'll only end up sick. After laying everything bare that night, I felt much better. This was the truth. At this juncture, Shen Shutong had expected to feel regret. But the thought of expressing her feelings to Shen Shanha, despite knowing it would incur her father's displeasure, was far better than harboring grievances within herself. To become Shen Shanha's pride, Shen Shutong had long suppressed her true self, behaving like a dutiful daughter for so long that she nearly forgot who she truly was. Now, she was beginning to rediscover herself, determined to no longer wear a mask for anyone and live a disingenuous life. Shen Shanha favored Shen Zonwei, which had caused Shen Shutong considerable emotional turmoil. This was an undeniable fact, and if Shen Shanha could not accept the truth, believing that Shen Shutong had gone astray and dared to challenge him, she would have no words to say. Shen Shutong smiled brightly. Let us not dwell on these matters. Come, let us indulge in delicious food. Happiness is paramount. Indeed, happiness is the most important. Half an hour later, Shen Shanha arrived at the hospital. This private hospital was invested in by the Shen Group, and upon learning of Shen Shanha's arrival, the hospital director rushed to greet him, presenting Shen Shudong's examination report. Upon reviewing the seemingly normal report, Shen Shanha's anxious heart finally settled. Where are Tang Tang and the others? Miss Shutong and her friends appear to have left. They likely did not know you were coming, Mr. Shan. The director was puzzled, as in the past, whenever Shen Shutong underwent examinations. Shen Shanha would drop everything to accompany her. The previous chairman's wife had passed away from amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, and every year she underwent regular checkups. It was only after some peculiar symptoms appeared that the disease was diagnosed. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis was generally a hereditary condition. It was nearly impossible to develop it later in life. One might either experience no symptoms throughout their life or have a sudden onset that caught them off guard. Low immunity, excessive fatigue, and prolonged emotional instability could potentially trigger the disease, including depression. After Fong Dai's passing, Shen Shanha arranged for Shen Shutong to have comprehensive examinations every 2 months to ensure she was not at risk of inheriting the life-threatening condition. Whenever Shen Shutong suffered from a nosebleed or felt fatigued, Shen Shanha would treat it as a grave concern, never leaving her side. Yet this time, he was not by her side. Only Yu Inger remained with her. Shen Shanha spoke indifferently. I attended Zonwei's parent meeting. Oh. The director felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. It appeared the rumors were true. Shen Shanha favored this younger son even more. After all, many years had passed since Fong Dai's death, and now remarried with a new child, a son, he would naturally be less concerned about the daughter from his first marriage. In such a wealthy family, sons were the prized possession, as they represented the future of the family business. Shen Shanha placed the examination report on the table and glanced at the director. Do you think I am an unfeeling father to Tang Tang? The director chuckled awkwardly. Not at all. Young Master Zonwei is still very young and needs the company of his parents, while Miss Shutong is an adult and can take good care of herself. Previously, Shen Shanha would have accepted this reasoning without question, allowing himself to focus on the younger, less understanding Shen Zonwei, while neglecting Shen Shutong. However, for reasons unknown, a sharp discomfort pierced Shen Shanha's heart this time, perhaps because his discerning eye sensed the director's insincerity, or perhaps due to the fact that after that night, Shen Shutong had ceased to see him as her father. They had become estranged, more so than mere strangers. Shen Shanha was Shen Shudong's biological father, and he loved his daughter dearly, having always taken pride in her. Yet, what had driven their relationship to such a dismal state? As night descended, Fu Chuan and his companions dined at a high-end restaurant in G City, discussing recent events and the plot of Sun Shudong's novel. Yu Inger was indifferent to novels. Had it not been for Sun Shudong's writing, she would likely have never crossed paths with literature. While she could manage essays, crafting intricate plots was not her forte, relying heavily on Fu Chuan to spark Sun Shudong's creativity. As Fu Chuan and Sun Shutong engaged in increasingly animated conversation, Yu Inger sipped her orange juice in frustration. Although the chemistry between her best friend and junior was palpable, making for a visually pleasing tableau of handsome men and beautiful women, Yu Inger felt like an awkward third wheel akin to stepping in dog excrement. Oh, the discomfort. Ding dong. A message from flashing meow, meow, meow appeared on Fu Chuan's phone, requesting more commercial orders. An unorthodox illustrator responded, "Apologies, esteemed patron. I have matters to attend to and can only schedule after the 16th. Zheng Xiao, over here. Howren, long time no see." Familiar voices suddenly filled the air. It was Fu Zhengxiao, Fu Zichen, Fu Xinling, and the Qin Xin Howren and Qin Jian. Chapter 101. Allow me to become engaged to Fu Chuan, but with Fu Zichen, that is absolutely impossible. The Fu and Qin families had gathered today to discuss the engagement between Qin Jian and Fu Zichen. Fu Zichen was overjoyed once the engagement was formalized. Regardless of Qin Jian's feelings, she would have no choice but to become his wife. With the future prosperity of the Qin group, Fu Zichen would bask in the reflected glory. Qin Jian maintained a stoic demeanor, displaying no hint of happiness, only a cold expression. Though she wished to reject Fu Zichen's overtures, it was difficult to express her feelings in front of Fu Zhengxiao and the others, which made her immensely uncomfortable. Sun Shutong had chosen this renowned restaurant for their gathering, and the chance encounter with the Fu family was purely coincidental. At this moment, Fu Xinling noticed that Fu Chuan and the others had their expressions plummet to an abyss. In the afternoon, after Fu Qingqing regained consciousness, Fu Xinling expressed that she was fully aware of everything. Fu Qingqing, pale and weakened, implored Fu Xinling not to divulge this to Fu Chuan, fearing that he would never accept these documents if he found out. Fu Xinling, filled with frustration, chastised Fu Qingqing, questioning what had happened to her. Where had the once proud and frosty Fu Qingqing disappeared to? Fu Xinling had never witnessed Fu Qingqing so abjectly subservient to anyone, especially to the very brother they had once so despised, Fu Chuan. Fu Qingqing merely wished for Fu Xinling to keep her silence, asserting that she owed Fu Chuan this, and was willing to act in this manner to avoid a lifetime of regret. Observing Fu Qingqing, with tears streaming down her face, Fu Xinling felt a tumult of love and resentment, lamenting that Fu Chuan's influence had caused such anguish for Fu Qingqing. He truly deserved condemnation. Ah, is that not Fu Chuan? Qin Howren also spotted Fu Chuan and his companions. The crowd turned towards the sound and saw Fu Chuan in the company of Yu Inger and Sun Shutong. Fu Zichen, who had been ingratiating himself to Qin Jian, now wore an expression akin to someone who had just tasted something foul. Fu Zichen was taken aback, pondering how Fu Chuan had become the devoted servant to these two affluent beauties. He could even accompany them during meals, something Fu Zichen could only dream of. What merits did Fu Chuan possess? It was infuriating. Qin Jian's thoughts were even more simplistic. Fu Chuan's actions were a blatant indication that he found favor with Yu Inger and Sun Shutong far more than with her, and being overshadowed by them was an unbearable feeling, especially for someone like Qin Jian, a paragon of excellence. Fu Zhengxiao observed the camaraderie between Fu Chuan, Yu Inger, and Sun Shutong as they dined together, his heart brimming with delight. If these two favored young ladies were willing to speak well of the Fu group, future collaborations would be assured. He approached them, cheerfully greeting Shutong. "What a coincidence to see you here. Waitstaff, we'll take care of this table's expenses." Sun Shutong replied coolly, "There's no need, Uncle Fu. I have a VIP card here, and the expenses will be automatically deducted from it." "Shutong, my relationship with your father is quite good. This small matter is inconsequential," he insisted. "Uncle Fu, your rapport with my father does not extend to me. I understand that repaying favors is no easy task. Even the smallest matters, I can handle myself. Thank you. Shun Shutong interjected, politely yet firmly declining Fu Zhengqiao's offer. Yu Inger remained silent, sipping her orange juice, clearly indicating her disregard for Fu Zhengqiao and the others. Fu Zichen esse countenance stiffened, truly. She was the daughter of Shun Shanhe, renowned as a genius novelist. Despite her youth, she exhibited such resolve and an understanding of the ways of the business world. He could only cast a glance at Fu Chuan, who, indifferent, turned his face away from Fu Zhengqiao entirely. You all enjoy your meal. I shan't intrude. Fu Zhengqiao chuckled awkwardly, retreating to his original seat, feeling humiliated. As the chairman of the Fu Group, he had navigated the business realm for years and had never encountered such indifference, especially from these youngsters. Qin Haoran recognized Fu Zhengqiao's desire for a collaboration with the Shun Group. Had the Qin Group not fallen to such depths, he too would have sought a share of that fortune. Now, all he could do was reminisce, unless he had saved Shun Shanhe's life. Why would he even glance at the current state of the Qin Group? He quickly shifted the topic to appease Fu Zhengqiao. Gradually, Fu Zhengqiao set aside his frustrations. Breaking into hearty laughter, Haoran, you're right. While the two children are still young, it seems the betrothal arranged by the older generation should be discussed. Perhaps today, with everyone present, we can witness their engagement. What? Engagement? Qin Jian could not restrain herself from exclaiming. The patrons in the restaurant immediately caught wind of the juicy revelation, turning their attention to Fu Zhengqiao's table. The chairpersons of the Fu and Qin groups were well-known figures in G-City's business circle, their long-standing familial ties having birthed this engagement. To their astonishment, it was Fu Zichen, the adopted son of the Fu family, who was to be engaged to Qin Jian, the daughter of the Qin family. This was particularly intriguing given that Fu Zichen was afflicted with a terminal illness, a fact long since publicized. The Fu family's unwavering support for their adopted son had graced the headlines multiple times, painting them as compassionate guardians, even to an adopted child, which boosted the Fu Group's reputation immensely. The pity fell on Qin Jian, who was to be betrothed to a man doomed to an early demise. She would inevitably become a widow. Should there be mutual affection, it would be one thing, but Qin Jian's demeanor clearly suggested her discontent, promising an entertaining spectacle. Qin Jian, are you unaware of this? You and Zichen are indeed betrothed. Fu Zhengqiao's expression darkened. Even if Qin Jian was reluctant to attend this gathering, it was evident why she was there. Her loud outburst only served to invite ridicule from outsiders. Qin Jian, silence yourself. Qin Haoran, feeding Fu Zichen Eserat, quickly restrained her, chuckling nervously. My apologies, Zhengqiao. Qin Jian is simply headstrong, but isn't this engagement a bit premature? The children are still quite young. They're not so young. Both are already in their second year of high school. This betrothal was arranged by our ancestors. And since Zichen has taken a liking to Qin Jian, it is our duty as elders to foster their union, fulfilling our forebears' wishes. Once they enroll in university, we can formally cement the engagement, and this period shall serve as an opportunity for them to bond. Fu Zhengqiao struggled to suppress his irritation, yet his words deeply unsettled Qin Haoran. What do you mean by Fu Zichen's infatuation with Qin Jian necessitating their union? It was merely a reflection of the Qin family's diminished status compared to the Fu family. Fu Zhengqiao, assuming the role of the elder, had orchestrated everything, leaving the Qin family with no room for dissent. Fu Zichen, grinning broadly, understood that the pivotal moment for the Qin family lay within these 2 years. In a bid to alter their fortunes and surpass the Fu family, he had arranged for the engagement to be announced with Fu Zhengqiao's assistance. Otherwise, Fu Zichen would have no confidence in fully winning over Qin Jian and securing his position as the son-in-law of the Qin group. The terminal illness had long been a thorn in Fu Zichen's side, a perpetual reminder of his lesser status, more tormenting than being merely an adopted child of the Fu family. At least the Fu family treated him with genuine affection, unlike their true son, Fu Chuan. Even now, Qin Jian dared to humiliate Fu Zichen. It was his body that had caused all the suffering. In his second chance at life, Fu Zichen vowed to seize everything from Fu Chuan, proving himself superior to him. The love of the Fu family, the engagement with the Qin group, all belonged to Fu Zichen. Even in death, he would not allow Fu Chuan to benefit. Yet, it appeared that the betrothal arranged by their ancestors was not for the adopted son, Fu Zichen, but for the true heir, Fu Chuan. Let me be engaged to Fu Chuan instead. There is no possibility of this happening with Fu Zichen. Uncle Fu, I recognize your greatness. How you prioritize your adopted son over your biological one. Alas, I'm not so noble as to marry a man afflicted with a terminal illness. Chapter 102, The Battle of the Serval. Qin Jian could no longer endure Fu Zhengchao's condescending demeanor as he dictated her fate. Ignoring Qin Haoran's cautions, she realized Fu Zhengchao intended to bind her with Fu Zichen, regardless of how many times she professed her unwillingness and dislike for him. If Fu Zichen were a normal man, perhaps it would be different, but to demand that she marry a terminally ill sycophant was utterly unacceptable. Qin Jian was a living individual, not a pet for Fu Zhengchao to command. Her words sent a shockwave through the entire room. The true heir? Fu Chuan? Who was this? Was he the lost child of the Fu family, missing for 18 years? Have you heard that the Fu family has actually found the true young master, Fu Chuan, long ago? I have heard about it, but why haven't they announced Fu Chuan's existence? Why keep it hidden for so many years? I truly admire the courage of the Qin family's heiress for daring to speak in front of Chairman Fu. Otherwise, being bound to a frail individual could ruin one's life, even though marriage is now a matter of choice. The affair between the Qin and Fu families would certainly cause a stir. If Fu Zichen were to succumb to his terminal illness, no one would dare to marry Qin Jian again. I rather support Miss Qin. Even an arranged marriage should consider the wishes of those involved. It cannot be forced. Chairman Fu is clearly attempting to arrange a posthumous marriage for Fu Zichen, which is utterly unethical. The whispers among the crowd left Fu Zhengchao's face a mottled shade of blue and purple. Fu Chuan's true identity remains undisclosed for many years. The Fu family has concealed the news of finding their true young master, known only to a select few. Ultimately, the truth cannot be hidden forever. News of the true young master being found has gradually leaked out, yet without formal acknowledgement from the Fu family. It remains mere gossip, shared in casual conversation. Yu Inger couldn't help but chuckle. Junior, they're talking about you. I didn't expect you to be so popular. Please don't jest at my expense, Senior. Fu Chuan felt utterly vexed. Qin Jian had been using him as a shield to avoid being with Fu Zichen, and it was infuriating to be caught in the crossfire. Fu Zichen, indeed, was beyond redemption, persistently clinging to her despite her rejections, a quintessential sycophant. Shen Shudong finally recalled Fu Zichen's name, though it was only associated with unpleasant matters. Were it not for her friendship with Fu Chuan, she would have remained oblivious to the irrationality of the Fu family, which only deepened her disdain. Fu Chuan shrugged. Rebirth was of no detriment to him, having seen the ugly face of the Fu family. He moved out and encountered Shen Shudong and Yu Inger, embarking on a new chapter in his life. Possessing memories of his past life, he found that Fu Zichen's self-serving interests were a significant hindrance. Should Fu Zichen ever realize that without Fu Chuan, the Qin family would never have a chance to reverse their fate, and should they alter the course of history, a series of events would unfold, including the unexpected survival of the author of The Landscape of Love, which would lead to Fu Zichen's inevitable fury. Fu Zichen felt utterly humiliated. He was aware of Qin Jian's arrogant demeanor, yet he never anticipated that even their parents could not rein her in. In such a situation, he had to endure, feigning deep affection as he gazed at Qin Jian. Qin Jian, I genuinely like you. Besides, we only got engaged after entering university. We have plenty of time together. I will show you my worth and make you like me. Fu Zichen's acting was nothing short of masterful, his voice trembling with emotion, perfectly delivering his lines. He could easily debut as a seasoned actor. Once, the naive would have been moved by Fu Zichen's infatuation with Qin Jian, urging her not to take for granted such a devoted young man. However, modern individuals simply perceived it as excessive sycophancy. This was the first thought that crossed everyone's mind. What era are we in, still playing the game of love at first sight? As the most favored young master of the Fu group, Fu Zichen's behavior was utterly beneath him. With the Qin family now in decline, there was no need for such obsequiousness. Qin Jian had made her disinterest painfully clear. Yet Fu Zichen remained willing to cling to her, sacrificing his dignity. How infuriating! I wish I could give Fu Zichen a beating. Zichen, dear brother. Fu Xinling sighed, sharing the sentiment that Fu Zichen's excessive devotion to Qin Jian was unbecoming. Could a love that began with such humility and desperation truly flourish? Especially since Qin Jian was so temperamental and entirely oblivious to Fu Zichen's affections, constantly humiliating him and even using Fu Chuan to provoke him. Wasn't that devastating to his self-esteem? Fu Chuan and the others were likely enjoying the spectacle, secretly mocking Fu Zichen. Regrettably, Fu Xinling could not dissuade Fu Zichen. He had chosen his own path, and she was already preoccupied with her own troubles regarding Fu Chuan. Howren, has Qin Jian been spoiled too much by you? How dare she speak so loudly to me? Her uncle? Zheng Chao, your words are too sudden. It's understandable that Qin Jian cannot accept it. Qin Howren racked his brain to defend Qin Jian. Ifu. I simply don't wish to waste anyone's time. Even if you give Fu Zichen more time, my answer will remain an O. I will not marry a man doomed to die. That would be too cruel for me. Have you considered what would happen if I developed real feelings for Fu Zichen and he died in the end? If you want me to agree to Fu Zichen, then fine. Unless he is a normal person. Otherwise, it's out of the question. Qin Jian's rare moment of clarity left Fu Zhengchao momentarily speechless. In his eyes, Qin Jian had no choice. The Qin family and the Fu family were not on equal footing. The engagement was something the Qin family had no grounds to oppose. Yet, binding Fu Zichen to Qin Jian, given her willful and capricious attitude, was hardly a favorable situation. They must avoid bringing unnecessary trouble and enemies to the Fu family. As Fu Zhengchao began to waver, Fu Zichen's anxiety surged. He had devoted so much effort to being Qin Jian's sycophant, even enduring her humiliating remarks using Fu Chuan to belittle him, all for the sake of the Qin family's reversal of fortune. To abandon this now would be a monumental waste of time. Thus, Fu Zichen steeled himself and knelt before her. Qin Jian, I do not know what I must do to earn your trust. I understand my health concerns make you uneasy, but I truly love you. My world cannot exist without you. Please, Qin Jian, grant me a chance, and I will make you the happiest woman in the world. As he spoke, Fu Zichen reached out to grasp Qin Jian's trousers, tears streaming down his face, believing himself to be profoundly romantic, yet eliciting only disgust. He was indeed a warrior among sycophants. Chapter 103. Fu Zichen begins to lose favor. Fu Zichen's kneeling took everyone by surprise. Don't touch me. Qin Jian was horrified by Fu Zichen's mortifying display, akin to encountering maggots, and instinctively kicked him before fleeing the scene. Ah, Qin Jian. Fu Zichen, unprepared, felt her kick strike his chest, causing him pain that twisted his expression, nearly rendering him breathless. The entire restaurant erupted into chaos, a spectacle to behold. The onlookers eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the moment, certain it would become tomorrow's trending headline. Fu Chuan was utterly flabbergasted. Is Fu Zichen truly kneeling for someone from the Qin family, abandoning his dignity to plead with such an arrogant woman? Has he lost his mind? Fu Zichen, who enjoyed the affection of the entire Fu family, led a life of luxury far superior to that of Fu Chuan, the true young master. In his rebirth, with memories of his past life, he had countless means to amass wealth. His background alone exceeded that of many in the business world. It was incomprehensible that he would sacrifice his dignity to curry favor with Qin Jian for the sake of the Qin family's riches. It was unclear whether to label Fu Zichen as foolish or simply short-sighted, relying solely on others to elevate his status, embodying a modern-day green tea version of dependence. Without the privilege of wealth, he seemed incapable of survival, utterly lost in his delusions, squandering the opportunity of rebirth. Ultimately, none of this concerned Fu Chuan. He was eager for Fu Zichen to win Qin Jian's affections, hoping to deter her from continuing her chaotic antics around him. Fu Zhengchao trembled with rage, hastily pulling Fu Zichen to his feet. Zichen, have you lost your mind? To kneel before Qin Jian in front of so many people? This is not love. It is a disgrace to the Fu family. To have others believe that the son meticulously educated by the Fu family is nothing but an utterly sycophantic fool. Groveling before a daughter of the Qin family, who is far inferior to the Fu clan, is a source of profound embarrassment for Fu Zichen. Even Fu Zhengqiao finds it utterly disgraceful. Despite the pain gnawing at his chest, Fu Zichen longs to articulate his thoughts. Dad, Silence. Do not utter another word. Fu Zhengqiao glares fiercely at Fu Zichen, who begins to awaken to the gravity of the situation. In a moment of desperation, Fu Zichen had knelt before Qin Jian, oblivious to the multitude of eyes upon him, forgetting the humiliation it would bring to Fu Zhengqiao. If this incident were to sow discord between them, what then? Fu Zichen berates himself for his foolishness, for prioritizing future gains over the present. Without winning Fu Zhengqiao's favor, how could he hope to marry Qin Jian? He can only feign an appearance of tragic devotion, standing forlornly in the hopes that Fu Xinling might speak on his behalf to pacify Fu Zhengqiao's ire. Yet, to his dismay, Fu Xinling remained silent, deeming Fu Zichen's earlier actions as utterly unreasonable and humiliating, feeling as though the beloved younger brother she cherished had been replaced by another. I apologize, Zhengqiao. I will speak with Qin Jian, Qin Haoran declares, hastily abandoning his meal, unwilling to share in the Fu family's disgrace. Initially, Fu Zichen's infatuation with Qin Jian had stirred guilt within Qin Haoran, who felt he had wronged Fu Zichen. However, the excess of Fu Zichen's devotion now appeared alarming, and Qin Haoran resolutely could not entrust his daughter to a man devoid of dignity and suffering from terminal illness. It seemed imperative to find a way to terminate this engagement to safeguard Qin Jian's future. Xinling, please take Zichen home. Very well. Given the events of this meal, enjoying it was out of the question. Fu Xinling had no choice but to lead Fu Zichen away. Though he wished to voice his thoughts, Fu Xinling restrained him, knowing that further words from him would only exacerbate the situation. It was best to wait until Fu Zhengqiao's anger subsided. Wow, what a splendid spectacle. This is the first time I've witnessed a spineless man kneeling before a woman who has repeatedly rejected him. Sycophants truly meet a tragic end. Yu Ying remarked, having a vague recollection of Fu Zichen. Back in G City's first high school, when Fu Zichen was a freshman, their paths crossed a few times, during which Fu Zichen had made the effort to greet her. She could hardly have ignored him. Little did she expect that the young master of the Fu family would display such disgraceful behavior. Life indeed serves as a wellspring of inspiration for novels. Shen Shudong swiftly retrieved her phone to capture this moment, intending to use it as material for her writing. Fu Chuan took a sip of soda and noticed Fu Zhengqiao approaching them. I sincerely apologize for the spectacle you've just witnessed. Fu Zhengqiao, ever the chairman of the Fu group, managed to compose himself swiftly after such a humiliating incident, addressing Shen Shudong and her companions with courtesy. Shen Shudong responded coolly, Uncle Fu, there's no need for such pleasantries. We are hardly acquainted. She deftly distanced herself from the situation, avoiding any potential scandal. Particularly recalling Fu Chuan's experience within the Fu family, a wave of inexplicable anger surged within her, making it impossible to regard Fu Zhengqiao with any semblance of respect. Excuse me. Fu Zhengqiao's gaze shifted from Shen Shudong to Fu Chuan, who had not spared a glance at his father, instead turning his face away to sip his soda. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Fu Zhengqiao found his estranged son, whom he had never truly acknowledged, looking particularly handsome and agreeable today. It seemed that Fu Zichen's sycophantic antics had exceeded Fu Zhengqiao's expectations. After all, Fu Chuan's lack of sycophancy had garnered him the favor of both Yu Ying and Shen Shudong, revealing Fu Zhengqiao's misjudgment. Once Fu Zhengqiao departed, Shen Shudong spoke softly. Junior, if Fu Zhengqiao causes you any trouble, remember to inform us. She understood the implications behind Fu Zhengqiao's gaze. Driven by the interests of the Shen group, he would stop at nothing, especially upon witnessing the close bond between Fu Chuan and herself. Shen Shudong would not underestimate Fu Zhengqiao's unscrupulousness. Considering what he had previously inflicted upon Fu Chuan, it would be no surprise if, for the sake of gain, he sought to reclaim Fu Chuan after having been so cruel to him. Chapter 104, Triumph, Cutting Through Thorns. Indeed, Junior, no matter what happens, we will stand by you. Fu Chuan had confided in about the circumstances surrounding the Fu family, and he knew that her intentions were genuine. Since he shared this with Shen Shutong, he felt it only fair to be open with as well, lest she feel unjustly treated. The two elder sisters were the most significant benefactors in Fu Chuan's life, and he would forever be grateful. Meeting the concerned gazes of and Shen Shutong, a warm current surged through Fu Chuan's heart, and he smiled gently. With my seniors here, I fear nothing. Er's lips curled into a playful smile. That is good to hear, Junior. You're fortunate to have two beautiful seniors safeguarding you. With just 10 days until the provincial high school painting competition, don't hesitate to ask for help. For Tang's sake, I won't hesitate to go through fire and water for you. Shen Shutong, feeling unceremoniously dragged into the conversation, pinched Er's chest. What do you mean, for my sake? Since when did you become so awkward? If you want to dote on Junior, just do it. Don't drag me into it. Guess what tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Utterly adorable. It seems you're in dire need of facial cleanser. I'll make sure to teach you a lesson when we sleep together tonight. Who's going to teach whom is still up for debate. Fu Chuan could only gulp down water frantically to mask his embarrassment. This topic was too risky for him, a mere boy. The two elder sisters were far too open. Time flew by swiftly, and 9 days passed in the blink of an eye. To Fu Chuan's surprise, Fu Zhengqiao did not trouble him. He could, therefore, focus on preparing for the provincial high school painting competition without worry. Whenever he needed information, he would contact Teacher G via the messaging app to ask for assistance in gathering the necessary materials, which he would then pick up from school. Each time Teacher G saw Fu Chuan coming for materials, he hesitated, wanting to inform him that they were prepared by Fu Qingqing. However, he held back, recalling Fu Qingqing's desperate pleas. At noon, the school arranged for a vehicle to take Fu Chuan to a hotel near the examination venue, providing dedicated personnel to assist him with the registration process, just in time for the competition the following day. Standing before the grand venue, Fu Chuan took out his phone to snap a photo and send it to Professor Hao. Professor, I've arrived at the venue. Shortly thereafter, Professor Hao replied, I look forward to your performance, Fu Chuan. Go for it. In the days leading up to the competition, Fu Chuan had diligently studied the materials, researching exam topics, artistic techniques, and the judges' preferences. Although having Professor Hao's guidance had made a significant difference. As one of the judges for this provincial high school painting competition, he could not show favoritism. The extra entry slot Fu Chuan received was the result of Professor Hao utilizing all his connections. Professor Hao believed that with Fu Chuan's talent, he would undoubtedly achieve a commendable rank in this competition, paving the way for his recommendation to the Xingman Art Academy, where he could become Professor Hao's student. Tomorrow was the day. Fu Chuan took a deep breath. On the cusp of destiny, he had narrowly missed his dream university in his past life, all for a familial bond that did not truly belong to him. In this life, Fu Chuan was determined to gain admission to Xingman Art Academy for his future and to honor the promises made to his seniors. Let this competition be the starting point. Junior, a familiar voice suddenly called out. Fu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, turning around to see Shen Shutang, and hurriedly approached her. Senior Shen, what brings you here? Sen Sutang, carrying a teddy bear backpack and wearing AirPods in one ear, raised an eyebrow and pouted slightly. What? Am I not allowed to come? That's not what I meant. Just teasing you. Shen Shutang chuckled, pulling out an invitation from her pocket. I've been invited as a spectator for this competition. Such large-scale competitions are typically closed events. To prevent any unfairness, the organizers invite select spectators for oversight, primarily top students from various schools in G-City. As the school belle of G-City No. 1 High School and a talented novelist, it was hardly surprising that Shen Shutang receive an invitation. These competitions can be lengthy and tedious, and many students are reluctant to spend their time attending. Fu Chuan understood that Shen Shutang came specifically to support him, and he felt touched as he said, Thank you, senior. Why are you thanking me? Isn't it your hard work that has brought you to this point? With her presence, I feel an overwhelming surge of confidence, much like having a healer to enhance my buffs in an online game. Fu Chuan struggled to articulate his emotions. Scratching the back of his head, observing the endearing Fu Chuan, Shen Tang stifled a laugh. I'll take that as a compliment. Since you're so eager for buffs, here. She retrieved a talisman from her teddy bear backpack. This is a good luck charm, obtained from the most auspicious Du Mountain Temple on the outskirts of G-City. It will surely bless you with victory and help you overcome all challenges. Her radiant smile brimmed with confidence as she took Fu Chuan's hand and placed the charm in his palm. Fu Chuan felt the warmth radiating from the charm, his eyes slightly moist. Senior, thank you. I will not let your expectations down. This was the first time Fu Chuan had received a charm sought after specifically for him. A heartfelt blessing, the most thoughtful gift from Shen Tang, who wished for his bright future. All right, Junior, there's no need for constant gratitude. I know a nearby restaurant that offers delicious food at a great price. Let me treat you as an early cheer. Senior, let me pay. Shoo. Shen Tang stood on her tiptoes and placed a finger on Fu Chuan's lips. You must listen to your senior. Disobedience will lead to punishment, understand? Faced with Shen Tang's playful threat, Fu Chuan fell silent, only to be pulled away by her. Unbeknownst to them, a figure lurked nearby, secretly observing the scene. It was Fu Qing. Witnessing the camaraderie between Fu Chuan and Shen Tang sparked a flicker of sadness in Fu Qing's eyes. I knew you would come. The voice of Fu Xianling suddenly shattered Fu Qing's thoughts. Turning to see her second sister, Fu Qing felt embarrassed. Second sister. Fu Xianling sighed softly. I could tell the moment you left this morning. There's no class today, fifth sister. Is this really necessary? It's not about necessity. It's about wanting to witness how far Fu Chuan can go in this competition. You know how exceptional his talent is. Don't you want to see it for yourself? He is our brother. Fu Xianling fell silent, indicating her agreement with Fu Qing's sentiments. Initially, she had been furious to see Fu Qing sacrifice so much for Fu Chuan, believing it was unworthy. However, as the competition drew near and Fu Qing became increasingly involved, Fu Xianling found herself eager to witness Fu Chuan's remarkable work and how far he could go among such talented competitors. Fifth sister, I understand your appreciation for talent. However, I advise you to refrain from constantly reminding others that Fu Chuan is our brother. In his eyes, we are nothing but shadows. His thoughts are consumed by his aspirations and pleasing Shen Tang and Yuing Air. A heartless and ungrateful man like him does not deserve to be our brother. Chapter 105. The most beautiful picture in memory. Fu Xianling failed to notice the anger and jealousy lacing her tone. After all, Fu Chuan had once wholeheartedly sought to please them, his sisters, yet now his affections seemed to be claimed by two other women. Fu Xianling tried to dismiss her feelings but could not help but feel it was like a thorn embedded in her heart, something that once belonged to her now taken away. A sensation impossible to articulate, utterly disheartening. Second sister, no matter how much we argue, it won't change the fact that we are blood-related. If Fu Chuan weren't our brother, none of this would be happening. Fu Qing let out a wry smile. Fu Xianling's mindset was akin to self-deception. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Fu Xianling found herself viewing Fu Qing as hopeless. What can be done? After all, Fu Qing is still my sister. I need to keep an eye on her and witness how far Fu Chuan's talent can truly reach. None of this was known to Fu Chuan. The following day, at 10 in the morning, Fu Chuan checked in with his ID and entered the competition venue on time, finding his designated seat. The participants beside him clearly knew each other. Those who had advanced to the provincial high school painting competition were all prodigies who had devoted themselves to art from a young age. As they recognized the unfamiliar yet strikingly handsome face of Fu Chuan, confusion arose. Who was this handsome young man with such a distinctive appearance? He should have left a lasting impression, yet it seemed as though none had encountered him before. Fu Chuan patiently awaited the announcement of the exam questions for the competition to commence, when suddenly he felt a gaze from the audience. Coincidentally, it met Shen Tang's descending glance. She smiled slightly and gestured a good luck sign towards him. Fu Chuan returned the smile and took a deep breath. He would succeed. Like the other candidates, Fu Chuan scanned the venue, his gaze lingering on the judging panel, observing the backgrounds of the judges. Professor Hao Ze was familiar to Fu Chuan, but another figure caught his attention as well. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit with a white beard, the seemingly ordinary old man sat in the center, the coveted C position among the 5 judges, receiving great respect and joviality from them. Many gazed at this elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, finding him unfamiliar. Little did they know, he was the renowned stock market sniper, Fu Zichen. His ancestors had ventured to Malaysia for business, and as their family enterprise flourished, they expanded into various economic nations, dominating industries such as clothing, watches, cosmetics, and gaming, earning a prominent reputation in the global business sphere, affectionately known as Old Hu. The Hu family's ancestors were well known in G City, and upon handing over the group to his descendants, Fu Zichen returned to G City to enjoy his retirement, renovating and expanding the old residence into a large courtyard worth tens of millions. He had become a household name in their village. This great figure had a penchant for collecting famous paintings and artifacts from various historical dynasties. He had once purchased 3 ancient artifacts lost during the 8-Nation Alliance invasion abroad and donated them to the country, gaining immense fame and possessing a high level of artistic appreciation. His presence as a judge at this provincial high school painting competition could be regarded as a blessing for the event. Fu Chuan knew that Fu Zichen was the one who had sponsored the Qin family in his past life, allowing them to turn their fate around. It was said that when Qin Jian stole Fu Chuan's painting and brought it back to the Qin family, Fu Zichen, who had been invited by coincidence, was so impressed that he praised it lavishly. Through his connection with Fu Chuan and the gift of calligraphy, Fu Zichen could elevate the Qin family to an existence even more powerful than the Fu family. Fu Chuan held Fu Zichen in high regard. He was a seasoned sage, rich in experience, who did not condescend to his juniors. Their frequent exchanges about artistic works had greatly enriched Fu Chuan's understanding. Little did he expect that participating in the provincial high school painting competition would lead him to Fu Zichen. Aware of Fu Zichen's artistic preferences, Fu Chuan felt a surge of confidence. As the clock struck 10:30, the exam topics were officially announced. The most beautiful painting in memory. The subject matter and characters were unrestricted, and the duration of the exam was an hour and a half. The commonality of the topic caused many candidates to ponder deeply, as the familiarity implied a multitude of potential choices. Among the 40 arts students competing, only 3 would emerge victorious, leaving 37 to be eliminated. The competitors were evenly matched, with no clear frontrunner. To secure a win, understanding the preferences of the 5 judges was essential, and a thorough study of past award-winning works was imperative. The initial spark of inspiration was crucial. It needed to be strikingly original. If a candidate's theme overlapped with another's, the risk of failure multiplied significantly. Approximately 20 minutes were available to make decisive choices. Upon seeing the prompt, Fu Chuan momentarily froze, his mind instantly conjuring the most beautiful scene he had ever witnessed in his 2 lifetimes. Closing his eyes to visualize, the contours began to take shape before him. Yes, this was it. Hao Ze, seated among the judges, naturally focused on Fu Chuan, who began to sketch within 5 minutes, the fastest in the room. Professor Hao, you seem particularly invested in that young man. Is he the special invitee you worked so hard to secure a spot for? Fu Zichen, who shared a close friendship with Hao Ze, understood the professor's temperament. Had Fu Chuan not possessed extraordinary talent, Hao Ze would never have exercised such privilege. Hao Ze readily praised Fu Chuan. Indeed, he is an exceptional talent I have discovered. Intrigued, Fu Zichen replied, then I must observe him closely. Fu Chuan's brush moved with divine inspiration, scarcely pausing as he brought shapes, themes, figures, and landscapes to life on the canvas. Underneath the phoenix flower tree, amidst the verdant grass, the sun shone brilliantly. A girl in a white dress and sun hat stood with her hands behind her back, embodying the essence of a fairy tale. The gentle breeze stirred, lights sparkled, and the playground's weathered walls stood in contrast to the pristine rubber track and swaying dandelions. This was the most beautiful presence etched in Fu Chuan's memory, a breathtaking vista he would cherish for a lifetime. After an hour of drafting, coloring, refining, and adding details, Fu Chuan completed his work, melding it seamlessly with his memories to enhance its artistry. As he set down his brush, he exhaled deeply, knowing he had poured his passion and inspiration into this piece. Confident that he would never create a better work, he felt that if this piece did not earn recognition, it would reflect solely on his abilities, leaving him with no regrets, having done his utmost. While others scribbled fervently, Fu Chuan sat quietly, awaiting the outcome. The first to finish always garnered extra attention, both from his peers and the judges. Chapter 106, Friend A. The senior has designated you as her male companion for the event. Fu Sanlong nodded, remarking, that young man is indeed the fastest to complete his work. Hao Zhe smiled slightly. Speed does not equate to quality, but Fu Chuan appears quite composed. He should do well. Fu Sanlong, increasingly curious about Fu Chuan's extraordinary talent, pondered what could inspire such high praise from a world-renowned artist. As the exam concluded and the candidates departed the venue, Fu Sanlong was the first to approach Fu Chuan's painting. What greeted him was nothing short of stunning. The work radiated Fu Chuan's dedication and soul, emanating a palpable atmosphere of visual delight. Each line and color was perfectly attuned to Fu Sanlong's sensibilities. Following closely was Hao Zhe, who, upon seeing the painting, seemed to recall something, exclaiming, "Youth is indeed a gift. One can lavishly squander inspiration and talent, creating the most idealized version of a girl." At Hao Zhe's age, he had become disillusioned with life, unable to replicate the vibrancy of Fu Chuan's creation. The girl from his memories had long since gathered dust, her true form obscured. The other three judges, intrigued by Fu Sanlong and Hao Zhe's interest in Fu Chuan's work, approached and marveled. Whose masterpiece is this? The level of completion is astonishing. Fu Chuan, is he the student recommended by Professor Hao? Hao Zhe beamed with pride. What do you think, everyone? I told you he wouldn't disappoint. It was no wonder that Hao Zhe valued him so highly. He was indeed a prodigy. This name was unfamiliar to them, yet it resonated with brilliance. His work was not only technically flawless, but also echoed Hao Zhe's realistic style while forging a path of its own, avoiding mere imitation. A few deft strokes were enough to leave a lasting impression. While outsiders might see only the surface, connoisseurs recognized the depth. The three judges, esteemed figures in their own right, offer high praise from both audience and expert perspectives. If he were not a true genius, it would be remarkable for someone of his age to produce such a piece, foreshadowing a promising future. Fu Chuan chuckled softly. Fu Sanlong whispered the name, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. He would remember this child. Unbeknownst to Fu Chuan, as he exited the venue, he stretched luxuriously. Junior, Shun Shutong, emerging from the hall, patted Fu Chuan on the back. You finished early. Feeling confident? Fu Chuan's lips curled into a smile. It's because of the lucky charm you gave me, senior. Today has been fortuitous. The topic was right up my alley. I owe you a grand feast as thanks. Is it really that miraculous? Junior, what did you paint for the most beautiful painting in memory? Meeting Shin Shudong's curious gaze, Fu Chuan teased. You'll find out when the results are announced. Junior, when did you learn to keep secrets from your senior? It seems I'll have to extort you tonight. Spare me, senior. Determined to surprise Shun Shutong, Fu Chuan refused to divulge. Shin Shutong rolled her eyes playfully. How about this, Junior? Help me with a favor, and I'll let you off the hook. What favor? Whatever you need, I shall oblige. There's a banquet tomorrow evening. Friend A has requested you. Shin Shutong pointed at Fu Chuan, her eyes sparkling like stars. To accompany me as my male partner. Me? Fu Chuan was taken aback. This was a formal event requiring a partner. Ing had chosen her cousin, and Fu Chuan was unfamiliar with other boys. After careful consideration, he felt his most trusted junior was the most suitable choice. Are you afraid? The most trusted junior Fu Chuan felt a warm glow inside, then asked, will Uncle Shin be attending? Yes, I've heard a distinguished guest will be present. Not only my father, but even Uncle Yu and others will be eager to please. Otherwise, Ing and I could easily decline. A harmonious family image was always advantageous for business, especially for capable and talented young women like Shen Shutong and Yu Air. Senior. Fu Chuan felt a twinge of concern. He was acutely aware of the discord between Shun Shutang and Shun Shanhe. Now, they were to attend this gathering together, and he worried that it would weigh heavily on Shun Shutang, who was inherently an emotional girl. Nevertheless, she reassured herself, no matter what, I'm still a daughter of the Shun family. I understand that my relationship with my father can never revert to what it once was, but I must repay the kindness he has shown in bringing me into this world. There will be occasions where we need to display our father-daughter bond. It will undoubtedly have a positive impact on the Shun group. Although Ing Er detests such events, she must attend for the Yu family's sake. The foolish junior and senior have not fallen so low as to warrant my concern. I will accompany the senior. Fu Chuan vowed. Whenever Shun Shutang needed him, he would be there without hesitation. Just as she had extended her hand to him during his darkest hours, he was determined to give his all to support her. Shun Shutang tilted her head, her expression reminiscent of a glacier melting in spring, transforming into a gentle stream, serene and beautiful. Tomorrow will reveal your performance, Junior. Oh, and there's one more thing. She produced her phone. This place holds extraordinary significance for you. If it were me, I would take a selfie. What do you think, Junior? Fu Chuan paused in surprise. Does the senior enjoy taking photographs? Absolutely. When I visit the capital or the magical city, I capture countless moments. Often alone. Flipping through those albums evokes such delightful memories. Weather, cuisine, attractions, just a glance at the images brings everything back, sparking inspiration. It's my little secret. A shadow of sadness flickered in Shun Shutang's eyes. Yes, often is alone. In the past, Yu Er and Shun Shutang were inseparable, akin to best friends. However, as Shun Shutang's novels gained immense popularity, she found herself traveling extensively, leaving behind only her own images. It was almost laughable. There were far more photos requested by Shun Zhongwei than those of Shun Shutang with her father. Sensing the unplaceable sorrow emanating from Shun Shutang, Fu Chuan felt an inexplicable impulse surge within him, and he blurted out, Then, Senior, can we take a picture together here? A picture? Here? Yes, we've never properly taken one together. Please, if it's too much trouble for you, then forget it. Fu Chuan was apprehensive that Shun Shutang might misunderstand his eagerness, sounding somewhat uncertain. What a splendid opportunity. With the two of them present at this venue that could alter Fu Chuan's destiny. How wonderful it would be to capture a moment with Shun Shutang, a memory to cherish in later years. He yearned for that sweetness, as natural as a bee collecting nectar, summoning the courage to ask. Once the first moment is captured, surely there would be a second, a third, a fourth. For the sake of these potential memories, Fu Chuan was willing to bear the brunt of the Shun Shutang's possible refusal. Shun Shutang's initial astonishment quickly transformed into a radiant smile. Of course, Junior. 3, 2, 1. Cheese. Chapter 107. Boys must learn to be proactive. Shun Shutang raised her phone, forming a peace sign. She allowed Fu Chuan a moment to react, aligning the camera to reveal a bright, charming smile. Click. The perfect photograph was freshly minted. Observing the image, Shun Shutang nodded in satisfaction. What divine beauty! No wonder it's so stunning with my Junior. Any angle looks magnificent. Here you go, Junior. I'm sending you the photo. Shun Shutang casually forwarded the picture to Fu Chuan. As he retrieved his phone, Fu Chuan's smile widened upon seeing their likenesses in the photograph. He promptly downloaded and saved it, setting it as his wallpaper. Were it not for the fear of causing Shun Shutang unnecessary discomfort, he might have made his lock screen wallpaper in an instant. Thank you, Senior. I will cherish this photo. Each time he gazed upon it, he would remember Shun Shutang, the day the enchanting girl gifted him his first talisman of good fortune, fervently wishing for his bright future, bestowing upon him blessings that knew no bounds. Every detail would remain etched in his memory. Closing his eyes, he envisioned Shun Shutang cheering for him. This was their inaugural moment together. I should be the one thanking you, Junior, Shun Shutang said, a flush gracing her cheeks as she stood on tiptoe. Whispering softly in his ear, I've long wished to take a picture with you." It was as if a thunderclap struck Fu Chuan, leaving him dazed as he gazed at Shen Shutang. She stepped back, smoothing her hair, her smile tinged with shyness. "It's not proper for a girl to say such things first. Take a lesson from this, Junior. I want to say it again next time. Boys must learn to be proactive." Seeing Fu Chuan's foolish expression, Shen Shutang couldn't help but laugh, her features enchanting, her eyes sparkling. Unbeknownst to them both, the junior who shared a similar plight of confusion and anguish had transformed into someone of great significance in Shen Shutang's life. Desiring to capture memories with those they cherished through photographs was a perfectly natural inclination. Coming back to reality, Fu Chuan felt as though something was lodged in his throat, making it difficult to express his excitement. "Senior, I will be very proactive next time. Let's take more photos together and create more memories." He felt foolish after speaking. His heartfelt words had emerged clumsily, and he wondered if Shen Shutang would understand. "All right," she replied, raising her index finger to her lips, her smile radiant as a flower. "It's a promise, Junior. We will create more memories together." No further words were necessary. The blush on the faces of the young man and woman spoke volumes. After dinner, Shen Shutang announced her intention to take Fu Chuan somewhere. Now it was her turn to keep him guessing. Fu Chuan obediently followed her lead to a large plaza. As Shen Shutang strolled through the shops, she casually selected a high-end suit store, dragging Fu Chuan inside and instructing the staff to present several casual suits for him to try on. This one, and this one. Try them all." Fu Chuan understood Shen Shutang's intent. To accompany her to the evening banquet, he indeed needed an appropriate suit. Given the circumstances, it was unlikely his family could provide one, and he had no choice but to purchase one from a physical store. Recently, Fu Chuan had secured numerous business contracts through the Picasso platform, and with the generous tips from fans, he had risen to the top of the newcomer charts, attracting the attention of an increasing number of clients. With his current workload, he was not lacking in daily expenses, and acquiring a nice suit as a backup was a sound decision. When Fu Chuan emerged in the suit chosen by Shen Shutang, the sales staff gasped in astonishment. Incredible! With his sun-kissed complexion and a height of 6 feet 2 inches, he looked absolutely dashing in the suit, resembling a living mannequin. Each suit he tried on looked stunning, and Shen Shutang nodded in approval. "I'll take all 3. Please package them." "Huh?" Senior Fu Chuan wanted to say more. "Consider it a gift of gratitude from me. If you feel uncomfortable, you needn't worry. I'll need you as my male companion in the future." True to her nature, Shen Shutang had left Fu Chuan with no room for rebuttal, rendering him speechless. "Are you going to be my male companion at the banquet?" The moment Fu Chuan contemplated the possibility of refusing, a vivid image of Shen Shutang seeking another man as her partner flickered in his mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. Indeed, Fu Chuan felt most at ease and suitable as Shen Shutang's male escort. The 3 suits that Shen Shutang purchased cost her a staggering 60,000 yuan. Yet she paid without batting an eye. A wealthy woman of her caliber never concerns herself with trifles. As Fu Chuan carried the garments Shen Shutang had selected for him, he reveled in the sensation of being supported by a prosperous benefactor. What an exquisite indulgence! The following evening, cloaked in the elegance befitting the occasion, Fu Chuan accompanied Shen Shutang to the renowned Four Seasons Hotel, a gem of the U Corporation in G City. Inside, the clinking of glasses mingled with the soothing strains of classical music, as the room teemed with illustrious chairmen of listed companies and a myriad of affluent heirs, all engaged in lively conversation, epitomizing opulence. Undoubtedly, they hailed from a realm far removed from the struggles of ordinary existence. An adage rings true in today's society: those born with privilege will always have an advantage, while those without may never hope to grasp it. The individuals within this circle monopolize the city's wealth, elevating the barriers to heights unattainable by the average person. They exude politeness, possess vast knowledge, and have been nurtured in elite educational environments, marked by intense competition, exceptional intelligence, unwavering diligence, and humility, amassing resources beyond the reach of the ordinary. One need not fear the wealth of others, but rather their relentless ambition. The very subjects they engage with are beyond the ken of the common folk. In such an atmosphere, Fu Chuan felt distinctly out of place. He had no necessity to forcibly integrate into a world that did not belong to him, unless he sought something from it. Fu Chuan preferred the simplicity of his own life, where the weight of the world seemed lighter. As the night unfolded, Shen Shutong had prepared a stunning hairstyle. Her dark locks cascading gracefully over her shoulders, revealing a delicate alabaster neck adorned with a ruby necklace. With red lips and a subtle touch of makeup, her eyes sparkled like rippling lakes, a breathtaking sight. Fu Chuan turned to her and softly inquired, "Senior, what should I do?" "Come with me to greet some acquaintances, and then we can find a corner to play games," she replied. "Very well," Fu Chuan responded, appreciating the straightforwardness of her request. In the next moment, Shen Shutong entwined her arm with his, and the closeness caused his heart to race. Chapter 108. "Fu Chuan is my long-lost son," Shen Shutong reassured him. "If you feel nervous, there is no need to speak. Just leave it to me." Fu Chuan shook his head. "Not at all. As your male companion, how could I be daunted by such a scene?" Observing Fu Chuan's newfound confidence, Shen Shutong smiled softly as they approached her father, Shen Shanhe, and her stepmother, Jiangli. In a tone that was neither too warm nor too cold, she announced, "Dad, Mom, we've arrived." Addressing Jiang Li as Mom signified Shen Shutong's respect for her stepmother, although her biological mother held an irreplaceable place in her heart. The late mother was gone, but Jiang Li had treated Shen Shutong fairly. Thus, Shen Shutong had no intention of putting her stepmother in an awkward position. "Sweetheart, you're here," Jiang Li exclaimed, glancing at Fu Chuan with surprise. It was the first time she had seen Shen Shutong attend a banquet with a man, and he was indeed quite handsome. A fitting match for her daughter. However, when Shen Shanhe's gaze landed upon Fu Chuan, a flicker of discontent crossed his face. How could an ordinary fellow be worthy of his daughter? Shen Shanhe was incredulous that Shen Shutong had chosen Fu Chuan as her companion, believing it to be an undue privilege for that boy to bask in the envy of many. After a heated argument at school, Shen Shanhe had stormed home, leading to a strained relationship with his daughter, where they exchanged only the most perfunctory of greetings. Jiang Li, understanding the dynamics, refrained from criticizing Shen Shanhe, instead seizing the opportunity presented by the evening's banquet to mend a rift with Shen Shutong. By agreeing to attend, Shen Shutong signaled her willingness to soften her stance towards her father. Shen Shanhe was aware that since the birth of his younger son, he had diverted much of his attention towards Shen Zongwei, inadvertently neglecting Shen Shutong's feelings. However, his paternal pride prevented him from conceding. He could not lower himself. Consequently, his pleasant demeanor soured upon seeing Fu Chuan, wishing Shen Shutong had come alone instead. Noticing Shen Shanhe's silence, Jiang Li gently shook his arm and called out, "Darling." With a begrudging nod, Shen Shanhe acknowledged her. "Mr. Shen, it has been a while." A business associate approached, wine glass in hand, engaging Shen Shanhe in conversation. Upon seeing Shen Shutong, he praised, "I've heard your daughter is exceptionally talented, having gained fame as a novelist and even appearing on national news. Truly, a source of pride compared to my own son, uncle." "You flatter me," Shen Shutong replied with grace. As others extolled Shen Shutong, Shen Shanhe basked in the glow of their compliments, momentarily forgetting his earlier displeasure regarding Fu Chuan's presence. Just as Shen Shutong and Fu Chuan completed their social obligations and sought refuge in a quiet corner, Fu Zhengqiao strode over, arm in arm with Ju Mei, a champagne flute in hand. Upon spotting Fu Chuan accompanying Shen Shutong, their eyes gleamed with intrigue. Indeed, Fu Chuan was their biological son. Shen Shutong had never attended a banquet with a male companion before, always solitary and indifferent to flattery. Now, with Fu Chuan by her side, it was evident that his standing in her heart was extraordinary. If Fu Chuan could persuade Shen Shutong to speak favorably of the Fu Corporation, the collaboration between their companies would be all but guaranteed. Mr. Fu Shen Shanhe reconnaissait Fu Zichen intentions. He understood that the collaboration was a pivotal focus for the Shen Corporation's development in the forthcoming year, and choosing a partner deserved careful consideration. The Fu Corporation was merely one of several options, and he intended to weigh all possibilities to ensure maximum value. "Junior, let us go," Fu Chuan said, disinterested in entanglements with the Fu family. He was all too aware of the outcome from his past life. The Fu Corporation had ultimately lost the competition, squandering a golden opportunity, and then Fu Zhengqiao and Zhu Mei had blamed Fu Chuan for the failure, claiming he had cost them their fortune. In this lifetime reborn, Fu Chuan and Fu Zichen wondered if they might alter the course of history. Fu Chuan was indifferent to such notions. The lives of the Fu family were no longer his concern. As Fu Chuan and Shan Shudong prepared to depart, Fu Zhengqiao abruptly shifted the topic, lavishing praise upon Shan Shudong before remarking, "Mr. Shun, the young man accompanying your esteemed daughter is named Fu Chuan, correct?" Shun Shanha's expression darkened at the mention of Fu Chuan, but he was compelled to maintain decorum for Shun Shutong's sake. "To be candid, Mr. Shun, Fu Chuan is my long-lost biological son." Both Shun Shanha and Jiangli stared at Fu Zhengqiao in shock. Shun Shanha had previously dispatched someone to investigate Fu Chuan, knowing he was the only boy who had grown close to Shun Shutong. The report revealed that Fu Chuan had been raised in an orphanage and had gained admission to G City No. 1 High School due to his extraordinary artistic talent. There were also whispers that he had once frequented the Fu family villa, though the Fu family had never confirmed such claims. Now that Fu Zhengqiao has openly confirmed Fu Chuan's true identity, it inevitably raises an alarm for Shin Shanha. Could it be that Fu Zhengqiao has deliberately orchestrated Fu Chuan's approach to Shin Shudong to facilitate a collaboration between the two conglomerates? Such an intention is too blatant. Fu Zhengqiao cannot possibly be foolish enough to provoke disdain so openly. Shin Shanha's suspicions are anticipated by Fu Zhengqiao, who sighs softly and explains to Shan Shanha the reasons for not disclosing Fu Chuan's true identity. Considering the feelings of his ailing adopted son, Fu Zichen, he fears that the exposure of Fu Chuan's true identity might lead to Fu Zichen being ostracized by his peers outside of school, triggering a health crisis. The rationale provided by Fu Zhengqiao is impeccably crafted. The Fu family's reputation for caring for Fu Zichen is renowned. This is one of the reasons Shan Shanha holds a favorable view of the Fu group. A beloved adopted son with a terminal illness, cherished and unwaveringly supported, whether genuine or performative. At the very least, they are willing to play their roles, thus enhancing the image of Fu Zhengqiao and indirectly fostering trust in his credibility. However, goodwill aside, business matters are distinct. A truly discerning businessman does not choose a crucial partner based solely on one factor. The mere fact that such favoritism exists indicates the success of the chosen party. Fu Zhengqiao, of course, harbors his own motives, aware that Shan Shanha will not remain oblivious to Fu Chuan's true identity. Given Fu Chuan's close relationship with Shan Shutong, it is impossible for Shan Shanha, as a father, to remain indifferent. He will undoubtedly uncover the depths of Fu Chuan's background. Rather than allowing this to unfold, it is better to take the initiative and transform conflict into harmony. Fu Zichen frequently suffers health crises within the Fu household, causing great anxiety among them all. And as a result, they have overlooked Fu Chuan's feelings over the years. Fu Chuan has now grown cold towards his relatives, even moving out, refraining from sharing his troubles with them. If not for a chance encounter, Fu Zhengqiao would never have anticipated the depth of Fu Chuan's connection with the esteemed young lady, an oversight on his part as a father. In a world of elite families, while they may appear glamorous on the surface, they often harbor a myriad of internal issues. Shun Shanha, as the chairman of the Shan Group, is no stranger to such matters. Inheritance disputes, infidelity, and illegitimate children are all commonplace. Fu Zhengqiao's preoccupation with his terminally ill son, Fu Zichen, has led to the neglect of his long-lost biological son, Fu Chuan, a sentiment that resonates deeply with Shun Shanha, who has similarly focused his attention on Shun Zongwei, inadvertently alienating Shun Shudong and creating a rift between father and daughter. Though Shun Shanha may not fully trust Fu Zhengqiao's words, if what Fu Zhengqiao claims is true, he begins to understand why Shin Shutong is so fond of Fu Chuan. Being a father is indeed a challenging endeavor. Mr. Fu, I empathize with your feelings. Fu Zhengqiao did not expect to inadvertently touch the heart of Shun Shanha, filling him with joy, just as he was about to seize the moment. At that instant, Yu Bai, accompanied by his wife, approached for a greeting. As Shen Shanhe shares a close rapport with Yu Bai, he naturally abandons Fu Zhengqiao to engage in warm conversation. Fu Zhengqiao silently curses the intruding Yu Bai, recognizing that he must not reveal his intentions too overtly, and thus he takes Zhu Mei to meet other partners. Dear, do you think our frank discussion with director Shen will have repercussions for Zichen? Prior to this, Fu Zhengqiao had briefed Zhu Mei on their plan, yet she remains concerned for Fu Zichen. Once the truth regarding Fu Chuan, the true heir of the Fu family, is revealed, it will inevitably affect Fu Zichen's health. Don't even mention him. The mere mention of Fu Zichen ignites Fu Zhengqiao's anger. Recalling that night when Fu Zichen knelt before Qin Jian in a public display of desperation, an act that utterly humiliated Fu Zhengqiao. The incident stirred considerable commotion, but fortunately, Fu Zhengqiao managed to suppress it in time. Otherwise, negative news about the Fu group at such a critical juncture would have jeopardized the collaboration opportunity with the Shen group, an unthinkable consequence. Yu Mai Bao's, aware that Fu Zhengqiao is still seething. Since returning home that night, Fu Zhengqiao has refused to acknowledge Fu Zichen, regardless of his son's apologies or attempts to curry favor. Even when Fu Zichen suffered 2 health episodes and was hospitalized, Fu Zhengqiao did not visit him, rendering the tactics that once worked on Fu Zhengqiao utterly ineffective. Fu Zichen now navigates the Fu household with trepidation, avoiding even Qin Jian. Unbeknownst to them, Fu Zhengqiao's regard for Fu Chuan has already eclipsed that of Fu Zichen. Fu Zichen's embarrassing display of subservience was merely a trigger. Fu Zhengqiao now solely desires to bring Fu Chuan back home and persuade his biological son to assist in securing this business deal, a triumph that the Fu family would forever cherish. He is the true heir of the Fu family. So, dear, when should we meet with Fu Chuan? Fu Chuan is currently in a state of anger. Perhaps we should wait a while. Tonight, a significant figure is expected to arrive, and it is likely that directors Shen and you are both keeping a close watch. Even with the efforts of Fu Ling'er and others, they cannot salvage the situation with Fu Chuan. Fu Zhengqiao does not believe his personal intervention would be effective, especially since he is the head of the family and serves as their ultimate trump card. Given that Fu Zhengqiao is willing to humble himself before Fu Chuan, the latter's status within the Fu family is indeed difficult to suppress. Fu Zhengqiao must find an opportune moment. This is the reason for his prolonged inaction. Meanwhile, Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong sit in a corner, sipping orange juice, observing the bustling crowd around them, unnoticed and thus feeling at ease. Junior, are you all right? Shen Shutong, aware that Fu Chuan wishes to avoid his family, feels guilt at the thought of affecting Fu Chuan's mood due to her presence. Fu Chuan replies with a smile. It's fine, senior. I am who I am, and the Fu family is the Fu family. We're no longer connected, and they do not deserve to evoke any unnecessary emotions from me. Having confirmed that Fu Chuan is indeed fine, Shen Shutong breathes a sigh of relief. Upon receiving a message from Yu Inger, she opens it to find that Inger is currently occupied and cannot join them. Fu Chuan chuckles softly at the sight of Yu Inger being cornered by a group of gentlemen. It's rare to see senior you so constrained. Those who enjoy wealth and prestige must pay a certain price. This is merely a mild inconvenience. Uncle Yu dotes on Inger and would not use her marital prospects as leverage for alliances with other groups. I have seen many heiresses from wealthy families whose marital affairs are not their own to decide, bound by the expectations of matching social status, often ending up in arranged introductions with lesser science. Wealthy men can easily become corrupted, especially those from affluent backgrounds. After marriage, they often live separate lives. As Shen Shutong speaks, her disdain becomes palpable. The upper echelons of society operate in such a manner. With money in abundance, they pursue spiritual thrills, engaging in actions that are unimaginable to many yet entirely normal to the wealthy. I strive to become a distinguished author, not solely for financial independence, but also to bring pride to the Shen family. It is also a means to escape this bondage. Without the ability to assert oneself within the family, one has no voice and must submit to the will of others. Previously, Shen Shutong was confident that Shen Shanhe would not pressure her into an arranged marriage with an unloving partner under the guise of social compatibility, believing he would respect her choices in life, solely wishing for her happiness. Now, she finds herself bewildered, feeling a sense of estrangement from Shen Shanhe despite their shared bloodline. As Shen Shanhe gradually forgets Feng Dai and becomes increasingly indifferent to Shen Shutong's feelings, she begins to waver in her trust. Realizing that she and Shen Shanhe can never return to their former relationship. Senior. Fu Chuan struggles to find the right words to comfort Shen Shutong. Unlike him, she has chosen to attend this banquet, intent on bringing honor to the Shen family, as Shen Shanhe fulfills his paternal duties. Fu Chuan can forsake the Fu family and pursue his desires, but Shen Shutong cannot. She is destined to remain entangled in this vortex. All right, dear friend A, bringing you to this banquet should not cause you discomfort. I do not wish for these matters to trouble you. Come, sing a song for me. Recognizing the heaviness in the atmosphere due to her words, Shen Shutong quickly shifts the topic. Fu Chuan smiles gently. What would you like to hear, senior? To Spare a Heart from Sorrow. The New Year's Eve gala rehearsal featured this song, though the final selection leaned towards Sunny Day and Simple Love. Nevertheless, Shen Shutong's memory of Fu Chuan's captivating voice remains vivid. His deep, magnetic timbre has the power to penetrate the soul, evoking profound emotions. In this moment, Shen Shutong yearns to hear Fu Chuan's melodic voice, wishing to dispel the shadows and usher in light. May this song serve to shield her from sadness and bestow joy upon her. This constitutes Fu Chuan's utmost effort for Shen Shutong at present. True to the song's title and lyrics, may she traverse a path unhindered, unstoppable, and braving all obstacles. Birds are born without shackles. What then fetters my fate? Blown away are the white petals, leaving me ensnared within a cage. This excerpt is from the game Honkai Star Rail, specifically from Chapter 110, Let Us Escape Together. Fu Chuan's voice, soft as a whisper, fills the air as they gaze out at the night, the stars twinkling like scattered gems. Shen Shutong closes her eyes, savoring the exquisite beauty of Fu Chuan's song. The cacophony of the crowd seems to freeze in time, isolating the space occupied solely by Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong. A solitary island communicated through the language of song, soaring past the night to trace the primal light. Let the clouds fill me with their stings, until they wipe the sorrow from my life I dream. As the song concludes, Fu Chuan offers his rendition of To Spare a Heart from Sorrow to Shen Shutong. His youthful, cool smile warms her heart. At that moment, Fu Chuan embodies the essence of spirited ambition. Shen Shutong, with a playful smile, quips, "If you can't make it as an artist, why not pursue a career as a singer? Your voice and appearance will be wasted if you don't." Cough, cough. What are you saying, senior? I'm being serious. After hearing your song, I'm filled with such passion. I long to find a place to jam together. Shen Shutong, who has always disliked such gatherings, finds her distaste growing stronger. She would prefer to frolic freely with Fu Chuan instead. How about we escape together, Junior? Her words carry no hint of jest. They are utterly sincere. Sure, I'll follow your lead, Senior. Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you. Fu Chuan has entrusted himself entirely to Shen Shutong. Having communicated with Shen Shanhe and spent an appropriate time at the banquet, they have accomplished their task. Let us escape together, just the two of them. The moonlight is exquisite, the weather pleasant, and what could be more delightful than venturing out at this very moment? You sing quite well, young man. A sudden voice interrupts their conversation. Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong turn in surprise to see the unassuming Hu Sanlong. Fu Chuan hesitates, but responds respectfully. Teacher Hu. Hu Sanlong's eyes glimmer with sharpness. You don't seem surprised by my arrival. Others mentioned a significant figure would attend the gala, and I've heard of your illustrious deeds. Teacher Hu. Your presence here is no mystery to me. Before Hu Sanlong, Fu Chuan appears unfazed, unlike a typical high school senior. In his past life, Fu Chuan had dealings with Hu Sanlong, who is well aware of the flattery that often surrounds him. He values genuine emotional connections over the intentions of others. In his later years, he seeks emotional fulfillment and joy. A simple exchange of kindness can elevate one's status. There is no need for pretense or sycophancy in Hu Sanlong's presence. Much like matters of affection, where liking or disliking someone often requires no reason, merely finding them agreeable suffices. Teacher, who is indeed a remarkable figure, Shun Shutong suddenly realizes. Is it possible that you are the legendary Hu Sanlong, whom even Shun Shana holds in such high esteem? Ah, Shutong, où sont nos smiles gentils? The last time I saw you, you were but a little girl, and now you've blossomed into such a beautiful young lady. Shanha has indeed taught you well. A genius novelist. Your reputation precedes you. My apologies, Uncle Hu. It has been too long, and I hardly recognized you. I have read your published travelogue several times. It is so vivid and engaging, recounting your experiences across various countries in the last century. It's utterly fascinating. Typically unassuming, Shin Shutong feels a bit shy in Hu Sanlong's presence. Not only is he a collector, but he is also an accomplished author, having published several works, including autobiographies and accounts of his travels. His writing style is beautifully nuanced, reminiscent of Ming Yue's stories of the Ming Dynasty, which Shin Shutong has read countless times. Hu Sanlong is, without a doubt, an idol for her. To have a genius novelist become my little fan is quite a delight. Hu Sanlong then turns to Fu Chuan, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Fu Chuan, I admire your writing style. If you and Shutong could visit my home sometime, I would love to engage in discussions with you young minds. Would you honor me with your presence? Of course, it would be my honor, Teacher Hu. The prospect of befriending Hu Sanlong arises sooner than expected, reminiscent of their previous life, where Fu Chuan's work captured Hu Sanlong's attention. Fu Chuan remains composed. True talent will always shine through. Moreover, he genuinely appreciates Hu Sanlong, believing that cultivating such a friendship is mutually beneficial. Hu Sanlong appreciates Fu Chuan's calme demeanor. Admiring his talent and humility, he has encountered countless sycophants, yet he prefers the vibrancy of talented youth who remain untainted by the mundane. As Hu Sanlong discreetly enters the venue, he quickly garners attention, for many attendees have come with the intent of meeting him, whispering and exchanging glances. Is that Hu Laosher? It's a bit dim. I can't tell from this distance. Given Hu Laosher's status, he should be the center of attention. Why is he so low-key? Let's go find out. After exchanging contact information, Hu Sanlong is swiftly approached by Qin Haoran, who, upon confirming Hu Sanlong's identity, exclaims in delight, Hu Laosher. Long time no see. Qin Haoran's astonishment grows as he notices Hu Sanlong conversing enthusiastically with these two young individuals. Fu Chuan discreetly signals to Shin Shutong, and they make a quick exit to avoid the commotion. Soon, they observe Hu Sanlong surrounded by throngs of wealthy corporate directors, all vying for his attention, resembling sycophantic admirers eager to please. In the eyes of these ordinary individuals, the pinnacle of success pales in comparison to Hu Sanlong's stature. Fu Linger stood not far from Hu Sanlong. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the departing figures of Fu Chuan and Shin Shutong. Fu Chuan had not only established a connection with Shin Shutong, but to her utter disbelief. Even the legendary Hu Lao appeared to be treating Fu Chuan with warmth and joviality, an honor that even Fu Zhengqiao could not attain. How had Fu Chuan accomplished this? Contemplating this, Fu Linger could not help but follow the silhouette of Fu Chuan as he walked away. Chapter 111. I'm sorry, Fu Chuan, truly I am. Fu Chuan and Shin Shutong stepped outside the hotel, inhaling the fresh air. Junior, I never expected you to know Uncle Hu, Shin Shutong remarked, genuinely surprised. Individuals of such stature were akin to the likes of Shin Shanha. It was exceedingly rare for anyone else to engage in conversation with them, which was entirely dependent on Hu Sanlong's mood. Sister, teacher who was one of the judges for the provincial high school painting competition. We had crossed paths then. Fu Chuan explained. Really? No wonder the list of judges wasn't disclosed this year. That must have been Uncle Hu's request, Shin Shutong mused, her tongue clicking in realization. Although Shin Shutong had entered the venue as an audience member, she had not recognized Hu Sanlong at first due to the long time that had passed since their last meeting. Had it not been for the anticipation of the big names that would appear tonight and the surname Hu, she would not have deduced his identity. The prolonged Cold War with Shan Shana meant that even when Shin Shutong attended the banquet, he had not mentioned Hu Sanlong, and she had gleaned most of the information from Jiang Li. Junior, It seems your talent is not only appreciated by Uncle Hao, but also admired by Uncle Hu. You're on the verge of taking flight, Shen Shutong exclaimed, recalling the many urban novels she had read that often depicted such scenarios of dramatic rise. To her astonishment, she was witnessing this unfold in real life. The junior she had taken an interest in was indeed formidable. Fully equipped with the wings to soar to great heights and showcase his brilliance to the world. For reasons unknown, Shen Shutong felt a twinge of melancholy, as if the treasure she had discovered first was about to be revealed to a wider audience. She suddenly wished to hide Fu Chuan away, transforming him into a rare gem exclusively hers, so that his attention would not be diverted by others. Such thoughts were perilous and selfish. Shen Shutong shook her head, forcing herself to dismiss these musings. What was wrong with her? She had known this day would come. With Fu Chuan's exceptional talent, granting him a stage would undoubtedly allow him to dazzle the world. Yet, now that the moment was upon them, she found herself reluctant to let go. What folly! I will not disappoint your expectations, sister. We have made a pact. You shall become a globally best-selling novelist, and I will become a renowned painter. We will meet at the pinnacle together, Fu Chuan declared. Indeed, we have made a pact, Shen Shutong replied, her smile tinged with an indescribable sadness. One day, we shall meet at the summit. What a beautiful sentiment. Yet how many years had already passed since the day one truly reached the pinnacle? Time changes everything. Emotions, memories, prayers, and even a person's life. Fu Chuan had an infinitely bright future ahead, for which he would toil, sweat, and strive. Would Shen Shutong be able to accompany Fu Chuan until the end, witnessing his ascent to greatness? Even Shen Shutong could not provide an answer. Hey, friend A, when you become a world-renowned painter, don't forget about me. Your sister, Shen Shutong said, tilting her head, her right hand pressed against her chest. Although it seemed like a jest, her gaze was imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. Sister, extend your hand, Fu Chuan prompted. Oh, Shen Shutong readily complied, extending her hands. Slap! Fu Chuan's palms struck down onto the back of Shen Shutong's hands with a resounding clap. Sister, it is you who deserves the recognition. Your achievements far surpass mine. You will become a world-famous author before I become a painter. Do not forget about me, your humble little artist. In exchange, during your journey to the pinnacle, I shall remain by your side. Feeling the warmth radiating from his palms, Shen Shutong's lips curled into a smile. Very well. I shall reach the summit first, and then lend a hand to support you, my modest little artist. Such an exceptional junior should not require the assistance of his sister, for he would undoubtedly encounter more individuals who would appreciate his talent and aid him in his endeavors. Yet a lingering sense of loneliness crept in. Would their vows of everlasting loyalty withstand the test of time? Suddenly, a noise erupted from behind a stone pillar. Fu Chuan and the others instinctively turned to see a shadowy figure lurking, seemingly up to no good. Fu Chuan gallantly shielded Shen Shutong behind him and called out, "Who goes there?" Seeing that her cover had been blown, Fu Linger hesitated for a moment before stepping out of the shadows. Fu Chuan, Shutong, what a coincidence. Fu Chuan narrowed his eyes, emanating an aura of danger. Were you following us? No. I merely stepped outside for some fresh air and did not expect to find you here. Her expression unwavering as she spun a web of lies, far preferable to admitting that she had been spying on them. Sister, let us go, Fu Chuan urged. Shen Shutong understood Fu Chuan's desire to avoid the Fu family and shared his displeasure towards Fu Linger's intrusion, pulling him away. Fu Linger, taken aback by Fu Chuan's blatant dismissal, felt a surge of urgency and quickly lowered her head, pleading, Fu Chuan, could you possibly stay? I have something to discuss with you. There is nothing to discuss. Fu Chuan tossed the 4 words over his shoulder, leaving without a backward glance alongside Shen Shutong. In the past, Fu Chuan had desperately sought to converse with the Fu family, only to be met with disdain. Now, witnessing Fu Chuan's burgeoning relationship with Shen Shutong, they suddenly sought to engage him for their own interests, their change in attitude so rapid it was insulting. Did they truly believe Fu Chuan was a fool? Fu Linger's shamelessness was astonishing, rendering her utterly repulsive. Fu Linger opened her mouth to retain him, but she dared not offend Shen Shutong and could only watch helplessly as Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong departed. Yet again, she had botched it. Sigh. The disdain Fu Chuan harbored for Fu Linger was palpable, and she knew exactly how he felt. What does she possibly do now? In her frustration, Fu Linger retrieved a lady's cigarette from her purse, lighting one and inhaling deeply. Fu Linger did not typically smoke. She only resorted to it during moments of extreme agitation. This time, she chain-smoked 4 cigarettes, extinguishing them beneath her stiletto heel, and let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Fu Linger, who would have thought you would end up like this? Truly, life is unpredictable. Once believed to be the favored daughter of heaven. Yet now I find myself bowing my head to plead with the younger brother I once looked down upon. Now, Fu Linger no longer even held the right to call Fu Chuan brother. She had been the one to cast him away, forcing him to kneel and beg for forgiveness from Fu Zichen, personally delivering him to the police station, ignoring all his sacrifices, and carelessly tossing his gifts into the trash. There were far too many transgressions to enumerate, compounded by Zhu Mei's near-fatal actions against Fu Chuan. Fu Linger could not fathom why the now resplendent Fu Chuan would ever consider returning to the Fu family. As the eldest sister, she found herself overshadowed by Fu Chuan's newfound brilliance, unable to utter a single word. The memories of her past cruelty towards Fu Chuan lingered vividly in her mind. Fu Linger had once believed that Fu Chuan would unconditionally treat them, his sisters, with kindness, offering his unwavering support. Yet, she had forgotten a fundamental truth. Every human being is driven by emotions and desires. Even a most fervent heart can cool, freeze, and eventually die out, leaving behind scars that lead one to turn away without hesitation. This must be retribution, the retribution of Fu Linger. I'm sorry, Fu Chuan, can you ever forgive me? Fu Linger whispered softly, pouring out her feelings of frustration and grievance. She lit another cigarette, taking a deep drag that sent her into a fit of coughing, tears welling in her eyes. It was uncertain whether the tears were a result of the coughing or genuine remorse towards Fu Chuan, as she laughed through her tears, appearing heart-wrenchingly beautiful. Lingia, what are you doing here? Zhu Mei found her outside the venue, rushing over upon seeing Fu Linger smoking and laughing while crying. Zhang Chao said you suddenly disappeared, and we couldn't reach you. Your father and I were worried sick, searching everywhere for you. Chapter 112. A mother would not commit such a cruel act unless absolutely necessary. Fu Linger carelessly tossed the cigarette aside and replied coolly, I just needed some fresh air, Mom. I'm a bit tired. My child, you've been accustomed to these occasions for quite some time. What could possibly tire you? Did something happen? You can tell me. Just don't let Zhang Chao see you smoking. It won't leave a good impression. Mom, am I destined to marry Zhang Chao in the future? Fu Linger suddenly gazed at Zhu Mei, her eyes cold. Who can say what the future holds? However, Zhang Chao is a fine match chosen by your father. He is tall, handsome, and comes from a distinguished family. Not to mention, he has 2 older brothers who adore you and are willing to marry into our Fu family, ensuring that our family's assets remain within our bloodline. Mom, don't you care whether I like Zhang Chao? Will we be happy together? My child, what is wrong with you? Isn't this common knowledge? Zhu Mei looked at Fu Linger with a peculiar expression. Indeed, it was common knowledge that a union among the affluent was a strong alliance. Zhang Chao liked her, and his attributes met all their expectations without flaw. Yet, Fu Linger felt nothing for him. She understood the implications of being forced to attend the soiree with him. She was merely striving to fulfill the role of the ideal daughter and the perfect president of the conglomerate. Why then, was she not allowed to take charge of her own marriage? Perhaps Fu Linger had smoked too much. Or perhaps the alcohol from the banquet had fueled her resentment towards Zhu Mei, who had nearly caused Fu Chuan's demise. Had Zhu Mei maintained the facade of a good mother, Fu Chuan would not have felt such disappointment towards his family, leaving without a backward glance. Fu Linger, burdened by various reasons, still pleaded with Fu Chuan, bowing her head before him. Her emotions were tumultuous and unsatisfactory, demanding release at that moment. Otherwise, she feared she might collapse. Zhu Mei was taken aback. Throughout Fu Linger's life, she had never caused her mother any worry, be it in academics, etiquette, or social circles. Now, she spoke as though Ju Mei were a criminal rather than her own mother. Ju Mei realized that Fu Linger was now a different person, and she patiently attempted to comfort her. Linger, your emotions are unstable. It's best to speak of these things only in front of me. Don't let your father hear, or he will be very disappointed. Mom, I am quite stable. These words have been bottled up inside me for too long. You are my biological parents. I cannot defy you, nor can I voice my opinions for fear of disappointing you. I know that no matter how much I say, you want to change your minds. With your insistence on having Zhang Chao accompany me to the banquet, the outcome is already set. I just want to ask you one thing. Did you truly do something to Fu Chuan in the basement, leading to his near-death experience? Upon hearing this, Ju Mei's expression shifted dramatically. Did Fu Chuan tell you that? Seeing Ju Mei's reaction, Fu Linger understood everything. Her last glimmer of hope was extinguished. She desperately wished it were all a fabrication, that Fu Qingqing had been deceived by Fu Chuan. The reality was far more brutal. How could Fu Linger persuade Fu Chuan to return to the Fu family now? If Fu Chuan severed the agreement to treat Fu Linger's headaches, she would count herself fortunate. Indeed, the words of the fifth sister rang true. The injuries Fu Chuan had sustained in the basement were merely a ruse. It was Ju Mei who nearly took his life. By the time he reached the hospital, the scar on his arm was her handiwork. Mom, have you lost your mind? I haven't lost my mind, truly. Linger, you must believe me. I would never commit such a cruel act unless absolutely necessary. Absolutely necessary? None of us ever contemplated inflicting harm on Fu Chuan's life. We merely wished for him to distance himself from our family, not wanting to exacerbate Zichen's condition. Yet, you considered killing your own son. You were the one who insisted on bringing Fu Chuan back, and when you finally found him, you didn't cherish him. Your actions have made it impossible for Fu Chuan to forgive us. Fu Linger exclaimed, her voice tinged with despair. If Ju Mei had truly committed herself to finding Fu Chuan and shown him a modicum of kindness, he might have returned to the Fu family out of maternal love, providing them with a chance at reconciliation. Now that Fu Chuan was awake, Ju Mei's actions had irrevocably harmed him, and Fu Linger feared retribution against their family, against her. What if Fu Chuan, after adapting to his treatment, suddenly ceased to help her, allowing her headaches to torment her, or worse, disrupting the dealings between the Fu and Shun families? All it would take was a single word from Fu Chuan. Linger. Ju Mei attempted to grasp Fu Linger's shoulders, hoping to bring her back to her senses. However, Fu Linger reacted instinctively, shoving Ju Mei to the ground. You Mei, caught off guard, fell painfully, her face contorted in agony. Mom, I need some time to cool off. What has happened to this family? What is wrong with me? And what is wrong with you? Please do not seek me out for now. Fu Linger fled the venue, leaving Ju Mei behind, wounded. That night was destined to be a sleepless one for the Fu family. In stark contrast, Fu Chuan, now distanced from the family, roamed the bustling city with Shun Shatong, indulging in a carefree evening filled with merriment, riding carousels, playing ring toss, and winning stuffed toys. He relished every seemingly childish game, filled with unbridled joy. By the time Yu Inger managed to escape from the banquet and contact Fu Chuan and Shin Shatong, it was already 11 o'clock at night. I can't take it anymore. If we can avoid these kinds of banquets in the future, let us do it. It was utterly explosive. Upon their meeting, Yu Inger, adorned in a stunning red evening gown, vented her frustrations with abandon, her demeanor completely frazzled. Shin Shatong thoughtfully handed her a bottle of soda, and Yu Inger downed half of it in one go, exclaiming, that feels refreshing. By the way, Junior Tang Tang, you want to believe the chaos that ensued after you left. Mrs. Fu had an unfortunate fall at the venue and was injured. She was taken to the hospital. Chapter 113. Her disappearance is none of my concern. What? Fu Chuan and Shin Shatong were momentarily stunned. Wasn't he at Fu Linger who appeared at the venue entrance? How did it turn to Ju Mei being injured? What on earth? I heard through the grapevine that someone witnessed Fu Linger and Mrs. Fu arguing outside the venue. In a fit of rage, Fu Linger pushed Mrs. Fu to the ground before leaving. It's unclear whether there was a disagreement between mother and daughter. Of course, Mrs. Fu would never admit to it, claiming she simply lost her balance. Yu Ing said, her gaze drifting towards Fu Chuan. Fu Linger quarreling with you Mei. Fu Chuan fell into deep thought. Yu Inger, fueled by curiosity, couldn't he help but ask, Junior, may I ask a bold question? Has this sort of thing happened before in the Fu family? No. Fu Linger has always been the pride of Fu Zhengqiao and Zhu Mei. Their interactions at home have been very harmonious, and Fu Linger has always listened to them, never failing to meet their expectations. In Fu Chuan's eyes, Fu Linger is the most cherished member of the Fu family. As the eldest sister, she stands out among all her siblings with unparalleled abilities and impeccable looks. At a young age, she ascended to the position of president of the Fu Group, managing the company with exceptional skill, while Fu Zhengqiao and Zhu Mei focused on expanding the group's overseas ventures. It is no wonder that Fu Zhengqiao and Zhu Mei regard Fu Linger as their prized possession. Yu Yingye, feeling perplexed, pondered. Could it be that the rumors are indeed true? Who can say? In any case, it is of no concern to Fu Chuan. The following day, upon Fu Chuan's arrival at the classroom, a stir ensued. Everyone greeted him with beaming smiles and sycophantic cheer, leaving Fu Chuan utterly bewildered. After placing his backpack at his desk, he gently tapped the slumbering Fong Kai-wei, who was dozing with his head on the desk. Kai-wei, what transpired while I was away? Fong Kai-wei blinked in confusion, and upon recognizing Fu Chuan, exclaimed, Whoa, Brother Chuan, you finally returned. Fu Chuan's forehead twitched with 3 dark lines. Are you being dramatic? Is it really that exaggerated? Of course it's exaggerated. Brother Chuan, you are now a renowned figure at G City No. 1 High School. Fong Kai-wei launched into a spirited recount of all that had transpired during Fu Chuan's absence. Fu Chuan, having taken a half-month leave to prepare for the provincial high school painting competition, was blissfully unaware of the various promotions and events that had taken place at school. His triumph over Class 28 in the Christmas newspaper feature and his performance alongside the aloof school belle, Shun Shutong, at the New Year's Gala had made him a hot topic. The student council even edited out the footage of Shun Shutong fainting, replacing it with clips of Sunny Day and Simple Love, causing a sensation. With admiration, Fong Kai-wei remarked, Brother Chuan, once you in the provincial high school painting competition, you will undoubtedly leave a significant mark on G City No. 1 High School, becoming a distinguished alumnus. You should take it easy. Your younger classmates will likely be clamoring at the classroom door to catch a glimpse of you. Ah, I am truly envious. Don't go overboard with your praise. I received a message from Green Bubble last night. How have you managed to keep everything under wraps? I didn't want to distract Brother Chuan from the competition. I understand the immense pressure such events entail, and while I may not be able to assist, I certainly don't wish to hinder you. Fu Chuan patted Fong Kai-wei on the shoulder, appreciating the lad's charm and eloquence. It was no wonder he was so well-liked. Fu Chuan called the class monitor Tang Qian as she approached with a glass jar filled with neatly folded paper stars. Class monitor, what is this? This is a collection of paper stars folded voluntarily by our entire class for you, Fu Chuan. Each star contains a message of encouragement, hoping you will excel in the competition and bring glory to our class 27 and our school. We will all be cheering for you. Gazing at Tang Qian's sincere smile, Fu Chuan nodded appreciatively. Thank you all. I will cherish this gift. Whether genuine or feigned, the sentiment behind their effort was undeniable. These well wishes served not as a burden, but as profound motivation for Fu Chuan. From this moment forward, as he distanced himself from the Fu family, he would treasure any heartfelt gesture directed towards him. It was a testament to camaraderie and mutual support. This was the expectation of his classmates, a beauty he had never experienced in his previous life, now fulfilled in this one. Each moment of gratitude would remind Fu Chuan of the fortune of rebirth, far removed from the moral shackles of familial ties. Brother Chuan, would you care to guess what I wrote on the star I folded? Fong Kai-wei teased, winking. Not a chance. All right, I'll just say it. I hope Brother Chuan will introduce me to Sister you soon. I'm willing to keep your bed warm for a lifetime. All right. As the third period commenced, Teacher Ji entered the classroom, announcing that Teacher Fu Qingqing had an urgent matter to attend to, resulting in the cancellation of the afternoon's specialized classes, much to the delight of the class. Fu Chuan knew that Fu Qingqing was heading to the hospital to care for Zhu Mei. It seemed that Yu Ing'er's words held truth. As for the rumors, Fu Chuan remained skeptical, leaning towards the belief that Zhu Mei had merely suffered an accidental fall. There was no reason for Fu Ling'er to harm her own mother. Today, Fu Chuan reopened the Picasso business order feature and was immediately inundated with several orders, perfect for making money during the afternoon. Just as Fu Chuan contemplated his agenda for the day, Teacher Ji suddenly called out, "Fu Chuan, please step outside. Someone is looking for you." Fu Chuan paused momentarily, obediently rising to follow Teacher Ji out of the classroom. "Teacher Ji, who is it that's looking for me?" "You'll find out in the office." Taking Teacher Ji's words to heart, Fu Chuan refrained from asking further questions. Upon arriving at the office and seeing Fu Xinling, he was momentarily taken aback. "Miss Fu, Fu Chuan has arrived. You two can speak freely," Teacher Ji said before leaving the office. Fu Chuan frowned discreetly. "Fu Xinling, what brings you here?" Having not seen her for a long time, Fu Chuan had assumed Fu Xinling would exhibit a semblance of normalcy, unlike Fu Qingqing. Given Fu Xinling's eagerness to distance herself from the Fu family, her sudden visit could not bode well. Fu Xinling, disregarding Fu Chuan's cold demeanor, hurriedly spoke. "Fu Chuan, has the elder sister contacted you?" "Fu Ling'er? We haven't been in touch. Aside from her weekly treatments, the elder sister has gone missing. No matter how many times we call, her phone is off. We can't find her anywhere. Fu Ling'er is missing." Fu Chuan recalled Yu Ing'er's mention of rumors from the night before, hinting at a quarrel between Fu Ling'er and Zhu Mei, with allegations that Fu Ling'er had caused Zhu Mei's injuries. Could be true. However, why should her disappearance concern me? Chapter 114, Never to Meet Again. Fu Chuan had long severed ties with the Fu family. Moving out was tantamount to a countdown to complete disconnection. Once he received the admission letter from Xingman Art Academy, he would be wholly free. Whether Fu Ling'er lived or perished was of no consequence to him. If she endured suffering, then perhaps it would be better for her to cease existing. Fu Xinling could hardly fathom that Fu Chuan would utter such callous words. Biting her lip, she implored, "Fu Chuan, no matter how much the elder sister may have overlooked your feelings in the past, she is still your sister, your bloodkin. She has been missing for an entire night. How can you speak so heartlessly? Did you not attend the banquet and meet with her yesterday? What has happened to her?" Zhu Mei claimed it was merely an accident, but if Yu Ing'er had heard the rumors, surely the Fu family would be aware as well. Whispers abounded that Fu Ling'er had pushed Zhu Mei during their argument, which was absurd. How could the elder sister ever do such a thing? The surveillance footage conveniently failed to capture that moment, and while the Fu family deemed it slanderous, Zhu Mei's denial did not change the fact that Fu Ling'er was unreachable. She had vanished abruptly from the banquet, and Fu Zhongchao and Zhang Chao had searched for her in vain. Hearing that Fu Chuan had attended the banquet as Shen Shutan's partner, Fu Xinling, though reluctant to dwell on it, couldn't help but consider that Fu Chuan was the only one capable of affecting Fu Ling'er's emotions, since Fu Chuan had altered his stance and distanced himself from the family. Their unhappiness had only deepened under his influence. What madness! Fu Xinling, do you remember how to write the word shameless? What do you mean by overlooking my feelings? Is it simply a matter of overlooking? You think sending me to the police, forcing me to kneel, and trampling on my dignity can be dismissed as mere oversight? Fu Chuan was truly astonished by the audacity of the Fu family. Each individual seems to regard the past actions of Fu Chuan as trifling matters, let alone if it were someone else. Even the sisters from the Fu family could scarcely endure Fu Chuan's plight for even a year without succumbing to psychological turmoil. These privileged daughters, born with silver spoons in their mouths, basking in luxury, could hardly fathom the feelings of Fu Chuan, who was stolen away and raised in an orphanage, yearning day and night for familial affection. Fu Chuan, the devoted seeker of kinship, foolishly lavished affection upon these so-called relatives for many years, only to be met with the response of "First save my brother Zichen." In this rebirth, Fu Chuan resolved to no longer serve them. Faced with Fu Chuan's sharp retort, Fu Xinling's expression stiffened. Struggling to maintain her dignity, she stammered, "That was merely the eldest sister's way of looking out for you. I didn't even send you to the police station. I merely suggested you kneel and admit your mistakes." Why not kneel and bow right here, as a gesture for my benefit? Can you do that? Fu Chuan replied defiantly, I did nothing wrong. Why should I kneel and bow? It was always you who erred, which incited my anger. If you hadn't erred, I would never have punished you. How could Fu Xinling ever bring herself to do such a thing? Only someone utterly devoted could resort to such actions. It is perplexing how Fu Chuan, who once obeyed his sister's every whim, enduring all manner of indignities, suddenly grew so resolute. When did Fu Chuan become entirely disillusioned with these relatives, no longer caring about their every action? The mistakes you made brought you to me, Fu Xinling. As you wish. I shall leave the Fu family, no longer a nuisance to you, no longer a source of your ire, and I shall not affect your precious brother Zichen. From this moment onward, we shall never meet again. If you continue to bother me with these trivial matters, and the collaboration between the Fu and Shun families falls apart, you shall bear the blame. The finality of never to meet again struck Fu Xinling profoundly. Was Fu Chuan truly capable of such cruelty? Observing Fu Chuan's cold and unfeeling demeanor, it was evident he was not jesting, but rather stating an indisputable truth. Panic gripped Fu Xinling. She had assumed Fu Chuan would feel liberated upon leaving the Fu family, believing their lives would revert to how they once were. Yet that was impossible. Fu Qingqing and Fu Linger began to be influenced by Fu Chuan, including Fu Xinling herself. With Fu Chuan entangled with Shun Shutong, even Fu Zhengqiao, who typically ignored Fu Chuan's existence, began to view him differently. Unbeknownst to them, Fu Chuan's significance within the Fu family was steadily increasing. After painstakingly earning their attention, he now declared his intention to leave, turning his back as if to take nothing with him. What were his sisters to do? As Fu Chuan prepared to depart, Fu Xinling hastily interjected, Fu Chuan, no matter how much you deny it, your blood is that of the Fu family. This is something you can never sever. Fu Chuan could hardly be bothered to respond. Could he sever it? He merely chuckled, contemplating how he would navigate that very question. In this era of rule of law, what could the Fu family do? In a bid to preserve the dignity of the Fu group, they instead implored Fu Chuan to refrain from speaking recklessly, especially at such a critical juncture that could tarnish the image of the Fu group. As Fu Chuan remained silent, resolutely intent on leaving, Fu Xinling, in a moment of desperation, dashed in front of him, her face betraying an unprecedented panic. Fu Chuan, you disregard the eldest sister, and even me, your second sister. Are you truly serious about leaving the Fu family? Get out of my way. The term sister symbolizes familial bonds and beauty. Yet hearing it from Fu Xinling's lips was nothing short of ironic and revolting. Without hesitation, Fu Chuan seized Fu Xinling's arm, casting her aside with such force that she stumbled, nearly falling. How could he resort to such violence? Words could wound Fu Xinling deeply. Yet now he even dared to inflict physical harm. The Fu Chuan of the past would never have acted in such a reckless manner against his own sister. As Fu Chuan prepared to push open the door, Fu Xinling cried out in despair. Fu Chuan, how can you be so heartless? Do you not understand how much we have sacrificed for you in secret? Fool! Sacrifice? Fu Xinling had no right to utter such words. To Fu Chuan, she appeared frantic, like a goddess who, upon realizing her devoted admirer no longer cared, began to demean herself. She believed that being his devotee meant an eternal subservience, unaware that the initial devotion, once termed genuine affection, could transform into despair when met with indifference. Fu Chuan, once oblivious to the title of devotee, would eventually awaken to his reality, turning away with a heart turned to ash. Fu Chuan had initially thought that leaving would grant everyone peace, but he was mistaken. The sight of Fu Xinling's face contorted with anger revealed that he had overestimated their character. Regardless of whether they saw his devotion as unrequited love or something else, Fu Chuan would never look back. He would not return to the Fu family that had once brought him to ruin. Chapter 115. Fu Chuan, how can you do this? Teacher Ji, who had been waiting outside, sensed something was amiss upon hearing the commotion within. Just as he hesitated to open the door, Fu Chuan emerged, their eyes locked. Fu Chuan, is everything all right? I heard troubling noises from inside. Teacher Ji, in the future, You need not inform me if the Fu family comes to seek me. I no longer wish to see them. Apologies, but I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Were it not for Teacher G's assistance in preparing the materials for the provincial high school painting competition, Fu Chuan would not have spared him a kind glance. With a slight nod, he uttered these words before turning to depart. Fu Chuan? Witnessing Fu Chuan's unwavering exit left Teacher G in shock. Remembering how Fu Zichen had toiled in secrecy, even to the point of fainting from exhaustion to prepare the competition materials, while keeping it from Fu Chuan, and how Fu Zichen had sought out Fu Chuan only to argue with him, prompting his cold departure. It was impossible for Teacher G to believe there was no connection between them. Fu Chuan, how can you treat me like this? Inside the office, Fu Zichen clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. How long had it been since she felt this heart-wrenching blend of anger and despair? Her sobs were stifled, and she struggled to swallow her tears, a feeling she had not experienced since becoming a lawyer. Regardless of how challenging the cases or how perplexing the clients, Fu Zichen had always maintained her composure and rationality, excelling in her legal battles. Earning the title of the undefeated queen, she had faced many setbacks, yet she overcame each one. As a woman entering the legal profession, she often faced scrutiny and condescension, with others believing she owed her position to the Fu family. Fu Zichen absorbed these judgments without retort, letting her abilities and hard work speak for themselves, ultimately earning the respect of those who once looked down upon her. But this time, alongside her anger, was a profound sense of helplessness. And the source of this complex emotion was Fu Chuan, her younger brother, whom she had once scorned and cast aside. Had Fu Chuan's past subservience unwittingly seeped into Fu Zichen's heart, only for her to realize his significance when he turned away in disillusionment? No, Fu Zichen would not allow that. The thought of Fu Zichen's current humble state for Fu Chuan was unacceptable to her. She would do anything to avoid following in her sister's footsteps. Miss Fu, are you all right? Teacher G, observing Fu Zichen's distress, found himself at a loss for words. Unable to restrain himself, he whispered, Miss Fu, are you okay? Fu Zichen quickly wiped away her tears, responding, I'm fine. Thank you for your help, Teacher G. Immediately, Fu Zichen, adorned in high heels, held her head high and swallowed her tears entirely, departing like a proud queen. Fu Zichen was determined not to tread the same path as Fu Zichen, who was engulfed in guilt and sought to atone for the time she had demeaned herself for Fu Chuan. Fu Zichen would not be persuaded. She refused to transform herself for Fu Chuan. He was unworthy, utterly unworthy. She resolved never to seek him out again. Teacher G's eyes were filled with profound concern. As Fu Zichen exited the school, Fu Zichen's call came through. Regaining her composure, Fu Zichen pressed the answer button. Fifth sister, what is the situation? Second sister, we managed to contact eldest sister. Is eldest sister all right? Yes, but she didn't explain why she suddenly disappeared last night. She is on her way to the hospital now, so you should hurry over. All right, I'll head there right away. Second sister, are you okay? Your voice sounds a bit strange. In her moment of excitement, Fu Zichen had not noticed the oddity, but upon calming down, she detected the unusual tone in Fu Zichen's voice. Me fine. Fu Zichen offered no further explanation before hanging up. If Fu Zichen were to learn that Fu Zichen had sought out Fu Chuan earlier, she would undoubtedly have much to say. At that moment, Fu Zichen felt exhausted and had no desire to concern herself with others. She only wished to take care of herself. Fu Zichen's intention to be a sycophant for Fu Chuan was something Fu Zichen could not abide. She refused to become ensnared. She did not want to revert to the former Fu Chuan. That notion was terrifying. Upon arriving at the hospital, Fu Zichen collided with Fu Ling'er at the entrance. Eldest sister, how are you? I'm fine, second sister. Please don't ask where I disappeared last night. I simply needed to sort out some matters. I return now that I have clarity. Fu Ling'er, wearing sunglasses, did not remove them, offering Fu Zichen a strained smile. With Fu Ling'er having reached this point, Fu Zichen chose not to press further. Everyone harbored their secrets, unable to share or digest them, leaving them to fester within. Fu Xinling truly wished to inquire about Fu Linger's current feelings towards Fu Chuan, curious if her sentiments mirrored her own. However, now is not the right moment for such questions. Once they arrived at the hospital's 7th-floor VIP ward, Fu Linger took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Eldest sister, second sister. Inside the ward, Fu Zichen and Fu Qingqing were at Zhu Mei's side, while others had either continued their studies abroad or attended to company affairs in other regions. Zhu Mei had firmly instructed not to inform the other sisters about her injury, to spare them worry. Fu Linger nodded and approached the bedside, speaking softly, "Mother, are you feeling better?" "I'm feeling better now." Zhu Mei extended her hand, which Fu Linger immediately grasped. Zhu Mei's eyes shimmered with tears, and though she opened her mouth, no sound emerged. From her lips, one could discern the words, "Forgive me, Linger. I had no choice, truly no choice." Fu Linger could only hold Zhu Mei's hand, as her heart was subjected to a searing torment. Just how desperate must Zhu Mei have been to nearly harm her own son? What transpired in that underground chamber? What was Zhu Mei's purpose in finally locating Fu Chuan? Countless questions swirled within Fu Linger's mind, who had steeled herself to return to the Fu household and confront the reality of it all. She was determined to uncover the truth. She longed to understand what kind of woman her biological mother truly was. Was she a nurturing mother or a malevolent entity? Fu Qingqing seemed to sense something, her gaze shifting meaningfully between Zhu Mei and Fu Ling, pondering if eldest sister had revealed that their mother had nearly caused Fu Chuan's demise. Tears welled in Fu Linger's eyes, her heart aching painfully, her face burning with emotion. As Zhu Mei took a moment to stabilize her emotions, Fu Zichen remained with Fu Xinling to care for Zhu Mei, while Fu Linger and Fu Qingqing stepped out into the corridor. Fu Linger removed her sunglasses, revealing her eyes, red and swollen from tears, streaked with blood vessels. Without hesitation, she lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke, seemingly lost in thought, before offering it to Fu Qingqing. Fu Qingqing sighed lightly and accepted the cigarette, lighting one for herself as well. The sisters, who had never been fond of smoking, now indulged recklessly in the corridor, becoming unrecognizable compared to their former selves. Ever since Fu Chuan had left the Fu household, Fu Qingqing had come to realize his talent and the significance of their brother. Their family had wounded Fu Chuan deeply, and knowing he would not return, Fu Qingqing's clandestine smoking had escalated to 2 packs a day. Without this outlet, the anguish within her would engulf her entirely. Everyone claimed that smoking was harmful, yet strangely served as a comfort. Alcohol could cloud judgment and lead to mistakes, but smoking, in excess, simply fostered addiction while keeping one alert. Finally, Fu Linger understood why the tobacco tax was so substantial. With a self-deprecating smile, Fu Linger reflected on her disdain for those lacking self-control. Fu Zhengqiao had instilled in her the belief that true strength lay in emotional regulation, that one should not display their anger or joy outwardly. Fu Linger had always strived to meet his expectations by adhering to this principle. Those who belittled her as a woman, who dared to challenge her, would inevitably fail, only to be trampled beneath her feet. Fu Linger took pride in these achievements, confident that her emotions would never lead her astray. Yet now, as she struggled to maintain control, she found herself in a pitifully ironic situation, as past memories struck her like invisible slaps to the face. Utterly ridiculous. Fu Qingqing, gazing at the lit cigarette in her hand, tentatively broached the subject. "Eldest sister, did you speak to Mother about?" "I did. It is indeed as Fu Chuan said. Mother nearly took his life, and that is a fact." Fu Qingqing had clung to a sliver of hope, but now that hope shattered, her expression dimming. "Fifth sister, Mother has always claimed to have her reasons. Yet I cannot fathom what could drive her to attempt to murder her own son. What harm has she inflicted upon Fu Chuan? I cannot discern what kind of woman she truly is." She remains silent, and no amount of questioning seems to yield answers. I must uncover the truth. After a sleepless night, Fu Linger had come to terms with the irrevocable damage Zhu Mei had inflicted on Fu Chuan. At the very least, she could not allow this secret to linger, becoming a ticking time bomb threatening the Fu family. For the sake of the family, for Fu Chuan, Fu Ling, as the eldest sister, had to shoulder the responsibility that was rightfully hers. Eldest sister, count me in. I too wish to understand why mother acted in such a manner. Fu Qingqing's guilt toward Fu Chuan had already surged like a tidal wave, leaving her indifferent to Fu Zichen's feelings. Thoughts of Zhu Mei's desperate attempts to retrieve Fu Chuan, which almost led to his demise, weighed heavily on her heart. Realizing Fu Chuan's extraordinary talent, Fu Qingqing was pained by her previous cruelty toward him, and she felt an urgent need to do something to alleviate that pain, even if Fu Chuan remained indifferent. All right, Fu Linger was about to say something when a series of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Turning her head, she saw Fu Zhengqiao, his face ashen, pursing his lips. Father. Fu Zhengqiao halted before Fu Linger, his voice icy. Where were you last night? I had to clarify some matters and left unexpectedly. I apologize. Do you have any idea how worried we all were? Your mother is injured, and there are rumors that you had a quarrel with her that led to her injury. Zhang Chao has been searching for you in a frenzy. Is there any truth to this? Fu Linger lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Her silence spoke volumes, implying consent. Slap. Fu Zhengqiao raised his hand and struck Fu Linger across the face. The resounding impact left a crimson mark on her cheek, throbbing painfully. Fu Qingqing anxiously exclaimed, Father, Linger, you have always been my most cherished daughter, Fu Zhengqiao, and have never disappointed me. I have never laid a hand on you. And though you have grown and become more sensible, your actions this time are simply intolerable. How could you treat your mother in such a manner? What could not be resolved through conversation? Thankfully, the surveillance did not capture the incident. The mere saliva from bystanders could drown the Fu family. This is a critical period for our collaboration with the Shun group. Have you lost your mind? I'm sorry, Father, Fu Linger murmured, her head bowed, feeling utterly powerless beyond uttering an apology. Oomph. Fu Zhengqiao turned away, refusing to look at Fu Linger, and entered Zhu Mei's hospital room. Fu Qingqing hurried forward, eldest sister. Are you all right? I'm fine. Fu Linger took a deep breath, raising her chin to prevent the tears from falling. Fifth sister, do you know? I anticipated father's anger, but I never expected him to strike me. This slap was my first, and it hurt so much. My face feels ablaze, and my dignity feels utterly crushed beneath his feet. I can't even swallow my tears. Fu Linger could no longer contain herself and wiped her tears away, covering her eyes. What haunts me now is Fu Chuan. Whenever he did something to upset me in the Fu household, I would slap him. Countless times I've lost count. I still remember the shock and pain on his face, which eventually turned to numbness. Was that what Fu Chuan felt back then? Without experiencing it, one cannot empathize. This time, Fu Linger truly understood Fu Chuan's pain and despair. Tears stung her eyes, her heart ached, and her face burned with shame. Time swiftly passed to Sunday. Fu Chuan provided Fu Linger with an address. When she arrived, she found Fu Chuan seated on the sofa, engrossed in messaging a patron about the details of commissioned artwork. Upon noticing Fu Linger, Fu Chuan tucked his phone into his pocket and spoke nonchalantly. Take a seat. Let us resolve this quickly. Fu Chuan had been exceedingly busy lately, earning a fortune, thanks to the generous donations from his fans, which boosted his popularity. More and more people were captivated by the artworks showcased on his app profile, and now Fu Chuan casually earned over $20,000 a month. If it weren't for the pressing studies of his senior year in high school, he could achieve even more. Fu Chuan, before we proceed, I need to ask you something. Fu Linger fixed her gaze on Fu Chuan, suppressing the guilt and sorrow in her eyes. Before he could refuse, she pressed on. What did mother do to you in that basement that nearly cost you your life? Fu Chuan sneered. Fu Linger, do you expect me to believe such nonsense? His initial reaction was to suspect Fu Linger was attempting to deceive him. Even if she did manage to extract the truth, it would be inconsequential. After all, she was Fu Linger, and he needed to be cautious. I believe you. From mother's demeanor, I have confirmed my suspicions. I understand that discussing this further is futile. You will never believe me, but I want to know why mother would do such things to you. What is the truth? Let us consider it for the sake of the Fu family. We have a shared interest, do we not? Chapter 117 Fu Chuan. I beg you, slap me. Fu Linger attempted to employ her self-assumed negotiation skills, believing Fu Chuan would agree to assist her in uncovering Zhu Mei's hidden secrets. Instead, Fu Chuan merkt. This has nothing to do with me. Investigate as you please. I'm indifferent to the truth. Fu Chuan, please, I implore you not to be rash. Don't you truly want to know why Mother went to such lengths to bring you back and yet harmed you? What does the symbol on your arms signify? That is a matter for the Fu family. I have severed ties with them. Whatever mess Zhu Mei creates that leads to the destruction of the Fu group is her responsibility. Do you think I wouldn't relish such an act? Fu Chuan's tone was calm, his expression disdainful. Fu Linger often saw in him the reflection of how she and her sisters once treated him. Now, the roles had completely reversed. Fu Linger found herself groveling before Fu Chuan, pleading desperately. A fitting retribution indeed. Fu Linger laukit bitterly. I never expected your hatred for us to run so deep that you would rather forsake the truth than see Mother destroy the entire Fu family. I have matters to attend to. If you are unwilling to seek treatment, so be it. Fu Chuan had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Fu Linger. Given the actions of their family, it would be a light punishment for him not to wish for the Fu family's downfall. He simply lacked the power to enact it. Unlike protagonists in other novels who possess systems, Fu Chuan was merely a fortunate high school student given a second chance to rectify his life, endowed solely with the talent for painting. He wished to cherish his future and move forward with those dear to him. Having already sacrificed a lifetime for the Fu family, he would never allow it to happen again. Without the shackles of the Fu family, Fu Chuan would thrive. Seek help. Fu Linger understood that continuing to speak with Fu Chuan was futile. After treatment, he still needed to find Shun Shutong to assist with his studies. Unless he secured a notable award in the provincial high school art competition, which would lead him to be admitted to the Xingman Art Academy, he had to remain prepared for any eventuality. Fu Chuan was confident in his ability to navigate through challenges, not out of arrogance, but because a truly wise individual prepares for all possibilities, including failure. The results would be revealed in due course. As Fu Chuan turned to leave, Fu Linger suddenly called out to him, "Fu Chuan, please slap me." Such an absurd declaration caused Fu Chuan a halt, turning to her with an expression that screamed insanity. "I am not mad. I'm quite serious. You must have heard about Mother's injuries. I was responsible. She claimed she nearly caused your death, and her arduous efforts to bring you back concealed deeper issues. No matter how I pressed her, she refused to divulge the truth. In a moment of lost control, I pushed her." Fu Linger recounted the events of that evening's banquet, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. Later, when Father questioned me, I had no words to offer. He struck me, and it hurt so badly. To this day, my face still burns at the memory. Even though the wound has healed, the imprint of that moment will never fade. It was my first time being slapped, and by my own father. I realized I had slapped you many times before. In the past, Fu Linger held no remorse for each slap delivered to Fu Chuan. It was merely a release, an effort to rid herself of his presence. Now, reflecting on her actions, she recognized the many grievous wrongs she had committed against him. She could not deny it. Perhaps bringing Fu Chuan back into the family was indeed a mistake, one that nearly cost him his life. A blunder that left her and her sisters yearning to make amends, but with no path to redemption. In the end, Fu Chuan emerged from his hellish past, reborn anew, while they, his sisters, found themselves once again ensnared in a torment of guilt and anxiety, suffering day by day. Consider this slap a retribution I owe you, Fu Chuan. I have recorded everything I just said. This was entirely my choice, and it has nothing to do with you. Fu Linger produced her phone, pressed the stop recording button, and sent the file to Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan confirmed that the recording captured their recent conversation and looked at Fu Linger with suspicion. "What exactly are you playing at?" "Fu Chuan, if I were to say I'm beginning to regret my past actions and feel guilt, would you believe me? I do not." In Fu Chuan's eyes, Fu Linger was a cold-blooded creature. As his sister, she had humiliated him, forced him to kneel and bow, and sent him to the police station, each incident vividly etched in his memory. Could such a person genuinely feel remorse for her treatment of him? Fu Chuan could never believe it. If Fu Linger were merely suffering from migraine and resorted to such tactics to appease him, Fu Chuan might accept that explanation. Indeed, you would scarcely believe it. Even I find it hard to accept. The opportunity lies before you, my very lifeline clasped tightly in your hands. Do not let it slip away. Upon finishing her words, Fu Ling'er closed her eyes, falling into silence. Fu Chuan pressed his lips together, retrieving his phone to capture Fu Ling'er. This is your voluntary choice. It is my voluntary choice, Fu Ling'er whispered, her lips parting slightly, and in the next instant, slap. Fu Chuan delivered a fierce blow to her face. Given that Fu Ling'er had audaciously proposed such a twisted demand, Fu Chuan felt it would be a disservice to himself not to oblige her. The force of this slap was akin to that of Fu Zhengxiao, causing Fu Ling'er's lips to bleed and leaving her cheeks stinging with a vivid five-finger imprint. Strangely enough, this sensation made Fu Ling'er chuckle softly. Truly, they were father and son. Even the feeling of delivering a slap bore a striking resemblance. In discovering this shared trait between Fu Chuan and the Fu family, a flicker of joy sparked within Fu Ling'er's heart. Fu Ling'er never anticipated that she possessed a penchant for masochism. Despite being struck by Fu Chuan, her heart was not laden with sorrow. Instead, she felt as though a long-buried guilt had finally found a small outlet, allowing some of its weight to dissipate, relieving her of the unbearable heaviness that had tormented her for so long. With her face swollen from the slap, she calmly regarded Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan, does delivering this slap bring you any sense of relief? Or do you simply consider it a waste of time? Fu Chuan felt nothing. Perhaps he had long since expunged any lingering familial affection for the Fu family. Even Fu Ling'er's overture for reconciliation failed to evoke any sense of vindication within him. Compared to that, he had a far more significant commitment to consider. The image of Shen Shutong crossed his mind, and he had no desire to linger with Fu Ling'er any longer. Concluding the video recording, he turned to leave. Her words struck Fu Ling'er like a thunderclap, nearly undermining her balance. The color drained from her face, leaving only the stark imprint of Fu Chuan's slap, a haunting reminder of his indifference. She collapsed onto the sofa, trembling uncontrollably, confirming through his gaze that Fu Chuan had not lied. She realized he harbored no interest in retaliating against her, a clear indication that he felt no entanglement of love or hate for her as his sister. She was less than a stranger. To hate Fu Ling'er would have meant Fu Chuan would remember her forever, recalling the grievous, irreparable act she had committed against him. The absence of both love and hate. What did that signify? In light of such circumstances, how absurd it was to even desire that connection. Fu Ling'er laughed bitterly, her amusement spiraling out of control as she buried her face in her palms, quietly sobbing, feeling the warmth of tears trickling down her cheeks. In that moment, it felt as though her heart were being ruthlessly torn apart by invisible hands, leaving her gasping for breath, unable to find any means to mend her shattered wounds. Perhaps these wounds would never heal. They would only fester, each recollection of her pain tearing anew at her heart. A divine punishment for Fu Ling'er, the price she paid for failing to treat her younger brother Fu Chuan with the care he deserved. Chapter 118. Could it be that she has joined a cult? While tutoring Fu Chuan, Shen Shutong noticed his distracted demeanor. Junior, would you like some coffee? Oh, Fu Chuan replied, taking a sip of the orange-infused Americano. Shen Shutong adjusted her glasses, finally removing them with a sigh. Did something happen while treating Fu Ling'er? Sundays offer the most free time for senior students, and Fu Chuan had always chosen this day to fulfill his agreement with Fu Ling'er. He had mentioned their arrangement previously, and until now, all had seemed well, yet today he appeared utterly preoccupied. Something must have transpired. Senior, it's like this given that Shen Shutong had discerned his reluctance to conceal the truth. Fu Chuan recounted the events that had just unfolded. Fu Ling'er did such a thing? Was it truly necessary? Shen Shutong was taken aback. In her memory, Fu Ling'er had always been a proud and radiant woman, having risen to the position of president of the Fu Group at a young age through sheer capability, based solely on her accomplishments. Shen Shutong admired Fu Ling'er as a self-reliant and strong-willed individual. However, due to the excessive harm Fu Ling'er had inflicted upon Fu Chuan, Shen Shutong found it difficult to harbor any fondness for her. Fu Chuan's situation differed from Shen Shudong's. Fu Linger had never bestowed warmth upon him, only pain. Unlike Shen Shanhe, who had raised Shen Shudong with care and provided everything she needed, Fu Linger had neglected Fu Chuan. As a father, Shen Shanhe had fulfilled his responsibilities and gradually moved on from the past, while Shen Shutong, unable to accept this, distanced herself from her family in pursuit of happiness and self-identity. Shen Shutong was willing to sacrifice for Shen Shanhe, repaying him for his nurturing, but they could never return to their former lives. According to Fu Chuan, moving out of the Fu household had been Fu Linger's dearest wish, and now, with events having unfolded in this manner, it left one perplexed as to what Fu Linger truly sought. It is indeed necessary. Her migraines require my treatment, and she wishes to facilitate collaboration between the Fu group and the Shen group, seeking my assistance. There are countless reasons to pursue this. She is willing to sacrifice her dignity, even to the extent of allowing me to strike her. Fu Chuan felt no emotional response. Perhaps this is for the best. In this life, Reborn, Fu Chuan does not wish for his emotions to be entangled with anyone from the Fu family. He seeks to entirely let go of the love and hatred that once bound him, striving to live a fulfilling new life. Fu Chuan has found his answer. He should not be so conflicted. However, Fu Linger had mentioned Zhu Mei's near attempt on his life, and there were deeper implications. Senior, what are your thoughts on this matter? 3 heads together can often yield wiser insights than one. Rather than Fu Chuan engaging in self-doubt, seeking counsel from others might prove more fruitful, particularly from Shen Shutong, whom he trusted most, guiding him out of the darkness into the light. Junior, let me see the scars on your wrist. All right. Fu Chuan rolled up his sleeve, revealing the swastika scar before Shen Shutong. A flicker of compassion crossed her eyes as she gently traced the scar with her delicate fingers. That must have hurt terribly, Senior. It's all in the past. Observing Fu Chuan's comforting smile, Shen Shutong felt a lump in her throat, her heart aching for the young man before her, who, despite enduring such cruelty, had found the courage to break free from his troubled past and face the future with a smile, striving for a brighter existence. Having been lost as a child, suffering the indifference of the orphanage, and growing up under the scrutiny of others, he finally reunited with his longed-for family only to find himself ensnared in a deeper hell, bullied by his sisters, neglected, and witnessing the adopted son usurp his rightful place. Showered with affection while as the heir of the Fu family, his father disregarded his existence. After enduring countless hardships, Fu Chuan's mother nearly took his life. Any single event in Fu Chuan's life would have been enough to plunge another into despair or even suicide. Yet he persevered, channeling his innate talent into becoming an exceptional man, radiant and remarkable. Much of the courage and pride Shen Shutong possessed she had learned from Fu Chuan. Were it not for his presence, she would still be ensnared in the shadows of her own pain, unable to see the truth of her suffering. Now, it was Shen Shutong's turn to assist Fu Chuan. She engaged her mind, carefully piecing together the events that transpired in the underground chamber that day, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. Junior, I believe Zhu may have joined some sort of cult. Her returning to you, leaving marks on your body with a knife. These are the cruel behaviors typical of cult indoctrination. Shen Shutong is a prolific online author with a remarkably divergent thought process. For instance, she has perused numerous works of metaphysical fiction, a genre that serves as a quintessential means for cults to indoctrinate individuals, while novels remain mere narratives. The practices of metaphysics are indeed real. In reality, what is dubbed metaphysics often exploits human tendencies to conform blindly, evading reality in pursuit of shortcuts, leading to a form of mental conditioning. I share this sentiment. Fu Chuan previously shunned such contemplations. For the mere recollection of the horrific events that transpired in that underground chamber would evoke an unbearable emotional scar within him. However, having fully relinquished the burdens of the Fu family, he can now confront this scar directly, arriving at a conclusion akin to that of Shen Shutong. Nevertheless, Zhu Mei has remained in Ji City, collaborating with Fu Zhengqiao to expand the overseas ventures of the Fu group. Unless Fu Zhengqiao, too, has succumbed to the cult's brainwashing, It is inconceivable that only Zhu Mei would be ensnared without him noticing any signs. Chapter 119. Enduring forever, never to part. Fu Zichen is a man whose priorities lie exclusively in self-interest and caution, a fact that Fu Chuan comprehensively understands. If Zhu Mei has genuinely become involved with a cult and been indoctrinated, Fu Zichen, as her partner, would undoubtedly be aware, unless he has knowingly turned a blind eye, in which case the consequences are a result of his own indulgence. One reaps what one sows. Shen Shutong gently uttered those 6 words. Those who become entangled with cults never meet a favorable fate, despite their wealth affording them everything. Such affluence often leaves the rich spiritually impoverished, making them susceptible to the abyss of hedonism through gambling, substance abuse, and various illicit activities. The cult's indoctrination infiltrates these vulnerabilities, rendering the wealthy more easily manipulated than the average person. Shen Shutong has witnessed numerous such cases within the Shen family. Should Zhu Mei indeed tread this treacherous path, a day of reckoning will inevitably arrive, and the ensuing negative repercussions could irreparably damage the Fu group, rendering it a mere shadow of its former self. If this is the fate awaiting the Fu family, then I shall await its unfolding. In his previous life, Fu Chuan did not witness the demise of the Fu family, nor was he aware of Zhu Mei's connections to the cult. Although it remains conjectural, Fu Linger possesses an inkling of the truth. If she could uncover the facts, it would fall upon her to resolve the situation. Once exposed, Zhu Mei would be unable to maintain her standing within the Fu family. Fu Chuan is powerless to dismantle such a vast enterprise, a concern beyond the purview of a mere high school student. Instead, he ought to cherish his opportunity for rebirth, turning his gaze toward the future to cultivate a higher version of himself, beginning with fulfilling his promise to Shen Shutong by gaining admission to the Starry Dream Art Academy, which he yearned for in his past life. Indeed, during his university days, Fu Chuan was an avid reader of Shen Shutong's works. At that time, she persisted in her creative endeavors, and despite their lives having run parallel without intersecting, it attests to her well-being. Fu Chuan shook his head, questioning his own thoughts. His senior would undoubtedly enjoy a long, healthy life. The misfortunes that befell her mother would not befall her. In this new life, Fu Chuan earnestly wished for the butterfly effect of his rebirth to bring fortune to his beloved senior while redirecting misfortune toward the Fu family. May those he truly cherishes live long, happy, and healthy lives. Returning to the present, Fu Chuan noticed Shen Shutong still holding his hand, her gaze fixated on the indelible scar on his arm. His heart skipped a beat, and his face flushed slightly. Senior, my apologies. Shen Shutong, as if jolted by electricity, quickly withdrew her hand. An awkward silence enveloped them, the air thick with an uninviting tension. Neither dared to break the silence. Fu Chuan turned to the girl before him. Shen Shutong's head was bowed, her fingers absently playing with her hair. Ahem. Fu Chuan recalled Shen Shutong's words that boys should take the initiative in interactions with girls, lest they become unappealing. Drawing a deep breath of coffee, he ventured, Senior, I cannot solve this problem very well. I'll teach you. What part don't you understand? Time slipped away in the blink of an eye. February 1st arrived. With merely 10 days until New Year's Eve, the third-year students officially commenced their holiday. After the final professional class, a wave of exhilaration erupted among the students. After enduring for so long, they could finally take a breather. Though the future is paramount, drowning in books incessantly will inevitably dull one's mind. This rare respite is a welcome liberation. Once the new year passes, returning to school means the true countdown to hard work begins. As Fu Chuan packed his belongings, Fang Kaiwei approached, patting Fu Chuan on the shoulder. Brother Chuan, the new year is almost upon us. Fu Chuan nodded. Indeed, time flies. It's already February. Fang Kaiwei grinned. Allow me to extend early New Year wishes to you, Brother Chuan. May all your wishes come true. And don't forget your old desk, mate, when you're busy with your senior. Despite Fang Kaiwei's seemingly carefree demeanor, he was under strict supervision from his family during his third year. They feared that he might slack off during this crucial year and end up in a subpar university, especially since he possessed the intellect to do better. The pressure on Fong Kai-wei was immense, yet he finally endured until the holiday, eager to enjoy some leisure before the next semester, which would feel like imprisonment once more. Were it not for his desire to attend the Starry Dream Art Academy alongside Yu Inger, he might have crumbled under the weight of it all. After parting ways with Fong Kai-wei, Fu Chuan exhaled deeply. The new year? Since gaining memories of his past life, he has spent the first half of his life in an orphanage and the latter half with the Fu family. Neither place holds fond memories for him. It is indeed a tragic existence. The new year is a time most cherished by children, filled with the joy of receiving red packets, setting off firecrackers, and celebrating with family while watching fireworks. Yet Fu Chuan possesses no pleasant recollections, only endless solitude, torment, and suffering. If forced to choose between the two places, he would prefer to return to the orphanage rather than the Fu family. At least there, he could still harbor a glimmer of hope and light. Within the Fu family, he would be relentlessly shattered, devoid of the will to survive. Spending the new year alone seems quite comfortable. Familial affection, which yields only harm and no return, is something Fu Chuan would rather forego. Fu Qingqing could only watch helplessly as Fu Chuan packed his bag and left. Ever since Fu Linger confirmed that Zhu Mei had nearly taken Fu Chuan's life in the hospital, any words Fu Qingqing might utter in front of him feel utterly hollow. Each time Fu Qingqing gazes into Fu Chuan's eyes, she sees no trace of herself, her heart aching as if pierced by a dagger. She cannot even muster the words to retain him. She lacks the right, the eligibility. It was Fu Qingqing who destroyed everything, shattering her own brother. At the moment Fu Chuan needed her most, Fu Qingqing did not extend a hand, but nearly brought about his ruin. In a sense, Fu Qingqing resents Zhu Mei for her actions against Fu Chuan, yet how can she justify her previous indifference? They are both equally complicit in his suffering. As Fu Chuan stepped out of the classroom building, he received a video call from Shen Shutong. A smile graced his lips as he pressed the button to answer, her stunning visage filling the screen before she slowly panned the camera to the flamboyant flowers on the playground. "Junior, today, I'm taking you to an interesting place. Are you interested?" How could he refuse an invitation from a senior? After a semester of interaction, Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong shared an almost boundless rapport, engaging in discussions about interests, hobbies, narrative plots, and artistic appreciation, topics that sparked mutual enthusiasm, fostering support for each other's passions, allowing them to play and revel together. Inciting envy in Yu Ying'e, bound by similar life experiences, illuminated by the light of mutual redemption, and possessing hearts that empathize with each other's pain, they are, in essence, a community of fate. To encounter each other amidst the vast sea of humanity is indeed a serendipitous fortune, and from the depths of their hearts, they fervently pray to continue this journey together for a lifetime, enduring and never depart. Chapter 120. Memories are easily sealed away, and original intentions often slip into forgetfulness. When Fu Chuan arrived at the Phoenix Flower Tree to meet Shen Shu Tang, he greeted her warmly. "Senior. Junior, you're here. Let's go." Shen Shu Tang teased, not in a hurry to disclose their destination. With her hands behind her back, she approached a small window on a wall at the corner of the playground, glancing around furtively before knocking gently. Before long, a deep voice emerged. "Password? Wangzai QQ Candy." Following this, a series of faint sounds were heard as the window panel opened, revealing a small shop within, stocked with spicy strips, QQ candy, and delightful beverages. Shen Shu Tang, clearly a frequent visitor, greeted the owner with a radiant smile. Fu Chuan gazed at the opening, feeling as though he had been transported to another era. The shop, which had engaged in a battle of wits with the school to cater to the students of G City No. 1 High School, had been completely sealed off in the year of Fu Chuan's graduation. The students affectionately dubbed this portal Tsinghua Gate, implying that passing through it would lead one to Tsinghua University. While these anecdotes might be mere jest to outsiders, they encapsulated the exquisite memories of their cohort. Whether it be Tsinghua Gate or the Phoenix Flower Tree, all remnants vanished when Fu Chuan returned to his alma mater during the winter break of his freshman year. This was the last year of their existence, akin to the soon-to-be-demolished old piano room from Secret. a place eternally etched in the memories of the 3 years spent by high school students there, destined to fade from the consciousness of future juniors, becoming merely a fragment of G-City #1 high school's historical narrative. Memories are easily sealed away, and original intentions often slip into forgetfulness. Junior, do you like grape-flavored Wang Zai, QQ candy, and Wei Long spicy strips? Shen Shu Tang's voice drew Fu Chuan from his reverie, watching her meticulously select snacks from the assortment. He nodded, I do. After insistently taking care of the payment, Fu Chuan and Shen Shu Tang exited the shop with their treats. Shen Shu Tang unceremoniously tore open a packet of spicy strips, delighting in her snack, prompting Fu Chuan to chuckle softly. I never expected that the senior would enjoy passing through Tsinghua Gate as well. Of course, seniors are human, not divine. With such a convenient passage, why wouldn't one want to take full advantage of it? Besides, it was your senior you who introduced me to it. If there's blame to be had, it falls upon her. Shen Shu Tang, brushing her hair aside while savoring the spicy strips, wore a look of satisfaction. Seeing her so delighted, Fu Chuan's fingers twitched, and he opened a pack of QQ candy, tossing one after another into his mouth. They arrived at an old apartment building near G-City #1 high school. The building was aged with only stairs, and the first floor was cluttered with electric bicycles. Shen Shu Tang skillfully wheeled out a small scooter, tossing Fu Chuan a safety helmet. Let's set off for our destination. Are you going to drive me? What? Do you doubt my driving skills? Shen Su Tang Pao Det, fighting Ditzbele. Fu Chuan quickly clarified, I believe in you. I'm just surprised. It's my first time seeing you ride an electric scooter. Well, when I used to go out with Air, I was the one who drove her. That girl is a transportation novice. She can't even ride a scooter without crashing into walls. Shen Shu Tang said this to showcase her driving prowess. A seasoned veteran worthy of trust, donning a pink helmet with a dazzling smile. As for the innocent Ying, she became an anecdotal stepping stone, the kind of story that could leave one fainting on the spot. So, my dear friend has become a prop in your play with the junior? Truly, one forgets their best friend once a man enters the picture. Then I shall rely on you, O seasoned driver. Fu Chuan donned his blue helmet, seated himself on the back, gripping the rear support. Shen Shu Tang confirmed he was secure, glanced at the rearview mirror, and with a twist of the throttle, they sped off. The two of them rode through the streets and alleys, the festive atmosphere of the city growing increasingly palpable. The stationery shops displayed couplets, and flower markets flourished, while the streets grew less crowded. G-City, a first-tier city in the country, saw many flocking there for work and survival, only to rush back home when the new year approached, scrambling for tickets. Fu Chuan's gaze drifted through the visor of his helmet. It felt as though this was the first time he had ridden an electric scooter through a city where he had lived for so many years. Previously, he relied on buses and subways, mostly lingering at home as a sounding board for his sister's frustrations. He had squandered too much time and opportunity without truly exploring this vibrant city. In contrast, Shen Shu Tang appeared remarkably familiar with the surroundings, clearly having navigated these streets numerous times. Fu Chuan realized he still knew too little about her. The past Shen Shu Tang, known as the aloof school beauty, had mild social anxiety, yet enjoyed riding around G-City on her electric scooter with Ying. This was the first time he discovered that side of her. One notable change was Shen Shu Tang's newfound love for laughter. She seemed more lively, which was a promising beginning. This radiant version of Shen Shu Tang was so captivating that Fu Chuan found it hard to look directly at her. He squinted his eyes, inhaling the faint fragrance wafting from her, and in a moment of clarity, he understood. It was not simply a longing to understand the city after years of living there. Rather, it was the place where his most cherished memories resided, the birthplace of his beloved white moonlight. Fu Chuan sought to comprehend not just the city, but Shen Shu Tang as well. When Shen Shu Tang brought Fu Chuan to the building where Professor Hao Zhe resided, she cheerfully announced, Junior, we've arrived. Get off. She parked the scooter, her expression brimming with anticipation for Fu Chuan's praise of her driving skills. Fu Chuan, perceptive to her intent, responded accordingly. Senior, you did wonderfully. I told you, my driving skills are trustworthy. Let us head upstairs. Senior, why did you suddenly decide to bring me to Professor Hao's home? I didn't bring any gifts. Here. Shen Shu Tang unzipped her backpack, revealing an exquisitely packaged gift box, her smile brightening. I prepared this in advance. How could I bring you to Uncle Hao's house without a gift? Fu Chuan gave Shen Shu Tang a thumbs up, acknowledging her thoughtfulness. There was no one quite like Shen Shu Tang, an all-around genius. Not only a talented novelist, but also adept in social matters. Upon arriving at Professor Hao's door, they rang the bell, and soon enough, Hao Zhe opened the door. Ah. Tang Tang. Fu Chuan, you're here. Come in and sit. Okay. Shen Shu Tang stepped back, seemingly aware of the imminent events, choosing to remain silent while Fu Chuan, oblivious, stepped inside. Suddenly, they heard a loud bang. Ying emerged from nowhere, launching confetti from a party popper at Fu Chuan, showering him in colorful streamers, leaving him utterly bewildered. Ying? Eh? Fu Chuan, surprised, unexpected. Ying wore a mischievous grin. Tang Tang, you did a great job this time. I'll reward you with a big chicken leg later. Fu Chuan, finally regaining his composure, scratched his head. Ying, what on earth is going on? Allow me to explain. Hao Zhe interjected, his eyes glimmering with pride as he patted Fu Chuan's shoulder. Fu Chuan, we received the results of the provincial high school student painting competition last night. Although the official announcement will be after the new year, this girl, Ying Er, kept pestering me, and I couldn't resist spilling the beans. Ying Er immediately rallied Tang Tang to organize a celebration for you. And here we are. You've won the championship. Chapter 121. This silly junior, to be honest, Hao Zhe was quite astonished by the outcome. Despite having witnessed Fu Chuan's extraordinary talent and harboring immense confidence in him. After all, he had utilized his privileges to secure Fu Chuan a spot in the provincial high school painting competition. This particular contest was replete with exceptional talents. Fu Chuan's triumph in emerging as the champion truly surpassed everyone's expectations. In Hao Zhe's eyes, merely securing third place would have sufficed for Fu Chuan, allowing Hao Zhe to seamlessly advocate for the early recruitment of this promising student into Xingman Art Academy. However, Fu Chuan's unexpected victory would likely prompt top-tier art institutions nationwide to scramble for his application, offering him generous conditions. Hao Zhe had unwavering faith in Fu Chuan's character. He knew that the allure of such conditions would not sway him. Of course, upon claiming the championship, Fu Chuan would receive abundant benefits from Xingman Art Academy. Yet, the crux lay in Hao Zhe's desire to nurture talent. Having unearthed such a gem, how could he allow others to covet him? It would be far better to welcome him into the fold early on. Fu Chuan, your admission to Xingman Art Academy is now a certainty. I can formally extend an invitation for you to join our art department and become my student. I wonder if you would accept? A cascade of surprises left Fu Chuan momentarily speechless. It took him a while to regain his composure, and upon meeting Hao Zhe's expectant gaze, he enthusiastically nodded. I am willing. I would be delighted. Professor Hao. In his previous life, Fu Chuan had harbored deep regrets over failing to enter Xingman Art Academy and become a student of his idol, Professor Hao. Now, with the opportunity presenting itself, it felt akin to soaring into the sky alongside the sun. In his exhilaration, Fu Chuan turned to Shen Shutong and Ying, exclaiming, Sisters, I have fulfilled our pact. Ah, I always knew you had it in you, Junior. After all, you boldly chose among the myriad of artists. Congratulations on becoming a freshman at Xingman Art Academy. Ying chuckled softly, casting a glance at Shen Shutong. Shen Shutong clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling with joy as she sincerely congratulated. Junior, congratulations. Fu Chuan has achieved what he set out to do. No, it should be said that he was destined to succeed. It just arrived so suddenly, so swiftly, that even I find it hard to grasp. Observing the euphoric and dazed expression on her junior's face, Shen Shudong's smile widened. This silly junior of ours. Tonight, everyone would gather for dinner at home to celebrate Fu Chuan's championship and his admission to Xingman Art Academy. It has been ages since I felt so joyful. Receiving such an outstanding student is simply delightful. Hao Zhe exclaimed, his laughter resonating with the warmth of a world-class artist who found such joy in Fu Chuan's success, revealing just how much he valued him. Thank you, Professor Hao. Thank you, Sister Yu. Thank you, Sister Shun. Fu Chuan could only express his gratitude, overwhelmed with emotion, his mind barely able to keep up with the whirlwind of thoughts. Without the serendipitous encounters with Yu Ing-er and Shun Shutong, he would not have had the opportunity to engage with Professor Hao, participate in the provincial high school painting competition, and earn his qualification for Xingman Art Academy. These were all opportunities bestowed upon him by the two sisters. Fu Chuan seized them, ensuring he did not let down their expectations. How wonderful! Yu Ying playfully interjected, Yunyua. I should be the one thanking you. Otherwise, I would have been setting off firecrackers at my uncle's house, only to be chased out with a broom. The first time I set them off, my uncle was all smiles, but to actually enjoy a feast prepared by him, I truly struck gold. Right, Tang Tang? Shen Shutong chimed in. Uncle Hao's culinary skills are top-notch, and he rarely cooks. Today, we are indeed in for a treat. All the ingredients are ready. Just wait and see how I showcase my skills. Hao Ze rolled up his sleeves, donned an apron, and dashed into the kitchen, displaying none of the airs one might expect from a distinguished professor. Instead, he came across as the amiable uncle next door, making for an incredibly relaxed and joyful atmosphere. As Shen Shutong and Yu Ing-er sat on the sofa, waiting, they observed Fu Chuan, who sat in a stupor, as if lost in a dream. Yu Ying-er vispiret. Tang Tang, look at your silly junior, so adorably foolish. Shen Shutong playfully tugged at Yu Ing-er's ear. It seems you have an ulterior motive. Is Fu Chuan not your silly junior? Aren't we celebrating this banquet for him? Hee, Tang Tang, all my hard work is for whom? For the junior? No, it's for my dear best friend's future. After all my efforts on behalf of your junior, how do you plan to repay me? Yu Ing-er teased, beginning to poke at Shen Shutong. Shen Shutong seized Yu Ing-er's mischievous hands and retaliated playfully. Humph. You think you could just rub my chest? Who can't do that? Let's hurt each other. The two stunning young women engaged in a playful tussle, drawing Fu Chuan's attention. He instinctively turned to see the lively scene. Nearly becoming flustered before hastily averting his gaze, inwardly chanting, one must not gaze upon the inappropriate. When Hao Ze completed dinner and brought it to the table, he clapped his hands in triumph, presenting a feast of Boston lobster, a full goose banquet, and steamed abalone with vermicelli, renowned signature dishes requiring considerable effort and time to prepare. Fu Chuan, try my pride and joy, the drunken lobster, and let me know your thoughts. Hao Ze personally placed a piece of lobster meat into Fu Chuan's bowl, leaving him utterly astonished. Under Hao Ze's expectant gaze, Fu Chuan picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and his eyes lit up delicious. Delicious indeed? Ha ha, dang dang. You should try a piece too. Thank you, Uncle Hao. Yu Ing-er chimed in, her voice sweetly coaxing, Uncle, I want some too. In response, Hao Ze rolled his eyes. Aren't you grown up enough to serve yourself? Boom. Chapter 122. Life is truly wonderful. It was as if a thunderclap struck Yu Ing-er, leaving her utterly stunned, her mind racing. I am your niece. I am your niece. I am your niece. Yu Ing-er stared at Hao Ze, her expression resolute. The significance of this revelation warranted repetition. No, Yu Ying-er had envisioned countless possibilities, but she never anticipated that all those years of affection had been misplaced. How absurd. Just eat. Hao Osha retorted, tossing a piece of lobster meat into his own bowl and relishing it. Quite good. No doubt, a testament to my culinary skills. Observing the last piece of lobster meat, Yu Ing-er instantly lost her composure, hastily reaching for it. If the delectable dish were snatched away, she would surely weep. Shen Shutong and Fu Chuan could hardly contain their laughter. This was the quintessential interaction between an uncle and his niece, so delightful. After dinner, Fu Chuan volunteered to help with the cleanup, while Shen Shutong and Yu Ing-er took charge of the dishes. Once Fu Chuan had bundled up the trash and set it by the door, he headed downstairs to dispose of it. Hao Ze beckoned him over. Fu Chuan, come share a cup of tea. Thank you, Professor Hao. Fu Chuan settled onto the sofa beside him. Hao Ze exclaimed, why sit so far away? Do you fear I might devour you? Fu Chuan obediently moved closer, and Hao Ze poured him a cup of tea. After taking a sip, Fu Chuan was enveloped in the fragrant essence that danced upon his palate, exclaiming, this is delightful. Delightful indeed. This tea was procured through an old friend of mine. Hao Ze, like a benevolent elder, began to enlighten Fu Chuan on the intricacies of various teas. Fu Chuan listened attentively, still marveling at how surreal it felt to engage in such a casual conversation with his idol, as if he were trapped in an extraordinary dream. At long last, I comprehend the sentiments of those fervent fans. If given the chance to share a room and converse with their idols, they would likely be overwhelmed with joy to the point of fainting. Fu Chuan, I have heard a few things about you from Inger. Are you planning to spend the new year alone? Hao Ze deftly shifted the conversation. Ah, Professor Hao, I am an orphan. I have no family, Fu Chuan replied, his tone devoid of sorrow. The Fu family had long since perished in his heart, existing only as a distant memory. He felt no grief in being an orphan. If those related by blood were demons, he would rather forfeit familial affection to pursue his own happiness. Having paid the price of a lifetime to attain this clarity, Fu Chuan vowed never to tread the same path again. Hao Ze gazed at Fu Chuan with a hint of compassion, recalling Yu Inger's request. Though she had not divulged the complexities of Fu Chuan's past with the Fu family, it remained a secret belonging solely to him. Hao Ze sensed the immense struggles Fu Chuan had endured. With such extraordinary talent, it seemed cruel that he must bear such suffering. Was this not the essence of the saying? He who is entrusted with great responsibilities must first endure hardship? Fu Chuan, should you find yourself without a place to go during the new year, you are welcome to join me. I, too, am alone. Let's keep each other company, Hao Ze offered. Professor Hao. Fu Chuan looked at him in astonishment. My wife passed away in an accident, and my children reside abroad. They used to return for the new year, but now they insist I join them overseas, citing better welfare, sweeter air, and freedom from constraints. I have scolded them, yet to no avail. Children grow up and truly cannot be managed. Sending them abroad for better education was meant to serve our country, yet it has led to this. As a father, I feel utterly remiss. Hao Ze chuckled self-deprecatingly. Alas, I cannot endure life abroad. I find comfort in my own country. If you could keep me company, I would be quite pleased. Or do you find me distasteful? And no, Professor Hao, how could I ever think that? I will be honored. You have always been my idol. If you do not find me bothersome, I would certainly welcome the opportunity. Fu Chuan exclaimed, his excitement rendering him nearly speechless. How's a petit Fu Hun's shoulder? As the saying goes, a beloved disciple is akin to one's own child, though you have not yet officially become my student. The prospect of nurturing a talent such as yours brings me great joy. Fu Chuan, I hold high hopes for your future achievements, which I believe will surpass my own. I am truly delighted that you can spend the new year with me. Professor Hao. Fu Chuan felt the sting of tears in his eyes. Aside from Shen Shutong and Yu Inger, Hao Ze was the third person to steadfastly believe in him and his potential. In his past life, Hao Ze had been Fu Chuan's idol, guiding him toward growth and shaping his current style. Now, to hear his idol express admiration for his talent and willingness to regard him as a child, what could be more joyous than this? Nothing. Hey, why are you getting teary over something happy? A man should not shed tears easily. Wipe your eyes, Hao Ze said with a gentle smile. Thank you, Professor Hao. Truly thank you. It dawned on Fu Chuan that someone like him could receive kindness and warmth, rather than indifference, suffering, and torment. No one is destined to fall into the abyss. Everyone has the right to embrace light and hope. Those who love you will continue to do so, while those who harbor hatred will persist in their disdain. The pursuit of love and the escape from hatred is the true essence of life. Shen Shutong and Yu Inger had long finished washing the dishes and were quietly observing the interaction between Hao Ze and Fu Chuan, which resembled that of a father and son. They exchanged knowing smiles. Inger, you must express your gratitude to your junior for this, Shen Shutong remarked. Of course. Otherwise, Uncle would be alone here, and at his age, he refuses to come to my house for the new year, such a stubborn old man. I cannot be by his side at all times, but with my junior to assist, I feel at ease. Yu Inger gazed at Fu Chuan, who appeared speechless with happiness, her eyes softening. It was wonderful to alleviate her junior's inner turmoil. That night, Yu Inger stayed at Hao Ze's home. After bidding farewell to Shen Shutong, Fu Chuan took out the trash and descended the stairs. The moonlight illuminated their path as Fu Chuan exhaled a puff of white breath. Senior, I truly feel grateful to be alive right now, because being alive allows one to experience so much warmth and kindness. It is through living that we encounter so many significant individuals. It is life that grants us the ability to feel the warmth of winter and the coolness of summer, to appreciate the beauty of the four seasons, and to steadily progress toward a brighter future. I have never felt more thankful to the heavens for granting me this opportunity of rebirth than I do now. Shen Shutong paused, observing the radiant happiness on Fu Chuan's handsome profile. A smile graced her lips. Indeed, living is truly wonderful. Warm liquid flowed from Fu Chuan's nose, staining Shen Shutong's lips. It was unclear when this began. Watching Fu Chuan radiate happiness filled Shen Shutong with joy as well. His tranquility soothed her own heart. When did this junior infiltrate the depths of Shen Shutong's heart, unlocking a window long sealed, allowing light to disperse the darkness within? She pondered, yet found no answer. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Shutong had grown accustomed to having Fu Chuan by her side. Time passed swiftly, filled with joy and happiness. They shared endless conversations, similar interests, and the ability to support each other's passions. Perhaps their shared experiences and pains allowed them to cherish their meeting even more deeply. Their encounter and blossoming friendship felt preordained, akin to a divine gift, reminiscent of Naruto and Sasuke from Naruto. From the moment Shen Shutong chanced upon Fu Chuan's work, captivated by his imagination and creativity, she invited him to be her novel's copyright illustrator. Their paths crossed serendipitously on a bus ride to school, where Shen Shutong, engrossed in a novel while wearing headphones, noticed the tall and handsome Fu Chuan leaning against the window. As myriad thoughts and emotions surged within her, she sought an outlet to express them. With her hands behind her back, she gazed up at the starry sky and smiled. "Hey, Junior, do you remember our first conversation?" "I do." "It was during lunch at G City No. 1 High School, and it was raining. I was reading outside the auditorium when you approached me. I was truly startled. You, Senior, are like a star surrounded by admirers, an existence unreachable for someone like me, a mere ordinary student." Fu Chuan vividly recalled the details of that first conversation. At the time, he had not given it much thought, merely greeting Shen Shutong before hastily returning to class. Who could have anticipated that he would develop such a close relationship with the rumored aloof school beauty? Life is indeed unpredictable. For me, our first encounter was on the bus. In truth, I have been following your work for quite some time, secretly observing you. After all, you're the illustrator for my novel's comic rights. I had chosen many, but found none to my liking. I needed to conduct a thorough assessment. Their story did not begin with love at first sight, nor did it follow the traditional narrative of youthful romance. Shen Shutong and Fu Chuan collided, marking the beginning of a fateful connection. Shen Shutong's admiration for Fu Chuan's artistic style was purely innocent. In the absence of a suitable artist, she turned her attention to her junior, and had it not been for this incidental twist, Shen Shutong might never have truly acknowledged Fu Chuan. Their relationship would not have evolved to this juncture. It is a stark reality, yet profoundly genuine. Shen Shutong could not possibly be inexplicably drawn to a man without reason. It was only because he possessed the quality she sought. While she conceded that Fu Chuan was exceptionally handsome, eliciting a few lingering glances as he walked by, her heart remained untouched, devoid of deeper contemplation or longing. It was mere coincidence, or perhaps a fated arrangement, that brought them together and fostered their acquaintance. A smile graced Shen Shutong's lips as she mused. Seeking blessings and divine intervention seemed quite promising. Living this way, one could encounter fortuitous events and meet individuals worthy of cherishing. In the past, her attitude towards deities was indifferent. If there truly existed gods, why would they so cruelly take her mother from her? Yet now, Shen Shutong found herself grateful for the hand of fate that introduced her to Yu Ing'er and Fu Chuan, instilling within her a heartfelt resolve and motivation to embrace life. She wished for a peaceful and smooth journey through life, hoping for more time to share joy and happiness with those who mattered, to grow old together, and witness each other's ascent to greatness. Senor Fu Chuan softly uttered. Shun Shutong, having taken a few steps forward, tilted her head upon hearing his voice, her lips curling into a gentle smile, a sight Fu Chuan cherished in his memories. He inhaled deeply, summoning the courage to voice his feelings. For me, the greatest significance of living this life is having met you, Senior. I find it difficult to articulate this emotion, but you are incredibly important to me, more vital than my very existence. Without you, there would be no Fu Chuan as you know him. Everything I possess is a result of your influence. The courage and pride to break free from the Fu family, the joy and warmth of encountering increasingly significant individuals, and the comforting sensation of receiving help and concern from others. These were all gifts bestowed upon him by Shun Shutong. The greatest fortune in his life was undoubtedly meeting her. Shun Shutong was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Fu Chuan to express such sentiments. A fleeting shadow of sadness crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by a bright joy. Listen well, Junior, remember what you said today. If my existence matters more than your life, I believe it. Therefore, you must never forget your senior, ever. Time has a way of erasing memories. The beauty of the past, no matter how deeply etched in one's heart, can fade into obscurity, rendered inconsequential by the passing of a loved one, as exemplified by Shan Shanhe and Fong Dai. Shun Shutong had previously been skeptical of such promises, yet she longed to believe in Fu Chuan's vows one more time, determined that he would never forget that a girl named Shun Shutong had once graced his life. Fu Chuan smiled gently. If I were to forget, wouldn't you turn into a ghost and haunt me? Shun Shutong playfully mimicked a menacing gesture, teasing him. Just know that. Wei is dead. Fu Chuan nearly collapsed in disbelief. Senior, you are truly, genuinely adorable. As they approached the electric scooter, Shun Shutong tossed her helmet to Fu Chuan. Junior, it's your turn to give Senior a ride home. The night is getting late, and it's quite chilly. Don't let me freeze up front. All right. Where will you be staying tonight? Let us head back to the apartment first. I have some matters to attend to at G City first high tomorrow. Sure. Fu Chuan rode steadily ahead, shielding Shun Shutong from the cold wind with his broad form, leaving her enveloped in warmth. Suddenly, a mischievous idea struck her, prompting her to reach into Fu Chuan's down jacket pocket while murmuring, "It's so cold." "This is much warmer, Junior. You don't mind, do you?" "Not at all." Fu Chuan stiffened at her unexpected action, acutely aware of the girl's fragrance and warmth behind him, his heart racing uncontrollably. Fortunately, he was an experienced rider. Otherwise, he might have veered off course. "Junior, don't overthink it. I'm just using your pocket to warm my cold hands. It's nothing more. Are you happy today, Junior?" "Very happy," he stammered. Seeing her objective achieved, Shun Shutong couldn't help but smile beneath her helmet, exclaiming, "Oh, Senior, why are you shouting so loudly?" "Because I'm happy. The road is nearly empty. If not now, when should I express my joy?" "Junior, this is what you taught." The once socially anxious Shun Shutong would never have acted this way, but her transformation was a gift from Fu Chuan. Since meeting him, her life had brightened significantly. Suddenly, Shun Shutong felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, reminiscent of the symptoms of prolonged hunger. Warm liquid began to seep from her nostrils, staining her lips. Chapter 124. A desire to live well, with my junior unaware of Shun Shutong's predicament. Fu Chuan echoed her excitement. "Oh." Shun Shutong's helmet leaned against Fu Chuan's back. "Junior, I'm a bit sleepy. Let me rest my eyes for a moment." "Okay." Fu Chuan, oblivious to her condition, slowed the scooter to allow her to rest comfortably. He secretly relished the thought that this meant she could lean against him for a while longer. At some point, Shun Shutong withdrew her hand from Fu Chuan's pocket, pulling out a handkerchief to staunch the flow of blood. Stop. Damn body, return to normal. Today was so joyful. Don't let anything ruin the mood." Eventually, Fu Chuan brought Shun Shutong back to the apartment. No matter how long the journey or how slow the passage of time, there would always come a day of arrival. As Fu Chuan steadied the scooter, he softly said, "Senior, we've arrived." Shun Shutong hastily shoved the blood-stained handkerchief into her pocket, tentatively stretching her legs to confirm that the feeling of fatigue had dissipated. "Junior, I need to go upstairs for a bit to use the computer. Remember to bring the scooter battery up to charge. With that, she quickly removed her helmet and dashed away. Senior? Without waiting for Fu Chuan's response, she had already vanished. Back in her apartment on the 16th floor, Shen Shutong rushed into the bathroom, locking the door behind her. She removed the pink helmet, staring at the bloodstains on her face, which had also smeared her down jacket and pants. In a panic, she washed her face and cleaned herself up, grateful that her symptoms of fatigue did not last long. She was relieved it was late enough that Fu Chuan likely hadn't seen her. Otherwise, he would have worried unnecessarily. Once she had thoroughly cleaned away the blood and checked herself in the mirror to ensure all was well, Shen Shutong took a deep breath and exited the bathroom, only to find Fu Chuan waiting outside. Senior, are you all right? She almost said she had urgent matters, but with her helmet still on, she had rushed out. Fu Chuan was no fool. He surely sensed something was off. In response to his concern, Shen Shutong smiled reassuringly. Of course I'm fine. Do I seem like I have a problem? I just had a bit of an issue with my writing and was in a hurry. Look at me. I even forgot to take off my helmet. I had to rush to the bathroom afterward. Senior Shen Shutong stepped forward, rising onto her toes, and firmly tugged at Fu Chuan's cheek. When did my senior require the concern of this silly little junior? Do not think that just because you have secured the championship title and gained early admission to Xingman Art Academy, you can afford to be proud. Remember, I have been granted a direct admission and hold the esteemed title of a golden author at Tomato Novels. Junior, you still have a long way to go before reaching your peak. I shall be at the summit, leisurely enjoying the view while I await your arrival. Fu Chuan managed a strained smile. Senior, should you need anything, do call upon me. I am always by your side. Everything I shared with you tonight comes from the depths of my heart and will hold true for a lifetime. I understand. Thank you, Junior. Now, I must return to my room to revise my manuscript. It is late. You should rest early. See you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. Returning to her room, Shen Shutong leaned against the door, unable to suppress the sting in her nose as tears brimmed in her eyes. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she approached the calendar on the wall and marked the day's date with a bold zussing of black pen. Although the troubling symptoms of occasional nosebleeds and fatigue had not manifested for some time, she had believed that her situation was improving. Yet today, the sensation of being engulfed by the depths of the ocean returned, a stark reminder that her nightmare was far from over. This unpredictable, baseless discomfort within her body felt like a ticking bomb, capable of obliterating her happiness at any moment. Previously, the companionship of Yu Ing could not mend the deepening loneliness, sorrow, and anguish within her. Shen Shutong had thought to drift along, to forget, to desire nothing, to avoid contention. If fate truly decreed that she could not live long, walking the path of the butterfly, she would accept it with grace, having done all that was beyond her control. Yet now, having finally encountered the glimmer of hope that Fu Chuan represented, she realized that he had shown her that all suffering must be rejected as the root of evil. One cannot neglect their true feelings in the wake of comparative misery. With Fu Chuan by her side for the first time, Shen Shutong felt a desire to defy the dictates of fate, to truly live, to endure, together with her junior, together with everyone, to embrace the beauty of life, to experience the profound meaning of perseverance. She yearned to witness Fu Chuan's future achievements and to fulfill their promise of reaching the pinnacle of success together, to experience the exhilaration of standing atop the highest peaks, surveying all beneath. Surely, nothing untoward would occur. Fate had conspired to bring her and her junior together. It would not be so cruel as to snatch away her will to live. Such an arrangement was a divine reminder that she must persist in life. Gripping the fabric at her chest, Shen Shutong swallowed her tears and sought to comfort herself. 2 months of regular health checkups have yielded no issues. So what if there are occasional nosebleeds and fatigue? I have overcome such challenges before. Shen Shutong, do not succumb to wild thoughts. A good night's sleep will suffice. Chapter 125, Biological Parents Arrive. The following day, at 8 in the morning, with the holiday upon them, the senior students relished the rare opportunity to sleep in. For Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong, both assured of their admission to Xingman Art Academy, it felt like an extended vacation. From February until the start of the new term in September, they had 7 long months ahead. Shun Shutong awoke and, upon entering the living room, was greeted by a rich aroma. Fu Chuan, adorned with a Hello Kitty apron, poked his head out from the kitchen. "Senior, you're awake just in time for breakfast." Taking a deep breath, Shun Shutong approached Fu Chuan with a smile. "What are we having?" "It smells divine. Seafood porridge, made with fresh ingredients I bought from the market this morning." With the new year approaching, everyone is bustling about preparing for the festivities. It was quite the crowd. "How wonderful! I am eagerly looking forward to it." As Fu Chuan served the seafood porridge to her, Shun Shutong inhaled the delightful aroma. Her appetite peaked, and she quickly devoured several bowls. "Junior, your culinary skills are truly impressive. To be alive and savor such delicious food is an immense blessing." Fu Chuan observed Shun Shutong's vibrant demeanor, recognizing her effort to conceal her true feelings. With a forced smile, he encouraged her, "Eat as much as you like, senior. Now that I have time, I can study recipes thoroughly. I look forward to your critiques as my esteemed food critic." "For me, that is a most welcomed opportunity. By the way, Junior, can you finally share the details of the work you submitted for the competition?" When the competition concluded, Shun Shutong had inquired about Fu Chuan's project, but he had remained coy, and her curiosity had only intensified. Knowing he had won the provincial high school painting competition, she was certain that this piece was a culmination of his heart and soul. "You shall find out after the new year," Fu Chuan replied, choosing to keep the surprise for the day of the unveiling. He felt a touch of shyness about revealing the truth, fearing it would lessen the surprise. "Junior, you become quite the tease. Still withholding information from your senior?" "Oomph. Senior, would you care for some shrimp? They're absolutely delicious." "Yes, please." Shun Shutong and Fu Chuan shared the blissful simplicity of cohabitation, reminiscent of a young couple in love. After finishing breakfast and preparing to head to school, Fu Chuan called out to her, "Senior, my admission to Xingman Art Academy is practically confirmed. I believe it is time to fulfill our agreement. I can take on the role of illustrator for your comic adaptation." "Junior, I've been awaiting those words. I will inform my novel editor right away." "Okay." After bidding Shun Shutong farewell, Fu Chuan found himself with some idle time. Sitting before his drawing board, he reviewed the requests from his patrons. Taking a deep breath, he reassured himself, "It's all right, Fu Chuan. In the previous life, Senior lived on well, continuing to create novels. This time I shall be fine. I cannot allow my emotions to waver. I must focus on the tasks at hand." By the time Fu Chuan had worked until 11:30 in the morning, his stomach growled in protest, prompting him to stretch and send images of the 3 completed paintings to his patrons for confirmation before heading downstairs for lunch. He chose a well-known hotel and ordered steamed dumplings and chicken soup with tea tree mushrooms. With the business of Picasso flourishing and with his special admission to Xingman Art Academy, he no longer had to worry about tuition fees or the like. He could finally look forward to a life of relative comfort. Since leaving the Fu family, Fu Chuan's life had been illuminated by newfound hope. Motivated by the thought of those who cherished and supported him, he resolved to work even harder, determined to scale the heights of success. He would not let their expectations go unfulfilled. As Fu Chuan wiped his mouth with a napkin, preparing to return to his work, he stepped outside his apartment and spotted 2 familiar figures waiting for him. Initially, he did not recognize them, but as he approached, his pupils constricted slightly. It was Fu Zhengqiao and Zhu Mei, his biological parents. Fu Chuan was aware that they would eventually seek him out. The Fu group had long coveted a partnership with the Shun group, and their emphasis on this matter led them to abandon their overseas business pursuits in favor of returning home. Given Fu Chuan's close relationship with Shun Shutong, they could not possibly overlook such a valuable connection. And now, at this critical juncture, they had come to him. Well then, some matters must be faced head-on, and some truths must be clarified. There was no escaping this confrontation if he wished to lead a fulfilling life ahead. Fu Chuan braced himself for what lay ahead. Jume, adorned in exquisite designer mink fur and clutching an LV handbag, bedecked in gold and silver, approached Fu Chuan with an expression radiating maternal affection. She attempted to grasp Fu Chuan's hand, only to be met with his brusque rejection. "Do not touch me," Fu Chuan articulated coldly. Regarding the woman who was purportedly his biological mother, she who had bestowed upon him both the greatest hopes and the deepest despair. Each encounter with Jumei resurrected harrowing memories of his past life, where she had nearly caused his demise on multiple occasions, tormenting him to the brink of unbearable anguish, and plunging him into the depths of severe depression, an experience Jumei could never comprehend. Day after day, he languished in a hellish existence, yearning for liberation from this world. Before encountering the Fu family, Fu Chuan had endured hardships, yet clung to the hope of a brighter future. However, upon meeting the Fu family, he transformed into a mere wretch, consumed by a desire for death, his resentment towards Jumei surging like a tidal wave. Even when faced with Fu Ling'er and others, Fu Chuan managed to maintain a serene demeanor, his mind unclouded by hatred. Yet, in Jumei's presence, the depth of his loathing was palpable. Unprepared for an outburst from her once-adoring son, Jumei stumbled backward, nearly losing her balance, only to be steadied by Fu Zichen, who glared at Fu Chuan. "Fu Chuan, what are you doing? This is your mother. Are you not aware she has just been discharged from the hospital?" Fu Chuan responded with a chilling smile. "I have no mother like her, and certainly I have no father like you." The charade of familial affection ends here. Fu Zichen and Jumei. From this point forward, you shall traverse your own paths, while I traverse mine. We are no longer indebted to one another. Addressing his biological parents by their names underscored Fu Chuan's profound detachment from them. He was utterly indifferent to their perceptions of him, wishing only to be disregarded as he had been in the past. Whether he lived or died, it mattered little to them. Yet Fu Chuan recognized that, for now, such a scenario was impossible, as he held value for the Fu family. Fu Zichen and Jumei would undoubtedly seek to drag him back into their infernal realm. Fu Zichen was taken aback by Fu Chuan's lack of gratitude despite their personal intervention, his expression darkening. "Fu Chuan, your mother acknowledges her mistakes. It is no wonder Fu Ling'er and the others have been unable to reconcile with you. It seems you are truly resolute in severing ties with the Fu family." Though Fu Zichen found this perplexing, believing Fu Chuan would be better off as a puppet within the Fu family, reaping an inheritance that could sustain him for generations, he wondered if this was merely a rebellious phase. In earlier days, Fu Zichen would have been dismayed by Fu Chuan's audacious defiance, feeling he paled in comparison to the pampered Fu Zichen, who had once knelt before so many, pleading for Qin Jian not to depart, thus humiliating the Fu family. However, with the evolving dynamics and Fu Chuan's connection to the Shun family, Fu Zichen found himself unexpectedly favoring Fu Chuan over Fu Zichen. Indeed, he was his own flesh and blood. "Fu Chuan, your mother understands her errors. Were we not on amicable terms? After that incident, we agreed to refrain from discussing it. I will never again impose such excesses upon you. Why did you relay this to your elder and younger sisters? And what is this about leaving the Fu family? I went to great lengths to bring you back. Being your mother, I will not allow you to leave." Jumei's expression bore a poignant semblance of genuine sorrow, her performance so convincing that it stirred doubts within Fu Chuan's heart, momentarily wavering his resolve to depart, leading him to believe she was truly remorseful. As his biological mother, who had endured the trials of pregnancy and the perils of childbirth, Jumei's longing to reclaim Fu Chuan seemed heartfelt, leaving him to ponder how a woman capable of such emotion could ever wish to abandon him. Having lived once before, Fu Chuan was no longer susceptible to Jumei's words. His countenance betrayed no emotion, and he even felt a sardonic urge to laugh. "You claim you would never act so excessively? Jumei, are you certain? If some cult leader instructed you to harm me, would you not comply without hesitation?" This insinuation regarding a cult stemmed from his discussions with Shan Shutong about the underground events, yet his intent was to provoke Jumei, hoping to discern any cracks in her faade. To his astonishment, Jumei's complexion paled as she retorted, "Who told you about this?" In that moment, Fu Chuan grasped the entirety of the truth. A sardonic chuckle escaped him as he realized the absurdity laid bare before him. Had it not been for the cult's intervention, Jumei would likely have forgotten her long-lost son, living freely with her 7 daughters and an adopted son. He had assumed the melodrama of television was excessive, yet reality proved more surreal, showering him with the very essence of its absurdity. As Fu Zichen sought to intervene, he quickly pulled Jumei behind him. casting a serious glance at Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan, I understand you harbor much resentment, but do not unjustly accuse your mother. I know her character better than anyone. Unless you can provide evidence, your transformation is truly disappointing. Fu Chuan regarded Fu Zichen with a cold gaze, akin to staring at a corpse, instilling a chill even in Fu Zichen's bones. The formerly obsequious son had revealed an unexpected resolve, prompting Fu Zichen to reassess his underestimation of Fu Chuan, realizing he indeed bore the blood of his lineage. At such a tender age, Fu Chuan's fortitude was commendable. Once he was reintegrated into the Fu family, beyond the benefits he could offer, Fu Zichen recognized the potential in nurturing Fu Chuan, perhaps yielding remarkable surprises. Today, Fu Zichen had spoken more words to Fu Chuan than he had during Fu Chuan's entire tenure with the Fu family. In this heartless den, Fu Chuan felt an overwhelming urge to extricate himself, devising a plan to sever all ties with the Fu family once and for all. Now, Fu Chuan had formulated strategy. I possess no evidence, merely conjecture. However, I am certain that your arduous efforts to reclaim me were not motivated by a longing for your biological son. It was all a facade. You were brainwashed by that cult to retrieve me. You nearly killed me in that basement and inscribed that damned symbol on me. What do you truly wish to accomplish? Fu Chuan bared his arm, exposing the swastika symbol, his countenance twisted with fury as he bellowed, not from a place of irrational rage, but with acute awareness. At this pivotal moment, Fu Zichen could not permit any negative publicity to tarnish the Fu family's name. This was Fu Chuan's prime opportunity to strike back. Indeed, Fu Chuan's sudden outburst attracted the attention of passers-by, who cast incredulous glances in his direction, murmuring about the identities of Fu Zichen and others. The mention of cult, murder, and symbol created a sensational narrative that captivated those nearby. By provoking the spectacle, Fu Chuan had seized Fu Zichen's vulnerability. As Fu Zichen, desperate and flustered, grasped Fu Chuan's arm, he whispered urgently, "Fu Chuan, are you insane? These are merely your assumptions. You possess no evidence. We are your biological parents. Why would we ever wish you harm? Whether you wish me harm remains uncertain. You nearly killed your biological son in that basement. If news of Jumei's possible brainwashing were to leak, I assure you that the rivals of the Fu family would find it exceedingly intriguing." Fu Chuan relished in witnessing Fu Zichen's fear. Only when Fu Zichen was frightened would Fu Chuan find the opportunity to exploit their vulnerabilities. To contend with this vast empire, he must pinpoint their weaknesses with precision, leaving no room for error. You have truly lost your mind. The Fu family has treated you generously. We have ensured your basic needs are met, and even bequeathed a share of our inheritance to you. We are your biological parents. Why would you seek to ensnare us in such treachery? At this juncture, Fu Zichen continues to fabricate non-existent facts, audaciously pressuring Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan finds himself in awe of Fu Zichen. Perhaps it is individuals like him who are destined to become capitalists, a lesson Fu Chuan feels he will never learn, nor desires to. Consider me as good as dead to you, and I shall regard you as my deceased parents. If you wish for me to keep these matters confidential, then let us formalize a severance agreement and ensure my household registration is transferred away from the Fu family. Fu Chuan was summoned back to the Fu household solely to facilitate his education, under the pretense of being adopted by a distant relative, all while failing to secure his official registration. They claimed it was to prevent Fu Zichen from overthinking. Yet the truth was that the Fu family disdained Fu Chuan for lacking elite education, deeming him unworthy of their lineage. Each member looked down upon him, believing he did not merit inclusion in the household register. Only Fu Chuan remained foolishly devoted to this familial bond, but he will no longer serve them. In Chapter 127, Jumei kneels, pleading for Fu Chuan to return home. "Fu Chuan, are you attempting to blackmail me?" Fu Zichen gasped sin disbelief, realizing Fu Chuan's true intentions. This is the same Fu Chuan he once dismissed as merely a tool to ensure the family's prosperity, now daring to threaten him. Is this truly the same worthless son who once could not even muster the courage to breathe in Fu Zichen's presence? Fu Zichen, if I were to divulge even a fraction of this to the Shun family, What might they think? You know very well. Fu Jingchao's expression darkens further. A miscalculation. He had delayed seeking out Fu Chuan, fearing that Fu Chuan would become emboldened. As the patriarch, conceding to Fu Chuan would undermine the balance of power within the family. Yet, time was running short for the collaboration with the Shun group, which had yet to solidify, and Fu Zhengqiao was in dire need of a decisive move. One that hinged upon Fu Chuan's relationship with Shun Shutan. Fu Zhengqiao had initially thought that by proactively approaching Fu Chuan, offering him a graceful exit and assurances, Fu Chuan would eagerly return to the Fu household as he once did. Reality, however, proved Fu Zhengqiao's assumptions overly simplistic, instead providing Fu Chuan with leverage. Fu Chuan, I require time to contemplate these matters. No, you must provide me with an answer immediately. Otherwise, this will escalate, and you will not escape the consequences. Fu Chuan was not mad. He refused to let Fu Zhengqiao and Zhu Mei return to devise a strategy. He demanded an immediate commitment, and, reaching into his pocket, pressed the record button on his phone. Fu Zhengqiao, seething with rage, felt the urge to strike Fu Chuan. This insolent son truly believed he could defy him? However, with so many witnesses present, any act of violence would only exacerbate the situation. Fu Chuan, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistakes. Please do not do this. We are your biological parents. This time, we are humble enough to ask you back. We are willing to atone for our past wrongs. I swear I will never harm you again. Just forgive us, and we will do anything you ask. As Fu Chuan resolutely turned his back on the Fu family, Zhu Mei, whether driven by maternal instinct or the fear of impending disaster, disregarded her dignity and earnestly implored Fu Chuan, weeping profusely, portraying the image of a desperate mother longing for her son's return. Very well, Zhu Mei, if you are willing to kneel before everyone and plead for my return, I might consider it. What do you say? Fu Chuan's unrelenting words pierced Zhu Mei's spine. Fu Chuan. Fu Jingchao's face flushed crimson, gazing at Fu Chuan not as a son, but as a sworn enemy. How dare he demand his own mother kneel? Where did he find the audacity? Would he not fear the consequences of such actions? Should you fail to comply, then step aside and cease your incessant prattle. I am fully aware of the true nature of the Fu family, Fu Zhengqiao. Hurry and agree to my household transfer, or do not blame me when matters spiral out of control. This was an opportunity to corner Fu Zhengqiao with no avenue of retreat. The next chance will be far more challenging. Just as Fu Zhengqiao struggled to make a decision, a sudden sound echoed. Thud. Zhu Mei genuinely knelt before Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan, I know I have wronged you in so many ways, but you are my flesh and blood. Is there any mother in this world who does not long for a child? I beseech you, grant me another chance. I promise to treat you well. Zhu Mei's heartfelt sobs stripped away any semblance of her former affluent demeanor, her genuine remorse moving those around her. Initially, onlookers merely observed this family drama, especially as Fu Chuan expressed his grievances and left home, which seemed entirely reasonable. But Zhu Mei's raw emotion garnered sympathy, softening the hearts of many. Child, return home. Your mother is on her knees, weeping for you. She must truly care for her son. Indeed, Fu Chuan, as a woman and a mother, I understand. The bond formed during 9 months of pregnancy, teetering on the brink of life and death, cannot so easily be forsaken. Without your mother, there would be no you. Regardless of family strife, there is always a path to reconciliation. Why cause such a scene, tarnishing our faces? Child, return home. The new year approaches. And how lovely it would be for the family to unite harmoniously. Will you truly endure the holiday alone, causing your biological family to suffer? The crowd, moved by Zhu Mei's plea, began to side with her. If a mother would kneel for her son, how could Fu Chuan remain unmoved? Would he not fear the consequences of such ingratitude? After all, this was Fu Chuan's own mother. Fu Chuan, come home with me. We will discuss matters properly upon our return. Fu Zhengqiao contemplated a decisive course of action, wishing to bring Fu Chuan home first. Zhu Mei's kneeling was different from the previous incident. Kneeling before the Qin family was shameful. But kneeling before Fu Chuan was a strategic necessity for the imminent collaboration with the Shun group, promising immense benefits. Yet upon returning to the Fu household, Fu Zichen intended to pacify Fu Chuan adequately. However, I said I would merely consider returning. I never stated that your kneeling would guarantee my return. I will never return to the Fu family. I only wish to sever ties with you. Even if you were to perish, it would not concern me. Fu Chuan was taken aback by Zhu Mei's genuine kneeling, but he harbored no thoughts of maternal love or heartfelt emotion. Instead, he contemplated the lucrative collaboration with the Shun group and the insidious influence that had nearly destroyed him countless times. The very architect of his suffering, willing to forsake her dignity, was a notion Fu Chuan could not accept. Such a display of maternal affection is not something I desire. And if you wish to kneel, then go ahead, but I shall not accept it. Fu Chuan, if kneeling does not suffice, would bowing be acceptable? I implore you to return. I beg you. Zhu Mei truly intended to bow, but Fu Zichen would not allow such an embarrassment. He hastily intervened. Enough, my dear. Let us return home. Fu Chuan, you have truly disappointed me. If you feel disappointment, then sever ties with this ungrateful son quickly, lest you be driven to an early grave. Fu Chuan felt no shred of guilt. The Fu family, which had tormented him so mercilessly in his past life, could perish for all he cared. Fu Chuan, Fu Zichen, driven to the brink of fury, raised his hand to strike Fu Chuan. What do you intend to do to my junior? A sharp voice suddenly rang out, halting Fu Zichen in his tracks. Chapter 128. You are my little fortune. Despite the pleas of others to restrain Fu Zichen, he remained unyielding, and Zhu Mei's act of kneeling elevated Fu Zichen to a moral high ground, rendering Fu Chuan a disobedient son. The humiliation was palpable, as even a mother kneeling and begging for her son to return home would be subjected to shame. Such a slap was quite justifiable. The onlookers would undoubtedly align themselves with Fu Zichen. However, the arrival of Shun Shutong, the esteemed daughter of the Shun family, whom Fu Zichen was compelled to curry favor with, brought a sudden halt to his rage, forcing him to swallow his indignation. Much to his chagrin, clutching her documents, Shun Shutong hurried to Fu Chuan's side, inquiring, Junior, are you all right? I'm fine, Senior, Fu Chuan replied, shaking his head in reassurance. Protective instinct stirred within Shun Shutong as she shielded Fu Chuan from view, casting an irate glance at Fu Zichen and Zhu Mei. Oncle Fu, aren't you? What exactly do you intend to do? That's just a misunderstanding, Shutong. It's all a misunderstanding. We should take our leave now. Family scandals must not be aired, especially not in front of Shun Shutong, lest misunderstandings arise with Shin Shanha. Fu Zichen swiftly grasped Zhu Mei's hand, retreating like a pair of drenched rats. Fu Chuan saved the recording of the encounter, knowing that as long as Fu Zichen remained concerned about the collaboration with the Shin group, he would have no choice but to acquiesce to Fu Chuan's demands. After the new year, he would formally sever ties with the Fu family. Junior, did Fu Zichen come to trouble you? Shin Shutong asked. Senior, please let me explain. Upon returning to their apartment, Fu Chuan recounted the events to Shin Shutong. Given your circumstances, it's indeed advisable to transfer your household registration. Your status is crucial for your future. With the Fu family so eager for collaboration with the Shun group, this is undoubtedly the best opportunity for you to assert yourself. They will not allow such a scandal to jeopardize their business. How ironic it is, Shun Shutong mused with a bitter smile. If it weren't for our acquaintance, you would have likely departed from the Fu family long ago, given your plight there. You bent over backward to please your relatives, only to be ignored and bullied. They would have been glad to cast you out, yet now they wish to retain you for the sake of your connection with me. Senior, please don't say that. If it weren't for you, I would still be trapped within the Fu family, struggling to survive amidst their disdain. Meeting you has been my greatest fortune. You are my little fairy. Little fairy? Shin Shutong paused, unable to suppress a laugh at Fu Chuan's light-hearted jest. What an archaic term of endearment. Junior, you're out of touch. In the age of the internet, the term little fairy had transformed from a compliment into a form of mockery. Shin Shutong understood that Fu Chuan meant no harm. He simply lacked the fervor of online trends. Fu Chuan scratched the back of his head, pondering. Then what should I call you, Senior? How about little fortune? As these three words escaped his lips, Fu Chuan's mind involuntarily conjured a familiar melody. You are the luck I wish to hold onto the most. Have you seen our times? Shen Shudong inquired. Of course. It was immensely popular back then, with the theme song playing everywhere. I nearly developed calluses from hearing Ing Air sing it. Now, whenever I hear Lin Jianxin and Su Taiyu, my head starts to ache. Although I've never been in love, I seek inspiration from renowned romantic films to capture the essence of romantic tension between the leads. Shen Shudong enthusiastically recounted her favorite highly rated romantic films and anime, including Flipped, Titanic, and Your Lie in April. When discussing Your Lie in April, her eyes sparkled with excitement. I highly recommend that one. It beautifully intertwines the love that blossoms in April, becoming a source of redemption for one another, weaving a narrative of a love built upon a lie. It's truly remarkable. To this day, Your Lie in April held a revered place in Shen Shutong's heart, irreplaceable. Fu Chuan knew that his familiarity with this anime stemmed from reading Shen Shutong's published novels in his previous life, where she had mentioned it in a QA session, affirming it as one of her most memorable works. Consequently, he had binged the entire 24-episode series. This anime was indeed masterfully crafted. Each character was unforgettable, the plot intricately woven, and the unique BGM, OP, and ED remained vivid in his memory. Without the recollections of his past life, Fu Chuan and Shen Shudong would not have shared so many common topics, nor would he have been able to assist her with her writing. Thus, their bond grew ever stronger, and upon reflection, his rebirth was his greatest fortune. This fortune brought Fu Chuan to Shen Shudong, where he found salvation and encountered those who truly valued him. Most importantly, witnessing the joyful expression on Shen Shutong's face reassured him that his concerns from the previous night were unfounded. She was indeed well. With the weight lifted from his heart, Fu Chuan felt a sudden lightness envelop him. Shen Shutong, initially engrossed in sharing her insights, noticed Fu Chuan's unwavering gaze fixed upon her face. Unable to resist, she cleared her throat, asking, "Junior, is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that?" Shen Shudong had to admit her heart raced slightly. Could this unspoken sensation be shyness? What could have prompted this earnest attention from her naive junior? "Because Senior looks so happy," he replied. Shen Shudong was momentarily perplexed, wondering at the absurdity of his reasoning. Fu Chuan took a moment to articulate his thoughts. "When you talk about something interesting, you seem to radiate joy, making it impossible to look away. Wow, do you really think so? You make me sound like an actual little fairy." Shen Shudong feigned modesty, though internally she reveled in the compliment. The number of individuals who praised her was countless, rendering her immune to flattery. Yet the simple admiration from her junior filled her with delight. Perhaps, as Yuing Air had suggested, Shen Shudong should not deceive herself. It was time to wake up. Over the past 6 months, Fu Chuan had taken a significant place in her heart. Initially, it may have been mere admiration, but as they spent more time together, discovering common ground and sharing experiences, Fu Chuan became immensely important to her. Rather than instant infatuation, Shen Shudong cherished the gradual, flowing nature of their relationship, akin to savoring a meal bite by bite. Just as every culinary experience includes appetizers, main courses, and desserts, every love story begins with fervor but ultimately settles into tranquility. Shen Shudong yearned for slow growth and a fulfilling journey filled with moments of excitement. "Wait, I've suddenly been struck with inspiration. Senior, please hold on for a moment." Fu Chuan exclaimed, as if Venus herself had unlocked his creativity. Brimming with excitement, he dashed into his room without waiting for Shen Shutong's response. "This foolish junior." Shen Shudong sighed, a smile tugging at her lips. "As if I would wait for you. Ah, today is perfect for writing the emotional scenes between the leads. This feeling is wonderful. Let the creativity flow." Chapter 129. Fu Yuking becomes a punching big. Shen Shudong rushed to her room and opened her computer, her fingers dancing on the keyboard like butterflies, effortlessly typing out hundreds of words. Gone were the days of her previous struggles with romantic scenes, which had left her feeling utterly defeated. The ease with which the words flowed felt like the long-awaited relief after a week of constipation, an exhilarating moment every writer dreams of. Shun Shutong felt as though she were soaring. This was the spirit of creation. Ding ding ding. The QQ notifications began to flash like mad. Devoted fan Orange. Oh, Orange, lately you've been inconsistent with your updates. One day you post nothing, the next day, just one chapter. When will you finally end this writer's block? Slam's desk, JPG, are you struggling? You promised us a new story with a stable schedule of 3 daily updates. Where's that promise now? Your words are akin to empty gasps, utterly unreliable. Devoted fan Orange, just wait. Today inspiration has struck me, and I shall not falter. Expect a deluge of chapters. I will gradually make up for the previous delays. When I Orange make a promise, I keep it. Devoted fan. Fine then. If you can indeed deliver a multitude of updates, I shall reward you handsomely. If not, I demand a live stream of you washing your hair upside down. Devoted fan Orange. How dare you use such tactics to coerce me? Very well. Today, I shall rise to the challenge. Chicken Bro playing basketball JPG, Shun Shutong finally mustered the courage and confidence to confront the readers demanding more updates, standing firm against them. In the past, whenever fans in the group requested additional chapters, Shun Shutong would merely hide beneath a metaphorical pot lid, pretending to be oblivious. Choosing to turn a blind eye, Shun Shutong's additional chapters only materialized during the initial phase of a new book, when inspiration flowed freely. However, as soon as the word count increased slightly and the writing hit a snag, Shun Shutong would simply abandon the effort, succumbing to despair. This was the very reason for Shun Shutong's stagnation. Despite the desire for improvement, the creative block was insurmountable. One simply cannot produce what is beyond their means. Oh, how rare it is for Orange to stand firm this time. Within the group, they began to wager. Would Orange truly deliver a multitude of updates today? I bet $1. Is this what you call a wager? How utterly shameful. Just $1? I'll wager $2. I'll place $100 on the line. That worthless author cannot possibly deliver a multitude of updates today. Isn't that akin to throwing money away? What nonsense. This is a respectable group, not a place for debauchery. Are you hoping to have the group owner devour oranges? My friends, I am about to share some risku images and a link to benefits. Oh, it seems this is not a debauchery group after all. If you want to indulge, then so be it. My dear comrades, if benefits are not shared, then what a travesty it is. On the other side, Fu Zhengqiao returned home, nearly consumed by fury. Zhu Mei was also dabbing her tears with a handkerchief, her makeup ruined and her eyes swollen. The memory of Fu Chuan's cold and indifferent demeanor only intensified her weeping, and she could not discern whether it was guilt or self-interest that weighed heavier in her heart. Witnessing her own flesh and blood standing in stark opposition to her, Zhu Mei felt an indescribable anguish. Regardless of the circumstances, Fu Chuan was still the child she bore for 9 months. Losing him, even for a moment, caused her heart to feel as if it were being torn apart. Had she not adopted Fu Zichen as a substitute to mend her wounds, she could hardly bear to think of what might have become of her. All for the sake of the Fu family. Oh, Fu Chuan, I am truly sorry. I never intended to harm you. I merely believed it would soon pass, that you would be unharmed. I never anticipated the extent of the damage it would cause within your heart. Enough. Stop crying. The sound is unbearable. Fu Zichen inafelmud naturally directed his ire towards Zhu Mei, shouting at her. Zhu Mei sniffled, instantly silencing herself in fear. As Fu Zhengqiao strode forward, he could hear Fu Yiqing's voice echoing from the living room. Oh my gosh, how could you be so useless? You're such a little waste. Even Shangwan Wan'er can't land a single move. Did you choose your mother? What are you saying? Fu Zhengqiao felt as if a fuse had been lit, his expression darkening as he entered the living room. Fu Yiqing was engrossed in a mobile game, her microphone blaring insults at the opposing team. Upon seeing Fu Zhengqiao approach, she resembled a mouse caught in the presence of a cat, hastily shutting off her phone and casting it aside, nervously smiling. Dad, you're back. Fu Zhengqiao offered no reply. Instead, he took slow, deliberate steps toward Fu Yiqing. She immediately rose from the sofa, her heart racing, uncertain of his intentions. From a young age, Fu Yiqing had been the least favored among the 8 siblings. and she was acutely aware of Fu Zhengchao's disdain for her inability to curb her foul language and fiery temper. His disappointment in her reached a breaking point, leading him to completely disregard her. Fu Yueqing had always been like this, unable to change. Any attempt to do so left her feeling utterly uncomfortable. So she chose to go with the flow, avoiding provoking her father. Slap! At that moment of anxiety, a resounding slap echoed through the room. The next second, Fu Yueqing's head was turned aside, a bright red mark left on her face, the sting of pain rendering her incredulous and momentarily speechless. She had been struck. Fu Yueqing had been struck. The one who hit her was none other than Fu Zhengchao, her own father. Previously, no matter how many bad habits Fu Yueqing displayed, Fu Zhengchao had merely resorted to lectures without ever laying a hand on her. That was his bottom line, until Fu Chuan returned, kneeling and receiving slaps, and begging for forgiveness. Finally, Fu Yueqing was no longer the invisible child in the Fu family. All of this was endured on Fu Chuan's behalf. With Fu Chuan around, Fu Yueqing felt a strange sense of security. All the family's frustrations would be directed toward Fu Chuan, allowing her to emerge as a bully rather than a victim. Now, however, Fu Zhengchao's slap shattered her illusions, striking at the very heart of her greatest fears, and the inevitable had finally come to pass. With Fu Chuan gone from the Fu family, the one who would become the family's punching bag would be Fu Yueqing. Henceforth, all the coldness, bullying, and disregard directed at Fu Chuan would gradually shift to Fu Yueqing. This slap was merely the beginning. Far from the conclusion, Dad, as Fu Yueqing contemplated all this. Tears pooled in her eyes, but not a shred of compassion could be found in Fu Zhengchao's expression. Instead, he felt that the initial slap was insufficient to relieve his frustration, and he delivered another vicious blow to Fu Yueqing's face. Fu Yueqing se lip bled, and she collapsed onto the sofa, letting out a wretched cry. The commotion soon drew the attention of Fu Xinru, who had just returned to Ji-City to spend the new year with family, along with Fu Shanhua and Fu Zichen. They found Fu Yueqing weeping on the sofa, her face hidden in her hands, while Fu Zhengchao stood there, cold and unfeeling. Fu Zichen timidly inquired, "Third sister, what on earth happened with Dad? Perhaps you should ask your third sister, who, as a member of the Fu family, carries such a noble lineage, raised with elite education. How could she speak so carelessly, spewing foul language that is utterly disgusting to hear? There is not a single woman in this family as obstinate as Fu Yueqing. She even engages in verbal duels while gaming, and I am thoroughly embarrassed." 2 slaps were insufficient to quench his anger. Fu Zhengchao delivered a harsh kick to Fu Yueqing, striking her in the abdomen. The pain twisted her features, and she began to retch. Chapter 130, Madness. Truly madness. Observing Fu Zhengchao's furious demeanor, it was evident he was using Fu Yueqing as a target for his anger, and Fu Zichen and the others dared not breathe a word. Previously, despite Fu Yueqing's unrepentant foul language, Fu Zhengchao had never laid a hand on her. Now, however, it was clear that something had transpired to enrage him greatly, and Fu Yueqing, the unfortunate soul, had found herself in the crossfire of his wrath. Holding her abdomen, Fu Yueqing looked toward Fu Zichen and the others, her eyes pleading for help. Fu Zichen's expression stiffened. Had it not been for the incident involving Qin Jian, he might have pretended to be weak and pleaded on Fu Yueqing's behalf, garnering the family's sympathy. Now, however, he was struggling to protect himself, and Fu Zhengchao's discontent with him was growing. Even when Fu Zichen feigned illness to enter the hospital, he found that Fu Zhengchao scarcely bothered to visit him. Fu Zichen realized that the distant Fu Chuan now held a far more significant place in Fu Zhengchao's heart than he did, primarily due to Fu Chuan's connections with Shun Shudong and Yuing Er. Clearly, rebirth was Fu Zichen's forte. He should have been far ahead of Fu Chuan. Yet why did everything seem to favor Fu Chuan? Must he endure this discrimination until the Qin Corporation's fate is rewritten? Observing Fu Zichen and the others paralyzed by fear, unable to plead for Fu Yueqing, they could only watch as she endured torment, her face etched with despair. Must her family stand idly by while Fu Zhengchao cruelly mistreats her? just like they did with Fu Chuan in the past. Fu Zichen was struck by the horrifying realization that she might suffer the same fate as Fu Chuan during his time in the Fu household, plunging her into an abyss of icy dread. Overwhelmed by fear, her body trembled uncontrollably. "Enough, my dear." Zichen did not act out of malice, pleaded Zhu Mei, stepping forward to advocate for Fu Zichen, hurrying to her side with a heart full of concern for her injuries. Despite her utter disappointment in Fu Yichen's dreadful habits and feeling utterly helpless, Zhu Mei, being a woman herself, could not bear to witness the abuse inflicted upon her only daughter. The heartache was unbearable. A mother's indulgence often leads to a son's downfall. The plight of the third child today stems from your failures as a mother. Fu Zhengqiao scoffed before turning to leave the living room. Only then did Fu Zichen and the others dare to approach. "Third sister, are you all right?" With tears streaming down her face, Fu Zichen realized she had been abandoned by her entire family. This time, she truly comprehended the feelings Fu Chuan must have experienced while in the Fu household. How she longed for Fu Chuan's presence. He would always be the family scapegoat, not her. She was the illustrious third daughter of the Fu family. Why must she endure such suffering? Such torment was meant for that despicable Fu Chuan. In the past, when the third sister cursed, their father would ignore it, never laying a hand on her. Why had everything changed, mother? Where had you and father gone just now? Fu Xinru inquired curiously, suspecting that Fu Zhengqiao had been humiliated outside, wondering who dared to provoke the chairman of the Fu group, forcing him to return home to vent his frustrations on Fu Zichen. Could it be the chairman of the Shen group? It was Fu Chuan. Zhu Mei sighed deeply, succinctly recounting the events that had transpired. Fu Shanhua was the first to lose control, exclaiming, "What? Mother, you actually knelt down and begged Fu Chuan to come home? How dare he?" Zhu Mei shook her head. "Seventh, do not speak so. Regardless of the circumstances, Fu Chuan is your brother, my own flesh and blood, a member of the Fu family. Now that he has resolutely severed ties with us, I am genuinely frightened." "No, mother, have you lost your mind? Do we not always desire Fu Chuan to leave the Fu family? And what of Brother Zichen? Do you think that because Fu Chuan has gotten involved with Shin Shudong and you Inger, you wish to bring him back? How absurd." Fu Shanhua was utterly baffled by the thoughts of Fu Zhengqiao and Zhu Mei. They had extended countless olive branches to Fu Chuan, and since he was unwilling to return, they should let him be. The Fu family could return to their previous tranquil and happy lives. After all, Fu Shanhua and the others had committed numerous excessive acts against Fu Chuan to force him out, and now that their wish had been granted, Fu Zhengqiao and the others were unwilling? No, it was not just Fu Zhengqiao. Fu Linger, Fu Xinling, and Fu Qingqing all seemed to have changed, influenced by Fu Chuan. "I cannot comprehend it, mother. What kind of spell has Fu Chuan cast upon you? Or have you become so obsessed with the partnership with the Shun group that you have lost yourselves? I do not believe Fu Chuan has any real influence. Even if he has a close relationship with Shen Shutong, he is merely a student. Shen Shana has remarried and has a son. What can Shen Shutong, the daughter of his ex-wife, possibly contribute? How can she compare to a precious child born in later years?" Fu Xinru and Fu Shanhua exchanged disdainful remarks about Fu Chuan, wishing for his complete disappearance from this world. Zhu Mei, suddenly incensed, exclaimed, "Sixth, seventh, do not speak ill of your own brother. Fu Chuan is my flesh and blood, born after I risked my life, crossing the gates of death. If your father hears of this, he will surely reprimand you." Fu Xinru and Fu Shanhua were left speechless. Zhu Mei dared to chastise them for a Fu Chuan who had left the Fu family? Insanity. Pure insanity. Fu Zichen clenched his teeth, his fists tightening as he lowered his head. How sweetly they spoke. Yet Fu Zichen understood that Fu Zhengqiao was fundamentally driven by self-interest. His desire to reconcile with Fu Chuan was merely to benefit the Shun group, something that none of the Fu family could achieve. As for Zhu Mei, she was likely fixated on binding Fu Chuan to the Fu family, hoping to ensure the family's prosperity by tethering his fortune to theirs, utterly brainwashed by a cult-like obsession. A hopelessly deranged woman. The current situation was exceedingly unfavorable for Fu Zichen, as Qin Jian was avoiding him, refusing to meet, and even Qin Haoran was ignoring his calls, clearly intent on dissolving their engagement. If he could not become a son-in-law of the Qin group, then when the Qin group turned the tides against Fu Zichen, he would gain not a bit of fortune. Would it not be a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers? Chapter 131. The hairstyle of the lady is quite perilous. Fu Zichen rolled her eyes, lost in thought. As night fell, Shun Shutong astonishingly produced a 1,000-word update, proudly announcing to all members in the QQ group, "Today's update is a grand one. Please check it out." What? The lazy dog actually delivered 1,000 words. The author, whom you were concerned about before your passing, has finally stepped up. A bet is a bet. Orange, your 1,000-word update brought me immense joy. Keep up the great work. You have my endorsement. Those are but a few bucks. Come forth and do not pretend to be dead. Hurry and send red envelopes. Shin Shutong, satisfied, closed the chat window. As for other requests for another update tomorrow, it would depend on her mood. A single 1,000-word update had drained Shin Shutong's energy. If not for the inspiration brought by Fu Chuan, how could she have mustered the strength to produce such a volume today? She wondered how her junior was faring. There had been no news at all. Lost in thought, Shin Shutong stealthily approached Fu Chuan's door. The door was slightly ajar, and peeking in, she saw Fu Chuan diligently adding color to his artwork. Due to the angle, Shin Shutong could not discern the content of Fu Chuan's work, pouting slightly in disappointment. Her junior had been busy for so long and still had not finished. However, it was getting late, and she needed to prepare something for him. Half an hour passed. Fu Chuan set down his brush, releasing a heavy sigh of relief. Finally completed. He surveyed his creative explosion from every angle, nodding in satisfaction. "Oh dear, it's already 7 o'clock. I've kept my senior waiting for so long." Fully immersed in his creation, he had forgotten all about Shun Shutong. Realizing she might be upset, Fu Chuan hurried out of his room, only to be greeted by a rich aroma wafting through the air. "Senior? Junior, are you done with your work?" Shin Shutong turned from the kitchen to look at Fu Chuan. Sporting a dangerously alluring hairstyle, she was dressed in shorts, wearing a Hello Kitty apron that showed off her fair, slender legs, smiling at Fu Chuan. There wasn't too much time to prepare a meal, so she kept it simple. "Tonight, we're having a vegetable and beef hot pot, no spice added. The chili sauce is over there for you to mix as you please." Fu Chuan, feeling anxious, began, "Senior, I'm truly sorry for making you wait so long and for having to prepare dinner. You should be sorry for keeping me waiting for so long." Shin Shutong feigned anger in her tone. This only made Fu Chuan more nervous, lowering his head like a child who had done something wrong, unable to articulate a word, fearing that Shin Shutong might harbor negative feelings toward him. Standing at a height of 1.88 meters, on the brink of entering the Xingmon Art Academy, how could he still be so easily deceived? "Silly junior, you're making me worry about your future." Shin Shutong chuckled lightly, a hint of helplessness in her voice. With Fu Chuan being so easily deceived, she genuinely feared that without her watchful eye, he might fall prey to others and be sold off like a commodity. Is it true that the more talented a child is, the more likely they are to possess character flaws? I was merely jesting. I didn't expect you to take it to heart. You indeed made me wait quite a while, but thanks to you, my creativity has surged tonight. Here, as the promised multitude of updates for my readers, so let us consider it even. As for dinner, let us regard it as a repayment for your breakfast. I can't let my junior bear all the burden, as it would make me, the senior, seem rather inept. Shin Shutong always believed in mutual effort. If you invest in me, I shall reciprocate. One cannot simply take without giving back. That is the domain of those with ulterior motives. The friendship between Shin Shutong and Fu Chuan is genuine, untarnished by anyone. With a sigh of relief, Fu Chuan finally relaxed. Suddenly, his gaze landed on something, and he remarked, "That senior seems to have started a fire. Oh dear, I almost forgot." In a flurry of chaos, Shin Shutong's vegetable and beef hot pot finally made its way to the table. Visually appealing and aromatic, it was truly a feast for the senses. As she removed her Hello Kitty apron, Shin Shutong thought to herself, "Thankfully, it was hot pot. Otherwise, I would have made a fool of myself in front of my junior with that burnt mess." Although it wasn't a major issue, after all, Shin Shutong was well off and could simply dine out if her cooking went awry. She secretly felt fortunate to have chosen hot pot for dinner tonight. Perhaps Fu Chuan's culinary skills were exceptional. Perhaps Shen Shutong wanted to impress Fu Chuan. Perhaps it was a combination of various factors. In any case, she was determined not to embarrass herself in front of him. The thoughts of a young girl are often ambiguous and elusive. Fu Chuan, oblivious to Shen Shutong's peculiarities, busied himself with preparing dipping sauces, one spicy, the other mild, placing them in front of them. "Senior, do try the honey sauce I learned to make." "Did you learn it from Heideleo?" Shen Shutong astutely observed, noting its resemblance to the popular dish from that restaurant. "Indeed, you guessed it correctly, but I believe it tastes even better than Heideleo's. After all, I am a self-proclaimed culinary whiz," he replied with a smirk. "Look at you boasting." Shen Shutong picked up her chopsticks, dipped them in the sauce, and brought them to her lips, savoring the flavor. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her casual gesture exuding an alluring charm that made Fu Chuan's heart skip a beat, causing him to shy away from meeting her gaze. "Quite delicious indeed, Junior. Teach me your secret. I want to impress during our next barbecue." Shen Shutong nodded in satisfaction. It was clear that Fu Chuan was not only talented in art, but also possessed culinary prowess, truly deserving of the title culinary whiz. "Are you all right? You seem a bit stuttery. Are you coming down with something?" Shen Shutong genuinely reached out to feel Fu Chuan's forehead. "You're not feverish. Senior, let us just eat," Fu Chuan urged. "All right, I'm starving." Shen Shutong relished the vegetable and beef hot pot, her face radiating satisfaction. "I truly outdid myself, and with your sauce. The flavor is simply divine." During the meal, Fu Chuan stole glances at Shen Shutong, hesitating to speak. She set down her chopsticks, sipped the fresh beef broth, and cradled her face in her hands. "Junior, you've glanced at me 6 times while eating. We've known each other for so long. What is so captivating about me?" Caught off guard, Fu Chuan blushed, stammering, "I just think you look very beautiful with this hairstyle." Shen Shutong paused, twirling a lock of hair around her finger, a playful smile gracing her lips. It's my first time trying it. It's a trending style that everyone says is quite daring. I wanted to see how it looked, and I must admit, it turned out rather well." Seeing how much her junior admired her, Shen Shutong realized she might need to invest more effort into this hairstyle in the future. Following dinner, Fu Chuan took charge of the dishes, placing them in the sterilizer before stepping out to find Shen Shutong comfortably settled on the sofa, engrossed in Tom and Jerry. With a moment's hesitation, he carefully asked, "Senior, are you heading home tonight?" Chapter 132. She is the white moonlight, a cherished mark upon the heart. Shen Shutong had spent the entire day with Fu Chuan after school and hadn't gone home. Now, at 9 in the evening, it was perhaps time to leave. "What's wrong? Junior, do you not want me to leave?" Shen Shutong teased, eliciting a serious nod from Fu Chuan. "I really don't want you to go, alas." The senior was not exclusively Fu Chuan-esque. Despite her struggles with her family, Shen Shutong was far happier than Fu Chuan. Comparing oneself to others only leads to despair, dragging one deeper into a quagmire. Fu Chuan yearned to bind Shen Shutong to him, to make her his own, but he understood that this was an impossibility. Until he became a man capable of standing on his own, he felt unworthy of her. She was the white moonlight, a brilliant mark upon his heart, too radiant and dazzling. To truly possess her, he must first become stronger. Shen Shutong was taken aback by Fu Chuan's unexpected sentiment, her heart racing. Now, it was her turn to feel shy. Lowering the television volume, she gathered her thoughts and hugged a pillow. "Speaking of which, I haven't been home for nearly 2 days. My dad hasn't even sent a single message." Senior Fu Chuan paused. "I'm sorry. I didn't know. I've grown used to it," Shen Shutong replied, her voice tinged with resignation. "I understand that in his eyes, my brother is the priority, and that is for the best. If I accept it early, I won't get hurt. After all, as he says, I'm mature and can discern right from wrong. I don't mind if he ignores me. It prevents any awkwardness between us." Senior Fu Chuan's heart ached at the sight of Shen Shutong. Only he was willing to bear the pain of familial strife, unwilling to drag his precious white moonlight into the mire. He knew that even if things appeared calm on the surface, the moment one truly recognized the reality, the heart would still ache profoundly. "All right, you silly junior. What else with that look? I'm not so fragile as to need your sympathy. Shen Shutong playfully tapped Fu Chuan's arm with her fist. I have more than just familial love. I have friendship too, with you and by my side. I feel less like I'm being cast aside in this world, becoming a solitary figure. You say you can't bear to part with me, but I too can't bear to part with you. With that, Shen Shutong closed her eyes, resting her cheek against the pillow, a smile gracing her lips, truly a picturesque sight. Fu Chuan swallowed hard, preparing to speak when suddenly Shen Shutong's phone rang. She pulled out her phone, grimacing. Speak of the devil. It's really him. It was none other than Shen Shanha, the unwelcome interruption. Pressing the answer button, she heard Shen Shanha's voice on the other end. Tang tang. It's quite late. Why haven't you returned home? Stop troubling Uncle You and the others. Shen Shutong replied coolly. I'm not at Inger's place. Not at Inger's. Shen Shanha thought Shen Shutong had gone to play at a friend's house since the school was on break. And it was only when he was reminded by Jiangli that she hadn't returned home for nearly 2 days that he called her. A certain image flashed in his mind. Are you with that rascal Fu Chuan? Unhappy with Shen Shanha's derogatory tone towards Fu Chuan, Shen Shutong retorted. I'm grown now. Who I choose to be with is my own business. Isn't it? Tang tang, what kind of tone is that? I am your father. How dare you speak to me like that? Shen Shanha's anger flared. Regardless of where you are, you need to come home. Now, immediately. If it were about anything else, Shen Shanha would not have been this furious. Shen Shutong is an adult, and he trusts that his daughter would not engage in any inappropriate behavior. However, the presence of that scoundrel Fu Chuan has been a catalyst. Ever since Shen Shutong became acquainted with Fu Chuan, she has grown increasingly rebellious. In the past, no matter how Shen Shanha arranged things, Shen Shutong never complained. But now she dares to oppose him and engage in a cold war, all thanks to Fu Chuan, regardless of Shen Shutong's age or her obedient nature. And irrespective of Fu Chuan's qualities, any father would find it intolerable to think of a pig wanting to root around in the precious cabbage he has painstakingly nurtured. I have something to attend to, just see for yourself. Shen Shutong abruptly hung up the phone. Hello, Tang Tang? Hello. Listening to the dial tone on the other end, Shen Shanha was seething with rage. Jiangli just lulled Shen Zongwei to sleep and entered the study when she noticed Shen Shanha's furious demeanor, causing her to approach cautiously. What's wrong, dear? Isn't it that good-for-nothing Fu Chuan? P.S. led Tang Tang astray. Tang Tang isn't staying at Inger's place these past couple of days. She's with Fu Chuan. Shen Shanha lamented, regretting not bringing Shen Shutong back sooner. What kind of propriety is it for a young man and woman to be alone together? Honey, I understand Tong Tong's nature. She's a good girl who wouldn't do anything inappropriate. Her relationship with Fu Chuan is merely platonic. Don't overthink it. You know nothing, so just be quiet. Understanding Shen Shanha's temperament, she knew he appeared easygoing but was, in fact, very patriarchal and resolute. Decisions made in anger were final. Since the day she married Shen Shanha, Jiangli had realized she was merely a substitute. Had she not given birth to a son for him, she would have remained just that for life. It was precisely because Jiangli comprehended her position that she did not seek more, which allowed her to secure her place as the chairman's wife of the Shen Group. However, after so many years of marriage, with Shen Zongwei now 6 years old, she often wondered if Feng Dai were alive. Would Shen Shanha still behave this way? I must quickly arrange a blind date for Tang Tang, just to meet someone and prevent that scoundrel Fu Chuan from whisking her away. In Shen Shanha's eyes, Fu Chuan was utterly unworthy of Shen Shutong, despite being the biological son of Fu Zhengchao. Growing up in an orphanage with an unclear background and tangled relations with the Fu family, how could he allow Shen Shutong to enter such a quagmire? Only a man who has passed Shen Shanha's scrutiny and been deemed worthy can be deserving of Shen Shutong. While Shen Shanha knew this notion was problematic, he was aware that he was merely a decorative figure in the eyes of others and even in Jiangli's perception. However, Jiangli complied and accompanied Shen Shanha to events, presenting herself with grace and decorum. Nothing more. Meanwhile, Shen Shutong and Fu Chuan were blissfully unaware of the turmoil within the Shen family. After hanging up the phone, Shun Shutong tossed her mobile onto the sofa, reflecting on how she had intentionally provoked Shun Shanha for Fu Chuan's sake. She shrugged at Fu Chuan. I can't shake the feeling that I'm being a bit childish. Arguing would not resolve anything. Her indifference would only push Shun Shanha further away. Shun Shutong struggled to discern what she truly desired. Perhaps intentionally opposing Shun Shanha to savor the satisfaction of his greater concern for her brother over her. Let us head back, senior. Fu Chuan smiled in response, wishing for his senior to embrace each day with joy and happiness, free from the burdens of familial discord. Deep down, Shun Shutong still held onto the Shun family and her father, Shun Shanha. Fu Chuan understood this. It's time to return, senior. See you next time. Yes, senior. I'll see you off. Suddenly, Fu Chuan remembered he had forgotten a gift and exclaimed, wait a moment. He dashed to his room and retrieved the artwork he had just completed that day, the paint still fresh, and presented it to Shun Shutong with a smile. Senior, this is for you. Wow. I was just wondering when you would remember the painting I waited so long for this afternoon. As Shun Shutong examined the artwork closely, her gaze shifted. The background depicted cherry blossoms blooming and falling along a train track, bathed in sunlight, with colors intertwining harmoniously. The girl in the painting held a novel, donned headphones and sported golden hair, her smile radiant as she waved animatedly at someone. Did you base this on your lie in April? I recalled you saying it was your favorite, so I thought I'd combine Kori Miyazono with you, senior. Do you like it? Fu Chuan, having just won the provincial high school painting competition, anxiously inquired, fearing Shun Shutong might not appreciate it. This tender concern was a testament to the budding emotions of youth. Junior, never forget who first recognized your talent. Shun Shutong smiled softly. As long as it's your creation, I adore it. Her fondness for her junior was unwavering, and she wished for the world to know. Fu Chuan, satisfied, grinned, as long as you like it, senior. As night fell and the new year approached, waiting for the bus became futile, prompting Shun Shutong to call for a ride home. Given her status and wealth, hiring a dedicated driver was justified. Yet she relished taking the bus. Shun Shutong often expressed her fondness for sitting by the window, observing the ebb and flow of life outside, contemplating the lives of the people in the passing houses, expanding her thoughts and nurturing inspiration. Fu Chuan stood watching as the vehicle grew distant, exhaling a puff of breath in the cold air, rubbing his hands together. Despite the chill, he felt warm inside, reluctant to move, unwilling to leave. Ding dong. Fu Chuan's phone vibrated. Shun Shutong sent a green bubble. Silly Junior, hurry back. Are you still standing there freezing? If you catch a cold, I'll have to drag you to Yu Shuejia, who will mercilessly mock you. Got it, grinning. With his hands in his pockets, Fu Chuan walked back to the apartment. Content. Upon arriving home, Shun Shutong placed Fu Chuan's gift in the storage room, admiring it closely. Unable to resist, she took out her phone to snap various pictures. Then opened the chat with you, Inger, eager to share. Hey you, it's late and you're feeding me dog food? What is your intention? I know you're doing well with your precious junior, but must you torture a single dog like me? Just sharing, no ulterior motives, smile. All right, I'm hungry and debating whether to have a late night snack. Your message just made me feel full. Thanks for helping me lose weight, chef. Anytime. You're not even pretending anymore. Huh? Woe is me. You've forgotten your best friend now that you have a man. I need to find a junior to draw for me too. This is infuriating. As Shun Shutong replied to you Inger's messages while leaving the storage room, she unexpectedly bumped into Shun Shanha. Shun Shanha's expression darkened. Who are you chatting with? It would be that scoundrel Fu Chuan, would it? Shun Shutong frowned slightly. I was talking to Inger. And Dad, Fu Chuan is my friend. Please refrain from being so rude. Oomph. Would a friend let you, a girl, stay out so late? I suspect he has ulterior motives. His biological father is Fu Zhengqiao, and the Fu group is eyeing a collaboration with the Shun group. Tang Tang. Don't be deceived by him. Shun Shanha believed that Shun Shutong was unaware of these matters. However, Shun Shutong maintained a composed demeanor. I have long been aware of this. One should not advise others to do good without having endured hardship themselves. Father, you hardly understand Fu Chuan. Please refrain from casting aspersions on my friends. It is too late for this. You should rest early. I will not trouble you further. You? Shen Shutong was disinclined to listen to any more of Shan Shanha's disparaging remarks about Fu Chuan and coldly retreated to her room. Tang Tang was never like this before. What has caused her to become so rebellious? Has she truly been led astray by a man? Shen Shanha's mind raced with alarm bells. He could not allow Shan Shutong to be further influenced by Fu Chuan. Shen Shutong's future should be matched with someone far more distinguished, a man commensurate with the Shen group, not with Fu Chuan, whose origins were shrouded in ambiguity. The following day, Fu Chuan worked diligently throughout the morning when a message arrived from Fong Kai-wei. "Brother Chuan, where are you? We agreed to hang out, but I've heard nothing from you. This is quite unkind. It's only been a few days. I'm at the apartment." "All right, Brother Chuan, shall we go out today? I'll send you my location. I haven't had lunch yet. Let us eat together." Fu Chuan was eager to step outside for some fresh air and gather inspiration. Having accomplished most of his tasks, he readily agreed. "Okay." Fu Chuan snapped a photo of his freshly completed artwork and sent it to Yu Inger, Sister Yu. "What do you think of this vibe?" Yu Inger quickly replied, "Very nice. But honestly, Junior, I suspect you put as much heart into this piece as you did when creating for Tang Tang, right? You shouldn't treat the two of us sisters differently. It would break our hearts. Of course, every piece I create is treated with utmost care. Sister Yu, you may insult my character, but you must never insult my taste." "Silly Junior, that comment is misplaced." "Fine, consider it a favor owed. When you pick up the painting tonight, I'll treat you to dinner." "Sister Yu, that's unnecessary." Before Fu Chuan could finish his 5 words, Yu Inger sent a threatening emoji. "If you keep talking back, I'll have you for dinner tonight, and your ashes will be scattered. Understand? Here, S the cleaver." Fu Chuan wisely deleted his response, sending just one message: "I'll follow Sister S arrangements." Yu Inger replied, "Now that is more like it. Good boy." Chapter 134. A turtle and a mung bean, eyeing each other. Fu Chuan arrived at the rendezvous point with Fong Kai-wei. "Brother Chuan." Fong Kai-wei, clad in a purple sweatshirt paired with jeans and red-black AJ sneakers, topped off with a cap and silver necklace, exuded an air of trendiness as he warmly greeted Fu Chuan. "Kai-wei, you've cleaned up nicely, looking quite handsome." "Brother Chuan, how can you say that? With your height and looks, you could pull off a down jacket and still outshine me. I have to dress up a bit more to ease the pressure of being beside you. Otherwise, I do feel like a mere backdrop." Though Fu Chuan and Fong Kai-wei's initial acquaintance was less than pleasant, they had forged a strong brotherhood since then. Fong Kai-wei had been quite helpful to Fu Chuan, who did not shy away from mutually beneficial relationships in modern society. Genuine kindness was a rarity, and only through bonds of interest could relationships endure. Ultimately, the key was to enjoy life. "Let us go, Brother Chuan. I'll treat you to a grand feast to celebrate your anticipated success in the competition." "All right, Kai-wei. When I indeed secure a good ranking, I will certainly repay you for this generosity." Fu Chuan did not explicitly state it, as the rankings had yet to be announced. Hao Zhe had shared the insider information with Fu Chuan to prevent any undue trouble for him, so he decided to keep the secret until the official announcement day. Once inside a chain Western restaurant, Fong Kai-wei approached the counter and casually stated, "Manager, I have a reservation for table 88. Please wait a moment. Table 88 is reserved for Mr. Fong. Right this way, please." With hands in his pockets, Fong Kai-wei confidently led Fu Chuan to table 88. Even a manager was stirred enough to personally attend to Fong Kai-wei. No questions need to be asked. This chain Western restaurant was a property of the Fong family, and as the young master of the Fong family, it would be strange if he weren't treated warmly. After placing their orders, Fu Chuan and Fong Kai-wei discussed academic matters. Both hailed from the arts department, which provided ample conversation topics. Fong Kai-wei eagerly sought Fu Chuan's advice on various issues, and Fu Chuan generously provided answers. Having studied art for many years, personal style and preferences were already well established. Thus, asking such questions was somewhat futile, unless one intended to entirely abandon their own style to mimic others, a feat Fu Chuan could not achieve. However, having a shared passion and topics to discuss was far better than having none at all. At that moment, Fu Chuan caught sight of a familiar figure, though he was uncertain until the figure approached slightly closer, prompting him to quickly lower his head and feign drinking. He had not expected to encounter Qin Jian here. Qin Jian, oblivious to Fu Chuan's presence, kept her head down, engrossed in her phone, her fingers tapping furiously on the screen as if venting some pent-up rage. Fang Kaiwei noticed Fu Chuan's unusual demeanor and lowered his voice to inquire. "Brother Chuan, what's wrong? That woman and I have a bit of history. I prefer not to be seen by her." Fang Kaiwei glanced in the direction Fu Chuan was looking and found Qin Jian somewhat familiar. She was indeed beautiful, but she paled in comparison to Fang Kaiwei's goddess, Yu Inger. "Oh, it's fine. From this angle, she won't be able to see you. Brother Chuan, I know you're handsome and talented, but with Sister Shen around, it's best to cut off any lingering connections with these charming girls. Get lost. What nonsense are you spouting?" Moments later, a handsome young man with dyed blonde hair, sporting earrings and dressed in a stylish black down jacket, sat down across from Qin Jian. "Baby, what's wrong? Why did you rush to summon me?" Qin Jian huffed. "It's that idiot Fu Zichen. He*s driving me insane. Now my reputation in the circle is in tatters. He claims to have an incurable disease and is infatuated with me. I'm about to vomit. He has been harassing me relentlessly these past few days. I swear I want to report him to the police." "Oh dear, darling. Doesn't that just demonstrate your allure? I hear Fu Zichen is quite favored in the Fu family. Why not just go along with him? With the Fu family support, the Qin family could navigate through this crisis quite well." "Don't be ridiculous. An ailing, sickly man who knows what disease he has and looks more like a woman than a man? I have no interest in a feminine man, let alone he*s an adopted son. If he dies, I'd be a widow, and you think I'd want help from the Fu family? I'd end up losing everything." Qin Jian saw through the situation with clarity. Previously, she could say that Fu Zichen, as an adopted son, was well regarded within the Fu family. But after Fu Chuan established ties with Shen Shutong and Yu, Fu Zichen's status had soared in Fu Jingchao's eyes. The Fu group eagerly sought collaboration with the Shun group, and Qin Jian was well aware of this. Fu Zichen, a man willing to kneel before so many for a woman, was hardly someone anyone could admire. The combination of being a sickly man and a coward left him devoid of any dignity once his desire for a woman was unfulfilled. Who could possibly feel any affection for such a person? "All right, darling, since you've made your decision, I won't say more. Let us drink a little and steer clear of unpleasant topics. You're such a good listener. You know how to make me happy. I adore you." Immediately, Qin Jian and the blonde boy began feeding each other, their sugary interaction eliciting shivers. Fu Chuan recognized the blonde boy as Ji Badar, a name as distinctive as his hair, making him hard to forget. In his previous life, Fu Chuan had often seen Qin Jian and Ji Badar together, particularly after the Qin family's fortunes took a turn for the better, causing Qin Jian to act with reckless abandon, completely disregarding Fu Chuan's feelings as her benefactor. Fu Chuan had never held any affection for Qin Jian. Back then, he had been a mere sycophant of the Fu family, too timid to resist. And he could only wish that Qin Jian would swiftly run off with Ji Badar, allowing for the dissolution of their engagement. Little did he expect that, during this time, Qin Jian would indeed end up with Ji Badar. Qin Jian converses with Ji Bada with an utter disregard for the well-being of those around her, akin to openly flaunting affection in the present day. Anyone within earshot, unless they are deaf, cannot help but overhear their exchange. It is plausible that Qin Jian is intentionally behaving this way, eager to sever ties with Fu Zichen and free herself from his incessant adoration. Perhaps putting on a show for the Fu family. As long as Fu Zichen possesses a modicum of masculine dignity, he should grasp her intent and refrain from pursuing her further. Only Fu Chuan is aware that Fu Zichen could never relinquish his claim. To do so would mean forsaking everything he has worked for. For Fu Chuan, rebirth is a gift, while for Fu Zichen, it is a shackle that binds him to a life of despair. Goodness, Brother Chuan, what a revelation. So this is the renowned Qin Jian, the heiress of the Qin Corporation, who I have heard has persistently rejected the advances of her junior from G City No. 1 High School, Fu Zichen, the adopted son of the Fu family. Fu Zichen is so infatuated with her that he even knelt down to plead for their engagement. Today, I am truly in love. While Qin Jian is indeed beautiful, it seems excessive for Fu Zichen to be so enamored with her. If you were pursuing someone like Shen Shutang or Yu Inger or even Fang Kaiwei, it would be more understandable. After all, They belong to the prosperous Shun and Yu families, and their status and beauty far surpass Qin Jian's. Yet, Fu Zichen has chosen to pursue the waning glory of Qin Jian, even to the point of kneeling before her, only to receive scorn and ridicule for his misplaced affections. Fang Kai Wei cannot comprehend this. Is this not the very definition of love that blinds? In Chapter 135, The Turtle Man Fu Zichen. At least Qin Jian is not stringing Fu Zichen along for her own gain, directly rejecting him instead. It is Fu Zichen who lacks gentlemanly decorum, persistently clinging to her. Alas, encountering such a lovesick individual can be exhausting. The woman has already made her position clear, yet the man continues to pester her like a lovesick puppy. This is one aspect in which Fang Kai Wei must commend Qin Jian. She is far superior to those women who disdain men, yet continue to reel them in, relishing the benefits while offering nothing in return. However, it is worth noting that Qin Jian's stance is specifically in regard to Fu Zichen. Had he not been terminally ill, she would not have been so unyielding. Fu Chuan speaks softly, "Alav sik papi deserves no mercy." Yet I believe Fu Zichen and Qin Jian are quite well suited for one another. They should be bound together for eternity. This pair of foolish lovers will undoubtedly create a plethora of gossip. Their engagement alone has already become a source of amusement. One can only imagine the chaos that will ensue once they are truly married. Qin Jian would not trouble Fu Chuan without cause. And Fu Zichen will never witness the Qin Corporation's miraculous rise. The thought of all he has sacrificed for Qin Jian, only to reap no rewards, will haunt him until his last breath. As Fu Chuan contemplates, two figures enter the Western restaurant. Upon seeing Qin Jian and Ji Ba reveling in their affectionate display, Fu Zichen can no longer contain himself. He strides forward in a huff. Qin Jian. He fails to notice Fu Chuan's presence. His gaze solely fixated on Qin Jian and Ji Ba, his eyes brimming with jealousy, disdain, and fury. Qin Jian's previously pleasant mood shatters at Fu Zichen's sudden appearance. And she curses, "How the hell did you find me here, you persistent ghost?" Ji Ba, taken aback by Fu Zichen's arrival, immediately steps aside to avoid being drawn into the fray. After all, his playful banter with Qin Jian was merely a game. Fu Zichen, as the adopted son of the Fu family, is not someone he wishes to antagonize. "Qin Jian, why haven't you answered my calls? I have sacrificed so much for you. How can you betray me by being with another man? We have an engagement." Fu Zichen's face is a mask of genuine anguish. Not feigned, for he is at a loss. Initially, his approach to Qin Jian was driven by knowledge of the future and ambition to reclaim his engagement, driven solely by a desire to be her devoted admirer. Fu Zichen does not love Qin Jian. He finds her arrogant and overbearing. Yet, no matter how much he sacrifices, kneeling before her in desperation, she remains indifferent, loathing him all the more. This ignites within Fu Zichen a peculiar desire for reciprocation. He wishes for Qin Jian to be with him. What began as a matter of mutual benefit has now transformed into a battle for pride. If he were to surrender now, he would be doomed to eternal regret. Do not speak nonsense. Those engagements are remnants of a bygone era. What society still adheres to childhood promises? Even if one were to honor an engagement, it must be a mutual feeling. Fu Zichen, do not let me look down upon you. I have made my refusal abundantly clear. There is no possibility between us. Can you not possess a shred of dignity and cease your pathetic pursuit? Qin Jian, I genuinely beg you to grant me a few years. I will surely make you fall in love with me. I know I am not yet the man you deserve, but I will improve and become your ideal Prince Charming. Qin Jian scoffs. A few years? Preposterous. Do you expect me to squander my youth with a sickly man and a Prince Charming? The mere thought makes me want to retch. Fu Zichen, can you not possess even a modicum of masculinity? Your behavior only serves to intensify my disdain for you. If it were Fu Chuan, he would never grovel as you do. Upon hearing that name, Fu Zichen feels a pang of anguish. It is one thing to be cuckolded by another man. It is another to have that man's name incessantly repeated in Qin Jian's mouth. Qin Jian, are you blind? Do you truly believe Fu Chuan is superior to me? Brother Chuan, did I hear that correctly? It seems Qin Jian has mentioned your name, leading Fang Kai Wei, who is enjoying the unfolding drama. to glance curiously at Fu Chuan. Surely, she cannot be referring to him. It must be a coincidence of names. Let's watch for now. I will explain later. Fu Chuan, with a bemused expression, observes the confrontation, relishing the chaos. The more heated the argument grows, the more he delights in it, pondering that regardless of the outcome, he shall find amusement in witnessing his adversary's squabble. Fang Kai-wei seems to have a realization. Though he is uncertain, he decides to finish his observations before forming conclusions. Qin Jian, it is imperative you understand. Your engagement with Zichen has not yet been dissolved. To secretly meet another man in a restaurant is nothing short of infidelity. Accompanying Fu Zichen is Fu Zichen, the sixth child of the Fu family, who unexpectedly encounters her brother rushing out. After much inquiry, she learns that Fu Zichen has finally tracked down Qin Jian and is desperate to confront her. Fu Zichen is exasperated by Fu Zichen's relentless pursuit of Qin Jian, believing her brother should not demean himself for a woman. However, witnessing Fu Zichen's pitiful state softens her heart, and she decides to accompany him. As Fu Zichen pleads with Qin Jian, she remains unyielding and confrontational. Fu Zichen can no longer contain her frustration. The engagement has not been dissolved? There has never been an engagement to begin with. I have made it abundantly clear that there can never be anything between us. Sister Zichen, perhaps you should manage your brother better. He needs to stop clinging to me. Regardless, he is still the adopted son of the Fu family, and I find it embarrassing to be pursued like this. Qin Jian's retort is unapologetic, and Fu Zichen feels her authority challenged. The Qin Corporation's current standing pales in comparison to the Fu family's, and she wonders where Qin Jian finds the audacity to confront her. My brother's worthiness is not for you to judge. Besides, everyone can clearly see the current state of the Qin Corporation. Your fortune lies in my brother's unwavering affection, with our family's support. You should not turn your back on this opportunity. Do not even think about using your Fu family's influence against me. I hold it in utter disdain. My father has already resolved to completely annul my engagement with Fu Zichen. Qin Jian, what did you just say? Fu Zichen stared at Qin Jian in disbelief. Qin Howren had previously maintained a neutral stance regarding the engagement, stating he would not interfere. The success of a union depended on whether Fu Zichen could win Qin Jian's heart. Why then was Qin Howren now assisting Qin Jian in dissolving the engagement? Chapter 136. If Fu Chuan wishes to return to the Fu family, he should not expect Fu Xinru's approval. Qin Jian spoke triumphantly. Fu Zichen. Even my father can no longer tolerate your shameless devotion. He believes that handing me over to you would ruin his precious daughter's life. I advise you to rein in your affections. From now on, you shall tread your own path while I traverse mine. I know that Uncle Fu is quite displeased with you at present. Do take care. Having said this, Qin Jian turned to the onlooking Ji Badar, let us depart. Ignoring them is merely a waste of time. Ji Badar raised his hands in surrender. Sorry, buddy, I have no desire to involve myself in your conflict. I remain neutral. You useless fool, Qin Jian muttered under her breath, linking her arm with Ji Badar's, leaning her chest against his arm, the flirtation unmistakable, as if they were on the verge of retreating to a hotel for a passionate escapade. Suddenly, Ji Badar, with a mischievous glint, feigned disdain. Oh dear, I'm the useless one, yet you cling to me? Move along. I quite enjoy your uselessness, Ji Badar. You're simply wonderful, Qin Jian remarked, deliberately provoking Fu Zichen, hoping to incite this insufferable sycophant to abandon his pursuit of her. Fu Zichen felt as if 1,000 arrows pierced his being, leaving no wounds, no blood. Yet the pain was nearly suffocating. Qin Jian not only compared him unfavorably to Fu Chuan, but also, in front of him, engaged in intimate gestures with Ji Badar as if Fu Zichen were invisible. Did she truly believe Fu Zichen was so besotted that he had lost all sense of dignity? Zichen, enough. Let us leave, Fu Xinru urged. Qin Jian, mark my words, we shall inform father about this incident, and you will bear the consequences. Fu Xinru was infuriated by Qin Jian's actions and did not wish Fu Zichen to endure further humiliation. As a scion of the Qin family, such a scandalous private life was unacceptable. It was fortunate they had discovered it early. Or else Fu Zichen's engagement to Qin Jian could have resulted in a public disgrace for the Fu family. However, Fu Zichen stood frozen, his head bowed, fists clenched, eyes reddening as if he might weep at any moment. Despite having resolved to maintain his dignity, he hesitated to leave when Fu Xinru urged him to. Could it be that Fu Zichen still wished to hold on to Qin Jian and the opulence of the Qin family, unwilling to relinquish it so easily? To depart now would render all of Fu Zichen's efforts futile. The thought of surrendering the illustrious Qin family to Ji Badar was as repugnant as tasting excrement. Zichen, Fu Xinru exclaimed through gritted teeth. How could Fu Zichen still harbor illusions about Qin Jian? What enchantment had she cast upon him? With so many women in the world, why did Fu Zichen fixate on Qin Jian? Observing Fu Zichen's foolish demeanor, Qin Jian regarded him with disdain, leaning closer to Ji Badar. Badar, let us go. After our shopping, accompany me to the hotel. I am utterly fatigued. Of course, everything is as you wish, Ji Badar shrugged, aware that such actions might offend the Fu family, yet relishing the thrill of the NTR scenario unfolding before him. As Qin Jian and Ji Badar prepare to leave for a rendezvous, Fu Zichen, unable to hear Fu Xinru's words, felt a surge of profound sorrow morph into an intense rage that begged for release. In a moment of irrationality, Fu Zichen charged at Ji Badar, delivering a powerful blow to his face. Caught off guard, Ji Badar was knocked to the ground, and Fu Zichen mounted him, his gaze fierce as if he intended to kill. He rained down punches upon Ji Badar's face, shouting, "You dare to steal my woman? Are you tired of living?" Ji Badar, taken aback by Fu Zichen's ferocity, could only defend himself in a frenzy. "Fu Zichen, have you lost your mind?" Qin Jian and Fu Xinru screamed in shock. The situation rapidly devolved into chaos. Restaurant staff rushed to separate Fu Zichen and Ji Badar. While Fu Zichen's face flushed with anger, glaring at Ji Badar, his throat emitting a primal roar as though he would devour him whole. "Badar, are you all right?" Qin Jian approached Ji Badar, who was bloodied, offering him tissues to staunch the bleeding, her heart aching for him. Fu Zichen's fury ignited once. He was on the verge of insanity. "Damn it, this lunatic!" Ji Badar exclaimed in fear. After the staff called the police, law enforcement swiftly arrived, escorting Fu Zichen and others to the station. Fu Xinru stood in stunned silence, only returning to reality when the police addressed her, preparing to step forward. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Fu Chuan. Fu Xinru was taken aback to see Fu Chuan there, her expression shifting. Had he witnessed everything that had transpired? Observing Fu Chuan's detached demeanor, as if he were merely an onlooker, ignited her fury, and she hurried to confront him. "Fu Chuan, you were right here. When Zichen lost his composure, why didn't you intervene? What if he had truly harmed someone and tarnished the Fu family's reputation?" Fang Kaiwei regarded Fu Xinru with bemusement, thinking her beauty was undermined by her lack of intelligence. How was this incident in any way Fu Chuan's fault? Fu Chuan replied coolly, "Isn't that even better?" Fu Xinru was taken aback by Fu Chuan's callous response, her eyes widening in disbelief. "You, do not forget your true identity. If something befalls the Fu family, do you think you will emerge unscathed? What is my identity? Would you like to shout it from the rooftops? I am indifferent. After all, you care most about the Fu family. You rely on their wealth to study abroad, to live a life of luxury." Fu Chuan se retort, left Fu Xinru speechless. Eventually, under the police's urging, she was forced to exit the scene. "Just wait." Fu Xinru spat, vowing that this matter would not end simply. If Fu Chuan wished to return to the Fu family, he should not expect Fu Xinru's consent. Chapter 137. One reaps what one sows. Damn it, what an imbecile. Fu Chuan sighed, realizing that Fu Xinru's excessive pampering had given her false impressions, leading her to believe he was still the naive fool he once was. Fu Chuan's attitude was unmistakable, yet Fu Xinru interpreted it as a ploy to manipulate her, attempting to threaten him into submission regarding his return to the Fu family. "You reap what you sow," he mused. "Brother Chuan, should you not check on them?" Fang Kaiwei speculated, sensing a deeper connection between Fu Chuan and the Fu family. After all, their shared surname hinted at something more. Perhaps Fu Chuan was a concealed second-generation heir. Yet, Fu Chuan had entered G City High School under the guise of an orphan, suggesting the internal dynamics of the Fu family were even more chaotic than Fong Kai-wei had imagined. This does not concern me, Kai-wei. Let us discuss my affairs. Fu Chuan had promised Fong Kai-wei that he would provide a clear explanation. Since their paths had crossed, there was no need for concealment. In Fu Chuan's heart, he had already regarded Fong Kai-wei as a close comrade. When Fu Chuan succinctly outlined his connection to the Fu family, Fong Kai-wei was nearly left speechless, taking quite some time to come to terms with this revelation. Brother Chuan, so you're actually a hidden rich second generation? No, wait. Your story sounds like something out of a melodramatic television series. You are the biological son of Chairman Fu and Madame Fu, their only child, who was finally found after a long separation. Yet they treat you this way for the sake of an adopted son. Have they lost their minds? Which prestigious family would treat their biological son with such indifference, showering affection upon an adopted child, unless that adopted child is the offspring of Fu Zhengqiao and another woman, sharing his blood? Otherwise, it defies logic. In this country, the concept of raising sons to support one in old age is still upheld. Daughters are meant to marry off, while sons are the cornerstone of the family business, especially in affluent families, where giving birth to a boy is paramount. Otherwise, one loses their claim to inheritance and voice within the family. Fu Chuan is the only son. Logically, after being lost for so long and finally found, he should be cherished like a treasure. They must be out of their minds. Fu Chuan wholeheartedly agreed with Fong Kai-wei. Anyone in his position would think the Fu family had gone mad. Such was the absurdity of the situation. Even the family steward shared this sentiment. Brother Chuan, have you eaten? Not yet, why? Hurry and grab some popcorn. I want to see the outcome for Fu Zichen. This matter cannot be easily resolved. Fong Kai-wei was acutely aware of Fu Chuan's intricate ties to the Fu family, and he could hardly remain seated, eager to witness how things would unfold. The more chaos, the better. He inexplicably anticipated the Fu family regretting their actions, realizing Fu Chuan's worth, and growing weary of Fu Zichen's antics, igniting a scandalous spectacle. Fu Chuan was forcibly dragged away by Fong Kai-wei. Fu Xinling was at work when she received a call from Fu Xinru. Her expression shifted immediately as she hastily delegated her tasks to an assistant and rushed to the police station. Upon arriving and seeing Fu Xinru, Fu Xinling quickly inquired, "Sixth sister, what on earth happened? Why did Zichen suddenly get into a fight and end up arrested? Was this the same gentle and kind-hearted Zichen she remembered, who wouldn't harm even an ant?" The situation was as follows. It was impossible to convey everything over the phone. So Fu Xinru succinctly recounted the events that had just transpired, leaving Fu Xinling on the verge of a cerebral hemorrhage. How could Fu Zichen, in front of so many people, kneel before Qin Jian, begging her to stay, thereby ruining the Fu family's reputation? Now he had taken Fu Xinru to catch Qin Jian in the act, fully aware that she had no feelings for Fu Zichen, only to be humiliated by her. Had Fu Zichen lost his mind? He might be shameless, but the Fu family still had their dignity. If Fu Zhengqiao found out about this, Fu Zichen would undoubtedly be reprimanded severely. To think he could become so hopelessly infatuated over a woman. Fu Xinling could hardly believe this was the Zichen she once knew. Perhaps she never truly understood him. The facade he presented was merely a guise. "Second sister, what should we do? Please bail Zichen out. If Dad finds out, the consequences will be dire." Fu Xinru, even if she was reluctant to admit it, had to acknowledge that in Fu Zhengqiao's eyes, Fu Chuan held an unparalleled position. Meanwhile, the once favored Fu Zichen had been increasingly foolish over Qin Jian, provoking Fu Zhengqiao's extreme displeasure. Even when Fu Zichen was hospitalized, Fu Zhengqiao had refused to visit him. If this incident escalated further, would Fu Zichen still have a place in the Fu family? I'll go in and assess the situation. Fu Xinling had no choice. After all, he was her brother. What else could she do? She steeled herself and entered, identifying herself to the police and explaining her purpose before completing the necessary paperwork and proceeding to the office where Qin Jian and Ji Badar were located. Ji Badar's injuries had been treated by a doctor, his wounds wrapped tightly, still stained with traces of blood. Qin Jian observed him with concern. berating Fu Zichen for his actions in a fit of rage. Upon seeing the police escort Fu Xinling into the room, Qin Jian stood up, addressing her. Fu Xinling, how does your family intend to handle this situation? Fu Xinling's expression darkened. She hadn't anticipated Qin Jian would speak to her in such a tone, especially given her status as a once prominent heiress of the now dwindling Qin family. However, Fu Xinling was desperate to resolve the matter and secure a reconciliation to bail Fu Zichen out, so she suppressed her irritation. We will take full responsibility for our part. Rest assured. Afterward, Fu Xinling inquired about Ji Badar's demands for a resolution, vowing to fulfill them. Ji Badar, with a fierce demeanor, declared, I want that bastard Fu Zichen to serve time. No reconciliation. Ji Badar's family wasn't destitute, and although they couldn't match the Fu family's wealth, he had been patient with Fu Zichen's provocations. Being assaulted in front of so many people had left him feeling humiliated, and the pain in his head only fueled his anger. He couldn't let this slide. Otherwise, how could he call himself a man? He might as well be castrated and live as a eunuch. Qin Jian, hands on her hips, interjected, Did you hear that? We want to reconcile. That pathetic, lovesick dog has been clinging to me like a piece of gum. I can't get rid of him. It's infuriating. He needs to be taught a harsh lesson. And I want him to break off our engagement and never show his face to me again. Qin Jian, regardless of what has transpired, Fu Zichen has deep feelings for you. You can't be so excessive. Enough with your nonsense, Fu Xinling. If you were forced into an engagement with a terminally ill man whom you absolutely despised, you would be driven to madness. I've said it before. If you wanted to marry Fu Chuan, fine, but marrying Fu Zichen is out of the question. The Fu family's persistent pressure only made Qin Jian want to scream. It was the 21st century. The Qin dynasty had long fallen. Such arranged engagements showed a complete disregard for the opinions of those involved. No matter what others thought, Qin Jian would not be swayed. Marrying Fu Zichen would ruin her life. Chapter 138. The Abandoned Fu Zichen. For a moment, Fu Xinling was at a loss for words. Rationally, she understood that Qin Jian's words were entirely justified. They had initially assumed that the Qin family had no leverage to negotiate with the Fu family. Qin Jian marrying Fu Zichen would ostensibly bring the Qin family closer to the Fu family for mutual benefit, leaving Qin Jian with no reason to refuse. Yet, they had overlooked Qin Jian's personal feelings, disregarding her aversion to Fu Zichen to the point of risking a fallout with the Fu family. However, given Fu Zichen's behavior towards Qin Jian, even Fu Xinling found it hard to defend him. Any normal woman would detest such relentless pursuit from someone who had been clearly rejected, much like the way Fu Chuan had once gone to great lengths to please them. No matter how much he gave, the initial disdain could not be overturned and would only deepen. I don't wish to argue with you. I am here for reconciliation. Mr. Ji, please state your demands, and we will certainly accommodate them. As a lawyer, Fu Xinling understood that one should never press too hard from a position of weakness, especially when this incident had nothing to do with Fu Zichen attacking Ji Badar. Any further discussion would be fruitless. There are indeed demands, Ji Badar mused, rolling his eyes. I need to consult with my father first. You said any request would be met, correct? Ji Badar wasn't foolish enough to offend the Fu family just for the sake of pride. It all depended on how much sincerity the Fu family was willing to show. If they demonstrated enough goodwill, everything could be negotiated, and Ji Badar would ensure that he received both compensation and interest from the Fu family for this beating. Badar, didn't we agree that Fu Zichen must pay the price? I need you to stand up for me. Look at what Fu Zichen has done to you. Qin Jian instantly felt displeased, prompting Ji Bad to swiftly pull her aside and whisper softly, Qin Jian, listen to me. If this matter reaches Chairman Fu's ears, do you truly believe that Fu Zichen will continue to live comfortably within the Fu family? At that point, he will no longer have the audacity to trouble you. Under Ji Bad's explanation, Qin Jian reluctantly acquiesced, choosing not to voice her thoughts any further. Fu Xinling bit her lip, feeling the unpleasant weight of being at someone else's mercy. Unfortunately, it was Fu Zichen who had first made Ji Bad suffer so grievously. And failing to manage this situation would not only tarnish the Fu group's reputation, but could also lead to Fu Zichen's expulsion from G City No. 1 High School, leaving a stain on his record and jeopardizing his future entirely. Once G Bad established contact with his father, he resolved to secure a favor from the Fu group by selecting the latter among the current project proposals. G Bad outlined his demands to Fu Xinling. He required that the Qin group refrain from participating in the upcoming auction after the new year. The auction after the new year? Is it concerning the land in the West District? While the collaboration with the Shun group is of utmost importance to the Fu group, this particular plot of land, which even Fu Xinling had heard whispers about, could yield profits exceeding 100 million for the Fu group, a considerable sum indeed. It was tantamount to asking them to relinquish over 100 million in order to reach an accord. What? You said that you would agree to any reasonable request. For the Fu group, losing a piece of land pales in comparison to the future of your precious young master, does it not? If this matter escalates, I wonder how Fu Zichen will manage to attend school. G Bad's words struck at Fu Xinling's vulnerable spot. Can we not consider an alternative? Do not toy with me. Miss Fu, I have no desire for reconciliation. You profess your sincerity, yet now that I present my requirements, you find them unmanageable? If that is the case, then do not bother. G Bad spoke with an air of unyielding determination. Fu Xinling was not in a position to make decisions and could only consult Fu Zhengqiao. Previously, she believed that Fu Zhengqiao would acquiesce, as the Fu family's reputation outweighed all else. At such a critical juncture, errors in collaboration with the Shun group could not be afforded, especially considering Fu Zichen was the beloved adopted son of Fu Zhengqiao. This time, even Fu Xinling could not ascertain Fu Zichen's standing in Fu Zhengqiao's heart. Having disappointed him repeatedly, Fu Zichen had truly narrowed his own path. Upon preparing herself mentally, Fu Xinling dialed Fu Zhengqiao's number to explain the unfolding events. As expected, Fu Zhengqiao erupted in fury. Are you saying that Fu Zichen has committed such irredeemable acts? Father, the situation has escalated to this point. There is no alternative. The other party has explicitly demanded that piece of land. This matter concerning Zichen is neither trivial nor substantial if they remain adamant about refusing to reconcile. Zichen may well spend the new year in prison. Let him be. Isn't he so capable? He sacrificed everything for Qin Jian, including the Fu family's reputation and his own dignity. I think he has lost his mind. Perhaps this will serve to awaken him. Fu Zhengqiao unhesitatingly abandoned Fu Zichen. Such callousness made Fu Xinling's heart sink, compelling her to appeal to reason and emotion. Father, the collaboration between the Fu group and the Shun group is crucial at this juncture. If word of Zichen's predicament leaks, it could jeopardize the partnership. Should he end up in prison, what will become of his education? How dare you mention such matters? You have no idea how much shame he brings upon me. The current Fu Zichen is utterly consumed by Qin Jian, disregarding everything else. Since he is beyond redemption, I shall forsake him. After all, he is merely an adopted son, and I have already extended my utmost compassion. Father Fu Xinling sought to say more, but the call was abruptly terminated. Fu Xinling's face turned ashen. She never anticipated that Fu Zhengqiao would so ruthlessly abandon Fu Zichen, disregarding even his education. Knowing that Fu Zichen was gravely ill, the thought of him spending the new year in prison, with Fu Zhengqiao indifferent to his plight, was unbearable for her. Fu Xinling could hardly fathom such a consequence. What do you think? Chairman Fu would not refuse, would he? Observing Fu Xinling's expression, G Bad surmised. Then there is no need for us to discuss further. Let it be. Fu Zichen deserves to learn a lesson. Fu Xinling clung to her last shred of hope and spoke up. Mr. G, we still have room for negotiation. What I desire, you cannot provide. Why bother with all this unnecessary chatter? G Bad declared. Let us go. Don't pay them any mind. Qin Jian, weary of lingering in this dismal place, took G Bad's arm and prepared to leave. Fu Xinling gritted her teeth and interjected. Qin Jian, no matter how you look at it, the Qin and Fu families have been on amicable terms for generations. Can you truly stand by and watch as Zichen is imprisoned, leaving a stain on his record? Not to mention, He has become this way because of you. Our families will be torn apart because of this. Fine, unless you can persuade Fu Zichen to cease his entanglements with me and voluntarily dissolve our engagement. Do not adorn me with false accolades. You have already caused Ji Bad considerable harm. I am deeply pained by it. Very well, that is your stipulation. Fu Xinling seized the opportunity, swiftly agreeing without allowing Qin Jian a chance to recant, and declared her intention to see Fu Zichen to the police. Ji Bad was immediately displeased. Qin Jian, what are you babbling about? Just a mere engagement, and you demand $1 billion in return? This is absurd. Regardless, Uncle Fu would never agree to your demands. He would rather have Fu Zichen imprisoned than resolve this privately. Why not assist me in dissolving this engagement? Ji Bad, do you not wish to help? Do not forget what our relationship entails. Chapter 139. The more Qin Jian disdainfully rejects Fu Zichen, the more Fu Zichen yearns to possess her. Fool! Ji Bad merely toyed with Qin Jian. He never regarded her as anything significant. It was merely a matter of mutual desire. He intended to seek explanation from Fu Xinling, but she had already departed to meet Fu Zichen. With a quick thought, Ji Bad resorted to sweet words to coax Qin Jian to leave with him, regardless of whether Fu Xinling could persuade Fu Zichen. Without Ji Bad personally presenting the reconciliation letter, Fu Zichen would remain incarcerated. As Ji Bad and Qin Jian exited the police station, they coincidentally collided with Fu Chuan and Fang Kaiwei, who were there to observe the unfolding drama. Fu Chuan, is that you? Qin Jian did not recognize the nameless Fang Kaiwei, but she distinctly remembered Fu Chuan. The humiliation he inflicted upon her was indelibly etched in her memory. With that, Qin Jian leaned against Ji Bad's arm, defiantly stating, Fu Chuan, do you truly believe that I am bound to you? If I so wished, I could summon an entourage of suitors from France to England. You have already squandered your chance to win me back. I wish you a lifetime of happiness and rapid progeny. Fu Chuan sincerely congratulated her. Truly, thank you for the well wishes. May you both be eternally bound, locked in an everlasting embrace. Seeing Fu Chuan appear unfazed, even liberated, only intensified Qin Jian's ire. Ji Bad, tonight we shall stay up all night. Your stamina is commendable, and only you can satisfy me. Other men are simply unworthy. Ji Bad was acutely aware of Qin Jian's need for a fade, yet he could not ignore the fact that he was currently injured. He had no desire to engage in such activities and just longed for rest. Fang Kaiwei could not suppress a laugh. What provocative declarations! This is utterly sensational. After Qin Jian and Ji Bad departed, Fang Kaiwei's phone vibrated, signaling a new message. Chuan Gu. Internal news has arrived. Fang Kaiwei relayed the content to Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan exhibited little surprise. Fu Zichen, in his rebirth, had become excessively enamored with the benefits bestowed by the Qin group, repeatedly sacrificing his dignity and dragging the Fu group's reputation into disrepute. It was no wonder Fu Zhengqiao was utterly disappointed in Fu Zichen. In the eyes of Fu Zhengqiao, interest reigned supreme above all else. The moment Fu Zichen fails to deliver the desired benefits, he will be unceremoniously cast aside. Rebirth was initially a trump card, yet Fu Zichen has rendered it utterly futile. Fu Chuan, recalling his past demise at the hands of Fu Zichen, shook his head in resignation. Fortunately, in this new life, Fu Chuan holds a winning hand. While Fu Zichen now finds himself in the precarious position Fu Chuan once occupied, it remains to be seen what capabilities Fu Zichen possesses to defy fate. Meanwhile, Fu Zichen trembles in the detention room. Following the fervor of the moment, clarity has returned, leaving only remorse and fear in its wake. Gritting his teeth, trembling uncontrollably, his fists clenched, he questions why he lost his composure and impulsively attacked Ji Badar. This was not at all like the calm individual he once was. Should this incident escalate, Fu Zichen can foresee the dire consequences he would face. Given that Fu Zhengqiao has always held a certain disdain for Fu Zichen on behalf of Fu Chuan, Fu Zichen's existence within the Fu family has always been akin to walking on thin ice. The situation is only bound to worsen. Zichen, dear brother. The voice of Fu Xinling suddenly pierced through the tension. Upon seeing her, Fu Zichen felt as though he had spotted a savior and rushed towards her, exclaiming, "Second sister, I beg you, save me. You have acted so thoughtlessly this time. What on earth were you thinking?" Fu Xinling gazed at Fu Zichen with eyes full of disappointment. Though she initially intended to withhold her reprimands until they were outside, the sight of Fu Zichen in such a state was unbearable. His actions were truly incomprehensible. "Second sister, I cannot fathom what came over me at that moment. I feel utterly insane for committing such an outrageous act. I deeply regret it, immensely regret it. I do not wish to languish in prison. I implore you, rescue me. Otherwise, father and the others will berate me mercilessly, and it may even affect my studies." The fact that Fu Zichen could still contemplate the consequences indicates that there is some hope for him. Fu Xinling hurriedly conveyed the demands put forth by Qin Jian. "She says she will only reconcile with me if the engagement is annulled." The revelation struck Fu Zichen like a thunderbolt. Had all his efforts over the years truly failed to touch Qin Jian, even slightly? Was this all merely a joke to her, something she wished to swiftly cast aside? "Zichen, do not hesitate. Qin Jian's stance is abundantly clear. She could never harbor feelings for you. Look at what you have become for her. It would be far better to annul the engagement and embrace the vastness of life ahead. There are countless women who would be eager to be with you. Do not hang your hopes on this twisted branch of a tree." In Fu Xinling's eyes, this was a deal too good to pass up. If Fu Zichen were unwilling to accept even this, it would indicate that he was truly beyond redemption. Observing Fu Zichen's hesitance and indecision, Fu Xinling's frustration boiled over. "Zichen, this is your final opportunity. If this matter escalates, you will find yourself without any standing in the Fu family. You know how biased father has become towards Fu Chuan. Do you wish to spend the new year in prison and ruin your life? Second sister, my pursuit of Qin Jian is not as simple as you presume. Fu Zichen could not reveal to Fu Xinling that he was a reborn soul, aware of the future fate of the Qin family and the potential to alter it. That would surely lead her to deem him mad and have him confined to a mental institution. I do not care what your reasons may be. You must completely sever ties with Qin Jian. Stop being a sycophant. This was his last chance," Fu Xinling implored. "Do not let me be disappointed in you once more." Fu Xinling refused to entertain any notions of Fu Zichen's infatuation with Qin Jian. Such thoughts would only lead to his ruin. Seizing this opportunity was imperative to cut ties decisively. Witnessing Fu Xinling's unwavering demeanor, Fu Zichen's mind raced. To annul the engagement now would mean that any future prosperity of the Qin family would no longer concern him, rendering much of his past efforts and the significance of his rebirth somewhat moot. Perhaps a shred of masculine pride remained within him. The more Qin Jian disdained Fu Zichen, the more he yearned for her. Chapter 140. Fu Zichen fake seedness. Only in this manner could Fu Zichen prove that his allure surpassed that of Fu Chuan. The unattainable is eternally the most enchanting. Had Qin Jian shown any kindness from the start, Fu Zichen would have likely dismissed her. He could not simply relinquish his aspirations. Thus, Fu Zichen resorted to his final gambit. He convulsed, foamed at the mouth, rolled his eyes back, and collapsed to the ground, feigning a sudden illness. "Zichen, dear brother? Someone quickly." The entire police station was thrown into chaos. Fang Kaiwei, upon hearing the shocking news, widened his eyes in disbelief. What the hell? Fu Zichen has suddenly collapsed. This is a major scoop. Is he acting? Fu Chuan coolly punctured this farcical reality. In truth, he held a certain admiration for Fu Zichen's talent. He had no idea how Fu Zichen learned to feign illness so convincingly, having tricked him countless times before, even eluding the doctors. Acting? Fang Kaiwei had not considered that angle. To feign illness within a police station to evade punishment? What a performance that would require. Besides, it was ultimately futile. Once he recovered, the punishment would still await him. Fu Chuan began to grasp the situation. Fu Zichen still did not wish to abandon his pursuit of Qin Jian. Unable to confront the Qin family directly, he sought a compromise to buy time in hopes of finding a solution that would serve both interests. Fu Zichen plays this game at his own peril. He cannot have it all. He lacks the capability to manage such desires. Just then, Fu Chuan's phone rang. It was a call from Yu Inger. Junior. I've finished my work and plan to swing by the apartment to collect some paintings and grab a bite. Where are you? I'll return shortly. By the way, Senior, I happen to be with a friend, also a student from G City number 1 high school, a junior of yours. Would it be all right if I brought him along for dinner? Fu Chuan remembered his promise to Fong Kai-wei and decided to invite him along since they were both present. Your friend? Of course, that is perfectly fine. After hanging up, Fu Chuan informed Fong Kai-wei about the call from Yu Inger and the dinner plans. Fong Kai-wei was left dumbfounded. Hood. His heart raced uncontrollably. Wait, Brother Chuan, how come you're so close to Senior Yu? You're having dinner together? Senior Shun introduced us. Senior Yu is my benefactor and has helped me immensely. Damn, I completely forgot about that. Fong Kai-wei smacked his wooden head. It was common knowledge that Fu Chuan was close to Shen Shutong, and there were whispers about whether they were a couple. Shen Shutong, once the aloof belle of G City number 1 high school, had shared a close bond with student council president Yu Inger, akin to that of sisters. Thus, it was not surprising that Fu Chuan had met Yu Inger through Shen Shutong. After mulling it over, Fong Kai-wei shook his head. Brother Chuan, I appreciate the thought, but I think I'll pass on dinner tonight. Kai-wei, didn't you always want to meet Senior Yu? Fu Chuan was bewildered. Why would Fong Kai-wei forfeit such a golden opportunity? He was not the type to shy away from social interactions. Brother Chuan, I said I'd wait until I got into Shanghai Art Academy to meet Senior Yu. As a man, I must keep my promises. I know the gap between us is vast, and while I admire her, I must recognize my limitations. I'll wait until I'm stronger before approaching her again. Fong Kai-wei smirked, asserting that his words were not born of insecurity, but rather of reason. The Qinyu family was far more affluent than the Fong family, and when it came to looks, height, and talent, Fong Kai-wei felt he lacked the qualities worthy of Yu Inger. Yet, he could not help but be enamored with her. Having a goal was indeed a positive endeavor, compelling Fong Kai-wei to strive for self-improvement. As long as he made an effort, he would not regret it, unlike Fu Zichen, who clung to Qin Jian without letting go. All right, my brother, I support you, Fu Chuan said, patting Fong Kai-wei on the shoulder, resonating with his sentiments. Much like Fu Chuan's feelings for Shen Shutong, he understood their disparities. Rather than discouraging him, it served as motivation. When the day arrived for him to meet Shen Shutong at their pinnacle, Fu Chuan would not harbor regrets. On his way back to the apartment, Fu Chuan shared with Yu Inger that Fong Kai-wei had declined the invitation. Is that Fong Jr. handsome? She inquired. Mediocre, Fu Chuan replied, unable to exaggerate Fong Kai-wei's attractiveness with a clear conscience, knowing they would eventually meet. Well then, Yu Inger responded. Fu Jr., are you a face person? She continued. This is a rather pragmatic question. If one's outer appearance is lacking, who would be inclined to delve into their inner qualities? The pursuit of both aesthetic appeal and emotional value is akin to having one's cake and eating it too. My standards are not low. I have no need to compromise. I understand, Fu Chuan replied. Kai-wei, strive for self-improvement. There are still chances. Yu Inger added, as long as you possess 7/10 of his handsomeness and 9/10 of shared interest. That would suffice. Alas, such men are rare gems, and this exceptional potential had already caught the eye of her best friend, Shen Shutong. Yu Inger aside, admiring Shen Shutong's superior judgment and discerning character. In college, Yu Inger was an ordinary girl, particularly as she observed the growing closeness between Shen Shutong and Fu Chuan. The unspoken connection made it difficult to fully enjoy their student years, and naturally, she yearned for sweet romance. The love letters she received were as numerous as the stars, yet none captured her interest. Having tasted exquisite delicacies, she found it difficult to settle for something less. Yu Inger, isn't that a rather high standard? Fu Chuan chuckled. Oh, Yu Vane Jr., she teased. Is it that Yu Inger treats you too well, leaving you unrestrained? I invite you to dinner, and you wish to bring along other juniors to introduce to me. Do you think my temperament is so gentle that I can be trifled with? Humph. Huh? Is that not permissible? Fu Chuan questioned, feeling a twinge of anxiety, worried that he might have offended Yu Inger. In his heart, she was a benefactor, a significant senior. If she were genuinely upset due to his missteps, he would feel immense guilt. I was merely jesting. I genuinely wanted to see your flustered expression. It must be quite amusing, she laughed. Soon, a message from Yu Inger arrived, easing Fu Chuan's tension. He heaved a sigh of relief. You truly startled me, Yu Inger. She stared at her phone screen, exhaling a breath of exasperation. Though it was a spur-of-the-moment prank, such antics were reserved for her closest friend, Shen Shutong, not for others. Yu Inger understood the necessary boundaries of social interaction. Despite her multitude of friends, none held the same significance as Shen Shutong. In their presence, she often donned a facade, a survival tactic in the realm of social dynamics. This silly junior had unwittingly carved out a significant place in her heart. Yu Inger shook her head in resignation. Let us consider him my best male friend. Chapter 141. The original sin of not being loved upon. Fu Chuan's return to the apartment. He found Yu Inger already settled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. As soon as she spotted him, her excitement bubbled over. Junior, hurry up, hurry up. Fu Chuan presented his work to her, and upon seeing it, her eyes sparkled with mischief. She activated her phone's camera, snapping pictures to send to Shen Shutong. Tang tang. Now you're no longer the only one with a junior's work. I have it too, she exclaimed gleefully. Tang tang. When did you become so childish? Shen Shutong replied, bewildered. I am indeed childish, and now I'm taking your junior out for a grand feast. Once I send you the photos, prepare for a wave of envy. Yu Inger boasted. You're treating me to a feast without inviting me? Inger, are you asking for a tussle? Shen Shutong teased. Don't think you can intimidate me. I'm not afraid of you. Besides, you can't catch me. Yu Inger retorted, sending a hiki emoji. She had endured Shen Shutong, flaunting her relationship with her junior the previous night, leaving Yu Inger restless and unfulfilled. Now, she finally had her moment of triumph. Reveling in the sweet victory, after completing this exchange, Yu Inger tucked her phone away, radiating contentment. I remember a delicious barbecue place near the university. I haven't been there in ages. Junior, order whatever you like today. I'll cover it all. Fu Chuan, unaware of Yu Inger's playful schemes, nodded appreciatively. Thank you, senior. Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, Yu Inger quickly placed her order, chatting with Fu Chuan. Suddenly, a graceful figure entered, her gaze locking onto Yu Inger and Fu Chuan's table as she approached. Shen Shutong playfully gripped Yu Inger by the collar, half-threateningly declaring, Inger, dining lavishly without inviting me? You're wicked. You deserve to be punished. Yu Inger was caught off guard by the sudden attack, exclaiming in surprise, Goodness, Tang Tang, how did you find us here? Hey, Junior, did you betray me? Senior, I would never. Fu Chuan blushed, hastily averting his gaze, eager to clarify. You want to fetch your painting from the junior, and it's well past dinner time. Naturally, I deduced you would be dining nearby. After all, having mingled in G-City's first high for so long. How could I not know what you enjoy? Shen Shutong replied with a smile, her grip unwavering. Oh dear, Tang Tang, I concede. Please let go. I'm about to burst. Yu Inger blushed, gasping for mercy. Tonight's feast wouldn't mind one more guest, would it? Of course not. Shen Shutong took a seat, unapologetically ordering several plates of premium beef. Tang Tang, watch your diet. Don't indulge in too many fried foods, or you might break out. Inger, mind your own beauty. Shen Shutong teased as they bantered before turning her attention to Fu Chuan, who was sipping juice with his head lowered. Junior, where did you go today? Fu Chuan looked up, pondering for a moment before replying. Well, I have some juicy gossip to share. Gossip? How juicy? How intriguing. Yu Inger's eyes lit up at the prospect of juicy tidbits, eagerly urging Fu Chuan to continue. What could be more delightful than enjoying barbecue and sugary soda, while soaking in the latest gossip? Nothing. Fu Chuan recounted the incident involving Fu Zichen at the Orange Grove. Wow, Junior, what a serendipitous encounter. How unfortunate that I wasn't there to savor that juicy tidbit. It infuriates me. Yu Inger lamented, visibly vexed. The way Fu Chuan described it made it sound absolutely thrilling, and she regretted not having sought him out for lunch earlier. Missing such a spectacle was a disappointment. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Shutong asked, Junior, may I pose a rather bold question? Go ahead, Senior. According to reason, you are the biological son of Fu Zhengchao and Zhu Mei, rightfully bearing the blood of the Fu family. Fu Zichen, an adopted son afflicted with a terminal illness, has little time left to live. With the Fu family having 7 daughters remaining, why would they, after much effort in locating you, their true young master, show favoritism towards the adopted son? If this adopted son possessed extraordinary talents capable of turning the tides, it would be understandable. However, the current impression of Fu Zichen in Shen Shutong's eyes is merely that of a sycophant, a man who grovels for women's affection, feigning vulnerability and exhibiting a weak demeanor, devoid of any other notable attributes. How is such a character comparable to Fu Chuan, the true young master with the Fu family lineage? Moreover, Fu Chuan possesses the innate talent for painting, rendering any need for caution towards a biological son unnecessary. To elevate an adopted son above a biological one, while disregarding the years of dedication from the latter, is incomprehensible. Tang, you are absolutely right. I find it astonishing that someone would forsake their biological son, especially their only son, in favor of an adopted child suffering from a terminal illness. In a top-tier aristocratic family, the significance of a male heir is self-evident. Even with female heirs present, it is often due to the necessity of marrying into another family, as the age-old adage of raising a son for old age is far from an empty saying. Even if Yu surpasses her brother in capability, as long as the brother does not commit a grave error, the Yu family conglomerate will never be entrusted to Yu, no matter how much you buy dotes on her. It is a harsh reality. Fu Zhongchao and Ju Mei, having reached such an age, finally bear a son, Fu Chuan, only to lose him for many years and endure great hardships to reclaim him, yet subject him to such injustice. Who could possibly comprehend this? The members of the Fu family exhibit a lack of logic. Perhaps not being loved is the original sin. Fu Chuan calmly elucidates that, while such an incredulous situation appears astonishing to outsiders, it is entirely normal within the eyes of the Fu family. Fu Chuan is the unloved one. Despite his blood ties to the Fu family, Fu Zichen is the beloved one, the adopted son who enjoys the adoration of countless individuals, growing up joyfully and blissfully in the Fu household. The term love, from its inception, does not solely signify happiness and joy. For every person embraced by love, there exists another who is not. Whether in familial, platonic, or romantic relationships, the one who first opens their heart, who takes the initiative, or who concedes, ultimately loses. It seems that Fu Zichen, who possesses everything and rides high above Fu Chuan, is also driven to madness for Qin Jian, acting like a sycophant. Well then, it matters not, Junior. The Fu family may not recognize your value, but Tang and I do. With 2 beautiful senior sisters loving you. That is far superior to anything the Fu family can offer. Sensing the atmosphere grow somewhat somber, Yu timely takes Shen Shutong's hand and speaks. Her radiant smile, dispelling the gloom, exuding the vivacity of a spirited young woman. Fu Chuan's lips curve into a slight smile. Indeed, having 2 senior sisters by my side outweighs anything the Fu family can provide. Fu Chuan is able to treat these matters as inconsequential and engage in casual conversation, his heart remaining undisturbed. For him, the past has been erased with a new beginning. What matters most is seizing the present and future. Graduating alongside Shen Shutong and Yu from Xingman Art Academy and ascending to the peaks of their respective careers. Is not being loved the original sin? This statement from Fu Chuan stirs something deep within Shen Shutong, especially as she hears him utter it so nonchalantly, as if entirely detached from the past, merely a spectator. Shen Shutong admires Fu Chuan's pride and courage, wishing she could embody such qualities. Junior, oh Junior, please share some of your energy with me. Shen Shutong proactively raises her glass. The atmosphere calls for a toast, shall we? Cheers. Of course, cheers. Chapter 142. Fu Xinru is struck. Meanwhile, Fu Xinling and Fu Xinru return to the Fu family, utterly exhausted. They dare not disclose the incident regarding Fu Zichen's altercation with Ji Bada, resulting in his arrest. To the family. Currently, only Fu Zhongchao is privy to this information. Fu Zichen collapsed in prison due to a sudden health crisis and was urgently transported to the hospital by the police. given Fu Zichen's status as a prisoner. Fu Xinling and the others are not permitted to visit him. After the doctor's intervention, Fu Zichen's condition has stabilized, but to see him, a series of applications must be submitted, a tedious and cumbersome process. What should we do? Second sister, does Dad truly intend to abandon Zichen? Fu Xinru speaks with concern. If this matter escalates, Fu Zichen's future will be irreparably damaged. Fu Xinling rubs her temples. At this point, what can I do? Jibata is merely after that piece of land, which holds over 100 million in profits for the Fu Group. Zichen's recent obsession with Qin Jian has evidently displeased Dad. He is resolute in his decision to stand by and let Zichen face a harsh lesson. It is all that wretched Qin Jian's fault. What kind of tricks has she employed to drive such a gentle Zichen to madness for her? She is, after all, the woman promised in an arranged marriage, yet flirts with others. Fu Xinru grits her teeth in anger. Enough, sixth sister, let us keep our mouths shut for now. We'll see how long we can keep this under wraps. I do not wish to ruin everyone's festive spirit for the new year. Second sister, how can we possibly keep this hidden? If Jibata insists on not settling, pressing charges against Zichen for intentional injury, Zichen will at least spend half a month in prison, and by then, the new year will have passed. We can only take it one step at a time. Fu Xinling sighs. If only Fu Zichen would agree to completely sever ties with Qin Jian. Jibata's knowledge of Fu Zichen's close relationship with Qin Jian gives Fu Xinling, as a lawyer, some negotiating leverage. Yet, Fu Zichen's health crisis arises at the most inopportune time. Fu Xinling's heart becomes increasingly agitated. Why must she have such a troublesome and frequently ill brother? Previously, she felt pity for Fu Zichen's terminal condition, akin to fragile porcelain requiring delicate care. Now, she finds herself growing increasingly exasperated, longing for the days when Fu Chuan could live independently within the Fu family, sparing them the burden of worry. The thought of Fu Chuan pierces Fu Xinling's heart, considering Fu Chuan's current disdainful attitude towards them after leaving the Fu family. Could it be that he is truly resolved to sever ties and no longer acknowledge them as sisters? As Fu Xinling and Fu Xinru enter the Fu house, Fu Kaiwa peeks her head out. Second sister, sixth sister, why were you out for so long? Fu Xinling clears her throat. We had some matters to attend to. I happened to return with sixth sister. Fourth sister, I'm a bit tired and will head up to rest. Oh, by the way, sixth sister, weren't you out with Zichen? Why hasn't he returned yet? I've tried calling, but there's no answer. Fu Kaiwa's casual remark causes Fu Xinling and Fu Xinru to freeze in their tracks. Fu Xinru glances at Fu Xinling and forces a laugh. I don't know. Zichen is an adult. I shouldn't pry into his affairs. Fu Kaiwa finds Fu Xinru's response rather peculiar. Usually, she is so protective of Fu Zichen, especially given his terminal illness. There must be some hidden agenda. Were you with Fu Zichen today? A cold voice suddenly cuts through the air. Fu Xinru feels a jolt in her heart as she looks ahead to see Fu Zhengxiao, her words faltering. Dad, come with me to the study. Fu Zhengxiao commands as he turns to ascend stairs. Second sister, what should I do? Fu Xinru clutches Fu Xinling's arm in desperation. Fu Zhengxiao is utterly disappointed in Fu Zichen, choosing to turn a blind eye, and after having beaten Fu Yueqing last time, Fu Xinru fears she might be the next victim. I'll accompany you. Fu Xinling, as the elder sister, steadies herself. If she were to leave this mess solely to Fu Xinru, she would surely be terrified into madness by Fu Zhengxiao. Sixth sister, if father gets angry later, refrain from speaking. Leave everything to me, and I shall handle him. All right, I entrust this matter to you, second sister. In her state of utter confusion, Fu Xinru could only place her hopes entirely upon Fu Xinling. With Fu Xinling's words, Fu Xinru felt considerably reassured. Once Fu Xinling had steeled herself and prepared Fu Xinru mentally, they approached Fu Zhengxiao's study. Bang! Something was hurled violently to the floor at their feet, producing a resounding crash. Fu Xinling and her companions were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they stumbled backward, nearly losing their balance. It was a teacup. What are you retreating for? How can the daughter of Fu Zhengxiao lack courage? Guoming, at Fu Zhengxiao's bellow. Fu Xinling and Fu Xinru had no choice but to grit their teeth and step over the shards, entering the study. Close the door. Yes, father. The moment Fu Xinling closed the door and turned around, she found Fu Zhengxiao standing behind the desk, his face dark and foreboding, emanating an aura of suffocating menace. The atmosphere was unbearably tense. Fu Xinru was so intimidated by Fu Zhengxiao that she dared not utter a word, trembling uncontrollably, unable to reconcile the image of Fu Zhengxiao with that of the amiable father she once knew. Fu Xinling moved her lips, hesitantly speaking. Father, regarding today's incident. Do not speak. Sixth, today you accompanied Fu Zichen out. What transpired? Explain it all in detail, leaving out no minutiae. I am father. Fu Xinru steadied her resolve and, with quavering voice, recounted the events of her and Fu Zichen's attempt to catch Qin Jian and Ji Badar in their infidelity. As soon as she finished, Fu Zhengxiao could no longer contain his rage, seizing a book and hurling it at Fu Xinru. Fu Xinru, has Fu Zichen gone mad? And you follow suit? Have you lost your mind? Chapter 143. A resounding slap struck Fu Xinru's face. She was caught off guard, the book hitting her with such force that it left a painful bruise, a testament to Fu Zhengxiao's fury. You worthless fool. Fu Zichen is beyond redemption. And you disgrace yourself by joining him in this scandal? You should have confined Fu Zichen instead. How could matters escalate to such a degree? Father, I never anticipated that Zichen would lose control and resort to violence. Fu Xinru protested, feeling aggrieved. Any sensible sister would have sided with Fu Zichen upon hearing of his intentions to catch a cheating partner. Fu Zichen and Qin Jian had a childhood betrothal, their families intertwined. Yet, Qin Jian treated Fu Zichen with contempt, even clandestinely meeting with another man, disregarding the honor of the Fu family. Clearly, the fault lay with Qin Jian, and Fu Xinru believed that it was utterly unfair for Fu Zhengxiao to place the blame solely on her. I do not wish to hear the process. I desire only the outcome. The result is that you accompanied Fu Zichen to humiliate our family, thinking that feigning illness in a police station would suffice. That man demands $1 billion to secure Fu Zichen's release. Does Fu Zichen even deserve it? He is not worth a penny. Fu Zhengxiao's ire burned fiercely. He had taken Fu Zichen in, provided him with the finest education and lifestyle. Even suffering from a terminal illness, Fu Zhengxiao had treated him with utmost kindness, believing that Fu Zichen could bolster the family's reputation. Yet, Fu Zichen had lowered himself to being a sycophant for a mere Qin Jian, disregarding the family's dignity and creating such a scandal. Regretful, Fu Zhengxiao lamented that perhaps he should have allowed Fu Zichen to perish from his illness, thus avoiding future troubles. In the face of Fu Zhengxiao's wrath, Fu Xinling and Fu Xinru dared not speak in Fu Zichen's defense. They feared that Fu Zhengxiao, in his fury, might strike them as he had done with Fu Yueqing. Regardless of how unreasonable or unjust, Fu Zhengxiao was the head of the family, their biological father, and they could do nothing but endure. They could not simply follow Fu Chuan's example and leave the Fu household. By the way, did you say Fu Chuan witnessed everything? Is he with Shen Shutong? I do not know. It seems not. I did not see Shen Shutong there. I do not want an uncertain answer. I need a definitive response. Fu Zhengxiao's low growl sent a shiver through Fu Xinru, her mind blanking as she instinctively replied. And no, Shen Shutong was not there. The disappointment in Fu Zhengxiao's gaze deepened as he looked at Fu Xinru. She completely failed to comprehend the extent of the repercussions Fu Zichen's actions could have on the conglomerate. Should this incident jeopardize the collaboration with the Shun, Fu Zichen would no longer have a place in the Fu family. With Fu Xinru's involvement escalating the situation, how could Fu Zhengxiao not be perturbed? After Fu Zhengxiao regained a semblance of composure, he spoke. This matter must not leak out at any cost. Second, do you understand? Father, about that piece of land. You dare mention that land? I've already stated, Fu Zichen is utterly unworthy. Fu Zhengxiao interrupted Fu Xinling before she could finish. Fu Xinling immediately fell silent, daunted by Fu Zhengxiao's fury and his adamant decision to abandon Fu Zichen. Currently, Fu Xinling pressed for Fu Zichen to sever ties with Qin Jian, aiming to quell the situation before addressing it further. Fu Zichen, however, had rushed to the hospital due to his condition, and even Fu Zhengqiao, upon reflection, felt utterly drained. I understand, father. This matter will remain confidential. This assurance Fu Xinling could indeed provide, yet the future of Fu Zichen was beyond her foresight. As his sister, she had done all she could, interceded and offered assistance. Yet, Fu Zichen remained obstinate, leaving Fu Xinling feeling powerless. Fu Zhengqiao turned away, saying nothing more. Just as Fu Xinru thought she could escape the study, Fu Zhengqiao suddenly turned back. There is one more thing. You must find Fu Chuan and bring him back to the Fu household for the new year. What? This pronouncement struck Fu Xinling and Fu Xinru like a bolt from the blue. Bring Fu Chuan back? Where would Fu Chuan even consider returning? Fu Xinling deemed it an impossible task, while Fu Xinru recalled her recent harsh words to Fu Chuan, instructing him to remember his mistakes. Now, Fu Zhengqiao expected her to humble herself and plead with Fu Chuan to return. Was this not a slap in the face for Fu Xinru? While initially frightened of Fu Zhengqiao, she found herself unable to comply with this demand, forcing herself to speak. Father, even you and mother could not bring Fu Chuan back. How could we possibly succeed? Is it not your fault for how Fu Chuan was treated? Do you not remember the life he led in the Fu household? You all treated Fu Chuan with indifference, coldness, trampling upon his dignity. It was your actions, dear daughters, that forced him to leave. I have yet to settle the score with you. Fu Xinru stood frozen, astonished to hear such words from Fu Zhengqiao, though they had indeed wronged Fu Chuan. What could be said of Fu Zhengqiao as a father? He had treated Fu Chuan with disdain, almost as if he were invisible. Yet he cast the blame entirely upon them. Did he truly believe that by remaining aloof, he could absolve himself of guilt? The sisters who had inflicted harm upon Fu Chuan, were now deemed the culprits? After all, Fu Chuan was his biological son. Had Fu Zhengqiao not permitted them, they would not have dared to harm Fu Chuan. Now, with Fu Chuan driven from the family, Fu Zhengqiao was placing the blame squarely upon their shoulders, which felt utterly unjust. Because Fu Chuan was associated with Shen Shutong, did Fu Zhengqiao truly need to turn against him so swiftly? I have yet to hear your answers. Do you believe this is an impossible task? Then why did I bring you into this world? Fu Chuan was driven away by your harm. As a father, I humbled myself to seek Fu Chuan's return home, offering him an exit, yet he remains unwilling. If this matter is not resolved, there is no need for you to bear the name of my daughter, Fu Zhengqiao. Father, this is unfair. Sixth sister, Fu Xinling gastili grasp Fu Xinruesiarm, shaking her head in warning. Fu Zhengqiao's anger was palpable. If Fu Xinru dared to retort, it would only exacerbate the flames of his wrath. Fu Xinru's unfinished words had already reached Fu Zhengqiao's ears, and his face darkened as he advanced. Fu Xinling swiftly positioned herself in front of Fu Xinru. Father, please. Sixth sister did not mean it. Get out of my way. Fu Zhengqiao's strength sent Fu Xinling crashing to the ground. In a swift motion, he struck Fu Xinru hard across the face. Is that wretched younger brother of yours worthy of anything? What does he even deserve? The force of the slap left Fu Xinru's face swollen and bruised, a vivid crimson imprint lingering on her skin. One ear buzzed painfully, rendering her unable to discern the world around her. If you possess the ability to undermine the investments of the Shun group and elevate the Fu group to greater heights, then you may speak of fairness before me. You were born into this world, enjoying countless privileges, an exemplary education, a splendid home, opportunities to study abroad, adorned in designer attire, and a living allowance exceeding $1 million each year. Do you believe such advantages are fair to others? Fu Zhengqiao's fury surged as he observed the blood trickling from the corner of Fu Xinru's mouth, devoid of any sympathy. The weight of his words suffocated her, rendering her weak and collapsed on the floor, tears streaming down her face, nearly losing control of herself. You, as my daughter Fu Zhengqiao, have received more than enough. When I ask you to retrieve your wayward brother, you dare to claim injustice. Speak up. Unable to contain his rage, Fu Zhengqiao struck Fu Xinru once more. Smack! Fu Chuan offered no regard to Fu Zichen, refusing to accept his authority as he forcibly distanced himself from the Fu family. With the backing of Shen Shutong and Yu Inger, Fu Zhengqiao found himself powerless against him. Did he truly believe Fu Zhengqiao was a clay idol, impotent in anger? Fu Zichen, Fu Xinru, dare du defi Fu Zhengqiao. She deserved punishment. Just like Fu Yueqing, they were both burdensome, squandering Fu Zhengqiao's wealth without any utility in critical moments. Even inferior to Fu Chuan. How could this not provoke Fu Zhengqiao's ire? After enduring 2 slaps, Fu Xinru was stripped of any rebellious spirit, only able to mechanically plead, "Father, I was wrong, I was wrong. If you cannot resolve this matter, get out of the Fu family. Fu Zhengqiao shall act as though you are a worthless daughter. You are more a liability than an asset. Fu Zichen looks down upon you. And you drove Fu Chuan away from the family. I have invested so much in you, spent countless resources, yet you accomplish nothing. What use are you to me?" Fu Xinru was oblivious to how she exited Fu Zhengqiao's study. Her face burned with pain, her arm throbbed where it was struck, and her entire body ached. But the most agonizing of all was her heart. In her memories, Fu Zhengqiao had never expressed such fury towards her. The Fu group was thriving. Her elder sister, Fu Linger, an exceptionally capable individual, had secured a position as president early on, and everyone acknowledged her as the future heir of the Fu group. Fu Zhengqiao managed them with leniency, fostering familial harmony, as long as there were no power struggles or harm inflicted upon one another. Inheriting the excellent genes of Fu Zhengqiao and Zhu Mei, Fu Linger was indeed formidable, as were her sisters, achieving remarkable success in various fields. Currently, Fu Xinru and Fu Shanhua were still studying, the former in music and the latter in acting, both admitted into prestigious foreign universities with outstanding results, bringing significant honor to the Fu family. Fu Zhengqiao even held a farewell party in their honor. What wonderful memories! Blessings! Fu Xinru had nearly believed herself the happiest and most exceptional girl in the world, with brilliant sisters, a beloved brother, and caring parents. Yet all of this was utterly shattered by Fu Zhengqiao's rage tonight, leaving not a trace behind. Fu Xinru's pride had been trampled mercilessly. All due to the younger brother Fu Chuan, whom she had never held in high regard. "Sixth sister, are you all right?" Fu Xinling gazed at Fu Xinru's despondent visage, her heart aching. "Second sister, father actually struck me for Fu Chuan, humiliating me to such a degree that he rendered me worthless. I have brought him so much honor by gaining admission to the best music school abroad, destined to become a remarkable musician, yet he berates me as useless, declaring I am inferior to even a single finger of Fu Chuan." Fu Xinru opened her mouth, finally able to vent her grievances, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls. Had it been before, Fu Xinru would have thought this a nightmare, hoping to awaken from it. Yet the burning pain on her face served as a constant reminder that this was no dream, but an undeniable reality. Why was Fu Xinru deemed inferior to Fu Chuan? She was a prodigy from the Eastman School of Music. Just because Fu Chuan could ingratiate himself with Shen Shutong and bring benefits to the Fu family, her existence was completely negated, even to the point of being cast out. Upon witnessing this scene, Fu Xinling was at a loss for words. What transpired? The soundproofing of the Fu residence was impeccable, yet the commotion from the study had still drawn the attention of those outside. Fu Qingqing and Fu Shanhua approached. Fu Shanhua caught sight of Fu Xinru's face and gasped, "Sixth sister, your face." Just then, Fu Xinling intended to enlist her sister's help. Otherwise, with just herself and Fu Xinru, they would be unable to bring Fu Chuan back to the Fu family. She spoke softly, "Let us find a room to discuss this." "Sixth sister, you should return to your room and rest for now." "All right." Fu Xinru was eager to escape, wishing to avoid further embarrassment. Fu Xinling led Fu Qingqing and Fu Shanhua back to her room, recounting the events from the study, yet she refrained from disclosing the full gravity of Fu Zichen's situation, hoping to rescue him alone. Otherwise, if he were imprisoned, it would ruin his life. "No way, second sister, his father lost his mind. To strike sixth sister for Fu Chuan and expect her to bring him back?" Fu Chuan exclaimed incredulously. 6 sisters' worth far surpasses that useless brother by thousands, even tens of thousands times. Fu Chuan felt as though she was trapped in a surreal nightmare. How could such unfathomable events unfold? Just that wretched younger brother? What does he even deserve? Fu Xinling sighed softly. 7th sister, it's fine to voice these thoughts among us, but you must not let father overhear. Do you wish to follow the path of our 3rd and 6th sisters? Father is in a furious state and will strike anyone who provokes him. I was merely standing up for my sisters. Fu Chuan clenched her fists. After only 6 months abroad, she had returned home for Christmas to find everything well. How could this joyous reunion during the spring festival devolve into such chaos? Fu Chuan simply could not comprehend it. Setting aside prejudices, Fu Chuan was indeed crucial at this moment. As far as I know, father is quite anxious regarding the collaboration with the Shun group, especially with another enterprise showcasing superior execution capabilities. The talent, expertise, and technology far exceed those of the Fu group, making it natural for father to be so tense and irritable. Securing this collaboration would not only yield billions in profits for the Fu group, but also expand its reach into new domains, significantly enhancing its reputation and bringing forth innumerable future benefits. This was not merely a matter of numbers. The potential for the Fu group's ascension was no empty talk. Chapter 145, Friend A, Fulfill Me. Not merely a matter of bias, Fu Chuan's artistic talent is unparalleled. I have inquired about Shun Shu Tang, who has long been seeking a suitable comic artist for her copyright adaptation. It seems that Fu Chuan is how she came to know Shin Shu Tang. Fu Qing has yet to delve deeper, but even she and Fu Xianling are profoundly awed by Fu Chuan's brilliance. Presently, nearly all the students of G City No. 1 High School have been captivated by Fu Chuan, and the school authorities are wholeheartedly facilitating his endeavors. Even Professor Hao Zhe is personally granting him favors. Should Fu Chuan secure an award in the provincial high school painting competition, his future prospects would be boundless, allowing him to bypass school entirely and be directly admitted to Xingmon Art Academy as a protege of Professor Hao Zhe. Such accolades attest to the extraordinary nature of Fu Chuan's abilities. Nevertheless, it is utterly unjust for the 6th sister, who bears no guilt in this matter, to be compelled by father to plead with Fu Chuan to return to the Fu family. Is this not an affront to her dignity? Regardless of the circumstances, violence cannot be justified. No matter how Fu Chuan behaves, Fu Jingchao's actions would be indefensible, and Fu Shan, who stands firmly in support of Fu Xianru. 5th sister, 7th sister, this matter necessitates your assistance for the 6th sister. Otherwise, she truly cannot endure. I suspect father is merely acting out of anger, and it is inconceivable that he would expel the 6th sister from the Fu family. However, since she is yet to seek out Fu Chuan, father will not let this matter rest. 2nd sister, what about you? I have another pressing concern. I implore your support. Fu Xianling bit her lip in frustration, harboring deep resentment towards Fu Zichen for stirring trouble at such a critical moment. If it were not for Fu Zichen, how could Fu Xianru have fallen to such a plight? This younger brother is becoming increasingly thoughtless, expecting others to clean up after him. I find the likelihood of resolution exceedingly slim. Fu Qing uttered this statement with a profound sense of bitterness, her eyes brimming with sorrow. She has exhausted countless efforts to reconcile with Fu Chuan, all in vain. He no longer regards them as sisters. His departure this time feels definitive, severing any ties with the Fu family. At the very least, we must demonstrate our collective efforts to father. Otherwise, the 6th sister will face insurmountable challenges. Even if she is not expelled from the Fu family, father's wrath may lead to further humiliation for her, complicating matters even more. I understand, 2nd sister. I shall assist the 6th sister. Fu Xianru and Fu Shan, who, being the 6th and 7th siblings respectively, share a close bond while studying abroad. Fu Shan, who will not stand idly by in the face of such adversity, even if it means seeking out that loathsome brother, Fu Chuan. Meanwhile, after dinner, Fu Chuan and company found themselves alone, as Yuing Air concocted an excuse to slip away. Remaining would only subject her to the discomfort of witnessing their affection. having already endured a similar ordeal the previous night. Her appetite had reached its limit, and she felt no sympathy for the plight of the single. Having achieved her objective, Yuing cheerfully returned home. This left Fu Chuan and Shun Shutang together. Shun Shutang glanced at her watch. It's 9:30. Junior, would you like to take a stroll nearby to aid digestion? I shall heed your suggestion, Senior. Fu Chuan and Shun Shutang strolled along the riverbank, occasionally encountering couples intertwined in each other's arms, sharing a scarf as they passed. Laughter erupted from groups of classmates, the weather mild as the new year approached. With the moon bright and the stars sparse, some individuals were even fishing. The vibrancy of the city remained unchanged, skyscrapers twinkling with myriad lights, and traffic flowing incessantly. With his hands tucked in his pockets, Fu Chuan walked alongside Shin Shutang, softly inquiring, Senior, are you doing well after returning home? Yes, all is well, Shin Shutang replied, recalling Shin Shan He's unfavorable remarks about Fu Chuan. Pouting slightly, her thoughts evident on her face, which Fu Chuan quickly noticed. It seems otherwise. Senior, shall we discuss your novel's plot? I finished reading your latest chapter today and found it quite impactful. Let us postpone the discussion of the novel's plot, Junior. I wish to talk about the comic adaptation rights. As they delved into work-related topics, Shun Shutang and Fu Chuan engaged in a seamless exchange of ideas, ultimately arriving at a mutually desired plan. Shun Shutang smiled brightly. Very well, Junior. Once the review is approved, the dedicated personnel from the Green Bubble will contact you. Feel free to communicate any requests. Do not hesitate, as I will ensure everything is in order. The novel Shun Shutang wishes to adapt is a sensational hit on Tomato Novels, with the adaptation party eager to invest significantly in her copyright. Shun Shutang has already established connections and secured the most talented artist for the adaptation, insisting that the adaptation party must treat Fu Chuan fairly. Otherwise, her displeasure would result in the withdrawal of the adaptation rights. Until the contract is signed, everything remains uncertain, allowing Shun Shutang the liberty to negotiate terms and customize the contract details. This is the essence of business. The adaptation party has engaged with Shun Shutang numerous times, entreating her, as her previous and current works exhibit great potential for success. They seek a long-term partnership. For instance, the immense success of Mo Dao Zhu Shi and the subsequent sale of Tian Guanxi Fu for several million. Renowned authors like Tang Jiasan Xiao and Tian Cantudo retain their copyrights for development, with Do Luo de Lu transforming into a phenomenon among elementary students, generating substantial profits for both the adaptation party and the authors. The long-term benefits of a capable and renowned author are self-evident. Thus, the adaptation party highly values Shun Shutang, catering to her every request, demonstrating their financial prowess. In essence, if Shun Shutang wishes to pursue excellence, Fu Chuan shall not be neglected. Fu Chuan scratched the back of his head. Thank you, Senior. Foolish Junior, it is I who should thank you. Shun Shutang's lips curled into a smile, the river breeze tousling her hair, her gaze sparkling like starlight. Thank you for agreeing to be my dedicated artist, aiding me in adapting this novel into a comic. This work represents a milestone in my career, a labor of love, and my finest achievement. If possible, I desire to bestow upon it the best fate. The delay in adaptation was solely due to my inability to find a suitable artist and the ideal adaptation party. After searching far and wide, your arrival has completed the final piece of the puzzle. What wonderful fortune! Suddenly inspi, Shen Sutang Hatet. Turning to extend her right hand towards Fu Chuan, her fingertip pointing at him. Friend, I hereby appoint you as my exclusive artist, to create the work that satisfies me most and fulfill my wish. Is that agreeable? Chapter 146. I like you. Shin Shutang's voice resonated with profound trust in Fu Chuan. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Chuan nodded earnestly. I vow to uphold this promise for a lifetime. This phrase, it is a favorite of the seniors within her novel, and I have adopted it as my own. Very well, I accept this rationale. You truly are a diligent reader of my work, my devoted little follower. Shin Shutang playfully remarked. Now, let me test your knowledge. Do you know where I learned this phrase from and why it resonates with me? It appears to be a line spoken by the second male lead, Fu Zichen, in The Legend of Sword and Fairy 4. Indeed, Fu Zichen is so dashing. I was captivated the first time I saw his character design. As I delve into the story, characters like Yin Tianhe, Han Lingsha, and Lu Mengli sprang to life, which explains why it is hailed as the pinnacle of the Legend of Sword and Fairy series. Shen Shutang continued to enthusiastically recount the plot of the game. Some individuals, upon first encounter, may appear disheveled and chaotic, yet they ultimately transform into cherished memories. This sentiment was expressed by Han Lingsha, and it has resonated deeply with me throughout my life. Certain secondary characters are sculpted according to this notion. Initially, they may find each other insufferable, only to become inseparable in the end. Shen Shutang, with her captivating features and slightly raised brows, gazes silently at Fu Chuan, her expression imbued with a profound, inexplicable emotion. As Fu Chuan meets Shen Shutang's gaze, his heart races, quickening with each beat. In that moment, Fu Chuan yearns to grasp Shen Shutang's hand. Ding ding dong. The sound of a guitar shatters the atmosphere of lingering ambiguity. Not far away, a young man, stylishly clad in a leather jacket and wielding a guitar, is live streaming on his phone, performing the classic Beyond song Glorious Years, showcasing his impressive skills. The chime signals the return home, evoking a hint of nostalgia in Fu Chuan's life. The significance of his dark complexion resonates within him. His heart races with fervor as he gathers the courage to call out, "Senior, could you wait for me here?" Shen Shutang listens intently, observing as Fu Chuan jogs over to converse with the handsome performer who has just finished his set. The artist glances at Fu Chuan's appearance and nods enthusiastically, pulling him into the live stream while introducing him, handing the guitar over to Fu Chuan. Shen Shutang approaches, teasingly asking, "Junior, are you planning to perform?" The handsome performer's eyes widen in astonishment upon seeing Shen Shutang, a stunning and graceful girl he has never encountered before. He quickly aims his phone at her, and, as expected, the live chat erupts upon her appearance. First, there's the tall and dashing young man, followed by a campus beauty of extraordinary talent. I oppose this. It's unfair. They are a match made in heaven. Why does a troll have to complain? Is this not scripted? If it is, I'll chop off my head. Who would be out wandering in this cold weather so late at night? All right, admit it. Gasthalis sav sobota. Gifts flood into the chat one after another. With the guitar slung over his shoulder, Fu Chuan flashes a charming smile at Shen Shutang, saying, "Senior, choose a song, and I shall sing it for you. Let me choose anything I want, anything you wish. I've already told you what I can sing during the rehearsal for the gala." Fu Chuan scratches the back of his head shyly. The handsome performer's rendition of Beyond's Glorious Years was delightful, reminding Fu Chuan of another classic, "I Like You." "Junior, you know that one, right?" "Indeed, I do." Fu Chuan is eager to express his feelings for Shen Shutang through this song. He does not overthink. He simply wishes to convey the emotions that resonate most with him in the best possible manner. There is no better stage than this moment. Then, I dedicate this song, "I Like You," to you, Senior. As Fu Chuan strums the guitar, his deep, magnetic voice fills the air with melody. The gentle rain, accompanied by the wind, soaks the twilight streets. He wipes the rain from his eyes and gazes upward, lost in melancholic memories evoked by the solitary streetlight. The flood of longing surges within him, stemming from "I Like You" by Beyond. Fu Chuan's Cantonese is impeccable. His delivery is devoid of ostentation, rich with genuine emotion. He knows that had he sung this song in the past, it would not have resonated as it does now. Some songs require one to traverse certain experiences to grasp their deeper meanings. Authentic emotion will always strike a more profound chord than feigned theatrics, as it resonates with the very essence of human sentiment. Shen Shutang watches Fu Chuan before her, entranced by his voice, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The memories of their rehearsal make it abundantly clear that Fu Chuan's performance has reached remarkable heights, nearly flawless in execution. The brilliance radiating from the talented youth captivates her so much that she finds it impossible to look away. This is Shen Shutang's youth, the first to recognize his radiance. standing steadfastly by his side. The thought fills her with exhilarating pride. I like you, with its enchanting gaze and even more captivating laughter, inspires the desire to tenderly caress that lovely face, to whisper dreams as they did yesterday. As the song concludes, Fu Chuan finds himself entranced, unable to break free from the moment until the handsome performer beside him erupts into applause. That was incredible. Brother, would you be interested in joining my streaming guild? We could form a duo and debut on Douyin, destined to become a sensation, even reaching the heights of CCTV. Apologies, but I'm still a student. Wait, you're still a student? With that physique and age, you could debut as the male lead in a campus idol drama, and the female lead has already been identified. The streamer is flabbergasted. You, my friend, are a winner in life. How enviable. Handsome, talented, and still so young. The possibilities are limitless, especially with a campus beauty by your side. Truly, it's a case of comparison kills. Fu Chuan can only smile wryly at such remarks. While it appears that his life is extraordinarily perfect, brimming with talent and mutual affection, the truth is that anyone who has endured his past tribulations would have long succumbed to despair, grappling with severe depression and a yearning for death. With a hand of poor cards, he has managed to play a winning hand, apart from the reincarnation that has allowed him to see through the true nature of the Fu family. The memories from his past life have bestowed upon him the invaluable skill of drawing, granting him a fresh start. Yet above all, it is the encounter with the senior, Shen Shutong, who is willing to redeem his life. Shen Shutong chuckles softly. I agree. With looks like yours, Junior, it would be a loss not to enter the entertainment industry. A wave of admiration sweeps through the live stream, as viewers are collectively enchanted by Shen Shutong's beauty and smile. Fu Chuan feigns a pleading expression. Senior, please spare me. At that moment, the streamer notices a generous supporter showering gifts in the chat, requesting Shen Shutong to sing a song, offering a universe heart as a reward, leaving the streamer astounded. Beautiful lady, can you sing? The fans are clamoring for you to showcase your voice. If you sing one song, how about we split tonight's earnings? The streamer seizes this opportunity eagerly. After all, slogging through a night of singing typically yields only a few $100s, while streaming sales have become a trend. With Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong willing to promote, the potential benefits for his earnings and future career are immense. Shen Shutong rolls her eyes playfully. If I sing, I have a request. What do you think? The streamer, sensing an opportunity, nods vigorously. What's your request, beautiful? Just name it. I want my junior to accompany me while I sing. I'll take the lead, and he LL harmonize. Two universe hearts, what do you say? Of course. That is no problem. In the live chat, generous supporters quickly agree, and with excitement, the streamer proposes the idea to the fans. The anticipation of Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong lighting up the live stream ignites a surge of enthusiasm. All right, Junior, shall we earn a little extra together? As Shen Shutong beams with delight, her playful smile brightens Fu Chuan's gaze, enveloping him in a tender warmth. As long as you are happy, Senior. The two begin to discuss which song to perform. After consulting the supporters, they decide to honor Shen Shutong's preference. The song that Fu Chuan loves, one that she must also embrace, would hold no significance otherwise. Let us go with little luck, then. Just yesterday, I had a conversation with Fu Chuan about this film, and now I am putting that discussion into practice. Fu Chuan searched online for the guitar sheet music for Little Luck, and fortunately, it was quite simple. In the end, music theory boils down to simplicity. The most straightforward melodies often yield the most enchanting scores. After practicing a few times, Fu Chuan nodded and said, Senior, I'm ready here. Let us begin. Shin Shu Tang held the microphone, facing the live, streaming room on her phone, exuding not a hint of stage fright, only an eagerness bubbling within her. For Shen Shu Tang, who once suffered from mild social anxiety and was dubbed the aloof campus beauty, this transformation was nothing short of miraculous. The catalyst for this change was the boy beside her, who willingly accompanied her on the guitar. Fate, indeed, is a marvelous thing. It turned out that he was the very good fortune she wished to hold on to the most. It seemed that love had once brought them so close together, with decisions made to stand against the world for her, and the shared moments of being drenched in rain. Each scene was imbued with his presence. A pure heart echoing the sentiments from Hebe Tian's Little Luck. A smile graced Shun Shu Tang's lips as she sang, her words flowing beautifully. Fu Chuan strummed the guitar, harmonizing with her, and accompanied by the sound system. Their gazes met, creating a melodious tapestry that was as beautiful as a painting. The audience was utterly captivated. Not only was their singing delightful, but the pair's striking looks added to the allure, making them an unbeatable duo. Passers-by were drawn in by Fu Chuan and Shun Shu Tang, stopping to capture the moment on their phones. As the song concluded, Shun Shu Tang, exhilarated, exhaled a long breath and gave Fu Chuan a thumbs up, her smile as refreshing as a mountain spring. Fu Chuan returned the gesture with a grin, setting down his guitar to share a high five with Shun Shu Tang. This time, there were no surprises. It was the second true duet between Fu Chuan and Shun Shu Tang. There would surely be a third, fourth, and fifth performance, with Fu Chuan and Shun Shu Tang continuing this journey together, never to part. Shun Shu Tang confirmed the earnings with the streamer, added a green bubble, and after transferring the funds, waved goodbye. Even when the streamer urged her to stay, she felt they had sung enough for the day and wished to move on. Fu Chuan's phone vibrated. Shun Shu Tang has transferred you 1,799 yuan. Haha, Junior. It seems our performance was quite effective. Perhaps we should do live duets during our leisure time. We might earn even more. Shun Shu Tang was no fool. She believed that every penny of her earnings was rightfully hers. It was a matter of attitude and responsibility. Efforts must yield rewards. Giving without expectation was akin to being taken advantage of. Fu Chuan nodded seriously. What should we name our duo? Generally, combinations take a syllable from each name. How about we call ourselves the Chuan Tang Duo? The Chuan Tang blossoms bloom brilliantly under the sun, filling the garden with intoxicating fragrance. The wind stirs the branches, releasing sweet scents, and butterflies dance among the flowers, creating endless rhythms. The verdant leaves shield from the scorching sun, while the white blossoms gleam against the azure sky. Such scenery ought to exist only in the heavens. How rare it is to encounter in the mortal realm. Fu Chuan nodded. Senior, you have chosen splendid names. Oh, you, no matter how much you flatter me, I shan't reward you with sweets, Shun Shu Tang replied, her joy palpable as she began to float, only to be caught by Fu Chuan just before she stumbled. Are you all right, Senior? Fu Chuan asked anxiously, fearing that Shun Shu Tang might suddenly succumb to her previous bouts of weakness. I'm fine, just a bit too pleased and accidentally tripped, Shun Shu Tang reassured him, poking his cheek with her fingertip as she met his worried gaze. I'm not as fragile as you think, don't worry. Fu Chuan supported Shun Shu Tang as they stood, relieved to see that she was indeed fine. Shun Shu Tang gazed dreamily at the boats gliding across the river, whispering, how warm it feels. Fu Chuan turned to her, and she squinted playfully. Having a friend like you nearby is truly heartwarming. When she stumbled, Fu Chuan would catch her. When she had a nosebleed, he would help mask her embarrassment. In moments of weakness, she needn't pretend. She could lean on Fu Chuan freely. In truth, Shun Shu Tang was aware of all this. She simply didn't wish to burden Fu Chuan or those around her with worry. She wanted to live fully. Senior, I will always be by your side. That is my promise. The youth's eyes were resolute, pledging a lifetime commitment, never to falter, never to give up. Of course, you are my forever junior. As a junior, you must obediently listen to your senior. Shun Shu Tang, taken aback, smiled widely and took Fu Chuan's hand in hers. The moment their palms met, Fu Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Now, the first thing I want you to do is run, Shun Shu Tang exclaimed, pulling Fu Chuan along the riverside path. This was an act reminiscent of a young couple, running and laughing, appearing somewhat silly, drawing the attention of onlookers, including Fu Chuan and Shun Shu Tang. Only the two at the center of this world understood the sheer joy of the moment. Age, gender, and worries paled in comparison to the warmth of their intertwined hands. Regardless of the opinions of others, life belonged to them, and happiness was all that mattered. Days flashed by. It was the 26th. Fu Chuan arrived at the apartment building, intending to assist Professor Hao Zhe in pasting spring couplets. Traditionally, the Fu family personally affixed the couplets, a practice steeped in cultural significance, whether for superstition or psychological comfort. It ultimately served as spiritual solace. Such an important task had always fallen to Fu Zichen, the favored member of the Fu family. While Fu Chuan had once lacked even the privilege to observe the ritual, the family members had always shielded Fu Chuan, hastily completing the task while he could only watch from a distance, seeing his sisters gather around Fu Zichen, tenderly caring for him and showering him with praises. This marked Fu Chuan's first time pasting couplets, consolidating a year's worth of fortune to welcome into his home, infused with a profound sense of ceremony. Not for the Fu family, but for someone important. How's Zay? Yes, I'm on my way out. I should arrive in about an hour. Fu Chuan texted Hao Zay, oblivious to the figures waiting at the entrance of the community. Chapter 148. Fu Chuan. It was my mistake. Look, Fu Chuan is here. The figures waiting were none other than Fu Xinru, Fu Shanhua, and Fu Qingqing. Fu Xinling was preoccupied with efforts to bail Fu Zichen out and could only send these three, due to the embarrassment surrounding the situation. Fu Xinru hesitated to seek help from other sisters. Even today, she dragged herself over with a heavy heart. Fu Qingqing had little hope regarding the matter, but upon seeing Fu Chuan after several days, she noted that he appeared slightly more robust and taller, engrossed in a text on his phone, smiling in a way that was unfamiliar to her. No, Fu Qingqing had once been the recipient of Fu Chuan's most sincere smiles, now a treasure lost to her, no longer hers to claim. Reflecting on this, Fu Qingqing clenched her fists, pondering if this was indeed karma. The things she had once dismissed now felt desperately sought after, yet they remained out of reach. Fu Chuan's smiles would be reserved for others, never to be bestowed upon her again. Upon encountering the unmistakable embarrassment etched across Fu Chuan's face, Fu Xinru felt a pang of unease. Despite having mentally prepared herself before leaving, she recognized that failing to bring Fu Chuan back to the Fu family would incur the wrath of Fu Zhengqiao upon her. However, the gravity of her earlier harsh words towards Fu Chuan loomed large in her mind. How could she possibly ask him to return home without it being a slap in the face to her own dignity? Fu Chuan, Fu Shanhua, disregarding everything else, positioned herself squarely in front of him. Fu Chuan, oblivious to the presence of Fu Qingqing and the others, collided forcefully with Fu Shanhua. Fortunately, he managed to keep his phone secure, while Fu Shanhua, taken aback by the sudden impact, stumbled but was saved from falling by Fu Qingqing's quick reflexes. In a moment of uncontrolled frustration, Fu Shanhua exclaimed, "Fu Chuan, are you blind? Can't you see I'm right here? You just crashed into me, it hurts." Fu Chuan regarded Fu Shanhua as one mighty bizarre creature and shouted towards the security booth, "Hey, Uncle Security, someone is trying to pull a scam here." Pull a scam? Fu Shanhua could hardly believe the accusation. As the seventh daughter of the Fu group, you dare to say I'm scamming? Fu Chuan scolded, dismissing her foolishness. Once the security personnel arrived, he intended to clarify the situation, request the surveillance footage, and have Fu Shanhua apprehended. New in community, being in proximity to G City's premier high school, boasted a plethora of residents and high property values. Thus, the security personnel were generally diligent. Upon noticing a resident's plea, they promptly went to review the footage. Wait, Fu Chuan, have you lost your mind? What surveillance? What police report? Don't you know who I am? Who you are is of no concern to me. With that, Fu Chuan resolved to leave the matter to the property management and departed, as he had an appointment at Professor Hao's home to affix the couplets for the new year. Fu Shanhua felt a surge of frustration. The remnants of her former meek and submissive brother now daring to treat her with such disdain. Unable to contain her anger, she raised her hand to slap Fu Chuan. Fu Qingqing quickly intervened. "Seventh sister, have you lost your mind?" Furious, Fu Shanhua retorted, "I am not mad." "Fifth sister, do you not see how Fu Chuan is behaving? Without even asking, he accuses me of scamming. How can I endure such insult? Let us not forget why we are here. Fu Chuan holds significant importance in our father's eyes. If you truly anger him to the point of driving him away, do you wish for our sixth sister to bear the brunt of our father's wrath?" Mentioning Fu Xinru momentarily quelled Fu Shanhua's fury. Though she harbored a deep-seated frustration that begged for release, she could only turn away, clenching her fists and taking deep breaths, silently resolving, for the sake of Sixth Sister. I shall not be angry. I shall not be angry. Those who do are fools. How had Fu Chuan never noticed the comedic talent of the women in the Fu family? Each one, in their own way, acted with an absurdity that could rival a clown's antics, prompting thoughts of Batman calling the Joker back to Gotham, declaring, I won't harm you anymore. You. Fu Shanhua felt as though she were on the brink of a cerebral hemorrhage, her earlier composure dissipating entirely. Fu Chuan's foolishness was infuriating. Fu Chuan, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Can we speak privately? Summoning her courage, Fu Xinru sought to prevent Fu Shanhua from escalating the situation, knowing that the one who would ultimately bear the brunt of the reprimand would be herself. Faced with Fu Zhengchao's terrifying fury, Fu Xinru feared that she might soon find herself cast out of the Fu family for failing to fulfill her tasks. The memory of that night, when Fu Zhengchao had struck her twice, haunted her, bringing forth nightmares that lingered for several evenings, leaving her face stinging with the phantom pain of his hand. Observing Fu Xinru, who had once been so imperious before Fu Chuan, now lowered her head in a plea for humility. Fu Chuan felt as though the sun had risen in the west, yet he could surmise the underlying motives behind her approach, letting out a cold laugh. I have nothing to say to you. Step aside. Fu Qingqing, unable to bear the scene, recognized that Fu Xinru's predicament mirrored her own past experiences. Confronted by Fu Chuan's frigid demeanor, devoid of any trace of the camaraderie they once shared, the heartache was indescribable, akin to a blade thrust deep into her, twisting mercilessly, causing suffocating pain without a visible wound. Fu Chuan, let it be known that I acknowledge my faults. I have wronged you, and I am filled with remorse. I am aware that mere words will not suffice for your forgiveness, yet time shall reveal my transformation. Chapter 149. This is more painful than killing Fu Shanhua. As Fu Xinru uttered these words, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. They were words she never believed she would say to Fu Chuan. If she herself could hardly believe them, how could she expect Fu Chuan to accept them? Yet, the shadow cast by Fu Zhengchao compelled her to endure the discomfort and press on. The new year is approaching. As a member of the Fu family, should you not return and celebrate with us? The couplets remain unplaced. We have awaited your return for that purpose. Fu Xinru understood Fu Chuan's longing to partake in the family tradition of placing couplets, a symbol of belonging and kinship. In the past, they had deliberately sidelined him in favor of Fu Zichen, prioritizing his feelings and relegating Fu Chuan to the periphery. Fu Xinru was willing to persuade the family to restore Fu Chuan's position in the couplets, provided he would return to the Fu family, sparing her from Fu Jingchao's ire. For Fu Chuan, this was an opportunity, a significant reprieve. Surely he would not refuse this chance to reconcile? Fu Xinru had humbled herself enough. Upon hearing her words, Fu Chuan's expression remained impassive, even bordering on amusement. I have severed all ties with the Fu family. I previously informed Fu Zhengchao of my intention to relocate my household registration, thereby becoming a solitary entity. You may walk your path, and I shall tread my own. Fu Chuan, what did you just say? Fu Qingqing gasped, unable to contain her shock. Fu Chuan intended to move his household registration away from the Fu family. He was resolutely severing all connections. The thought of losing even the slightest thread of connection to Fu Chuan, who had coldly cut ties, pierced Fu Qingqing's heart like a dagger. To relinquish his household registration and forsake his identity as a member of the Fu family? Fu Chuan, stop pretending. Do you truly believe that because you have gained the favor of the Shun family, you can become their son-in-law, without considering Shun Shutan's feelings towards you? Once you leave the Fu family, you will be powerless. What do you possess to offer as a son-in-law? They wouldn't even consider taking you in. Fu Shanhua scoffed at Fu Chuan's declaration. His attempts at revenge were laughable. Did he truly think that having gained the attention of Shun Shutong and Yu Inger rendered him invulnerable enough to abandon the Fu family? He would find himself at a loss when the time came. Whether I live or die is of no concern to you. If you were to be struck by a car, I would not pause for a moment, nor would I even bat an eye. Fu Chuan retorted, unyielding. You wish for my demise? You. Seventh sister, silence. Fu Xin sharp command silenced Fu Shanhua. Fu Shanhua, bewildered, had intervened for Fu Xinru's sake. Yet, it was Fu Chuan's harsh words that prompted her rebuttal, and now even Fu Xinru had shouted at her. What had happened to the bond of sisterhood? Fu Chuan, I am not devoid of dignity. I simply feel guilt for treating you differently than Zichen as your sister. I repent and wish to mend our relationship. Is that not acceptable? Confused by Fu Shanhua's outburst, Fu Xinru took a deep breath, attempting to compose herself and focus on a more positive narrative. Following Fu Chuan's line of reasoning left Fu Xinru entirely devoid of her dignity, stripped bare before the very brother she had once held in contempt. This was more agonizing than a death sentence. When Fu Zichen was imprisoned, which woman had stood before her, declaring that she would never forgive her for standing idly by? How quickly had her expression shifted? Fu Xinru, do you possess no semblance of dignity? Before Fu Xinru could react, Fu Qingqing and Fu Shanhua were left stunned. Fu Zichen had been imprisoned? Fu Shanhua quickly came to her senses, swallowing her grievance, only to be engulfed by fury. Fu Chuan, how dare you slander Fu Zichen? I know you have always been envious of his favored status in the Fu family. Smarter and more considerate than you, but there is no need to resort to such despicable tactics to frame him. Seventh sister, please hold your tongue. Fu Qingqing interjected, aware that Fu Chuan had no reason to lie. He was utterly indifferent to the Fu family now, as she recalled that Fu Zichen had not returned in recent days and how Fu Xinling had been making excuses, claiming to be busy with important matters while leaving the search for Fu Chuan's whereabouts to them. Her expression shifted. Could it be that Fu Zichen had truly been imprisoned? For what reason? Fu Shanhua felt as though her head might explode. First it was Fu Xinru, and now her two elder sisters were demanding she remain silent for Fu Chuan. What on earth was happening? Everything was so different from before. Sixth sister, is what Fu Chuan said true? Fu Xinru's face turned pale, and she remained silent, effectively confirming the accusation. Fu Shanhua felt as if she had been struck, her cheeks burning with humiliation. It was indeed true. What had she just said to Fu Chuan? Even if she despised him the moment she spoke, she was met with a harsh slap to the face. Fu Shanhua, being a person of pride, felt a deep shame, wishing to vanish into the ground. Fu Zichen imprisoned? No, he is such a well-behaved child. How could he possibly commit a crime? And how does Fu Chuan know about this? Did you set him up? Fu Zichen? Whenever something belonging to Fu Zichen went missing in the Fu household, it was always found in your room. In her fit of rage, Fu Shanhua could only direct her ire towards Fu Chuan. Otherwise, she would appear foolish. Slap! Before Fu Shanhua could finish her words, Fu Chuan struck her. He shook his hand dismissively, his eyes filled with disdain. Stop your incessant whining. You are as bothersome as a fly that won't go away. Fu Shanhua turned her face, genuinely feeling the sting, her pupils trembling in disbelief. Had Fu Chuan actually dared to slap her? This odious brother was the first to ever humiliate her in such a manner, especially since he was the very man she had once held in contempt. You bastard. Seventh sister, calm down. Fu Qingqing quickly intervened. Fifth sister, let me go. I will confront Fu Chuan. How dare he hit me? No one has ever treated me this way. With tears in her eyes, Fu Shanhua resembled a lioness whose territory had been invaded, wishing nothing more than to tear Fu Chuan to shreds. Seventh sister, if you lay a hand on Fu Chuan, father will not side with you. He will only drive Fu Chuan further away, and you will end up facing the same fate as sixth sister. Fu Qingqing spoke not out of favoritism for Fu Chuan, but rather to convey a harsh truth. Fu Zhengqiao was so fixated on the collaboration with the Shun group, aiming to elevate the Fu family's status, that he placed Fu Chuan above all else. For Fu Chuan, Fu Zhengqiao would not hesitate to strike Fu Xinru. How could he possibly shy away from striking Fu Shanhua? Upon hearing Fu Qingqing's words, Fu Shanhua felt as if she might choke on her own fury. She wanted to retort, but upon considering Fu Xinru's fate, she found herself unable to respond. The humiliation of having to absorb this slap in silence, while witnessing Fu Chuan's smug expression, drove Fu Shanhua to the brink of despair. After her anguished cry, Fu Shanhua turned and fled, unable to bear the situation any longer. She had poured her heart out for her sisters, only to become the target of scorn, subjected to humiliation. It felt worse than death. Chapter 150. Fu Xin accident. Seventh sister, Fu Qingqing, concerned that Fu Shanhua might act recklessly out of distress, hurried after her. Fu Xinru stood dumbfounded. Wasn't the plan to help her persuade Fu Chuan to return home? Why had everyone turned on each other instead, creating chaos, rather than aiding Fu Xinru? They were only complicating matters. In the next moment, Fu Xinru realized Fu Chuan was nowhere to be found. Remembering how furious Fu Zhengqiao would be for not bringing Fu Chuan back, a chill ran down her spine as she frantically searched for him, eventually spotting Fu Chuan in the distance. He had hailed a taxi, which he could have ridden home on an electric scooter, but due to the disruptions caused by Fu Xinru and the others, he had wasted precious time. Fu Chuan had no intention of lingering. He was determined not to be late. With a sudden burst of energy, Fu Xinru dashed forward, intercepting the taxi at the last moment. However, her hand became painfully caught in the door, causing her to gasp in agony. "What the hell, miss? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" the driver exclaimed, horrified at the sight of her bruised and swollen hand. Fu Chuan didn't spare Fu Xinru a glance. "Driver, she's just trying to scam you. Drive on. I'm not trying to scam anyone. Fu Chuan, please listen to me. I sincerely beg you to come back. I know you can't trust me right now, but time will reveal the truth." With tears streaming down her face, Fu Xinru appeared as though she was genuinely remorseful. Though the actions of the Fu family would never convince Fu Chuan to return, as evidenced by their past, Fu Chuan noticed that the driver hesitated to move with Fu Xinru blocking the way, and he quickly exited the vehicle from the other side and left. Fu Xinru, enduring the intense pain in her hand, attempted to pursue him. But Fu Chuan was already crossing the street, the green light flickering to yellow. She quickened her pace, but just as she reached the curb, the light turned red, and a multitude of vehicles surged forward. The driver frantically honked, shouting at Fu Xinru to be careful. Yet she paid him no mind, her eyes fixed on Fu Chuan's receding figure. She thought, "I cannot give up. If I fail to persuade Fu Chuan to return to the Fu family, how will I face Fu Zhengqiao?" Fu Xinru was resolute in her determination. As she was about to cross the street, a car came barreling towards her without warning. Bang! With a dull thud, Fu Xinru was sent flying several meters, rolling across the pavement. In that instant, she felt as if her bones were shattering, blood spilling forth. She lacked the strength to rise. Her gaze fixed on Fu Chuan's retreating form. Despite the noise behind her, Fu Chuan never turned back, disappearing from her sight entirely. For reasons unknown, the emotional anguish she felt surpassed the physical pain. Fu Xinru had no time to ponder this, her head spinning as she lost consciousness. Arriving at Professor Hao Zhe's house just before 5 o'clock, Fu Chuan felt relieved to have ample time. Otherwise, he would have struggled to explain his tardiness. He rang the doorbell, and shortly after, Yu Ying's youthful face appeared. "Junior, you're here. Senior Yu." Fu Chuan, carrying fruits, slipped off his shoes and entered. Hearing the commotion, Professor Hao Zhe emerged from his study. "Fu Chuan, come here." Obediently, Fu Chuan followed, noticing several couplets and banners spread across the desk. Professor Hao Zhe, looking perplexed, asked, "Fu Chuan, which couplet do you like? They all seem fine to me, but I can't decide which to put up." "Yu Ying ish Teuten, munching on an apple. Uncle, obviously you should choose the one in the middle. It has the best content." "Go away. I didn't ask you. I asked Fu Chuan." Yu Ying indignant bit into the fruit, chewing angrily. "You're a terrible uncle. Now that you have a precious disciple, you've forgotten all about your niece." Fu Chuan meticulously examined the several couplets sprawled across his desk, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "I concur with Senior Yu. The upper line reads, 'The door welcomes 100 fortunes, blessed stars shine bright,' while the lower line states, 'The household embraces 1,000 auspicious signs. Auspicious clouds unfold.' The horizontal inscription, 'Lucky stars shine high,' complements Professor House's calligraphy, rendering it a masterpiece among masterpieces. Fu Chuan's words bore no hint of flattery. Professor Hauser, a world-renowned master in the arts, was not only celebrated for his painting, but also excelled in calligraphy, though his artistic achievements often overshadowed his calligraphic prowess. The mere presence of these couplets was a remarkable display of talent. You Inger, as if invigorated, mischievously remarked, "Hee, Junior, you truly have an eye for quality. What do you think, Uncle? I told you the middle one was the best." With a grand gesture, Professor Hauser declared, "Then let it be the middle one." Following this, Fu Chuan ascended a ladder, removing the old couplets to replace them with the new ones. Instantly, a refreshing ambience enveloped the space. "Indeed, splendid. Truly a work of my own hand, ha," he exclaimed. Professor Hauser gazed at the couplets affixed to the entrance, growing increasingly fond of them. Unable to suppress his laughter as he placed his hands on his hips, embodying the spirit of a joyous old man. Yet, Uncle was once again lost in his own world. Yu Inger rolled her eyes, then turned to seek Fu Chuan's affirmation, only to find him grinning foolishly. "Junior, what are you doing?" She gently tapped his arm. "This is my first time putting up couplets," Fu Chuan replied, scratching the back of his head. "And it's for someone important, so I'm truly delighted." His smile remained radiant as he regarded Professor Hauser, who was still immersed in the glory of his calligraphy. It was astonishing that such a moment was unfolding before his eyes. Celebrating the new year with the professor he admired most and assisting with the couplets was an unthinkable dream for Fu Chuan. In the Fu family, he was merely an unnoticed presence, yet here he felt valued and alive. "Thank you, Senior Yu," Fu Chuan expressed from the depths of his heart. Without Yu Inger, he would not have experienced such profound emotions. Fu Chuan often reflected on how fortunate he was to encounter Shun Shutong, Yu Inger, and Professor Hauser. They had all been incredibly kind to him and held significant places in his life. Yu Inger paused momentarily, then a wave of deep sorrow washed over her. Indeed, Fu Chuan's life was fraught with challenges, a stark contrast to the idyllic existence Yu Inger had known. Despite this, Fu Chuan's resilience shone through as he embraced his talents and faced the future with optimism, skillfully playing the cards he had been dealt. As she contemplated this, Yu Inger regarded Fu Chuan with newfound admiration, although she had often teased him about his connection with Shun Shutong. Should the day come when Shun Shutong confessed her feelings for Fu Chuan, Yu Inger would not be the least surprised. After enduring countless tribulations and still striving forward, Fu Chuan was a brilliant gem, a charming and considerate junior. Who could fail to be enamored by him? Had Shun Shutong not encountered him first, Yu Inger would have undoubtedly claimed him for herself. Chapter 151. Those unrequited in love find even breathing at home to be a mistake. Alas, what a pity. There was no if only the stark reality of circumstance. The one who could delve into Shun Shutong's heart, share countless common interests, and assist each other in their careers, was none other than Fu Chuan. How wonderful! Yu Inger could indulge in the delightful romance between her best friend and her junior. Junior, I believe every encounter, every acquaintance, and every bond is a fated arrangement, much like the serendipitous meeting between you, me, and Tang Tang. If it is destined, then it is the finest of arrangements. The heavens have treated me well. Indeed, Fu Chuan nodded emphatically, grateful to the heavens for his rebirth. In his previous life, he had been foolish and overly devoted, squandering such a splendid existence. This time around, Fu Chuan vowed not to disappoint anyone, cherishing those he held dear. "All right, let us head inside and enjoy some Tang Yuan." "Fu Chuan, since you've come, you might as well stay here. Don't go back." "Professor, I still need to return to fetch my tools." "No need." Professor Aoze interrupted. "Patin Chuan es shoulder. Do you think I wouldn't know what to prepare for you, an old man like me, to celebrate the new year? The significance of a studio is beyond words for an artist. I've already tidied everything up for you." "Huh?" Fu Chuan was taken aback. Previously, he had decided to accompany Professor Hauser for the new year and had already placed his essentials at the professor's home, believing one room would suffice. To his astonishment, Professor Hauser had prepared an additional studio for him. "And I helped too." Yu Inger chimed in, raising her hand to assert her presence. She despised doing good deeds without recognition, She wanted Fu Chuan to appreciate her efforts, and know he could always count on her for any important matters in the future. Professor, Senior You, this is too. A 200 square meter suite is far too spacious for me to occupy alone. With so many empty rooms, I specifically asked you to come and celebrate the new year with me. Naturally, I must ensure everything is prepared. Fu Chuan, you're my most esteemed student. Just relax and leave everything to me. Professor House's voice brimmed with deep affection for Fu Chuan, regardless of his talent or character. Fu Chuan had earned Professor House's trust and admiration, not to mention his striking looks, which undoubtedly enhanced his appeal. In the presence of handsome individuals, many would inevitably lean toward them. Professor House, who appreciated beauty, would have been remiss not to value such a gifted student. Professor. Fu Chuan felt a lump in his throat, overwhelmed with emotion. He inhaled deeply, stifling his tears, and nodded with a smile. Thank you. This specially prepared studio was a first in Fu Chuan's life, devoid of any superficial affection. Even those without blood ties could recognize the importance of nurturing Fu Chuan's feelings and meeting his every need. Reflecting on the sacrifices he had made for the Fu family, the years spent in cramped quarters doing assignments and painting without decent tools, the disparity in treatment moved Fu Chuan deeply. Every small detail of daily life reflects whether one is valued and loved. Those unloved feel as though even breathing at home is a mistake. Conversely, those who are cherished need only to embrace the kindness and warmth offered to them. Noticing Fu Chuan's reddened eyes, Yu Inger sought to lighten the mood. All right, Junior. Come inside and take a look. I made some modifications to suit your personality. I hope you like it. You silly girl, it's a studio, not a bedroom. Were you modifying for a boy like Fu Chuan? Uncle, you old fossil. Don't speak if you don't understand. Besides, you were the one who asked me to check on the studio I prepared for Junior, and now you pretend to act all serious. Yu Inger playfully exchanged banter with Professor Hauser as they entered the newly arranged studio. The space was equipped with an easel, materials, a desk, a computer, and an array of tools. Shin Shutong had placed a pot of daffodils and a sunflower on the windowsill, changed the curtains to a boyish sky blue style, and even prepared a PS5 gaming console along with a cozy beanbag chair. What do you think, Junior? Isn't it beautiful? Yu Inger asked, her eyes gleaming with pride. The internet is abuzz with the notion that no boy can resist the allure of the latest, most expensive graphics card or the PlayStation 5. Bestowing gaming consoles upon boys and cosmetics upon girls is an immutable truth that has stood the test of time. Senior sister, Professor, truly enough with the gratitude already. And if you consider me a friend, refrain from uttering anything about the exorbitance or the need for compensation, lest I threaten you. Yu Yinge a shukia tiny fist, playfully brandishing her claws in mock menace. Inger is absolutely right, Fu Chuan. As long as you are pleased, nothing else matters. I lack for nothing except money and space. Ha, uncle. It's about time you spoke like a human being. As your niece, I'm nearly moved to tears. Fu Chuan inhaled deeply. Professor, senior sister. Under these circumstances, I can only assure you that Fu Chuan will not disappoint your expectations. For Fu Chuan, this was not a burden, but rather a source of motivation, a warmth and care he had been unworthy of in his previous life. In this life, Fu Chuan finally had individuals by his side who were willing to protect and cherish him. His talents and efforts were solely dedicated to them. This is precisely right. The rain falls throughout the night. My love overflows like the rainwater. Fu Chuan's phone rang. Upon checking, a subtle furrow formed on his brow. It was a call from Fu Linger. Fu Chuan had a contract with Fu Linger, thus refraining from blocking her number. He could easily surmise the purpose of her call. Since it was not yet the scheduled time for their weekly meeting, Fu Chuan dismissed her call without hesitation. Who called? A nuisance call. Meanwhile, Fu Linger was at the hospital, having dialed Fu Chuan multiple times without receiving an answer. Damn it, my head is starting to throb again. Fu Linger turned to Fu Qingqing and Fu Shanhua, her tone tinged with impatience. Aren't you both here to accompany Lu Mei in seeking out Fu Chuan? How is it that Lu Mei has been in an accident? Chapter 152. We can plead with Dad. I don't know. Fu Shanhua was driven to madness by Fu Jingchao's demeanor and Fu Chuan's scathing remarks. Even after Fu Qingqing's attempts to console her, she remained in a state of agitation. Had it not been for Fu Qingqing receiving a phone call informing her that Fu Xinru had been in an accident and was being transferred to a nearby hospital, Fu Shanhua would still be struggling to compose herself. Such a significant event could not be concealed, and wary of Fu Zhengqiao's reaction, Fu Qingqing and Fu Shanhua ultimately decided to enlist the eldest sister to handle the aftermath. Of course, it must be Fu Chuan. He is the one responsible for Lu Jie's accident. That bastard. First, he disrespects me, the seventh sister, and then employs some underhanded means to harm Lu Jie. I must confront him and settle the score. Fu Shanhua lashed out, directing all her fury at Fu Chuan, her teeth clenched in rage. Had you not provoked Fu Chuan, this situation would not have arisen. From the very beginning, did you not foresee this outcome? Seventh sister, what have you learned during your years abroad? Have you only mastered the art of impotent rage? Fu Ling'e expressed her disappointment candidly. What? Eldest sister, how is this my fault? Fu Shanhua was taken aback. First, Fu Xinru, then Fu Qingqing, and now even Fu Ling'e was blaming her regarding Fu Chuan? Were they no longer the sisters who had decided to ostracize Fu Chuan in favor of protecting Fu Zichen? It appeared that they had all shifted allegiance to Fu Chuan, leaving Fu Shanhua as the sole outcast clinging to the original intent of exclusion. I do not blame you. Rather, I find your naivety astounding. You still fail to comprehend the situation, and even our parents cannot persuade Fu Chuan to return. How do you expect to achieve that? From the outset, Father assigned you an impossible task. All you needed to do was complete it. If Fu Chuan were to genuinely agree to return with you, I would instead suspect he was plotting something. Fu Ling'e spoke the truth, and Fu Qingqing sighed softly. Thus, from the very beginning, this plan was a dead end. Fu Qingqing understood Fu Ling'e's sentiment. Just as she had surmised prior to their departure, Fu Chuan would never return to the Fu family. The deeper the entanglement, the more harm they would incur from Fu Chuan. They should have been mentally prepared for that. Damn it. That insufferable Fu Chuan truly believes that by being a sycophant to Shun Shutong, he can elevate himself to a position as the son-in-law of the Shun group. He refuses to return? Very well. It's as if we are the ones begging for his return. I will relish the moment he is cast aside by Shun Shutong. Left weeping in the streets, Fu Shanhua spat, envisioning Fu Chuan being unceremoniously discarded, a pitiful figure wallowing in defeat. Fu Shanhua was determined to confront Fu Chuan and reclaim her dignity for the humiliation she had suffered today. Fu Qingqing and Fu Ling'e shook their heads at Fu Shanhua's remarks. At this point, Fu Shanhua still failed to recognize that it was once Fu Chuan who needed the Fu family, but now it was indeed the Fu family that required Fu. Fu Shanhua remained oblivious to how vital the collaboration with the Shun group was for the Fu family, which is why Fu Chuan had become Fu Zhengqiao's favored one, the most formidable presence within the family. Enough. There is no point in discussing it further. Let Fu Shanhua dwell in her own delusions. We need only ensure she does not obstruct us. Eldest sister, Fu Chuan mentioned he intends to relocate his household registration, severing all ties with the Fu family. Is this true? And what of the matter regarding Zichen being imprisoned? Fu Qingqing inquired tentatively. It is true. Fu Chuan even requested my assistance. Otherwise, he would withhold treatment for my headaches. As for Fu Zichen, I can no longer concern myself with him. Fu Ling'e was already overwhelmed with her own troubles, having no time to fret over the fates of others. The headaches, the connection to Zhu Mei and the cult, Fu Chuan. The arranged marriage one issue after another was nearly pushing Fu Ling'e to the brink of explosion. Fu Ling'e had once believed herself to be the chosen one, an invincible superhero capable of overcoming any obstacle. Now, however, she found herself utterly incapable of managing these challenges, forcing herself to confront them, even if it meant becoming utterly fragmented in the process. Fu Shanhua exclaimed loudly, "Eldest sister, you were already aware of Zichen's predicament? Why did you not inform us? Would it have made a difference?" Fu Ling'e retorted, "Even your second sister could not resolve this issue. What hope do you have?" Fu Zichen had publicly assaulted Ji Bada for Qin Jian, and the evidence was irrefutable. The Ji family demanded $1 billion in profits from the Fu group for reconciliation. Otherwise, there would be no negotiations. Father outright rejected this, preferring Fu Zichen to remain in prison. What did you say? Fu Shanhua's eyes widened in disbelief. How can father do this? Zichen is his son, after all. He used to dote on Zichen so much. Not to mention the impact imprisonment will have on Zichen's future. This scandal will tarnish the Fu family's reputation. Previously, Fu Shanhua could never have imagined that Fu Zhengqiao would forsake Fu Zichen for $1 billion. It was too callous. Fu Zichen had once been more beneficial than detrimental, helping to cultivate the Fu group's image, especially given his intelligence and charm. Now, however, for the sake of Qingji, Fu Zichen had repeatedly embarrassed the Fu group and landed himself in prison, causing father to lose all faith in him, deeming him unworthy of such value. Putting familial ties aside, Fu Linger had become remarkably rational. Perhaps her increased reliance on Fu Chuan allowed her to see Fu Chuan's determination and talent, leading to her disappointment in Fu Zichen's sudden shift toward a girl from the Qin family, who was far beneath the Fu family standing. Like Fu Zhengqiao, Fu Chuan had no surpassed Fu Zichen in Fu Linger esteem. Indeed, she began to question her own perceptions. How had she failed to notice Fu Zichen's sycophantic nature before? Fu Chuan, although a sycophant, directed his affections towards his sisters, while Fu Zichen shamelessly lavished his attention on outsiders, even harming his own family in the process. The distinction between priorities could not have been clearer. Sister, why do you say such things? Just because Fu Chuan is getting along with Shen Shutong? Are you really willing to forsake Brother Zichen? Fu Shanhua trembled all over. It was undeniably Fu Zhengqiao and Fu Linger who had doted on Fu Zichen the most in their family. Now, they could be so cold-hearted and brazenly abandon Fu Zichen. How terrifying! With this thought, she couldn't help but wonder if there would come a day when they, too, will be deemed worthless like Fu Zichen and will be decisively cast aside. No, it is inevitable. The fates of Fu Yiqing and Fu Xinru were vivid in her memory. They would undoubtedly do the same. Fu Qingqing interjected, indeed, elder sister, Fu Chuan is our brother, and so is Zichen. We should cherish both, rather than favor one over the other. It is utterly misguided to pursue Fu Chuan while neglecting Brother Zichen. That would only create another tragedy. Fu Linger shook her head. What you say is meaningless. Father has chosen to remain indifferent. The outcome of Fu Zichen's actions will depend solely on his fate. Sister, we can plead with father. He cannot afford to turn a blind eye to Brother Zichen's plight. Even if Zichen is at fault, it is merely a matter of 100 million. The Fu family can certainly bear it. What if Brother Zichen's future is ruined because of this? He is already suffering from a terminal illness. How pitiful. Chapter 153. Fu Shanhua is expelled from the Fu family. Fu Linger regarded Fu Shanhua with a look of incredulity. Was it Fu Linger's words that lacked clarity, or was Fu Shanhua genuinely simple-minded? Why had Fu Linger never noticed how foolish her seventh sister was, similar to Fu Zichen? How infuriating. If you were so capable, go speak to father yourself. Fu Linger was unwilling to engage with Fu Shanhua's Navi declarations. When Fu Shanhua was thus rebuffed by Fu Linger, she realized that Fu Linger intended to remain aloof, disregarding Fu Zichen's life or death. Her eyes turned red with indignation. Sister, you have always been the person I respect the most, our guardian angel. Throughout our lives, no matter what challenges we faced, you have always been there to assist us, and we are eternally grateful. Why can you be so cold-hearted when Brother Zichen encounters such a grave matter? Is Fu Chuan's interest truly more significant than Brother Zichen's, that you can so readily abandon him? Fu Qingqing quickly grasped Fu Shanhua's arm. Seventh sister, cease your words. Our eldest sister genuinely has no way out. How can we say there is no way out when we have not even approached father? I understand that in your hearts, Fu Chuan holds the highest position, and Brother Zichen has become inconsequential to you, but I cannot accept this. As Brother Zichen's sister, knowing he is in such a predicament, I cannot remain idle. You all take care of sixth sister. With that, Fu Shanhua pushed Fu Qingqing aside and stormed out. Seventh sister. Fu Qingqing knew that Fu Shanhua intended to seek out Fu Zhengqiao at the Fu group to plead for Fu Zichen, but this was tantamount to walking into a trap. She attempted to follow, but was restrained by Fu Linger. Leave her be, fifth sister. Let her suffer the consequences of her ignorance. Perhaps then she will learn. Sister. Father's temperament has become increasingly unpredictable. Third sister and sixth sister have both faced his wrath. If he remains indifferent even to Brother Zichen's plight, I truly fear for seventh sister. That is her own doing. She has been overly protected, leading to her ignorance. To put it kindly, one could call it innocence. To speak plainly, it is foolishness. Stopping seventh sister now will do her no good. Let her learn from this experience. Sister. Observing Fu Linger. Fu King gefällt an unfamiliarity. In the past, Fu Linger would never have stood idly by while Fu Chuan rushed into danger. This time, she chose to remain detached. Meanwhile, Fu Chuan, fueled by her emotions, held a ride back to the Fu residence. As the new year approached, most of the household staff were on leave, leaving the vast Fu villa eerily empty. Upon storming in, Fu Chuan was met by the butler who remained on duty. "Seventh miss, what is the matter? You seem in quite a hurry. Where's father?" The master appears to be in his study. Without waiting for further explanation, Fu Chuan dashed upstairs. In the study, Fu Zichen was discussing the profits of the subsidiary with Fu Kaiwei. As he reviewed the financial statements she presented, he nodded in satisfaction. Fu Zichen was well aware of Fu Sayue's capabilities. Despite her penchant for various hobbies, she consistently completed her responsibilities punctually and effectively. Her competence alone sufficed alongside Fu Linger, and there was no concern that her personality would clash with Fu Linger, posing a threat to the internal dynamics of the Fu group. Achieving good results in the subsidiary's profits was already Fu Zhengqiao's highest expectation of Fu Kaiwei, and she had exceeded it. "Father, may I take a leave after the new year? I haven't had a break in ages, and I wish to travel to the Maldives," Fu Kaiwei pleaded earnestly. With the new year approaching, and given Fu Sayue's exemplary performance, surely he could grant her a little time off to relax. Just as Fu Zhengqiao was about to respond, the door was abruptly flung open. With a loud bang, Fu Kaiwei jumped in surprise, turning to find Fu Chuan standing there, her brow furrowing involuntarily. "Seventh sister, what are you doing? You can't just barge in without knocking." Fu Zhengqiao's expression darkened. "What a disgraceful display. Father, Brother Zichen has been imprisoned. Why did you not inform us of such a significant matter?" "What?" Fu Kaiwei was momentarily stunned by Fu Chuan's words. "Fu Zichen is in prison? This must be a joke." Fu Zhengqiao's voice turned icy. "So you have come to my study, being so impolite and questioning me about Fu Zichen? Father, Brother Zichen is your adopted son and our brother. There's a saying that family shame should not be exposed. It is merely a piece of land being given to the Ji family. Why not agree? The Fu family has plenty of money. We are not lacking in this regard. What if this delays Brother Zichen's future and triggers the onset of his illness? I believe Brother Zichen is not a fool. He knows he was wrong." Fu Chuan continued her incessant rambling. Fu Kaiwei observed Fu Zhengqiao's increasingly grim expression. Although she did not fully grasp the situation, Fu Chuan's reckless outburst was undoubtedly self-destructive. She shot furious glances at Fu Chuan, urging her to stop speaking. However, Fu Chuan, blinded by her fervor and recalling Fu Linger and Fu Qingqing's indifference, the slap Fu Chuan had given her, and Fu Xinru's accident, continued to speak. Brother Zichen must be terrified in prison, having been abandoned. Silence. Fu Zhengqiao could no longer contain his fury, unleashing a thunderous roar that stunned Fu Chuan into silence. In that moment, she felt her heart stop, staring blankly at Fu Zhengqiao. The Fu family certainly possessed wealth, but which coin had she ever earned? Fu Chuan, you have indulged in a life of leisure. From studying performing arts abroad to lavish living expenses, all funded by astronomical sums. Not once have you contributed a single penny to the Fu family. Yet you audaciously demand that I hand over that piece of land to the Ji family? Fu Zhengqiao advanced step by step toward Fu Chuan. Overwhelmed by his formidable presence, found herself retreating until she was cornered against the wall. Trembling, she stammered, "Father, I'm merely worried about Brother Zichen." Smack! Without mercy, Fu Zhengqiao delivered a resounding slap across Fu Chuan's face. She was sent sprawling to the ground, the pain numbed by shock, her face swelling grotesquely, her ears ringing, rendering her unable to hear clearly. Her eardrum ruptured. It seems you are living rather comfortably, dismissing even 100 million as inconsequential. Very well. With your remarkable abilities, henceforth, refrain from utilizing the wealth of the Fu family. I am eager to observe how you intend to survive, butler. Come here. Upon hearing Fu Zichen bellow, the butler hurried upstairs. Upon witnessing the bloodied aftermath in the study, he felt a tremor in his heart for Fu Chuan, who was still reeling from a concussion. He murmured, "Sir, have a security throw Fu Chuan out and simultaneously freeze all her bank accounts and credit cards. I will ensure that no one is permitted to assist her. I am curious to see how this woman, who so brazenly disregards 100 million, will manage outside. Sir, have you ceased to heed my words? I am the head of this household. My commands are absolute. Should you wish to dissent, I can easily find someone else. Many would covet this position." At this point, the butler dared not utter another word and promptly summoned the security to expel Fu Chuan from the Fu residence. Fu Kaiwei, paralyzed by fear, did not dare to breathe too loudly. The oppressive aura emanating from Fu Zichen in his rage was akin to that of a murderer. Any attempt by Fu Kaiwei to plead for Fu Chuan would surely result in her demise. "What are you still doing here? Get out!" Fu Zichen's fury was uncontrollable, and he directed his ire towards Fu Kaiwei, who dared not mention her plans for a vacation in the Maldives, hastily exiting the study. By the way, Fu Chuan had just been struck by Fu Zichen, sustaining significant injuries, and now cast out from the Fu household. Fu Kaiwei was deeply concerned for her well-being and felt compelled to check on her. "If you dare to visit Fu Chuan or assist her in any way, Fu Kaiwei, you too shall be expelled from the Fu family. I have no need for disobedient daughters." The thought of visiting Fu Chuan was utterly quashed in Fu Ziyue's mind. With Fu Zichen in such a furious state, who would dare oppose him? In the absence of any other recourse, Fu Kaiwei could only discreetly call Zhu Mei, imploring her to return home swiftly. Upon receiving the distressing news, Zhu Mei was so frightened that her spirit nearly left her body. She hurriedly returned to the Fu residence, neglecting even to apply her facial mask. "Mother!" Fu Kaiwei awaited at the entrance of the Fu residence and rushed to greet Zhu Mei upon her arrival. "Fourth sister, what transpired? Where is your sister?" Father has grown weary of the commotion caused by the seventh sister at the doorstep, ordering the bodyguards to bind her and take her away in a vehicle, destination unknown, threatening that anyone who dared to assist her would also be cast out from the Fu family. The memory of Fu Zichen's earlier wrath left Fu Kaiwei trembling. Father has also spread the word that anyone who aids the seventh sister will face dire consequences. What shall we do? This is the first time I have witnessed Father in such a furious state. I understand. I will go and check. Yu Mei, pained by Fu Chuan's plight, knew that despite the peril ahead, as a mother, she must venture forth. Cautiously, she entered the study. "Darling, if you wish to plead for that rebellious daughter, then do so at your own peril. My patience has its limits." Fu Zichen's icy gaze held a thunderous weight, immobilizing Zhu Mei in her place. With great difficulty, she managed to utter, "Darling, you have cast out the seventh without providing her anything. She has no clothes, no place to stay, no money. How is she to survive? With the new year approaching, if others see her, it will surely be an embarrassment. Do you know what Fu Chuan had the audacity to say to me earlier? She claimed that 100 million is nothing, that she would give it away. As long as it meant protecting Fu Zichen, nothing else mattered. Her arrogance is astounding. She regards 100 million with such disdain, which is a direct result of your excessive indulgence. A doting mother often breeds a wayward daughter. This time, let her learn the value of money. My wealth is no concern of hers." Zhu Mei was acutely aware of Fu Zichen's incarceration and nearly fainted at the news. How could it be that Fu Zichen was involved in such trouble? She had tentatively inquired of Fu Zichen, but he was resolute in his indifference. Zhu Mei could only entrust the matter to her lawyer daughter, Fu Xinling, anxiously awaiting developments. The seventh sister only acted out of her deep concern for Zichen. She simply made a hasty error. "My dear, if you utter another word, I shall cast Fu Chuan to the desolate mountains, and as long as she survives, I care not what hardship she endures. The threat in Fu Zicheng's words was unmistakable. As night descended, the contrast between the chaotic affairs of the Fu family and the warmth radiating from Professor Hao Zhe's home was stark. Yu Yinger accompanied Professor Hao for dinner with Fu Chuan, after which he needed to attend to some matters with her, leaving Fu Chuan to relax at home, fully trusting him. In the vast house, Fu Chuan was left alone. Strangely, he no longer felt lonely. As he gazed at the thoughtfully prepared room and studio by Hao Zhe and Yu Yinger, a satisfied smile remained on his face. The warmth of knowing there are people who care is truly comforting. At that moment, Fu Chuan's phone vibrated. Shun Shatong. Junior, have you finished dinner? Fu Chuan, yes, senior. After which, Fu Chuan shared photos of Professor Hao's culinary skills from that evening. Shun Shatong. What a pity I missed your father's dinner. Fu Chuan. There will be many more opportunities in the long years ahead, senior. Seeing Fu Chuan's message warmed Shin Shudong's heart. Indeed, the future was long, and many opportunities awaited them. Shin Shatong. But right now, I'm still hungry. Fu Chuan. Senior, why not step out? I'll treat you to some street food. With the new year approaching, although the night market was less bustling than usual, many vendors remained, and the vast city offered no shortage of food. Shin Shatong. Sound good, Junior. To avenge my missed meal from your father's cooking, I shall have to extort you a bit. Perfect timing, as I just finished my writing for tomorrow's update. Fu Chuan. Feel free to extort me, senior. After agreeing on a time and place, Shin Shatong initially intended to wear something casual but hesitated upon opening her wardrobe. She changed into a more appealing outfit, twirling in front of the mirror several times, and even applied a light makeup for the first time. Gazing at her exquisite reflection, Shin Shatong nodded with satisfaction. Typically, she despised the hassle of makeup and would merely tidy her hair and go out with a bare face, but this time for Fu Chuan, she had gone to great lengths in her preparation. Shin Shatong realized that this naive junior had begun to evoke a peculiar chemistry within her, no longer just a trivial presence in her life. Reflecting on this, a smile crept onto her lips. This sensation was rather delightful. In this world, there are those who hold deep affection and a desire to journey together, granting one greater motivation to live. Wouldn't you agree? As Shun Shatong descended the stairs, she coincidentally encountered Shun Shanhe, who was playing with Shun Zongwei. Sister, play with me. Shun Zongwei rushed over, clinging to Shun Shudong's leg. Understanding that children are often mischievous, Shin Shatong felt a twinge of discomfort at her half-brother's excessive antics. However, he was still her brother, and she resolved to not stoop to a child's level. Gently, she patted Shun Zongwei's head. Sister's going out now. Play with Daddy and Mommy. No, I want Sister to stay with me. Shun Zongwei clung tightly to Shun Shudong's leg, his small hands gripping her through her pants, causing her mild discomfort. Shin Shanhe frowned slightly. What could possibly be more important than accompanying your brother? You're already 26. Can't the family just spend time together at home? I have made an appointment. With great effort, Shin Shatong pried open Shun Zongwei's small hand. Zongwei, if you behave and listen to me, I will buy you the latest Ultraman toy, all right? I don't want that. I want my sister to play with me. Shun Zongwei resolutely declared, unwilling to relent. As the young master of the Shun family, few dared to refuse his requests. Even Shin Shanhe had to coddle him. Frustrated, he reached out again to grab Shin Shatong. Seeing this, Shin Shatong could only quickly scoop up Shin Zongwei and toss him toward Shin Shanhe before making her escape. Wah! Shin Zongwei wailed, his cries piercing and causing Shin Shatong a headache. What a typical little rascal. How had her younger brother become so unbearable? He hadn't been this bothersome before. Tang, what are you doing? You've made your brother cry. Shin Shanhe exclaimed, his heart aching at the sight of Shun Zongwei in tears. He immediately turned to Shin Shatong and shouted, It's so late. Where do you think you're going? At 26. Can't you stay home and keep your brother company? I have an appointment. Sorry. Is it with Fu Chuan? Shin Shanhe asked, a hint of defensiveness creeping into his voice. Just a friend. Shin Shatong didn't want to elaborate, aware of Shin Shanhe's poor opinion of Fu Chuan. She feared that continuing the conversation might lead to an argument. She hurriedly slipped on her shoes, intent on leaving. Speaking of friends, Tang, I also want to introduce a few to you, your peers, each one a student from prestigious universities with immense potential for the future. Not interested. Shen Shutong instinctively felt discomfort. In the past, Shun Shanha had never insisted that she meet anyone. Eager to leave, she pushed her unease aside and departed quickly. Daddy, Daddy, I want my sister to play with me. Play with me. Shun Zongwei clung tightly to Shun Shanha's arm, glaring resentfully at Shun Shutong, crying so hard he could hardly catch his breath. Jiang Li, busy with her tasks, heard the commotion and came out. Upon understanding the situation, she attempted to comfort Shun Zongwei. Zongwei, be good. Your sister has to go out. Mommy will play with you. I don't want that. I want her. Shun Zongwei completely ignored Jiang Li's outstretched hand, and when Jiang Li leaned closer, he slapped her face. Jiang Li froze in shock. Hearing the sound of the slap, Shun Shutong turned back, her expression darkening upon witnessing Shun Zongwei's obstinate behavior, even daring to strike his own mother. Shun Zongwei, apologize to your mother. I won tea. It's all your fault. You're the reason. Who told you not to play with me? Not to play with me. Shun Zongwei shouted, his face flushed with anger. Shun Shutong could hardly believe that this was a 6-year-old child. He was behaving like a little tyrant. When had Shun Zongwei become so spoiled and unruly? Jiang Li felt a sting on her cheek, forcing a smile as she spoke. It's all right, Tang Tang. You go ahead. I'll take care of things here. Shun Shanha barked back. You still want your brother to apologize? What right do you have? This whole mess is your doing. Your brother is still so young. Can't you play with him for a little while? You're not going anywhere today. Just stay and keep your brother company. Shun Shutong stared at Shun Shanha in disbelief, as if he were a stranger. It was Shun Zongwei who had been in the wrong, hitting Jiang Li. Yet Shun Shanha blamed Shun Shutong. She had thought Shun Shanha was merely moving on to a new life, gradually forgetting the past and her feelings as his daughter. But she never anticipated he could be so indiscriminate in his judgment. Is a child an invincible shield? What is the difference between this and the 3 little brats who commit murder in the news? Indulgence equates to destruction. Now I understand why Zongwei has turned out this way. It's all because of you, the father who spoils him. You. Shun Shanha was taken aback by Shun Shutong's retort. Meeting her furious gaze, he thought of how she had abandoned Shun Zongwei for Fu Chuan. The sound of Shun Zongwei's crying only heightened Shun Shanha's agitation, and he nearly lost control, raising his hand to strike, only for Jiang Li to intervene just in time. Husband, calm down. Tang Tang, you should leave. Shun Shutong bit her lip, recognizing Shun Shanha's impulsiveness. Just moments ago, he had nearly struck her. Had Jiang Li not intervened, that slap would have undoubtedly landed on her face. Even though she had long been aware that the relationship between father and daughter could never return to its former state. The fact that Shun Shanha was willing to cross that final line was shocking. Resolutely, Shun Shutong turned away, refusing to look back. Shun Shutong, if you walk out that door, don't ever return. I will consider you a stranger. Shun Shanha shouted in frustration as he watched Shun Shutong leave without a backward glance. The more he pushed, the more suffocating Shun Shutong found this home, desperately wanting to escape and never return. When had her once respected father become such a person? Shun Shutong could not fathom it, nor did she wish to dwell on it. The pain was too great. Husband, why would you say such things to Tang Tang? You nearly struck her just now. Do you truly wish to drive your own daughter away from the Shun family? Jiang Li expressed her deep concern. Had she not intervened just in time, Shun Shanha's hand would have irrevocably harmed their biological daughter. It was clearly Shun Zongwei's mischief. Yet Shun Shanha unjustly blamed Shun Shutong for not staying behind to play with him. It was profoundly unfair. Even Jiang Li, as Shun Zongwei's biological mother, could not excuse his behavior. Who do you think you are, daring to point fingers at me? She left this family for a man, neglecting her own brother. What use is this daughter to me? Don't pretend to be a good mother in front of me. You're merely a stepmother, more concerned for your stepdaughter than your biological son. You're quite the performer. Shun Shanha's words struck Jiang Li like a thunderbolt, leaving her momentarily speechless. Chapter 156, Leaving Home. Jiang Li could hardly believe Shun Shanha viewed her this way, even if it were said in anger. She had given everything to be a good wife to him, even willing to be a substitute. Others claimed Jiang Li was merely after Shunshanha's wealth and content to be a decorative vase, suppressing her true nature, but she knew she loved him. Even as Shunshanha's heart remained with Feng Dai, Jiang Li dared not hope for more. Their past love had been profound and unforgettable, and she only wished to hold a place in Shunshanha's heart, no matter how small. Jiang Li had thought she had achieved this. She worked hard to expand her knowledge, striving to become a suitable companion for Shunshanha at social events. She learned social etiquette, wine tasting, and investment, all while taking good care of Shun's own way to minimize Shunshanha's worries. As his confidant, she believed she should hold weight in his heart. But Shunshanha's recent words shattered Jiang Li's illusions. Despite his mischievous nature, Shun Zonwei gradually ceased his cries, his small eyes filled with confusion. In the past, whenever he wanted something, all he had to do was cry and throw a tantrum, and Shun Shanha would comply. Why had a magic failed this time? Shun Shanha went upstairs, leaving the mess for Jiang Li to clean up alone. Nothing was ever easy. It was infuriating. Meanwhile, Fu Chuan was seated on a bench at the night market, having arrived early. He and Xin Shutong had previously visited this place with Yuing. It had always been their meeting point. He took a photo and sent it to Shun Shutong, indicating that he had arrived and was patiently waiting. Watching the throngs of people come and go, he lost track of time. Half an hour had slipped by unnoticed. Casting a glance at his watch, he noted it was 9:30. The senior was running late, and she still hadn't replied. Was something wrong? With a subtle shake of his head, Fu Chuan cast aside the ominous thoughts that lingered, patiently awaiting the arrival of Shun Shutong. The hands of the clock moved forward with the slow, deliberate grace of time, until at last it struck 10:15. Unable to contain himself any longer, Fu Chuan sent another message to Shun Shutong. After all, her tardiness was unsettling. A vague sense of foreboding whispered to him that something might have befallen her. Just as he dispatched the green bubble of his message, brimming with anxious anticipation for her reply, he received a timely response. Apologies, Junior, for keeping you waiting. As Fu Chuan turned to face Xin Shutong, he was taken aback by her breathtaking beauty, accentuated by her delicate makeup. Yet what troubled him more than her striking appearance was the pallor of her complexion. Senior, are you all right? Your face is so pale. Has something happened? While others might brush aside her concerns with a placating "I'm fine," Xin Shutong sensed that Fu Chuan was perhaps the only one in this world who truly understood her plight. She mustered a faint smile. Junior, I'm hungry. Let us find a place to sit and talk. My thoughts are still quite jumbled. All right. Fu Chuan refrained from pressing further, leading Xin Shutong to their favored barbecue restaurant. The owner, familiar with the duo, greeted them warmly. Well, look who's here. The handsome guy and the beautiful girl, back for more barbecue. Fu Chuan, recalling Shun Shudong's culinary preferences, ordered with care. Grilled leeks, mildly spicy with a generous sprinkling of cumin powder, alongside grilled beef, folded roots, and oysters. The owner beamed. Look at how attentive your boyfriend is, remembering all your favorites. Actually, she's my senior, Fu Chuan corrected, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor. Ah, young man, you must cherish this pairing. You both are quite the match, and I can't help but reminisce about my own youthful days when I was pursued by countless suitors, only to be swept away by that old coot. The owner chuckled, patting Fu Chuan's shoulder with an air of camaraderie. Flushed with shyness, Fu Chuan averted his gaze from Xin Shutong and led her to a table by the window. He poured her a cup of hot tea, but as he noticed her gaze cast downward, he chose silence, allowing the atmosphere to settle into an awkward stillness. Fu Chuan waited, his heart heavy with the gnawing realization that something significant had indeed transpired in Xin Shudong's life. Junior, I apologize for the long wait tonight. Xin Shutong finally broke the silence, her first words laden with remorse. Senior, there's no need for such formalities between us. If you find it difficult to share your troubles, that is perfectly all right. Everyone harbors secrets they find hard to voice. I just want you to know that, come what may, I will always be by your side when you feel ready to speak. Fu Chuan offered his unwavering support. Each individual grapples with their own vortex of shadows, an inescapable legacy of anguish. Even when one gathers the courage to confront their demons, the specters of the past can still awaken them from sleep drenched in cold sweat. Fu Chuan remained indifferent to the entanglements of the Fu family. They continued to haunt him like a relentless specter, much like the unwelcome presence of Fu Xinru and her cohorts today. Yet, despite these tribulations, one must strive to live for those who are truly worthy for the treasures of life. Clarity dawned upon him as he reflected on this truth. "You are not at fault," he stated resolutely after a moment's contemplation. "One cannot shoulder the faults of others merely because they are family. To do so only leads to greater suffering and sorrow, with no escape in sight. In my previous life, the Fu family was the one at fault, having committed numerous injustices against me. I foolishly accepted the blame, thinking my inadequacies had driven them to anger and indifference. This time, I shall not concern myself with their opinions. As long as I am steadfast in my beliefs, I shall act upon them, unconcerned with the judgments of others. My life is my own. Only I possess the authority to discern right from wrong. I wholeheartedly agree. Until my father comprehends the extent of his absurdity, I shall not return to the Shun household. Perhaps it is time for me to embrace my rebellious side, to leave home and confront him in silence, allowing him to awaken to the reality of his actions. In the past, Shun Shutong might have opted to return home, seeking an earnest conversation with Shun Shanha, believing he would heed her words. Now, she understood that her once respected father had morphed into an oppressive tyrant, incapable of even managing his own wife, let alone her. Speaking up would only invite greater discord. It was better to distance herself and allow everyone a moment of reflection. Regardless of the decisions you make, Senior, if you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I am prepared to brave any storm for you. Fu Chuan affirmed, recognizing that Shun Shutong's life was hers to navigate. He could not offer ambiguous counsel at such a critical juncture. The repercussions of any misguided advice were burdens he could not bear. His sole obligation was to support her, instilling confidence in her that she was not alone in this world. He would always stand beside her. Indeed, friend A, this period of escape has been rather arduous. I need your presence by my side. After all, I have been the obedient girl, and this is my first venture into the world outside my home. Without your encouragement and bravery, I fear I may falter. Shun Shutong mused, her chin resting in her hand, her tone light yet imbued with sincerity. Had it not been for Fu Chuan, she would have been at a loss, perhaps hiding away with you Inger until Shun Shanha found her, ultimately compromising her own well-being to avoid burdening her friend. Now, witnessing Fu Chuan break free from the shackles of his original family and pursue his own happiness, she felt an unbidden sense of determination. With Fu Chuan by her side, Shun Shutong believed she too could achieve such liberation. Yes, once we finish our barbecue, let us take a stroll down the street. Senior, where will you be staying tonight? For now, I'll return to the apartment near the school. Oh, and Junior, please don't mention my argument with my family to Uncle or Inger. I'll speak with Inger tomorrow. I don't wish to burden them with worry at this late hour. Even amidst turmoil, Shun Shutong prioritized the feelings of those around her, swallowing her own sorrows to shield them from shared grief. Fu Chuan voiced his concern. Senior, would you like me to accompany you home? Oh dear, you little rascal. Do you have ulterior motives, Junior? Shun Shutong teased, her lips curving into a playful smile, her gaze holding a hint of sincerity. Such a rhetorical question immediately caused Fu Chuan to flush with embarrassment, rendering him unable to articulate his thoughts. And he had no leisure to pay heed to Shun Shutang's gaze. Senior, that's not what I meant. I merely worry about you. All right, I understand your intentions. As adults, we must take responsibility for our actions. Did you not promise to keep this from Uncle? If he sees you returning, he will undoubtedly grow suspicious. Shin Shutang's light-hearted remark alleviated the awkward atmosphere. Yes, Senior. Noticing the lingering concern in Fu Chuan's eyes, Shin Shutang sighed softly. To be honest, it's quite difficult to make a resolute decision. With the new year approaching, I never anticipated such a quarrel with my family that would lead me to consider leaving home. Junior, what should I do in this situation? Chapter 158. Fu Shanhu's predicament was all due to Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan was momentarily taken aback. But then Shun Shutang reached out to him with a smile that held a hint of expectation. Understanding her intention, Fu Chuan clasped her hand firmly. Ouch, that hurts. Shen Shutang waved her hand, her smile unwavering. However, I can already feel the courage and pride I've gained from you, Junior. As Fu Chuan and Shen Shutang strolled from the bustling street to a quieter alley, snowflakes began to fall gently from the sky. Just as Fu Chuan was about to speak, he was startled by a familiar voice filled with anger. What? Tao Hong, say that again if you dare. I considered you my closest friend, and now, just because my father is furious and has thrown me out, you refuse to let me stay with you? Are you even still my friend? Following the sound, Fu Chuan and Shen Shutang spotted Fu Shan, who in a convenience store, angrily speaking into a borrowed phone. Fu Zhengchao had thrown Fu Shan Hu out of the Fu household, disregarding her cries for mercy at the door, commanding the bodyguards to take her away to an unknown location. To make matters worse, her phone had also been confiscated. Fu Shan, who had endured a harrowing day, her feet bloodied from the journey, and finally, by sheer memory, she reached a nearby convenience store where she had previously shopped, borrowing the phone from the owner. She dialed her few remaining friends, only to be met with rejection. Shanhu, it's not that I don't want to help, but I truly can't. Uncle Fu has spread the word that no one can assist you. If he finds out that I did, my family relies on the Fu group for our business. And if things go awry, both you and I could be thrown out. Tao Hong, unwilling to be further entangled with Fu Shanhu, decisively hung up the phone. Hearing the dial tone, Fu Shanhu's frustration boiled over. Hello? Hello? Damn it. None of you are worth anything. All these so-called best friends are just liars. In a fit of rage, Fu Shanhu hurled the phone to the ground. The sound of the impact echoed, and the device shattered, its components scattering. Miss, what are you doing? That was my phone. The owner was left dumbfounded. Had he not known Fu Shan, who was a former customer, with her beauty, he would never have lent her the phone, suspecting her of being a scammer. Earlier, Fu Shan, whose outburst had already raised his suspicions. And now she had smashed his newly purchased iPhone 15 Pro Max, which had cost over $9,000. Fu Shan, who dismissed his concerns with indifference. It's just a small amount of money. I'll compensate you. Then compensate me. You can't leave until you do, or I'll call the police. The owner lamented as he picked up the shattered device. How can I go get you money if I don't leave? Fu Shan, who remained oblivious to her predicament, intent on departing. She dialed several numbers from memory, but none offered assistance. Fu Zhengchao seemed determined to sever Fu Shan, whose financial ties, leaving her friends too fearful to extend a helping hand. Moreover, her belongings and phone remained at the Fu residence. How could she survive? You can't leave. To the owner, Fu Shan, who now resembled a thief, and he firmly grasped her wrist. You pervert. That's harassment. Help. Fu Shan, who screamed, recoiling from the oily middle-aged owner's touch, and instinctively slapped him across the face. The sharp sound reverberated, leaving the owner stunned. Had she not been a woman, he would have retaliated with a punch. Why was being a good person so difficult? Encountering AT0 level troublemaker, having her phone broken and then slapped was truly infuriating. The commotion in the convenience store naturally attracted the attention of passers-by. Many gathered to witness the spectacle, with some even calling the police. Among the crowd, Fu Chuan and Shen Shutang exchanged looks of disbelief. Is that Fu Shan Hu? Shen Shutang gazed at Fu Chuan, unable to believe her eyes. It is her. Fu Chuan felt equally bewildered. Fu Shan, who appeared utterly destitute, labeled as a thief, having smashed the owner's phone and unable to compensate for the damage. Most striking was that Fu Shan, who, the pampered daughter of the Fu family, was now in such dire straits. How could she afford to be unable to compensate? Fu Shan, who had always been the most extravagant child in the family, accustomed to lavish spending, with her family's indulgence granting her every whim. She had once purchased a limited edition designer piece for millions without batting an eye. As Fu Shan, who struggled, she caught sight of Fu Chuan in the crowd. A torrent of emotions surged within her, and in that moment, she forgot her struggles. Instead, a profound hatred took root. Fu Shan, whose current plight, was entirely Fu Chuan's fault. If Fu Chuan had not abandoned them, leaving the Fu family, nothing of this sort would have transpired. Fu Zichen would not have been imprisoned. Fu Xianru would not have met with an accident. Their family would not have grown so peculiar. And Fu Chuan, who would not have been struck by Fu Zichen and cast out, left in such a destitute state. As hatred surged, so did a potent sense of humiliation. For so long, Fu Chuan, who had been the proud, radiant sister before Fu Chuan, now, witnessing her own downfall in front of him was more painful than death itself. Was this divine retribution? What had she done to deserve this? You want money? Fine, I'll give it to you. Fu Chuan, who gritted her teeth, urgently seeking to escape her humiliation, tossing her coat onto the table. This is a limited winter edition from Chanel. I can sell it online for over 100,000. Just give me 5,000 for your broken phone, and I won't ask for more. Are you out of your mind? You think this rag is worth over 100,000? Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? The owner scoffed, incredulously. Are you blind? I told you it's a limited winter edition from Chanel. It sold out and become a collector's item. I hardly ever wore it. It's 99 new. Do you have any taste at all? No wonder you're just a convenience store owner, living off scraps like a parasite. How dare you? The owner could no longer contain his anger, delivering a sharp slap to Fu Chuan, whose face, which drew gasps from the onlookers. That was well-deserved. This crazy woman deserves a taste of her own medicine. The crowd cheered in agreement. Even as a woman, they felt embarrassed for her, considering her behavior disgraceful. With newfound courage, the owner stood tall, fists clenched. Even if it meant being labeled as a mutual brawl, he would not regret this slap. He could not live with the shame of this day, haunting him for the rest of his life. Fu Shanhua's face turned to one side, still swollen from the slap delivered by Fu Zhengqiao earlier that day. Now, before the eyes of many, she had endured yet another blow from her employer. The sound of something shattering echoed in her ears, her pride, her dignity. With tears brimming in her eyes, Fu Shanhua cried out in a frenzy, "You hit me? How could a man like you strike a woman? You are utterly inhuman." Her employer spat contemptuously. "You dare to call yourself a woman? You are nothing but a lunatic. To hell with you. The biggest mistake of my life was lending you my phone out of misplaced compassion. What a cursed decision." Before long, the police arrived. Faced with the inconsolable Fu Shanhua, who struggled to articulate her plight, and the irate convenience store owner, they could only opt to take both parties in for questioning at the station. "Are you out of your minds? I, a defenseless woman, am being assaulted by a greasy middle-aged man, and you choose to take me to the police station? You are complicit in this injustice. Enough of your whining. If you don't shut up, I'll have to put you in handcuffs." The officers, accustomed to dealing with irrational individuals like Fu Shanhua, simply brandished the cold metal restraints, and she, instantly cowed, fell silent, her emotions slightly tempered. As Fu Shanhua bowed her head and exited the convenience store, escorted into the police car, she dared not glance at Fu Chuan, unwilling to let him witness her mortifying state. The pride she had maintained before him lay shattered, leaving her to confront the depths of her humiliation. Despite her profound embarrassment, she clung to the last vestiges of her dignity. Then, a sudden thought struck Fu Shanhua, my limited edition Chanel coat. With her phone confiscated by Fu Zhengqiao and all her bank accounts frozen, she realized that no modern young person leaves home with cash. That coat could be her lifeline, worth enough to secure a place to stay. She could not risk homelessness. Upon rushing back to don the Chanel coat and clutching it tightly, she finally felt a semblance of security as she left with the police. The crowd that had gathered to gawk soon dispersed. It was already 11 at night, bitterly cold. Surely they had enjoyed the spectacle? Fu Chuan shook his head. Once, Fu Shanhua had spent money like water, effortlessly purchasing high-end limited editions worth hundreds of thousands. Now, reduced to cherishing a single worn piece, it was a fitting punishment for her. Fu Chuan had no interest in pondering why Fu Shanhua had fallen so low. The affairs of the Fu family held no relevance for him. However, witnessing her misfortunes brought him a peculiar sense of satisfaction. What could be more gratifying than observing an adversary's downfall without lifting a finger? Nothing, indeed. The sorrows of individuals are rarely the same, aren't they, Junior? Shen Shutong, who had witnessed the drama unfold, concluded thus. A smirk graced Fu Chuan's lips. Should I then pray for her sorrow to deepen? In the grand tapestry of fate, there are forces beyond our control. Our task remains to navigate our own paths. Yet, for a daughter of the illustrious Fu family to be embroiled in such disgrace, Her punishment had evidently begun. Let us depart, Junior. The cold is unbearable outside. Indeed, as Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong left, they were unaware that their actions had been witnessed by others. Chapter 159, A Lesson to Learn. The other party dialed Fu Zhengchao's number, recounting the earlier events. Fu Zichen, upon hearing of Fu Shanhua's antics, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. What a useless creature! How could I have spawned such a worthless daughter? Yet, he was not foolish enough to cast her aside entirely. Fu Shanhua was his flesh and blood. The ramifications of her actions could not be ignored, for the investment of years would be squandered. Fu Shanhua's beauty and her education in performing arts still held value for him. At this juncture, Fu Zhengchao understood that he must discipline Fu Shanhua severely. Otherwise, her reckless behavior could spiral into something far worse. He had not anticipated that her level of foolishness would exceed even his wildest expectations, as each new debacle left him more astounded than the last. The years of money and effort poured into her upbringing felt squandered, producing nothing but a chaotic nuisance. Would she soon find herself resorting to desperate measures for survival? Chairman, what should we do now? Continue surveillance. Do not let this escalate. Get Fu Shanhua out, but ensure she spend a few days in custody without acquiring a criminal record. We must only teach her a lesson. The incident was ultimately trivial, involving merely a convenience store owner, and could be resolved with a minimal financial settlement. Compared to the billion demanded by Ji Bada, it was insignificant. If Fu Shanhua did not amend her ways, she risked becoming a mere pawn against the Fu family, a liability that needed to experience hardship to be reformed before being welcomed back. I understand, Chairman. By the way, I saw Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong there too. They were there. Fu Zhengchao exclaimed, fury igniting within him. Damn it, my head is suddenly pounding. Of all people, it had to be the ones he least wanted to see. Fu Chuan was one thing, but Shen Shudong's presence was particularly troubling. If she informed Shen Shanha, he would surely deem the Fu family unreliable. How could they possibly collaborate with the Shen group if they could not even manage their own daughter? If the partnership fell through, Fu Zhengchao would be tempted to curse Fu Shanhua's mother. What are they doing now? They have already left, without Fu Zhengchao's orders. The bodyguards dared not obstruct Fu Chuan and Shen Shutong. Damn, what a mess. Go handle what I instructed. Yes, Chairman. After hanging up, Fu Zhengchao pinched the bridge of his nose, rising to pace before the floor-to-ceiling window, taking deep breaths to quell the throbbing pain in his head. Stay calm. I must not lose my composure. No matter how many obstacles arise, I will persevere. I have managed thus far, and I can do so again. With Fu Chuan and Shen Shudong's close relationship, Fu Zhengchao recognized a significant opportunity. He must bring Fu Chuan back into the fold of the Fu family. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes. He would have to confront this situation personally. Once Fu Chuan had escorted Shen Shutong to her apartment building, she smiled up at him. Thank you for coming with me, Junior. I hope everything is well with my father. Fu Chuan shook his head. I've already informed Professor Hauser that I had a friend with an urgent matter. He will understand. That's good to hear. See you tomorrow. Sister, if anything arises, remember to contact me immediately. I will come right away. Promise me, all right? Chapter 160. Do you recognize your mistakes? Meeting Fu Chuan's luminous gaze, Shen Shutong nodded. Yes, I promise. With Shen Shudong's assurance, Fu Chuan gradually faded from her view. She tilted her head back, gazing at the moon and the drifting snowflakes, inhaling deeply the cold air. A sense of loneliness enveloped her. Unlike any she had felt before, a profound solitude reminiscent of the day her mother passed away, as if she had lost the entire world, utterly isolated. In this moment of departure from home, would it alter Shen Shanha's perspective? Or had she forever severed her ties with the Shen family? Even Shen Shutong could not discern the answer. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the ringing of her phone. Shen Shutong retrieved her phone and noticed a call from Jiang Li. She pressed the answer button, saying, Mom, are you all right? I'm Fina, Dang. Where are you? Jiang Li responded. I have a place to stay. I'm all right, just worried that Dad might vent his anger on you. Venting his anger. Shen Shutong could not see the bitter expression on Jiang Li's face as she forced herself to sound cheerful. Your father wouldn't do that. He is a man of decorum. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. He would take his frustrations out on me. Today's incident was entirely Zhongwei's fault, and I am truly sorry for you, Tang Tang. I once thought the same way, Shan Shutong replied. Mom, I never truly understood Dad. When did he transform from a gentle and kind father into the unreasonable man he is tonight? It's as if he has become an entirely different person. In the past, no matter how many arguments they had, Shun Shanhe would never cross that fundamental line. Yet now, he had done so for Shun Zhongwei, which had utterly shattered Shun Shutong's heart. Tang Tang, I find it strange that your father would unjustly take out his anger on you because of Zhongwei, let alone resort to violence. I fear for what might happen. Your father is so proud. He considers his dignity more precious than life itself. He would rather bear the burden alone than confide in us. Jiangli spoke, suppressing her own heartache. It was unclear whether she was comforting Shun Shutong or herself. Though Shun Shanna's words tonight were spoken in anger, they felt entirely different from before. As the saying goes, sometimes angry words reveal true feelings. In Shun Shanna's eyes, Jiangli was merely a decorative piece, a vessel for bearing a son who would inherit the family business, fulfilling her role as a stepmother and his second wife. Despite Jiang Li's genuine affection for Shun Shutong, she could not nurture her as a biological mother would. She believed her efforts deserved more than the blatant disregard shown by Shun Shanhe. Jiang Li suddenly felt an unprecedented weariness. Her heart heavy as if no matter what she did, she could never attain Shun Shanhe's true acknowledgement. His politeness was merely superficial. In his heart, the memory of his deceased first love held the utmost importance, leaving no room for Jiang Li. Shun Shutong pressed her lips together and said, Mom, I've decided to stay away from home for a while. I'll return tomorrow to collect my belongings. Let's both take some time to calm down. Tang Tang, doing so will only deepen the divide between you and your father. Please return home and have a proper conversation with him, all right? The new year is approaching. Without you here, I don't know how to cope, Jiang Li pleaded, her tone tugging at Shun Shutong's heart. It seemed that after Shun Shutong had left, Shun Shanhe had said something to Jiang Li that left her deeply hurt. Shun Shutong was no fool. She sensed the unusual tone in Jiang Li's voice, but refrained from tearing apart the last shred of her dignity. Mom, I understand. Tomorrow, I will speak to Dad calmly and rationally. Perhaps leaving home would indeed provoke Shun Shanhe, escalating the situation beyond repair. What mattered was that Jiang Li, at a crucial moment, did not side with her biological son, but stood with Shun Shutong on the side of reason. Shun Shutong could not simply abandon Jiang Li and leave the Shun family. Meanwhile, Fu Chuan returned to the empty Hausa residence. He pulled out his phone and saw a message from Hausa, stating that he had been drinking at a friend's place and would likely not return home tonight, leaving Fu Chuan to fend for himself. Acknowledging the message, Fu Chuan sat on the couch, his gaze fixed on Shun Shutong's green bubble profile picture. He suddenly noticed that Shun Shutong had changed her avatar to the painting he had created for her, inspired by your lion April, which she had photographed and modified. Staring at their chat, which was frozen on the last message from tonight, Senior, have you arrived? He bit his lip. He never imagined he would be so concerned about a girl's feelings. Tonight, for Fu Chuan and many others, was destined to be a sleepless night. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a video call from Shun Shutong. Fu Chuan instinctively tidied his hair and answered, the screen revealing Shun Shutong's exquisitely beautiful face from every angle. Junior, are you home? Yes, Senior. Is there something you need? Shun Shutong pouted slightly. Can I video call if there's nothing going on? Fu Chuan quickly clarified, no, that's not it. It's best if there's nothing wrong. You're always welcome to reach out to me whenever you want. Well, Junior, I plan to... Shun Shutong began to discuss her intentions for the next day. Senior, it's odd. He is my biological father, the man I once revered and admired. Why is it that as I prepare to speak with him, I feel such a sense of anxiety? After promising Jiang Li she would talk to her father, Shun Shutong returned to her apartment, tossing and turning in bed, initially thinking she had troubled Fu Chuan enough and did not want to burden him with her worries. Yet, unable to contain her inner turmoil, she initiated a video call, perhaps seeking his guidance to find clarity. Fu Chuan pondered for a moment before saying, Senior, I believe something must have happened with Chairman Shun, as you and Aunt Jiang suggested. As the chairman of the Shun Group, he has countless responsibilities weighing on him. If he were truly so emotionally unstable, the Shun group wouldn't have achieved its current stature. Do you think so? I don't know much about Chairman Shun, but that's my impression. It's just a suggestion for your consideration. Normal people would think this way. Wealthy individuals aren't fools. They're tycoons, and no tycoon could reach the level of a publicly listed company greater than the Fu Group, aside from those in the Fu family who defy all logical reasoning. Shen Shudong took a deep breath. I will have a serious talk with Dad tomorrow. Thank you, Junior. Your reassurance has somehow eased my mind. It's getting late. Good night. I need to rest well for the difficult conversation ahead. Senior, good luck. Yes, good luck. Shen Shudong and Fu Chuan exchanged gestures of encouragement. The next day, Shen Shudong rose at 7 o'clock and glanced at her phone. No calls from Shen Shanha. As her biological father, if there were any hidden truths, Shen Shudong felt it was her duty to uncover them. After washing up, she exited her room, suddenly catching the delightful aroma wafting through the air. She paused for a moment before hastily approaching the kitchen, where she found Fu Chuan busy preparing breakfast. Upon seeing Shen Shudong, Fu Chuan smiled. Senior, please take a seat. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Shen Shudong blinked in surprise. Junior, what are you doing here? Senior, today you have an important task ahead. I may not be of much help, but you have always supported me. My abilities are limited, so I can only prepare a hearty breakfast to help replenish your energy. Don't worry, Professor Hauser is unaware of your situation since he didn't return home last night. Last night, Fu Chuan had tossed and turned in bed, ultimately arriving at this decision. Watching Fu Chuan's diligent figure, the lingering sense of loneliness in Shen Shudong's heart gradually faded, replaced by warmth. Thank you, Junior. Wash your hands. It's almost time to eat. I made your favorite steamed egg custard. Okay. At the Shun residence, the ever-boisterous Shun Zonwei sensed an unusual atmosphere during breakfast and, wary of provoking anyone, kept his head down, obediently eating. Jiangli also lowered her gaze, while Shen Shanha concealed his expression behind the newspaper he held, making it impossible for anyone to discern his feelings. Yet, an undercurrent of tumult swirled within him, hinting at an impending eruption. At that moment, the butler hurried in, announcing, Sir, Miss Tang Tang has returned. How dare she come back? Shen Shanha slammed the newspaper onto the table, his voice seething with anger. Jiangli spoke softly, darling. Since Tang Tang has taken the initiative to return, it indicates her willingness to reconcile with you. Please don't be so harsh, Shen Shanha ignored Jiangli, crossing his arms and leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed, causing her to avert her gaze. Soon, Shen Shudong approached. With a tone laced with sarcasm, Shen Shanha remarked, I thought you had truly spread your wings and were ready to take flight. Didn't you say last night that you wouldn't return to this home? Why are you back now? Shen Shudong stated directly, Dad, I didn't come back to argue with you, but rather to have a sincere conversation. Let us go to the study. Shen Shanha's gaze was inscrutable, revealing no further words as he rose and ascended the stairs. Tang Tang, be careful not to provoke your father. I'm worried it's all right, Mom. Having chosen to return, I am fully prepared mentally. Shen Shudong reassured Jiang Li with a calming glance. The current Shen Shudong was unafraid. If Shen Shanha truly had no hidden agenda that muddled right and wrong, compelling Shen Shudong to leave this home, she would no longer live in fear. In the corners of the world, there existed a space perpetually open, waiting for Shen Shudong. As long as she wished, she would never be alone, for there were cherished individuals by her side to shield her from life as tempests. In the study, upon Shen Shudong's entrance, Shen Shanha sat behind the desk, his hawk-like gaze fixated on her, sharp as a blade. Tang Tang, you finally realize your mistake, don't you? Dad, the reason I returned is to have a serious discussion with you. I am your daughter, yet I do not believe I have erred. Chapter 161. I'm sorry. Shen Shanha's expression darkened as he responded, You're not at fault. Am I the one to blame? Dad, what has caused you to become like this? If Zonwei had treated Mom this way in the past, you would never have tolerated it. Yes, you dote on Zonwei. He is your biological son. But that does not excuse his inability to discern right from wrong. Zonwei struck Mom in a moment of anger and did not apologize. When I have issues, he clings to me, yet you show him favoritism. You and T have acted this way. Faced with Shen Shudong's inquiry, Shun Shanha squinted, a strange aura emanating from him. Shun Shutong continued, appealing to both reason and emotion. Zhong Wei will be the heir to the Shun family business. I understand your affection for him and your high expectations, but who says he will be the future heir of the Shun family? Shun Shanha interrupted abruptly. Shun Shutong stared at him in bewilderment. Dad, I don't understand your meaning. In my heart, you are the primary heir. I do not subscribe to notions of male superiority. Tang Tang, your talents are unparalleled. It's not just in literature, but your unique business acumen is a testament to the virtues inherited from both me and your mother. The crux is that you must heed my wishes and find a suitable man to marry into the Shun family. Only then can the company flourish. This was the first time Shun Shanha had expressed his inner thoughts to Shun Shutong. He intended to pass the future of the Shun family business to her. A decision not made lightly, but one he had contemplated since Zhong Wei was 4 years old. Compared to Shun Shutong in her youth, Zhong Wei was disappointingly mediocre. When Feng Dai was alive, Shun Shutong was innocent and lively, voraciously reading from a young age, charming everyone at social gatherings, excelling academically, and displaying remarkable intelligence. In contrast, no matter how much effort Shun Shanha and Jiangli invested in Zhong Wei's education, he often achieved failing grades and was content with it. Shun Shanha deeply understood that innate talent was insurmountable. Shun Shutong's gifts far surpassed Zhong Wei's. Yet, Zhong Wei was Shun Shanha's biological son, still young. And with Shun Shanha's belief that Shun Shutong was the future heir, he excessively indulged Zhong Wei to make up for his perceived shortcomings. Regardless of what Zhong Wei might become in the future, he could only bask in luxury, but the Shun family business could never be entrusted to him. He was incapable of bearing that responsibility. Dad Shun Shutong finally comprehended the reason behind Shun Shanha's unwavering support for Zhong Wei, neglecting Shun Shutong's feelings. She pressed her lips together. I only wish to be a novelist, not to inherit the company. Sorry. You have no choice, Tang Tang. I can concede on other matters, but this is non-negotiable. I don't care what you do with Fu Chuan. However, it must be merely a fleeting dalliance. In the future, you must select a man who meets my approval as a son-in-law to the Shun family. This is your duty as the heiress of the Shun family. Shun Shutong laughed bitterly. From the beginning, you have never truly understood what I desire. Taking over the Shun family business. To be placed above all, this is not what I want. I wish to graduate, travel, reside in every city for a time, and write a book, living freely and joyfully. What you want, I cannot provide. When I marry, it will be for love, not for your satisfaction. Tang Tang, I could grant you freedom in the past, because your brother was present. However, your brother has proven to be unworthy. The Shun family business is my lifelong endeavor. It cannot falter in his hands. Choosing you is the inevitable path. As the heiress of the Shun family, you must shoulder this responsibility. Sorry. Outside of apology, Shun Shutong had no other recourse. She would not take over the Shun family business, nor allow Shun Shanha to dictate her future spouse. And the notion of mere play with Fu Chuan was entirely one-sided. Shun Shutong's friendships were heartfelt. She had never engaged in trivial pursuits. Shun Shanha's gaze simmered with mild anger as he looked at Shun Shutong, who met his stare without fear. The tension between them crackled in the air, neither willing to yield. During the new year, stay at home. Don't wander about aimlessly. I have matters to attend to. Ultimately, Shun Shanha reluctantly took a step back. Shun Shutong did not respond, and Shun Shanha surmised that she lacked the courage to leave home, turning to depart. Perhaps revealing his plans to Shun Shutong early was a misstep. He feared that she would feel emboldened in the Shun household henceforth. Still, Shun Shanha felt a measure of guilt for his earlier rage, not wishing to act this way, yet considering the high hopes he had for Shun Shutong. While she remained fixated on Fu Chuan, who was hardly a suitable partner for her, nor could he provide the support needed for the Shun family business. After leaving the Shun residence, Shun Shanha entered his car, and the driver quietly inquired, Sir, where to now? Go. The vehicle slowly departed from the Shun family home, heading toward the hospital under the Shun family's name. Meanwhile, Fu Chuan donned a helmet, riding an electric bike. waiting outside the Shen villa for Shun Shutong to send a message. Despite her assurances that all was well, Fu Chuan remained anxious. Having endured the hardships of a dysfunctional family alone was more than enough. The so-called nonchalance and letting go were not as liberating or joyful as imagined. If given a choice, Fu Chuan did not wish to be alone. He simply desired a family of normalcy. Finally, Shun Shutong messaged him. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must strive diligently. Is Senior Shun planning to continue residing at the Shen house? Shun Shutong replied, if Dad continues to pressure me, I will undoubtedly leave home without hesitation. He wishes to entrust the Shun family business to me and dictate my future. I once thought I held a special place in his heart, but it appears my fate mirrors that of other wealthy heiresses. I desire none of this. I wonder if I can change Dad's mind. Shun Shutong candidly shared this astonishing revelation with Fu Chuan, leaving him utterly shocked. He had not anticipated Shun Shanha placing such importance on her, willing to hand over a vast enterprise despite having a son. The thought of this weighed heavily on Fu Chuan, who longed to stand alongside Shun Shutong. He realized he must work even harder. Shun Shutong, Jr. I feel as though my father has been acting quite strangely lately. Fu Chuan, what do you mean? Shun Shutong. I cannot quite articulate it. It's merely a feeling. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Or maybe it is a kind of telepathic connection between a father and daughter. Shun Shutong instinctively senses a profound unfamiliarity emanating from Shun Shanha. At times, his temper seems uncontrollable, as if he is transformed into an entirely different person. Shun Shutong appears to discover something in the study and approaches. Picking up a medicine bottle. The label has been torn off, and inside are white pills. As far as Shun Shutong knows, Shun Shanha is in excellent health. These pills do not resemble vitamins. What kind of medication is this? Chapter 162. How can one find a way to achieve both without disappointing the Buddha and the beloved? Compelled by an unseen force, Shun Shutong carefully extracts a pill from the bottle, preserving it delicately within a tissue. Shun Shutong, Jr., where are you? Fu Chuan, I'm Senior. I'm just outside your door. I just saw Uncle Shun's car leave. Shun Shutong, Jr., they shouldn't have gone far. Could you perhaps follow them to see where they are headed? Lastly, Shun Shutong hastily adds, but please don't force yourself if it's too difficult. Fu Chuan, I shall give it a try, Senior. How could Fu Chuan possibly refuse Shun Shutong's request? The Shen family's villa is nestled on the hillside of Yunsan in the city, with only one road leading down. Fu Chuan rides his electric scooter at full speed, catching up to the Mercedes G-Class that is waiting at a traffic light, tailing it seamlessly. In a sprawling metropolis like this, an electric scooter often proves more agile than a car, capable of weaving through narrow spaces, while cars remain stuck in traffic. Additionally, Shun Shanha's destination is not far, just a nearby upscale private hospital. With the new year approaching, the hospital is understaffed and has implemented a membership appointment system. Fu Chuan cannot gain entry. Instead, he captures a photo and sends it to Shun Shutong. Senior, Uncle has arrived at this hospital. Why would Uncle Shun, who is otherwise in good health, need to visit a hospital? A wave of ominous premonition washes over Shun Shutong. She wishes fervently that her concerns are unfounded and that the pill signifies nothing of consequence. However, with the unsettling intuition and Shun Shanha's increasingly erratic behavior, it might be prudent to verify. Shun Shutong, thank you, Jr. Fu Chuan cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief, seeing Shun Shutong's response. He feels reassured that she is unlikely to leave home for the new year and will remain with her family, indicating that the discord between Shun Shutong and Shun Shanha has not reached an irreparable state. Fu Chuan expresses his unwavering support for any decision Shun Shutong makes, knowing that spending the new year away from family and severing ties would be an unbearable experience for her. Even with his presence, it is ultimately Shun Shutong's home. Unlike Fu Chuan, whose family would rather he perish than see him benefit, the Shun family holds a deep affection for Shun Shutong, making it impossible to simply sever ties without consequence. Ultimately, the one who would endure the most anguish would be Shun Shutong. How can one find a way to achieve both without disappointing the Buddha and the beloved? After resolving this matter, Shun Shutong messages Yuing Inga, I have something of great importance for you to assist me with. Time passes swiftly, and 2 days later, on the eve of the new year, Yuing and Fu Chuan make meticulous preparations for Professor Hao Zai's home. The place is adorned with vibrant decorations, imbued with the festive spirit of the new year. Professor Hao, known for his open-mindedness and disdain for rigidity, beams upon seeing the efforts made by Yuing and Fu Chuan. This truly captures the essence of the new year. Thank you, Fu Chuan. Yuing, radiating a formidable aura, mutters, Uncle, have you forgotten something? Of course not, my precious niece. I was merely teasing you. Did you take me seriously? Ha ha ha. Yuing nearly rolls her eyes heavenward in exasperation. How infuriating. While maybe disrespectful to think so, the urge to give her uncle a good thrashing is overwhelming. At that moment, Yuing's phone rings. Upon seeing the caller ID, her expression shifts, and she steps outside the apartment to answer. Uncle, how is the investigation progressing? Are you certain it's true? Yuing's voice is filled with astonishment. All right, I understand. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. After hanging up, Yuing bites her lip, torn between decisions, ultimately sending a message to Shun Shutong. Tang Tang, the results are in. Let us find a place to meet and discuss. Before long, Shun Shutong replies, Okay, but please don't tell Junior about this just yet. I don't want him to worry unnecessarily. From Yuing's response, Shun Shutong realizes her foreboding intuition has come to fruition. Regardless of the outcome, she must uncover the truth behind Shun Shanha's sudden transformation. Fu Chuan has enough on his plate. With the new year approaching, it is best to allow him to enjoy the festivities, right? After arranging with Shun Shutong, Yuing bids farewell to Fu Chuan and Professor Hao Zai. What could possibly be troubling her? Despite her apparent disdain, Yuing and Professor Hao Zai share a close bond. Having watched Yuing grow up, it is all too easy to discern when something weighs heavily on her mind. Senior, Fu Chuan cannot conceal his worry in his gaze. However, since Yuing remains tight-lipped, he feels hesitant to pry further. Once Fu Chuan and Professor Hao Zai finish their lunch and begin discussing their work, the doorbell rings. Who could it be? Professor Hao finds it curious and strides over to open the door. Upon seeing two figures laden with bags, he is momentarily taken aback. The visitors are none other than Fu Zhengqiao and Fu Yueqing. Professor Hao has a vivid impression of Fu Yueqing, who, despite her stunning beauty and affluent background, possesses a tongue sharper than any blade. After causing a ruckus at Professor Hao's home, she was detained for a day. It is astounding she dares to return to his doorstep. Chapter 163. Fu Chuan, we come to take you home for the new year. Fu Yuqing, Ed Bod, is compelled by Fu Zhengqiao's murderous glare to muster the courage to speak. Professor Hao, we have come to pay our respects and apologize for the previous incident. Professor Hao replies coldly, There is no need. Take your belongings and do not trouble me again. That would be the best form of apology. Professor Hao, it is entirely my fault as a father for failing to guide my daughter properly and offending you. I've come to express my regrets. Fu Zhengqiao speaks in a flowery manner, prompting Professor Hao to furrow his brow slightly. Speak plainly. Fu Zhengqiao had not anticipated Professor Hao's bluntness. After all, they have met several times before. He is keen not to offend Professor Hao, especially given Fu Chuan's connection to him. With this thought, Fu Zhengqiao shoots a cold glance at Fu Yueqing, blaming her for the debacle that has now sullied his reputation with Professor Hao. Fu Yueqing, sensing her father's disapproving gaze, shrinks back. Ever since Fu Zhengqiao lost his temper and struck her, she has been walking on eggshells at home, arriving early and leaving late, terrified that staying in such a stifling environment would drive her mad. Forbidden from speaking ill, she feels like a mere jester. After Fu Chuan left, her standing within the family plummeted, and everyone now looks down on her. Professor, what is happening? Hearing the commotion outside, Fu Chuan steps out, narrowing his eyes at Fu Zhengqiao and Fu Yueqing, sensing a dangerous tension. How dare they come here to see Professor Hao? Fu Zhengqiao and Fu Yueqing are equally startled. They have been waiting downstairs for days without catching sight of Fu Chuan. only to learn through connections that he had moved into Professor Hao's residence. Such renowned masters of art across the globe. How could they place such significance on Fu Chuan? If Hao Ze were truly so meticulous about connections, he would never disregard Fu Zichen. Is it truly, as Fu Zichen surmised, that Fu Chuan possesses an extraordinary artistic talent? Have they truly misjudged him? Hao Osha, having heard of the tribulations Fu Chuan has endured, naturally harbors no fondness for Fu Zhengqiao and his ilk. Do they consider me a mere shield? If they seek Fu Chuan, let them approach him directly. Why must they involve me in their affairs? Do they truly believe that, just because I'm not asserting my strength, I am a mere sickly cat? Hao Ze, despite his illustrious international reputation, may not possess wealth on par with a publicly listed conglomerate, yet his connections are formidable, even able to forge ties with reclusive moguls like Hu Sanlong. Yet, he finds himself entangled with Fu Zhengqiao and Fu Zichen time and again. Even the most patient demeanor would be tested under such incessant provocation. Should Hao Ze unleash his wrath, Fu Zhengqiao would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Professor Hao Ze, please do not misunderstand if there are matters to discuss. Let us do so outside, and refrain from disturbing Professor Hao here. Fu Chuan interjected coldly, interrupting Fu Zhengqiao before he could finish his sentence. Fu Chuan was well aware that Fu Zhengqiao and his cohorts were targeting him. Hao Ze had shown him kindness, and he wished to shield him from the sordid affairs of the Fu family. They were not individuals with whom reason could be engaged. They were nothing more than a pack of beasts. Do not be so hasty. Come in and sit. Let us speak candidly. Professor Hao Ze, Fu Chuan, you are my hard-won disciple. While it may seem unfair to my other students, my expectations for you are immense. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Unlike some who disregard their own flesh and blood to dote on an adopted child, Fu Chuan, draping an arm around his shoulder in a gesture of familial affection, casting a meaningful glance at Fu Zhengqiao and Fu Zichen, clearly marking a declaration of war. Fu Zhengqiao's expression darkened at these words. Fu Chuan had the audacity to reveal his circumstances to Hao Ze. How infuriating! A wave of warmth surged within Fu Chuan. For the first time, he felt an adult genuinely supporting him against the Fu family's oppressive influence, unafraid of Fu Zhengqiao's power. This world is not devoid of those who care. It is merely that the timing has yet to align. Every individual deserves to be loved and cherished. And Fu Chuan has finally discovered that light. This time, he would never let it slip away again. Dad Fu Yuking downwardly glanced at the Fu Zichen. Hao Osha, fully aware of their actions toward Fu Chuan and their evident favoritism, realized that remaining would only lead to further humiliation. It would be better to depart, especially given Fu Chuan's resolute stance. He would not return to the Fu family. To his surprise, Fu Zhengqiao took an opposite approach. Very well, let us sit together. Any misunderstandings must be clarified, lest I find it difficult to sleep. Faced with Fu Zhengqiao's insincere facade, Fu Chuan could not suppress a cold laugh. Misunderstandings? Clarifications? How audacious of you to utter such words. Fu Chuan was eager to witness how this so-called father would attempt to gloss over his past misdeeds. Please. Fu Zhengqiao gestured as he and Fu Zichen settled onto the living room sofa. Fu Zichen nestled into a corner, wishing to avoid this self-inflicted humiliation, longing to vanish into the crevice of the earth. Fu Zhengqiao had never expected much from her. As long as she did not interfere, he would be content. He sighed heavily as he turned to Hao Ze. Professor Hao Ze, the truth is, our family matters cannot remain hidden any longer. It is time to reveal that Fu Chuan is indeed my biological son, missing for many years. Our relationship has become strained due to misunderstandings, and I deeply regret this. I never anticipated encountering Fu Chuan here, and while I apologize to you, Professor Hao Ze, Fu Chuan, we would like you to come home and celebrate the new year with us. Chapter 164. Compared to you, Fu Zichen is nothing. Fu Zhengqiao feigned a look of profound sorrow, striving to deliver a convincing performance. Fu Chuan was reminded of a song sung by Fu Zichen. Simply put, speak plainly, and spare us the theatrics. You are no actor. Despite Fu Jingchao's position as the chairman of the Fu Group, his acting skills paled in comparison to Fu Zichen's. And Fu Chuan could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Honestly, Fu Zichen, you would do well to seek advice from Fu Zichen on how to feign vulnerability and regret. His performance far surpasses yours and Fu Chuan's. At least Fu Zichen's skills have allowed him to deceive the family for years without revealing any flaws. Fu Jingchao's acting was so transparent it was nauseating. Fu Chuan, I am not acting. I genuinely wish for you to return to the Fu family. I acknowledge I have wronged you in the past, failing to consider your feelings. I am truly sorry. I do not require your apologies. What I seek is a complete severance from the Fu family, just as you once desired, to change my household registration, to become estranged from you. Whether I live or die henceforth is of no concern to you. Or is it that you are unwilling to relinquish the chance to curry favor with the Shan family, desperately trying to keep me around? Fu Chuan interrupted, assuming the role of a lofty judge, passing judgment on Fu Zhengchao, the grotesque jester of Gotham, a sinner cloaked in shame. It was evident to all that Fu Zhengchao sought to retain Fu Chuan for his own gain, rather than out of paternal affection. What purpose did such a father serve? This was hardly a normal family, and it was particularly galling that Fu Zhengchao could persist in this charade before so many witnesses. Fu Chuan was utterly astounded by this jester's audacity. Fu Chuan, why can you not comprehend the good intentions of your father? You are my biological son. Everything I have done was a test for you. After losing you for so long, I feared your transformation would prevent you from integrating into this family, hence resorting to such measures. Even your sister understands this. Huh? Fu Yiqing, suddenly called out, wore a look of utter bewilderment. Realizing she might face Fu Zhengchao's ire, she quickly nodded in agreement. What Dad says is true. Fu Chuan, please return to the Fu family. We all miss you dearly. The absence of your presence this new year leaves a void in our hearts. Fu Chuan, understand that since time immemorial, families have been inherited through their sons. You're my flesh and blood. For the future of our family, your capabilities are of utmost importance. Surely no fool would favor an adopted son over his own biological child. We are genuinely testing you. Fu Jingchao's cunning lay in his refusal to argue from a position of weakness, instead adopting a pose of paternal helplessness and anguish, attempting to obfuscate the truth. He refrained from making empty promises to Fu Chuan while casting out bait of potential benefits to lure him back. Even Fu Yiqing could scarcely endure such a display. Their previous treatment of Fu Chuan bore no resemblance to the polished narrative Fu Zhengchao sought to present. However, she knew better than to oppose him, lest she be the next to be cast from the Fu family. Fu Chuan smirked slightly. Oh, my existence holds such significance? What then of your precious Fu Zichen? Do not mention him. It is simply disgraceful. For the sake of a mere woman, he publicly knelt and even assaulted someone, landing himself in detention. He has brought nothing but shame upon the Fu family. All our years of careful nurturing squandered. Compared to you, Fu Zichen is nothing. This statement was delivered by Fu Zhengchao through gritted teeth, laden with sincerity, reflecting on the vast resources poured into Fu Zichen, a once promising talent now reduced to a mere sycophant of the Qin family, while lamenting the utter uselessness of his daughters when it truly mattered. The irony was that Fu Chuan, whom Fu Zhengchao had neglected, was now the one holding all the cards, compelling Fu Zhengchao to lower his head and plead for Fu Chuan's return, a situation that incited rage to the point of nausea. Under Fu Zhengchao's scrutinizing gaze, Fu Yiqing could only force a smile. Indeed, Fu Chuan, our brother Zichen has become irredeemable, far inferior to you. Besides, we have long been aware that he is merely our surrogate brother. You are our true sibling. Oh, and what shall we say about this video? Fu Chuan calmly retrieved his phone and pressed the play button. The video depicts Fu Yiqing's ferocious visage as she vehemently bellows that Fu Chuan is utterly unworthy of being compared to Fu Zichen. Their beloved younger brother belongs solely to Fu Zichen, and Fu Chuan bears no relation to him. She demands that Fu Chuan, in a show of understanding, promptly vacate the Fu family, never to set foot in their abode again. In an instant, Fu Yiqing's complexion drains of color. When did you record this video? Why should that concern you? Fu Zichen, you have uttered similar remarks to me countless times. You force me to kneel, to bow my head, to confess my wrongdoings to Fu Zichen, indiscriminately accusing me of stealing his belongings, delivering untold slaps to my face, and even branding my hand with a cigarette butt. Fu Chuan recounts with nonchalance the malevolent deeds Fu Zichen has inflicted upon him, each tale more harrowing than the last, sending shivers down the spine. How Osha, seething with fury, nearly grinds his teeth to dust. You may act, but after everything you've done, how dare you come to plead for Fu Chuan's forgiveness and seek to re-enter the Fu family? Even if Fu Chuan ultimately shows mercy, I will never acquiesce. You are nothing but a pack of demons that devour without regurgitation. Chapter 165. Cease the pretense. Hao Ze has never encountered anyone as brazenly shameless as Fu Zhengqiao. Today has truly opened his eyes. Fu Zhengqiao is now filled with an urge to tear Fu Zichen apart. He has admonished his 8 children countless times about never allowing their adversaries to seize upon their weaknesses, no matter how trivial the detail, for it may return to haunt them like a boomerang, inflicting grievous wounds. Fu Zhengqiao is oblivious to how many similar videos Fu Chuan possesses. Merely producing one would not only slap Fu Zhengqiao's face, but could also lead to an unfathomable scandal if mishandled. For these videos, Fu Zhengqiao, chairman of the Fu Corporation and Fu Chuan's biological father, finds himself compelled to bow lower before his son. Fu Yuqing, why would you inflict such cruelty upon your own brother? Do you possess even a shred of humanity? Every time I inquire, you claim Fu Chuan is well cared for in the Fu household. Is this how you care for him? Having reached this point, Fu Zhengqiao can only cast the entirety of the blame upon Fu Zichen, for he has merely observed Fu Chuan from the sidelines within the family, rarely intervening. Fu Chuan cannot expose the full extent of the abuse he has endured from Fu Zhengqiao, as long as the pillar of the family remains unscathed. Everything else can be resolved. Trembling and at a loss for words in the face of Fu Zhengqiao's rebuke, Fu Zichen feels her mind go blank. She knows she is not alone in these schemes. This was a collaborative effort among sisters to bully Fu Chuan, aimed at banishing him from the Fu family. Little did she anticipate that Fu Chuan would record this video. Had she known, Fu Zichen would never have come here. Her ominous premonition proved accurate, as Fu Chuan not only refuses to return with them, but also faces a humiliation beyond measure. Enough of this charade, Mr. Fu. Hao Ze can no longer bear witness. Protectively shielding Fu Chuan now. Immediately, kindly vacate my home. I trust you have the sense to cease seeking Fu Chuan and to refrain from opposing me. Professor Hao. Fu Chuan, I truly had no idea about this. Your mother and I have been expanding the Fu Corporation's business overseas. You are aware of this. I have never mistreated you, nor was I cognizant of the monstrous acts Fu Zichen has perpetrated against you. Rest assured, we will provide you with an explanation upon our return. Very well, I shall await your explanation. Fu Chuan knows that as long as he is connected to Shen Shudong and shares Fu Zhengqiao's bloodline, this man will relentlessly pursue him in hopes of seizing an opportunity to collaborate with the Shun Corporation. If that is the case, let Fu Zhengqiao be. It has nothing to do with Fu Chuan. It is rather satisfying to witness those who once humiliated Fu Chuan now reveling in their misfortunes without him lifting a finger. Fu Zichen trembles, her pupils betraying a look of despair. Given the circumstances, Fu Zhengqiao cannot possibly overlook Fu Yichen's actions. For Fu Chuan's sake, Fu Zhengqiao has repeatedly harmed those he once held dear, even going so far as to expel Fu Shanhua from the Fu family. Fu Zichen dares not imagine what awaits her upon her return. Mr. Fu, you claim ignorance? As far as I know, Fu Chuan has been back in the Fu family for several years. What kind of life has he led? Don't tell me you haven't seen. He has faced personal humiliation and physical abuse. You wouldn't even acknowledge him as your own son. Your aspirations to cultivate an heir are not the thoughts of a sane person. If you held even the slightest regard for Fu Chuan, how could you fail to notice? Hao Ze delivers each word with biting sarcasm, each statement piercing Fu Zhengqiao's heart, nearly daring to accuse him of insanity, leaving even Hao Ze feeling disgusted. Fu Zhengqiao is at a loss as to how to exit Hao Ze's residence. Now, with Hao Ze treating Fu Chuan as his own son, overlooking the fact that he is merely a university professor, his international influence and connections are such that Fu Zhengqiao would not dare offend him lightly. Today's events have been entirely ruined by Fu Yueqing. Father, I truly did not mean to. Fu Yueqing lowers her head, trembling in fear. Her words barely coherent. Third child, I promise to provide Fu Chuan with an explanation. Fu Zhengqiao's gaze is shrouded in gloom, seemingly contemplating how to deliver this explanation to Fu Chuan. Father, please don't hit me. I know I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. Don't cast me out of the Fu family, please. Fu Yueqing, with her foul temper yet thriving existence, is able to act with impunity because everyone dares not voice their anger, bolstered by the Fu family's power. The businesses she claims to manage appear as mere intermediaries, yet they serve to uphold Fu Zhengqiao's reputation. For the sake of the Fu Corporation's resources, Fu Yueqing only needs to engage in mere verbal exchanges to attract business, maintaining a semblance of respectability. Fu Yueqing's extravagant spending leaves her businesses barely afloat, and she understands deeply that without the Fu family, she is nothing but a shell of a person. She cannot bear the thought of meeting the same fate as Fu Shanhua. She refuses. To cast you out of the Fu family? You make it sound so simple. Over the years, I have invested significantly in you. The actions you have taken using the Fu family's power and reputation, coupled with my efforts in cleaning up your mess, amount to an astronomical sum. You think you can simply walk away after causing a ruckus? Dream on. Chapter 166. Incompetence. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Fu Zhengqiao is fully aware of Fu Yueqing's transgressions. Before she could create a significant scandal, Fu Zhengqiao had preferred to turn a blind eye, confident that Fu Yueqing could sustain herself even while leveraging the Fu family's influence. After all, it would be foolish not to utilize connections. Now that Fu Yueqing has caused Fu Zhengqiao to lose face before Hao Ze, this situation cannot be tolerated. At times, it is not that Fu Zhengqiao refrains from pursuing matters, but rather that she has not provoked desire. When Fu Zhengqiao finally decides to take action, 1,000 Fu Yueqings would not suffice to save her. Father, I beg you, do not cast me out. I realize my mistakes. I will do whatever you ask from now on. Fu Yueqing, terrified of punishment, of being banished from the Fu family, fears that her current opulence may vanish in a thin air, pleading with her father. You have made your own mistakes. You must atone for them. Third child, I am giving you one chance. Do not let me down. Fu Zhengqiao offers no further hints, leaving Fu Yueqing to contemplate how to rectify her wrongs. Had it not been for Fu Shanhua's foolishness, Fu Zhengqiao merely wished to scare her into understanding that without the Fu family, she is nothing. The next moment, she dares to stir trouble, only to find herself imprisoned, which has left Fu Zhengqiao with a lasting fear. After Fu Zhengqiao departs, Fu Yueqing stands frozen in place, a flicker of despair gradually emerging in her eyes. Fu Yueqing understood all too well what needed to be done regarding this opportunity. It was, after all, to facilitate Fu Chuan's return to the Fu family. However, how could she accomplish what even Fu Zhengqiao had failed to achieve? In the past, Fu Yueqing had been excessively harsh towards Fu Chuan, and now it was implausible to expect him to heed her words. Inside the room, Fu Chuan looked at Professor Hao Ze with a mix of gratitude and guilt. I'm sorry, Professor Hao, for the trouble my actions have caused you. Fu Chuan, please don't speak like that. Do you think my words, once a teacher, always a father, are mere platitudes? I had only heard a few things from Inger before, but seeing you here now, my heart aches for you. Professor Hao interrupted, placing a reassuring hand on Fu Chuan's shoulder. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon those it favors. Thus, they must first endure hardship and toil. Fu Chuan, you have successfully liberated yourself from that family, and now your talents are beginning to flourish. After the storm comes the rainbow. Embrace the present and the future, and do not allow the burdens of the past to hinder your progress. Do you understand? I understand. Professor Hao, in my heart, you embody the father I never had in Fu Zhengqiao. To have crossed paths with you and to be cherished by you, I will never betray your expectations. Very well. Let us not allow those individuals to dampen our spirits. Let us continue to delve into the art of painting. Yes, Upon returning home, Fu Zhengqiao was met by Zhu Mei, who rushed up to him. "Darling, how did it go?" Seeing Fu Zhengqiao's grim countenance, Zhu Mei had already grasped the situation, but still clung to a shred of hope. "Are all those who can be gathered now present?" Fu Zhengqiao abruptly declared. "Ah, my dear, I'm asking you a question. Do not respond with a question of your own." His low growl silenced Zhu Mei, who dared not utter a word. "Apart from Zichen, the seventh and third, everyone else is here. Gather them in my study." With that, Fu Zhengqiao ascended the staircase. Shortly after, Zhu Mei complied with Fu Zhengqiao's command and summoned Fu Ling'er and the others to the study. Ever since Fu Yiqing was assaulted and Fu Shanhua was expelled from the Fu family, while Fu Zichen remained incarcerated, the entire household was shrouded in a gloomy pall. Devoid of its former laughter and joy, a festive season that felt more like confinement in a vast prison. The sisters, now wary of Fu Zhengqiao, felt the weight of his recent wrath, which had left them trembling. No one dared to speak first, but as the eldest, Fu Ling'er had to set an example. With a soft sigh, she inquired, "Father, why have you called us?" Fu Zhengqiao remained silent for a moment before coldly recounting the events that transpired at Professor Hao's home. The revelation that Fu Chuan had recorded such a video sent shockwaves through the room. Fu Chuan actually recorded this? Fu Chuan's sisters had previously participated in the bullying, forcing him to kneel, slapping him, and sending him to the detention center. Some had even maliciously labeled him a thief, disregarding his attempts to prove his innocence, and still blamed him when things went missing. If Fu Chuan had indeed recorded their abusive behavior, none of them could risk stepping forward to assert their innocence. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Fu Zhengqiao's voice boomed as he slammed his hand on the table, casting a stern look at Fu Ling'er and the others, whose faces had drained of color. "How many times have I admonished you? No matter who it is, if you commit an improper act, do not leave behind any evidence. Now you all cower like frightened rats. Are you unaware that Fu Chuan may have secretly recorded everything?" Silence enveloped the room. None dared to respond to Fu Zhengqiao's accusations. In the past, they had never regarded Fu Chuan as a threat, merely a sycophant to their every whim. But now, the sycophant had turned against them, wielding evidence of their misdeeds. "Father, I believe I should be fine." Fu Kaiwei, the fourth daughter, timidly raised her hand. For long, she had been preoccupied with her branch of the family business, maintaining an ambivalent stance towards Fu Chuan, merely following her sister's directives. Surely, she had not left him with any incriminating evidence. "I should be fine as well." Fu Qingqing had previously been indifferent to Fu Chuan, never acknowledging his existence. She had observed the other's punishments with cold detachment. To some extent, she and Fu Zhengqiao were cut from the same cloth. While she felt a wave of relief, it was soon eclipsed by a profound guilt. "Oh heavens, how could I have been such a despicable person in the past? I vowed to make amends to Fu Chuan. Yet here I am, relieved that I left no evidence against him while contemplating the pain I inflicted on him." Fu Zhengqiao's gaze swept across the sisters, who dare not speak. "I do not care what methods you employ. Ensure you have not left any indelible proof like the third sister did. Do you grasp the consequences if these videos were to be exposed?" "Understood," they replied, leaving the study. "Big sister, how did things come to this?" Fu Xinru was nearly on the brink of collapse. First, she had been slapped by their father and threatened to reconcile with Fu Chuan, and now, having been struck by a vehicle, she had only just returned home from the hospital. Fu Xinru was not prepared to confront the possibility that Fu Chuan might have preserved evidence of their past abuse against him. The weight of each revelation pressed heavily on her chest, and as she thought of Fu Zichen still in detention and Fu Shanhua, who had been cast out and was now missing, she felt a gnawing fear that she would be next. Had she known it would come to this, she would have rather died than return. Perhaps this is retribution, the suffering we must bear for our sins. Fu Ling'er mused bitterly. She had asked herself this question numerous times, ultimately concluding that one reaps what one sows. If only she had shown Fu Chuan a modicum of care, treating him as her own brother, things would not have spiraled to this extent. But alas, there were no if-onlys. Fu Xinru wept harder. "Indeed, we reap what we sow. How cruelly we treated Fu Chuan. and now we are reaping the consequences. Regardless of their motivations, did they still have a chance to mend what had been broken? Fu Xinling bit her lip in contemplation. She felt an inexplicable dread, not merely from the possibility that a video of her mistreatment of Fu Chuan might fall into his hands, but from the fear that, upon viewing it, Fu Chuan would find it increasingly difficult to forgive her, his second sister. Now, Fu Xinling yearned to turn back time, to eliminate her former self before she could inflict harm on Fu Chuan. That would be far preferable to the current predicament, where she felt trapped in a living hell. As Fu Qingqing and Fu Kaiwei observed their sisters in such anguish, they felt a twinge of moral conflict, even though they had not been as cruel to Fu Chuan, leaving behind no incriminating evidence. At most, they had only subjected him to emotional neglect. As night descended, Fu Chuan disposed of the kitchen waste and exited the apartment. Just as he approached the trash bin, a figure crouched in the corner startled him. Fu Chuan. The figure was none other than Fu Yueqing. With Fu Zhengqiao gone, she had lingered, knowing that returning empty-handed would not spare her from his wrath. Having waited anxiously for Fu Chuan to emerge, she felt as though she had found a lifeline, rushing towards him. "What are you doing?" Fu Chuan's brow furrowed slightly. Had he not made himself clear? Or was Fu Zhengqiao merely feigning concern for Fu Chuan's well-being? Was Fu Yueqing's predicament merely a means of appeasing him? "Fu Chuan, my dear brother, I'm fully aware of the wrongs I have committed against you. In the past, I failed to cherish you, my beloved younger brother, and you have endured relentless torment at the hands of me, your sister, within the Fu household. I recognize my mistakes, and I implore you to assist me one final time. If only you could return to the Fu family, I would be willing to do anything for you." Fu Yueqing wept profusely, her tears flowing freely as she fervently pleaded, completely devoid of the arrogance that once characterized her as a pampered heiress. It was indeed a loss of dignity for Fu Yueqing to beg Fu Chuan in such a manner. Yet she was far more unwilling to forfeit her life of luxury and privilege. At times, one cannot have it all. One must be compelled to choose the most significant path, and this was Fu Yueqing's decision. She aspired to live on as the esteemed daughter of the Fu family, rather than face the fate of being cast out like Fu Shanhua, living as a stray dog, bereft of her former glory. "Anything," she declared. In response, Fu Chuan hurled a bag of refuse at Fu Yueqing's head and coldly stated, "Your first task is to consume this entire bag of garbage, leaving not a morsel behind." "What?" Fu Yueqing was taken aback. "Fu Chuan, how could you force me to eat garbage? How could I possibly stomach such filth? Didn't you say you would do anything?" "Fu Yueqing, I am not asking you to take your own life. That would be more than generous. Yet here you are, hesitating to eat a mere bag of trash. What charade are you attempting to maintain?" Confronted with Fu Chuan's biting mockery, Fu Yueqing felt as though her heart were being ripped apart. Her thoughts waged a fierce internal battle. "If I consume this garbage, will you then forgive me and allow me to return to the Fu family?"